My name is Chu Jing. I woke up 3 days ago in a new world, the Great Duan Dynasty. I'm 18, an orphan with nothing. No house, no land. Just a vagrant label. Before I could even figure things out, officials dragged me to the county office for a government-arranged marriage. See, after the wars, there are 3 women for every man, so the government forces everyone to marry. But it's not random. Strong, skilled men get the best wives. And me? I'm ranked dead last. I watched other guys walk away with decent wives while I waited at the end of the line. When they finally called my name, only 3 women were left, the ones nobody wanted. One girl had a bad leg and strange mismatched eyes, one blue, one amber. People looked at her like she was cursed. Another was skeleton thin with burned scars on her face, hiding behind a cloth, terrified. The third was lying unconscious on a broken door, covered in painful red rashes. The clerk told me to take all 3. I tried to argue. I can barely feed myself. But they sweetened the deal. 5 acres of land. Sounds nice, right? Except it's garbage land by the river that floods every year. And I owe half a tael of silver in taxes by autumn next year. On land that barely grows anything. They said I could reduce my taxes by having children. 1 kid means 10% off. 5 kids, no tax at all. I looked at my 3 sick, struggling wives and almost laughed from the misery of it. I had no choice. Refuse, and they'd throw me in jail or send me to the army, and the women would be sold as servants. So I said thank you with a smile that probably looked like a grimace. The village blacksmith congratulated me like it was a joke. The local scholar offered help in the most condescending way possible. Everyone laughed and pointed. That's what you get for being useless, they said. I stood there holding 3 marriage papers, staring at my new wives. One pale and weak, one scarred and hiding, one limping and feared, and thought, can this get any worse? Then a voice rang in my head. Love your wife to grow stronger, system successfully bound. Apparently, caring for my wives is now my path to power. And I had 10 seconds to do something kind to unlock my first reward. A system. Maybe this disaster just became my biggest opportunity. The moment that system voice chimed in my head, despair turned into hope. Maybe these, broken, wives were actually my ticket to getting stronger. The countdown was running out, so I moved fast. I walked over to Lin Juro, the girl with the mismatched eyes, and put my coat over her trembling shoulders. Don't be afraid, I told her. She looked at me like no one had ever been kind to her before. Her eyes went red, almost tearing up. The system rewarded me right away. 10 care points, some rice, and a beginner's gift pack with advanced medical knowledge. Both modern and traditional medicine just flooded into my brain. Plus a small storage space. Not bad for just giving someone a coat. But then came the real problem. Lin Jiro could limp along. Li Lingxue was weak, but could probably walk. But Guo Xiaolan was unconscious, burning with fever, covered in rashes. The system scanned her and told me she had a severe infection, 78% chance of dying without treatment. The medicine I needed cost 50 points. I only had 10, so I did the only thing I could. I crouched down, grabbed her, and hauled her onto my back. My skinny legs nearly buckled. It felt like carrying a boulder. Then the system went off again. It liked that I didn't give up. It gave me 20 more points, and this was the big one. A physical enhancement that made me as strong as 3 grown men. Just like that, Guo Xiaolan felt light as a feather on my back. I noticed the other 2 watching me. Their dead, hopeless eyes had changed. They looked surprised, maybe even a little hopeful. I guess they expected me to abandon the sickest one and save myself the trouble. That's probably what anyone else would have done here. Then I heard a tiny whisper from behind me. Tach. Thank you. Guo Xiaolan was awake. She'd been conscious the whole time, feeling everything, afraid I'd leave her behind. That weak little, thank you, hit me harder than anything. I shifted her on my back, turned to the other 2, and tried to smile. Can you walk? Stay close. Let's go home. We started walking toward Xia village, but I quickly realized a problem. I was strong enough now, but my wives weren't. Lin Juro was sweating and limping like every step was agony. Li Lingxue collapsed into the dirt, coughing, dragging herself forward with bony fingers because she was terrified I'd leave her behind. Husband, please don't leave me, she begged, shaking all over. Lin Jiro tried to act tough too. I can still walk, she said, then nearly tripped over her own leg. My throat tightened. These women weren't being dramatic. They were genuinely at their limit, but too scared to stop. I told them to be quiet and started thinking fast. We needed a cart, but I had zero money. I couldn't sell the rice the system gave me. That was our food, and fine rice would look suspicious coming from a beggar like me. Then I heard drums and shouting. A fancy restaurant called Tianran Residence was reopening, and they had a challenge. Match their couplet, and you win a free meal plus 5 taels of silver. 5 taels. That was a fortune for me. Enough for a carriage, medicine, and food. I looked at the couplet on the red paper. A man passes the great Buddha temple. The temple's Buddha is greater than the man. A palindrome. Tricky stuff. The crowd of scholars and locals couldn't crack it. But I knew this one. Thank you. 9 years of school in my past life. Of course, my favorite people showed up. Li the blacksmith, Scholar Wang, and 3 village bullies, Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Ermatzi. They started mocking me immediately, calling my wives ugly, saying I couldn't afford floor-washing water. So I raised the stakes. I bet all 5 of them. If I couldn't match the couplet, they'd split my 5 acres of land. If I could, they each owed me 1 tael of silver. They jumped at it. To them, it was free land. No way a starving nobody like me could solve what even scholars couldn't. Behind me, my wives went white. They thought I'd lost my mind, gambling away our only land, our last hope. Li Lingxue cried. Lin Zhiro bit her lip and stared at my back with trembling eyes. They thought they'd married a crazy gambler. I pressed my handprint on the bet, tucked the paper away, and walked up to the restaurant entrance. The shopkeeper looked at my patched clothes doubtfully. Scholars in silk mocked me from the crowd. Upstairs, some rich young lady watched from a window, expecting nothing. I looked up at the couplet one more time and smiled. I had the answer ready. Everyone was laughing at me. Li the blacksmith yelled at me to quit bragging. Scholar Wang shook his head. Even the maid upstairs was angry I'd used the tavern's name. I waited for the laughter to peak. Then I spoke. A guest visits natural residence. Naturally a guest from heaven. Dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was replaying it in their heads. It was a palindrome, just like the first line, and it wove the tavern's name right into it. Read it forward, read it backward, it worked both ways. The shopkeeper nearly lost his mind with excitement. He jumped up, called me, young master, and ordered his people to bring out the 5 taels of silver and prepare a banquet in my honor. He said he'd frame my couplet and hang it in the main hall. The scholars who'd mocked me went red and quiet. Li the blacksmith's pipe fell out of his mouth. Scholar Wang forgot how to use his fan. The 3 village bullies just stood there with their jaws hanging open. By the wall, my wives were staring at me like they'd seen a ghost. Lin Jiro's dead eyes started coming back to life. Li Lingxue forgot to cough, and color rushed to her pale face. Even Guo Xiaolan's fingers twitched. The system went crazy. Affection points from all 3 wives, plus bonus points for earning money to support them. My total hit 60 points. That meant I could finally buy that 50-point anti-allergy medicine for Guo Xiaolan. But first, I had debts to collect. I walked over to my 5 friends with the contract. A bet's a bet. Li and Wang paid up with silver, faces dark as storm clouds. The other 3 had no money on them, so they wrote IOUs. 5 taels total. The manager led us to a private room upstairs. I called my wives to follow, but they froze at the entrance. Their ragged clothes against that fancy restaurant. They felt like they didn't belong. Lin Jiro tried to hide her bad leg. Li Lingxue covered the patches on her sleeves. Don't be afraid, I said softly. Stay close to me. They followed, heads down, practically stepping on my shadow. But I caught them glancing at my back with something new in their eyes. Surprise, admiration, maybe even a tiny bit of hope. Inside the private room, a table full of fine food was already set. And sitting there was the young lady in the green dress who'd been watching from the window, along with her maid. She stood up with a graceful smile. My wives froze at the door again, feeling completely outclassed. Compared to this elegant woman, they wanted to disappear. The lady looked at me, then at my 3 ragged wives. Something flickered in her eyes, surprise and curiosity. I set Guo Xiaolan down on a chair and waved my wives inside. They shuffled in like scared mice, barely breathing, sitting on the stools closest to the door. Then I turned to the 2 ladies. I could tell right away the girl in the green dress was the real host here, so I said it directly. That surprised her. Most people would be too nervous around someone so obviously noble to think clearly. She introduced herself as Wang Qingyao of the Wang family. My heart skipped. That was one of the most powerful families in the entire dynasty. All I wanted was some quick money, and now I'd stumbled into something way above my level. I kept my cool, though. Didn't bow or grovel like she probably expected. I just said nice to meet you and changed the subject to food. My wives needed to eat. That mattered more than impressing some noble girl. I handed Li Lingxue warm water for her cough and started eating. Wang Qingyao looked a little annoyed that I wasn't falling over myself to please her. She asked if I had any official title. Nope. She looked disappointed. Then she offered to recommend me to the county academy, said her family had connections, hinted at a bright future. I put down my chopsticks and looked at her. Really looked at her. Was it really just because you like my couplet? I asked. Then I said what I was actually thinking. A noble girl running a tavern and actively recruiting talented men. She clearly had her own problems. Probably didn't want to be married off as part of some family alliance. She wanted people on her side. Her face went pale. I'd hit the mark. I softened my tone, but stayed firm. I told her I didn't want to get mixed up in noble family politics. I just wanted a quiet life. She went quiet. I could see her rethinking me. Not just some clever peasant, but someone who could read people. That seemed to both impress and frustrate her. While all this was happening, the system pinged me again. Apparently, I'd earned a reward just for taking care of my wives during the meal, serving them food and water. It gave me a basic brewing skill with 3 special recipes. That got me excited. Brewing could become real income. But then reality hit me. In a world like this, having skills without power was dangerous. Someone stronger could just take everything from you. I glanced at Wang Qingyao without meaning to. Wang Qingyao had money, connections, power, everything I didn't have. For a second I thought she could be useful. But no, not yet. I had nothing to bargain with, and showing too much too soon would make me a target. So I kept feeding my wives and acted casual. But Wang Qingyao wasn't done. She pretended to sigh and asked me for advice about her situation, testing whether I really understood her problems or was just bluffing. I decided to show just enough to impress her. I read her like a book. I told her she was over 16 and still unmarried, which was unusual. She ran this tavern because she was capable and had protection from some elder in her family. But that protection had a time limit, probably until she turned 20. After that, if she couldn't prove her worth, her family would marry her off to whoever they'd already picked. And she wasn't happy about that choice. The room went dead quiet. Wang Qingyao stared at me like I'd read her diary. Her maid almost gasped out loud. Even my wives looked at me with wide eyes, amazed. She asked me if I had a solution. I gave her the general idea. Make yourself so valuable your family can't ignore your wishes. She looked disappointed, said that was easier said than done. I had more specific ideas, like starting a business together, but I wasn't about to share them yet. I didn't trust her enough, and she was backed by the Wang family. If things went wrong, I'd be crushed. She picked up on that. She offered to reward me if I helped her. I played humble, said I was just a country boy, hinting that I was worried her power might swallow me up. She was smart enough not to push. She said goodbye and left with her maid. But her goodwill showed up fast. A comfortable carriage appeared outside the restaurant, arranged just for us. Plus neatly packed food boxes for the road. Her way of building trust without words. I accepted it calmly. She was making the right moves. I'd watch and see what kind of person she really was before deciding anything. I got everyone settled in the carriage and asked the driver to stop at a pharmacy first. I bought medicine, thick quilts. Winter was coming, and I only had one thin blanket at home, plus pots, bowls, and seasonings. My house had nothing. 7 taels of silver gone, just like that. I wanted to buy my wives winter clothes too, but there was no money left. On the ride, I kept busy, tending to Guizhaolan, covering Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue with cloaks. The system kept chiming with affection boosts. Guizhaolan's was climbing fastest, already near 80, even though she was unconscious. She could somehow sense everything I was doing. I had enough points now, so I pulled the anti-allergy potion from my system space and fed it to Guizhaolan. My other 2 wives watched with wide eyes, probably wondering where that little bottle came from. But they didn't ask, they just looked grateful. Then the system gave me something big, recipes for perfume, soap, and refined salt, plus supplies of salt and sugar stored in my system space. In this era, those were practically gold. I started thinking about Wang Qingyao again. Maybe those recipes could become a real business someday. When the carriage rolled into Shaha village at sunset, the whole place went crazy. Nobody in this poor village had ever seen such a fancy carriage. Then it stopped at my broken-down hut, and I stepped out. The excitement turned ugly fast. Zhang San had already spread the word. The villagers crowded around, stared at my 3 wives, and started shouting. One's sickly, one's ugly, one's got demon eyes. Get them out of the village. He'll bring bad luck on all of us. Behind me, my wives fell apart. Lin Jiro's eyes went dead again. Li Lingxue grabbed my arm, crying silently. Even Guo Xiaolan trembled on my back. All that warmth and hope from the carriage ride, gone in seconds. Something snapped inside me. These women just wanted to live. That's all. And these people wanted to take even that away from them. I stepped forward, put myself between my wives and the crowd, and looked at every single face staring back at me. Are you done talking? My voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the noise. The crowd went quiet. Something in my eyes had changed, and they could feel it. Zhang San and his crew kept stirring up the crowd, yelling about bad luck and demanding we leave. They had their own reasons. They owed me money from the bet and didn't want to pay. Plus, they were jealous I had 3 wives when they each only had 1. My wives grabbed at me, begging me not to fight. Let's just go, Lin Jiro whispered, trembling. They didn't want me to get hurt over them. They'd already accepted being thrown away. I patted their hands, set Guo Xiaolan down, and walked straight toward the 3 bullies. Everyone thought I was crazy. The old Chu Jing was a stick figure. How could he fight 3 grown men? I slapped Zhang San so hard he spun and hit the ground. Then I kicked Li Si and Wang Ermatzi. They flew backward like sacks of grain. The whole thing took about 2 seconds. Dead silence. The system rewarded me with a basic martial art called Tiger Subduing Fist. When the 3 idiots got back up for round 2, I used it on them. Clean, fast, efficient. They went down again and stayed down. Insult my wives again, I said, and you'll regret it. The crowd scattered. Nobody wanted trouble with me anymore. Scholar Wang warned me quietly that Zhang San's brother-in-law was a county constable. I told him I'd handle it. I had Wang Qingyao as a potential connection. I wasn't completely alone. When I turned back to my wives, they were standing there crying, staring at me like they couldn't believe what they'd just seen. I smiled. It's all right. Let's go home. I carried Guo Xiaolan inside and pushed open the door to my house. What a joke. Wind coming through every wall. A hole in the roof big enough to see the moon. No furniture, just straw and one thin, torn quilt. That was it. Outside, the villagers were still whispering. They pitied me, said my wives would die soon, said I'd never have children, said trouble with the constable was coming. I shut the door on all of it. The sunset came through the broken window, lighting up 3 pale, tired faces that somehow still held a tiny bit of hope. This dump was our home now, and somehow, I'd have to make it work. I set Guo Xiaolan down on the driest straw, and before I could even say anything, my other 2 wives started working. Lin Jiro dragged her bad leg around gathering straw. Li Lingxue, pale as paper, tried to move a heavy clay pot. They were shaking, not from the cold, but from fear. Fear that if they didn't look useful, I'd throw them away. I stopped them. Rest. I'll handle it. They stared at me like nobody had ever told them to rest before. The system rewarded me again. Flour, sweet potatoes, potatoes. Small kindnesses kept adding up. While I worked, I checked on everyone. Guo Xiaolan's rashes were fading. The system medicine was working. Lin Jiro's limp came from a badly healed dislocation. Fixable with proper surgery someday, but not now. Li Lingxue's burn scars weren't as bad as they looked. With good ointment and time, she could recover. Her cough was probably just a cold. I couldn't fix everything today, but at least I had a plan. I patched up the hut as best I could, wrapped everyone in the thick quilts I'd bought, and we huddled together on the hay. I made a mental list for tomorrow. Gather medicinal herbs on the mountain, collect the silver those 3 idiots owed me, start rebuilding this wreck of a house. I built a little stove outside and reheated the restaurant food. Made porridge for Guo Xiaolan. My wives rushed over to help. I wanted to say no, but their eyes begged me not to call them useless. So I let them. The village chief, Uncle Chu Fu, stopped by with a small bag of rice. He took one look at my 3 wives and sighed like the world was ending. He told me to hang in there. He was a good man. The only reason the original Chu Jing hadn't died years ago. After he left, Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue got even more nervous. They barely touched their food. When I served them more, Lin Jiro whispered, "I eat little to stay healthy." Li Lingxue nodded along, eyes turning red. They weren't trying to diet. They were afraid that eating too much would make me think they were a burden. Something twisted painfully in my chest. What had the world done to these girls to make them afraid of eating? "Don't worry, eat. I won't abandon you," I said, putting meat in their bowls. They finally started eating, still nervous but a little less scared. The system kept rewarding me. My affection points hit 210, and I got 2 new skills. God's View, which let me sense everything within 10 meters, and basic archery. Perfect for tomorrow's herb gathering and hunting. Then Guizhaolan woke up. The rashes on her face had mostly faded, and I was stunned. She was beautiful. Actually beautiful. I looked at all 3 of them and realized. Lin Jiro's face had just been dirty, Li Lingxue's scar was small and treatable, and Guizhaolan's rashes were already healing. These weren't ugly women. They were hidden gems. Guizhaolan looked up at me with soft, clear eyes. "Thank you, husband. I know you never abandoned me." She'd felt everything while unconscious. The bumpy road, the medicine, the warm blankets. The 3 of them started talking, and I realized they'd met each other before arriving at the county office. They'd supported each other through the journey, bonded by shared suffering. That was lucky. No jealousy or fighting to deal with. After they washed up, I was struck again. Lin Jiro was genuinely stunning once the dirt was gone. But she looked at her bad leg, and her whole face fell. Li Lingxue kept her burn covered, eyes full of shame. Guizhaolan touched her fading rash marks with guilt. I told them I'd find ways to help them heal. They looked grateful but didn't really believe me. Too much pain to trust promises. That night, I spread the thick quilts over the hay. The girls huddled together, and I wrapped myself in a blanket nearby. Our wedding night. 4 exhausted, broken people in a shack with holes in the roof. I was almost asleep when I felt the blanket lift. A cold, trembling body pressed against my back. Lin Jiro. "Husband." Her voice was barely a whisper, choked with tears. "Take me. I know my legs are bad and my eyes are strange. But I'll listen, I'll work hard. Please don't abandon me." She wasn't trying to be romantic. She was terrified. She was offering herself, the only thing she had, hoping it would keep me from throwing her away. My heart ached so badly I could barely breathe. I didn't turn around. I just found her cold, clenched hand in the dark and held it. "Sleep, Jiro. I won't abandon any of you." She stopped shaking. She pressed against my back quietly, like someone drowning who'd finally found something to hold on to. The wind howled outside our broken walls, but inside, there was a tiny bit of warmth. I woke up the next morning to a surprised cry. My wives were already up. Li Lingxue was cooking porridge over the little stove, muffling her coughs so she wouldn't wake me. The cry came from Guizhaolan. She was staring at her reflection in the water basin. Her rashes were almost completely gone. She looked like a different person, pale but genuinely pretty. She turned to me with tears streaming down her face. "Husband, you saved me." The system exploded with notifications. Guizhaolan's affection hit 100, maximum score. That unlocked the system shop. Plus my sensing range expanded to 50 meters, and my archery upgraded to advanced. I opened the shop immediately. Tons of items, all priced in points. I bought cold medicine for Li Lingxue's cough, burn ointment, and scar-reducing cream. Cost me 125 points out of my 320. The bottles just appeared among my stuff. My wives stared at the pretty porcelain bottles. They knew I hadn't bought those yesterday. But nobody asked. At breakfast, I found they'd made my porridge thick and there's watery, barely any rice. Saving food for me, afraid I'd think they ate too much. I split my bowl among the 3 of them and made them eat properly. They cried while eating. After the meal, I had things to do. First, I went to collect the debt from Zhang San and his crew. They tried to weasel out, but when they saw the IOUs and remembered yesterday's beating, they cursed and paid up. Then I borrowed an old hunting bow from the village chief. He looked worried, told me there were wild boars in the mountains. But he saw something different in my eyes and handed it over. I headed out of the village with the bow on my back. Some women under the big tree saw me and started laughing. I headed into the mountains with the borrowed bow, ignoring the women teasing me at the village entrance and the men betting I'd trip over a rabbit. What I didn't know was that Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Ermatzi were watching me leave, and they had plans. I found out later what happened. Those three saw my wives come out of the house and noticed what I'd already figured out. Cleaned up, my wives were actually beautiful. That made the three idiots burn with jealousy and something much worse. When my wives headed toward the back mountain to gather firewood, the three followed them, thinking they'd found the perfect chance. They cornered my wives in the forest, made threats, told them to cooperate or die. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue immediately tried to sacrifice themselves so Gua Xiaolan could run for help. But Xiaolan didn't run. She'd been watching the three follow them the whole time. She'd picked up a stick and held it like someone who knew exactly how to use it. When Li Si reached for her, she struck him across the face like a snake. Then she kicked all three of them between the legs so hard they dropped screaming. My gentle, soft-spoken Gua Xiaolan was not what she appeared to be. She picked up a stone and walked toward them. Zhang San begged for his life. Lin Jiro stopped her from killing them, said it would bring trouble to me. So Xiaolan didn't kill them. Instead, she smashed the stone into their groins. They screamed and passed out. Then she turned to Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue. You need to fight back too. You can't be a burden forever. The two were terrified, but something inside them snapped. They picked up stones, hands shaking at first, then not shaking at all. They broke the three men's legs, kept hitting until the bones were shattered. Xiaolan had to pull them away. Afterward, they collapsed crying in Xiaolan's arms, terrified I'd be angry. He won't abandon us, Xiaolan told them. And who would believe three sick women did this? She was right. 3 half-dead women beating 3 grown men senseless? Nobody would buy that story. And those 3 cowards would never admit what they'd been trying to do. My wives gathered their firewood, stepped over the unconscious bodies, and walked home together. Something had changed in them. They were still crying, still scared. But they were standing tall. I came down the mountain loaded, 2 fat rabbits, 3 wild chickens, a basket full of herbs. The villagers couldn't believe it. Nobody dared mock me to my face anymore. When I got home, smoke was rising from the chimney. My 3 wives were busy around the stove. Lin Jiro adding firewood, Li Lingxue stirring wild vegetables, Gua Xiaolan making porridge. They'd gathered firewood and vegetables all morning. It was clumsy and messy, but it was a home. For the first time in 2 lives, I felt what that actually meant. But something was off. Lin Jiro's eyes kept flickering. Li Lingxue was paler than this morning, twisting her clothes nervously. Even Xiaolan looked serious under her smile. What happened? I asked. Before anyone could answer, screaming erupted from down the road. Chu Jing, come out. Return my son. A mob was charging toward our house. 3 crying mothers, 7 or 8 furious men, and 3 stretchers carrying Zhang San, Li Si, and Wang Ermatzi. Their legs were wrapped in bloody rags, faces white with agony. My heart dropped. I turned to my wives. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue were shaking like leaves, clinging to each other, eyes begging me not to hate them. Gua Xiaolan stood in front of them, fists clenched, pale but steady. She looked me in the eye. Husband, I did it. They came after us this morning. I fought back. I disabled them. I made Jiro and Lingxue break their legs. It's my fault. If handing me over settles this, do it. Just take care of them. I stared at her. This was the woman who'd been half dead on a stretcher yesterday? Then Lin Jiro broke free, crying. No, it was me. I broke their legs. Hand me over instead. Li Lingxue sobbed too. Divorce me. I'll take the blame. Don't punish my sisters. All 3 of them were fighting to sacrifice themselves for each other. Something inside me cracked, then turned to fire. I wasn't angry at them. I was furious at those 3 animals who'd gone after my wives while I was gone. If Gua Xiaolan hadn't known how to fight, I couldn't even think about what would have happened. These 3 women got attacked, defended themselves, and their first thought was still that I'd abandoned them for causing trouble. Rage filled me like nothing I'd ever felt. These animals went after my wives, and now their families had the nerve to show up at my door demanding justice? I stepped outside. A mob, 3 crying mothers, angry fathers, stretchers carrying the groaning idiots, and dozens of nosy villagers. They were screaming about wicked women, threatening to drag my wives to the authorities. When a few men rushed at me, I moved fast. A few hits, and they were on the ground. The crowd went silent. Then I used my brain. Where did this happen? I asked calmly. Zhang San said the back mountain. I nodded slowly. And what were 3 grown men doing following my wives into the mountains while they gathered firewood? Their faces went white. They couldn't answer. The crowd started turning. Lee the blacksmith pointed out how suspicious it looked. Scholar Wang quoted proper behavior. Villagers started saying what everyone was thinking. 3 men following a married woman into the woods meant only one thing. I pressed harder. According to the law, attempting to assault a woman means 100 lashes and exile. My wife defended herself. She's not guilty. I was making up half the legal details, but nobody here knew the actual law either. It worked. The families went from aggressive to terrified. They tried to retreat, calling it a misunderstanding. I stopped them. You stormed my house, called my wives wicked women, scared them half to death. You don't get to just walk away. They pushed back, said nobody would believe 3 weak women could beat 3 grown men. I smiled at that. Exactly my point. You think a county judge will believe your story? 3 strong men beaten by 3 sick, frail women? He'll laugh you out of court. But he'll take the assault charges very seriously. The 3 idiots on their stretchers almost choked with frustration. They knew the truth, but the truth sounded insane. Nobody would ever believe it. Then Uncle Chu Fu, the village chief, stepped forward. I dare to testify. Zhang San and his group followed Chu Jing's wife with bad intentions. If you want to see the officials, I'll go to court myself. That broke them completely. I held up 5 fingers. 5 taels of silver from each family. Compensation for scaring my wives and damaging their reputation. Pay up and this is over. Don't pay. We go to the county office. 5 taels? That's robbery, they screamed. Behind me, my wives watched everything. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue were crying again, but not from fear. From relief. From realizing I wasn't going to abandon them for what they'd done. Guo Xiaolan stood quietly, watching my profile with eyes full of something I couldn't quite read. Confusion, relief, and something deeper. Too much? Then let's go see the officials, I said. That did it. The 3 families scraped together 15 taels of silver and handed it over, shaking with anger. I took the money calmly and told them to keep their sons in line. They grabbed their stretchers and fled. The village chief patted my shoulder with real respect this time. Live well, Jing. Come to me if you need anything. I returned his bow and arrows and thanked him. Then something funny happened. The villagers crowded closer and finally got a good look at my wives. Silence. Complete, stunned silence. Guo Xiaolan's rashes were nearly invisible now. Her face was smooth and beautiful, like a painting. Lin Jiro had washed away the dirt, and her skin was snow white, her features delicate. Even those mismatched eyes looked enchanting in the sunlight. Li Lingxue still covered part of her face, but what showed? Her figure, her forehead, her eyes, left plenty to the imagination. Every single person had the same thought. Chu Jing didn't marry 3 ugly burdens. He married hidden treasures. Li the blacksmith stared at Guo Xiaolan, then looked at his own wife, and his face went red. Scholar Wang, who'd been so proud of his gentle wives yesterday, looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole. The village chief grinned and slapped my shoulder. Good boy. You're lucky. Treat them well. Everyone left with envy burning in their eyes. The yard went quiet. Ignore them, I told my wives. Let's eat. Then I'll sell the game and herbs in town and buy you all new clothes for winter. They nodded shyly. For the first time, after being stared at by the whole village, they didn't just feel shame. They felt something rare. Being admired. But I knew this wasn't over. Back at their homes, the 3 families were already plotting. Zhang San's father slammed his fist on a fence and swore Chu Jing would pay. What I didn't know was that the 3 families were already plotting revenge. Zhang San's brother-in-law was a county constable, and they planned to use him. Their scheme was ugly. They wanted to report that my wives were too good for someone like me and have the officials take them back and reassign them. Especially Guo Xiaolan and Lin Jiro, now that everyone knew how beautiful they really were. Meanwhile, I rented a cow cart and took my wives into Heian County. I sold the rabbits and chickens at the market for some silver, then headed to a pharmacy called Jishirtang, supposedly owned by the Wang family. I brought out my best find, 3 wild ginseng roots, each over 50 years old, plus other quality herbs. The shopkeeper, a goat-bearded man, looked at my rough clothes and my wife's plain dresses with obvious disdain. SOSO quality, he said casually. 1 or 2 silver per root. For silver total, I knew he was cheating me. The system had already told me each ginseng was worth at least 5 or 6 silver. Before I could argue, Guo stepped forward. She described the ginseng like a professional: root density, skin color, stem flexibility, pearl spots, and told the shopkeeper 5 silver per root was the fair price. His jaw dropped. Then Li Lingxue spoke up, still hiding behind her cloth, voice small but razor sharp. She named every herb I'd brought, described their quality, and listed their real market prices without missing one. Even Lin Zhiro chimed in about the sanchi, pointing out details only an expert would know. The shopkeeper's face turned red. He'd tried to cheat some ignorant villagers and ran straight into 3 women who knew more about medicine than he did. I stood there smiling, proud of them. They were finally speaking up, standing their ground for our family. But underneath the pride, my mind was racing. How did they know all this? Guo Xiaolan's knowledge could be explained by good education. But Li Lingxue identifying herbs and market prices with that kind of precision? Lin Zhiro knowing exactly how to evaluate sanchi? These weren't ordinary village girls. Not even close. I pushed the shopkeeper until he gave us the fair price. 18 taels and 5 qian for everything. My wives had done the hard work of calling out his cheating, and he had no choice but to agree. I looked at my 3 wives as we left the counter. They were blushing a little from speaking up, but I could see pride in their eyes. I wanted to ask about their pasts. How did they know so much about herbs? But now wasn't the time. I'd find out eventually. Let's go buy you some clothes, I said. We never made it to the fabric shop. Qingyao burst through the pharmacy doors, crying hysterically. Behind her, 6 people carried a stretcher with Wang Qingyao on it. Soaked, pale as death, eyes closed, not breathing. She'd fallen into the water. The old house doctor checked her pulse, shook his head, and told Qingyao to accept the loss. Said she was already gone. My heart dropped. Not just because Wang Qingyao was my potential business partner, but because my medical knowledge was screaming at me. This looked like drowning suffocation, not true death. There could still be a heartbeat. I walked to the stretcher and felt her neck. There it was, the faintest pulse, barely there, but real. The old doctor went furious. Called me an ignorant boy disrespecting a dead woman's body. People stared with suspicion, especially since my hand was near her chest. Qingyao looked at me desperately. How confident are you? 100%, I said. She's not dead. She's suffocating. If we act now, I can save her. Qingyao believed me. The old doctor didn't. He tried to pull me away. Then Guo Xiaolan stepped between us. She didn't touch him. She just looked at him, and that cold gaze stopped him and every servant in their tracks. Husband is saving her. Step back. Lin Zhiro and Li Lingxue moved without hesitation, forming a shield around me, and Wang Qingyao, blocking everyone out. My 3 wives, the ones everyone called burdens, standing guard so I could work. Something warm flooded my chest. I cleared her mouth, laid her flat, and started chest compressions. The crowd went insane. He's touching her chest. In broad daylight. Stop that beast. Old Dr. Chen screamed for people to grab me. Even Qingyao's trust cracked. She looked horrified. If you want her to live, trust me completely, I said without stopping. Then I leaned down and gave Wang Qingyao mouth to mouth. The crowd exploded. People charged at us. Guo Xiaolan stepped forward and swept 2 men back with one palm, barely even trying. My husband is saving someone. No one touches him. Lin Zhiro and Li Lingxue stood guard too, blushing, turning their heads away, but refusing to move. 3 terrified women choosing to trust me over an angry mob. Seconds felt like hours. Compressions, breaths, compressions, breaths. Curses flying from every direction. Then a cough. Wang Qingyao's body shook. She turned her head and vomited river water. Color crept back into her face. She was breathing. The pharmacy went dead silent. Every mouth hung open. The old doctor who'd declared her dead went white as chalk. The moment I knew she was stable, I grabbed my wives and left. Fast. Why? Because in this world, what I just did, pressing a woman's chest, putting my mouth on hers, looked like assault, not medicine. If Wang Qingyao woke up and learned the details, she might feel grateful or she might feel humiliated. I needed to give her space to process it. Also, something about this whole situation smelled wrong. An experienced doctor who couldn't recognize a drowning victim still had a heartbeat, who was so eager to declare her dead and stop the rescue. This wasn't just an accident. The Wang family's internal politics were dangerous, and I wanted no part of it right now. We disappeared around a corner before anyone could stop us. What I didn't see was a young man in expensive robes staring after me with cold fury. "Ruined my plans," he muttered. "Chu Jing, I remember you." Back in the pharmacy, Wang Qingyao woke up confused. Qing'er told her everything, that I'd brought her back from the dead. Wang Qingyao's eyes went wide with wonder. First the couplet, now this. She was probably wondering just how many secrets I was hiding. Back at Tang, Wang Qingyao dealt with Dr. Chen quickly, had him locked in the back room. She'd noticed his behavior was suspicious too. Then she asked where I'd gone. When Qing'er finally told her how I'd saved her, the chest compressions, the mouth-to-mouth, Wang Qingyao froze like she'd been struck by lightning. She touched her lips, then her chest, face burning red. In this world, what I did was basically the most intimate thing a man could do to a woman. But she was smart. After standing frozen on the street for a long time, she calmed down. I'd saved her life. Without those methods, she'd be dead. A life-saving grace was bigger than embarrassment. And since she'd always wanted to avoid an arranged marriage anyway, her reputation wasn't the thing she valued most. She decided she needed to see me. Right now? She grabbed Qing'er and headed toward the East Market. Meanwhile, I ducked into a quiet street with my wives, trying to catch my breath. That's when I noticed 3 pairs of eyes burning holes in me. Lin Jiro grabbed my sleeve, eyes sparkling. "Husband, you saved her. How do you know medicine like that?" "You're amazing," Li Lingxuan nodded eagerly. "The old doctor gave up, but you brought her back. It's like magic." Even Gua Zhaolan, always the calm one, couldn't hide her smile. She looked at me with pride and something deeper, real affection. These 2 girls had changed. The timid, head down, afraid to breathe women from yesterday were gone. They'd stood in front of an angry mob for me. They'd faced down people twice their size. And now they were looking at me with genuine admiration, not just desperate dependence. I patted Lin Jiro's head. Her ears went red, but she grinned. "I told Li Lingxue it was just basic rescue technique, nothing special." "But you 3, I said, looking at all of them, standing in front of me like that. "You were the brave ones." Gua Zhaolan called my medical skills divine. The system chimed in with a pile of rewards. Storage space expanded to 10 cubic meters. Advanced literary mastery covering 5,000 years of poetry and classics, and a complete guide to the imperial examinations. The system was basically telling me to become a scholar. In this world, that was the only real path to power and protection. But first things first, we needed clothes. We hit the fabric shops and bought warm winter outfits for everyone. Simple colors, nothing fancy, but thick and clean. My wives looked genuinely happy for the first time. Then trouble found us. A servant deliberately crashed into Lin Jiro on the street. I pulled her aside just in time, but before I could react, Gua Zhaolan was already moving. She kicked the man into a wall so hard, he couldn't even scream. Behind the servant stood a young nobleman in silk, about 20, handsome, arrogant, holding a folding fan like he owned the world. Wang San, from the Wang family. I was almost certain he was behind Wang Qingyao's, drowning. His eyes slid over my wives. When they landed on Lin Jiro, her delicate face, those unusual eyes, I saw greed light up in his expression. Something ugly and hungry. 2 more servants charged at Gua Zhaolan. She broke one's arm and shattered the other's knee in about 2 seconds. Clean, brutal, professional. I stared at her. My wife was terrifying. She caught me looking and instantly switched to a sweet, innocent smile. "Did I scare you, husband?" As if she hadn't just crippled 2 grown men. Wang San demanded I hand over Gua Zhaolan and Lin Jiro as servants for a month to settle the matter. Everyone on the street knew what that really meant. He wanted to take my wives. Something cold and dark coiled inside me. Real killing intent. For the first time in either of my lives. "What if I refuse?" I said. Right on cue, 5 constables appeared, led by a Captain Zhao who immediately took Wang San's side. He ordered my whole family arrested, eyes lingering on Gua Zhaolan and Lin Jiro with that same greedy look. My fists tightened. 5 armed men against me. The odds were bad, but surrendering meant my wives would be taken, and I knew exactly what would happen to them. I circulated the tiger's subduing fist through my body and prepared to fight my way out. Gua Zhaolan shifted in front of me, ready to fight constables if it came to that. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue grabbed my clothes, shaking but refusing to move. Even Li Lingxue puffed out her tiny chest trying to shield me. The crowd watched with pity. Nobody dared challenge the Wang family. The chains were about to land on me when a voice cut through everything. "Stop!" Wang Qingyao pushed through the crowd, pale and still weak, supported by Qing'er. But her presence hit like a cold wind. Even Captain Zhao flinched. Wang San, his real name was Wang Xinzhong, tried to play nice. Qingyao's sister, feeling better? She didn't even look at him. She called him by his full name, no politeness, and tore into him. "You beat your servant in the street, twist the truth, and try to arrest my savior? Who gave you the courage?" Then she turned on Captain Zhao. "You ignore the facts and arrest people based on one side story? Can a minor branch's word outweigh mine?" Captain Zhao nearly melted into a puddle of sweat. He'd had no idea I was connected to the main Wang family's daughter. Wang Xinzhong was just a side branch nobody compared to her. Wang Qingyao turned to me and bowed, actually bowed, and called my wives respected. The whole street went silent with shock. The eldest daughter of the Wang family, apologizing to a commoner? I kept it calm. Seeing injustice and helping is just a small thing. She looked at me, and I caught her ears turning pink. She was thinking about the mouth-to-mouth. She quickly looked away. Then she finished the job. She told Wang Xinzhong to get out and warned Captain Zhao that if he ever colluded with anyone to bully innocents again, he'd lose his position. They all scattered like rats. After things calmed down, she turned to me with a smile that was trying very hard to be composed. "Young Master Chu, may I speak with you privately?" Her eyes flicked to my lips for half a second. Then she looked away fast, ears bright red. I nodded, feeling awkward myself. But I figured this wasn't about the rescue. It was about whoever tried to kill her. She needed to deal with that problem, and she probably wanted my help. Wang Qingyao took us to a private room at the natural residence. When she looked at my wives, her shock was obvious. Guo Xiaolan's rashes were nearly gone. She was stunning now. Lin Jiro looked calmer, more alive. Even Li Lingxue stood straighter. A complete transformation in just over a day. When she seemed uncomfortable talking about private matters in front of my wives, Guo Xiaolan started to leave. I stopped her. "Stay? You're my wives, part of me. There's nothing to hide." The room went quiet. Wang Qingyao and Qing'er stared at me like I'd said something impossible. In this world, wives were property, not partners. But I meant it. My wives' eyes filled with tears, the good kind. The system went wild with affection boosts and gave me mastery of calligraphy, music, and chess. Apparently, treating women like equals was revolutionary enough to earn major rewards. Wang Qingyao's trust in me deepened. She opened up completely. She managed all the Wang family businesses in Heian County: taverns, cloth shops, grain stores, the pharmacy, pawn shops, a porcelain kiln. Her profits were the best of any county manager. She was about to be promoted to oversee 7 counties in Qingyuan Prefecture. That's why the third branch of the family wanted her dead. Wang Xinzhong was their man, sent to assist her, but really to sabotage and eliminate her. Dr. Chen's eagerness to declare her dead wasn't incompetence, it was planned. She couldn't report it to the family elders. Big family rules. Competition was expected. Without hard evidence, she'd look like she was framing a rival. As a woman, she was already at a disadvantage. She asked me directly, "How do I break this deadlock?" I thought about it, tapping the table. "The third branch dares to move against you because they think replacing you won't hurt the family," I said. "So make yourself irreplaceable. Don't just be a good manager. Become the person who brings entirely new income streams the family has never seen. Make it so that losing you means losing the future." Her eyes lit up. She leaned forward. "Tell me how." I had perfume recipes, soap recipes, refined salt methods sitting in my system space. I had brewing skills. I had ideas from a world 2,000 years ahead. The pieces were all there. But I glanced at my wives sitting close beside me. Guo Xiaolan watching Wang Qingyao with calm, measuring eyes. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue pressed against my arms with quiet possessiveness. This partnership could change everything. But it had to be on my terms. I laid out 4 strategies for her. First, strengthen what she already had. Keep the businesses profitable, records clean, reputation solid. Second, create something new that only she could offer. I hinted at things like improved brewing, unique incense, or skincare products. high-profit trade that nobody else had thought of, things that would make her irreplaceable to the family. Third, go on offense against Wang Qingyao. His bullying in Heian County had surely made enemies. Quietly let those victims' voices reach the right elders, ones who cared about reputation or had grudges against the third branch. Let him drown in his own mess instead of constantly watching my back. Fourth, build alliances. Find people inside the family who were also oppressed by the third branch or who admired her abilities. Bind them with shared interests. Wang Qingyao stared at me like I'd handed her a map out of a maze. She stood up and bowed deeply. Your words are worth more than 10 years of study. She didn't know I'd binge-watched every palace drama and corporate thriller in my previous life. All that couch time finally paid off. Then came the moment I'd been waiting for. She asked me to help her, formally. Swore she'd repay me and never betray me. I kept my face calm, but inside I was ready. This was the whole point. I have things that can help you immediately, I said. Technology, formulas, core ideas. You provide the money, channels, and people. Profits split 50-50. Qing'er nearly choked. 50-50? Even Wang Qingyao hesitated. I could see her thinking. He's brilliant, yes, but he has no team, no money, no infrastructure. All he's offering are ideas. Half the profits for ideas alone. My wives exchanged quiet glances behind me. I wasn't backing down. I knew what I had. Recipes from a world 2,000 years ahead. Perfume, soap, refined salt, brewing techniques. Things that didn't exist here. Things that would make fortunes. The question was whether Wang Qingyao could see that before I showed my cards. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxua think their husband's asking price is too high and feel a bit nervous. Guo Xiaolan's eyes flicker as she looks at Chu Jing, seeming to understand where his confidence comes from. Seeing Wang Qingyao look troubled, Chu Jing remains calm and even smiles. Miss Wang, do you think Chu is greedy? He leans forward slightly, lowers his voice, but with firm certainty. I can guarantee that what I offer is worth much more than you imagine. Even if I only take 50% profit, just managing Heian County, the final net profit could match or even surpass your Wang family's total profits from Qingyuan Prefecture or some traditional businesses in Hedong. This statement shocks Wang Qingyao and Qing'er, making their hearts race. Profit from one county, comparable to a whole prefecture or even a larger region. Is that possible? Chu Jing looks at their surprised and doubtful expressions with a calm face. Of course, if Miss Wang doesn't believe me and thinks I'm just boasting, then this matter can be considered as if I never mentioned it. I will take my wives and find another way to live peacefully. He is not bluffing. The skills rewarded by the system, such as salt refining, high-quality brewing, or perfume soap, are all secret techniques that could cause a storm in this era. He chose to cooperate with Wang Qingyao because she is a good partner, ambitious, capable, and seemingly decent in character. He also hopes to use the Wang family's influence to quickly gather initial capital and avoid early risks. But if the other side doesn't have that courage, he's willing to wait, hide for now, and start slowly through other means. Wang Qingyao falls silent, unconsciously rubbing the edge of her teacup, struggling inside. Asking for half the profit is indeed a very high demand. But Chu Jing's calmness and confidence, along with his previous impressive displays, made her believe that this man might truly be capable of achieving the miracle he spoke of. Should she choose to play it safe and stick to the current situation, struggling to survive within the family conflicts? Or should she take a risk, trust this mysterious man, and fight for a possibly great future? Time seemed to freeze. After a moment, Wang Qingyao suddenly lifted her head. All her hesitation turned into firm resolve. She looked directly at Chu Jing and said decisively, "All right. As you said, we will split the profits 50-50. I trust you." Miss Qing'er couldn't help but speak out, but Wang Qingyao raised her hand to stop her. "Young Master Chu, how should I cooperate?" Wang Qingyao asked, already acting as a partner. Chu Jing was no longer polite and straightforwardly said, "First, I need some starting funds for preparation and experiments. An initial estimate is 1,000 taels of silver." 1,000 taels? Even Wang Qingyao was surprised. 1,000 taels is a huge amount for ordinary farmers, and even for her, it was not a small sum. Qing'er widened her eyes and looked at Chu Jing with suspicion. Could he be a scammer? Wang Qingyao also had doubts, but she quickly suppressed them. Thinking of how Chu Jing had saved her from death and his extraordinary insight and demeanor, she clenched her teeth and told Qing'er, get a silver note worth 1,000 taels for young Master Chu. Miss. Qing'er was anxious and stomped her foot. Hurry up, Wang Qingyao said firmly. Qing'er could only grimace and, from her purse, took out a silver note worth 1,000 taels, reluctantly handing it to Chu Jing. Her eyes seemed to say, if you dare to cheat and run away, I won't forgive you even in death. Chu Jing calmly took the silver note, feeling its weight. He knew that this 1,000 taels was not only money but also a sign of Wang Qingyao's great trust and investment in him. Thank you, Miss Wang, for your trust. Chu Jing carefully stored the silver note. As for the specific cooperation details, I will come back to Tianran residence to discuss with Miss once I am ready. For now, I need to handle some personal matters and settle my family. Wang Qingyao nodded in understanding, then took a small white token, about half her palm in size, smooth and white like jade, from her waist and handed it to Chu Jing. The front of the token is engraved with an ancient and majestic character, King, while the back features intricate cloud patterns. Young Master Chu, this is the official token of my royal family's core members. It is valid throughout Qingyuan Prefecture. Showing this token is like seeing me in person. Ordinary officials and powerful figures will usually give some respect. If Wang Xianzong causes trouble again, or if someone unwise tries to cause problems, showing this token might save you a lot of trouble. Her tone was sincere, genuinely worried that Chu Jing might be dragged into trouble because of her. Chu Jing took the token, feeling its warmth, clearly made of fine jade. A small token like this can make even a local ruler cautious. That is the power of a top noble family. He felt a deepening understanding of power. Miss Wang, thank you for your kindness. I will take my leave now, he bowed, and, with his 3 wives, turned to leave the private room. Watching Chu Jing and his group disappear at the staircase, Qing'er finally couldn't hold back. She leaned close to Wang Qingyao and whispered, Miss, you trust him too much, don't you? Giving him 1,000 taels of silver just like that. And that token, what if he runs off with the money? Or if he can't produce what he promised? Wang Qingyao looked at the empty doorway, her eyes deep and thoughtful. She softly said, Qing'er, do you think my life is worth 1,000 taels? Qing'er hesitated. Miss, your life is priceless. But, no buts, Wang Qingyao interrupted her calmly, with a wise look that saw through the world. Young Master Chu has done me a great favor, saving my life. That alone is worth more than 1,000 taels, even 10,000 gold. And besides, she turned around, her eyes shining with a strange light. Do you think someone like Chu Jing, with his status, would be a petty man who would break promises over a mere 1,000 taels? His demand for a 50% interest rate shows that what he holds is worth far more than you, and I can imagine. His ambitions are not just for this 1,000 taels or this county and prefecture. Such a person wouldn't throw away his future for a small profit. Qing'er seemed to understand but was still worried. But miss, he's so powerful and ambitious. What if, in the future, he turns the tables and becomes the master, swallowing us all? She thought of Guo, who was formidable and extraordinary, and of Chu Jing himself, whose abilities seemed unfathomable. Wang Qingyao was momentarily stunned when she heard this. Then, it seemed she thought of something, and a faint, complex, almost secretive smile appeared on her face. She softly murmured, if there really comes a day, if he truly has such incredible power, capable of taking away me, even my natural residence, and the Wang family's estate in Heian. She paused for a moment, her voice so soft that only she could hear. Perhaps. That would actually be my good fortune. Qing'er. She was completely confused, staring wide-eyed at her young lady's strange expression, unable to understand it all. How could losing her property to someone else be a good thing? What exactly was her young lady thinking? After leaving the natural residence, they walked along a busy street under the bright sun. The 3 wives carried their new clothes, following Chu Jing, each lost in their own thoughts. Guo Xiaolan lagged slightly behind Chu Jing, watching his tall figure in the sunlight. Suddenly, she spoke softly, her voice clear but gentle. Your husband just now responded to Miss Wang with such clarity and insight, pointing straight to the heart of the matter. His demeanor and understanding are truly extraordinary. She paused, a hint of curiosity and exploration flickering in her eyes, but her tone remained gentle. With your ability, why? Were you previously stuck in a small village, just an ordinary villager? Her words were clever, highlighting Chu Jing's talent without any doubt or suspicion. It was more like a compliment mixed with admiration. She had a special status and had seen real talented people. The way Chu Jing showed his broad vision and skills today was beyond what an ordinary farmer's son or a struggling scholar could have. Chu Jing kept walking, but inside, he was moved. She was subtly probing him, even, perhaps trying to win him over. He could almost imagine that if he responded with even greater ambition or dissatisfaction with his current situation, this mysterious wife might make some kind of invitation. But Chu Jing was very clear-headed. Guo Xiaolan's identity was a mystery. After seeing her methods, he had a feeling that one day, his wife might just leave. Even if she liked him a lot, it didn't mean she could be tied down by him. Perhaps one day, leaving with her might be a good backup plan. When facing Wang Xianzhong, Chu Jing had already made such a decision. However, at the moment, it wasn't yet necessary to take that step. He still hesitated, worried that behind Guo Xiaolan might be a bigger trouble. Working with Wang Qingyao, at least, he held most of the control, and it was a relatively equal, mutually beneficial partnership. If he followed Guo Xiaolan, the future could bring either good or bad surprises, and it was hard to predict. His main goal now was to stay steady and develop slowly, not to jump into unknown waters. He turned his head and smiled at Guo Xiaolan, his expression honest and peaceful. Whether I can or not, it's just because I've read a few books and had some wild thoughts. I didn't have the chance or the mind before. But now, he paused, turned around, and looked at Guo Xiaolan, Lin Zhuro, and Li Lingxue sincerely. With you all, I just want to live a good life, take care of you, and see you happy and safe. What's the use of grand ambitions or showing off talents? Isn't it better to stay with you and run our little family well? His words were simple but heartfelt, reflecting his true feelings at this moment. Stability, wealth, protecting those around him. That was his most basic wish after traveling through time. Guo Xiaolan listened quietly, watching his genuine tenderness and determination in his eyes. The curiosity in her gaze slowly softened, showing a gentle, complex wave. She softly responded with an hum, without continuing the topic, just slightly curling her lips into a nice smile. Maybe the time isn't right, or perhaps, such a simple, steady life has a special charm for her too. She didn't say more, just took a step forward and naturally walked beside Chu Jing. Lin Zhuro and Li Lingxue, however, sensed the subtle tension in their conversation. Though they had suffered and become timid and insecure, their backgrounds and basic sensitivities remained. It seemed that Guo Xiaolan wanted to take her husband somewhere more powerful, but her husband refused, saying he just wanted to stay with them. The two girls felt both touched and strangely uneasy, worried about what was happening. They faintly sensed that, whether it was Sister Xiaolan or Miss Wang today, their husbands seemed to be involved in some matters they didn't fully understand but felt were very important. They instinctively moved closer to Chu Jing, gently leaning on him, as if this could give him some support or make them feel safer. Chu Jing felt the slight leaning and warmth from both sides. Feeling warm inside, he reached out and gently stroked Lin Zhuro's hair. This seemed to become his usual habit. Then he softly said to Li Lingxue, "Don't overthink. Come on, husband will take you to see the new house." He decisively ended the previous, somewhat meaningful conversation and brought his attention back to the present. Since there was a chance to move to the city, why suffer living in the village? Thinking of that broken thatched hut, Chu Jing felt a bit of a toothache. There are some things he doesn't dare to do. For the next half day, Chu Jing acted quickly. First, he found a reputable dental shop in the city. After looking at several properties, he quickly chose a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city, a quiet area. The yard wasn't big, but very neat. It was surrounded by a blue brick wall with a black wooden door. Inside was a square courtyard paved with blue stones, with an old well in the corner. Facing him were 3 blue-tiled houses. The middle was a spacious main hall and bedroom, with a smaller bedroom on each side. On both east and west sides, there were 2 small rooms that could be used as kitchens, storage, or servant rooms. There was also a small empty space in the backyard for planting flowers, vegetables, or herbs. Most importantly, The house was well maintained, with sturdy doors and windows, a good roof, and simple but complete furniture. The total price was 100 taels of silver, which was very fair for this time and place. Chu Jing paid immediately and received the house and land deeds. With the 1,000 taels from Wang Qingyao, spending 100 taels to get his own home felt worth it. Then he went to a carpenter and a blacksmith shop. Using vague memories of modern simple experimental devices and combining the craftsmanship of this era, he ordered some strange items: a few sealed jars with tubes, copper sieves of different sizes, a set of copper pots and condensers, some specially made wooden racks, and stirring sticks. The blacksmith took a long time to understand. He spent over 10 taels of silver on all these. He described his needs in detail, paid a deposit, and set a pickup time. By the time he finished all this, the sun was already leaning west. Zhuijing bought some hot steamed buns and cooked meat at the street stall. He also rented the same ox cart he came with, carrying his 3 wives and a bunch of new belongings, as they slowly headed towards Xia village. The ox cart creaked as it moved along the dirt road back to the village. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and the air inside the cart was filled with the smell of food and fresh cloth. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue leaned against each other, already feeling sleepy. Guo Xiaolon quietly looked out at the fields rushing past outside, lost in thought. Zhuo Jing looked at the darkening sky and then turned to glance toward the direction of Heian County. The small new house he bought in the city was about to become their real home in this world. Meanwhile, the leaky thatched cottage and the 5 acres of thin fields in the village. He gently sighed, feeling no attachment at all. With the system in hand, 3 wives who had suffered but were gradually improving, the opportunity to cooperate with Miss Wang, and a small cozy place to settle down. This start of his journey through time was slowly turning right, revealing real hope. Next, it was time to show his strength. When they returned to the dilapidated thatched house in Xia village, it was already getting dark. Zhuijing quickly started a fire, cut the cooked meat bought in the county, worried that eating too much might upset his wives' stomachs, so he cooked some thick porridge with rice. Guo Xiaolon helped set the bowls and chopsticks silently. Lin Jiro hobbled to the back of the house to fetch water from the well, while Li Lingxue carefully wiped the low table with the new coarse cloth they bought. The small house was filled with the warm smell of food and the cozy atmosphere. The 4 of them sat around the broken table, quietly eating dinner by the dim light of an oil lamp. "Husband, eat some meat." Lin Jiro carefully picked up a large piece of meat and placed it in Zhuijing's bowl. Her bright eyes sparkled in the light. "Husband, drink some porridge." "Be careful, it's hot," Li Lingxue softly said, scooping a full spoonful of porridge, blowing on it, then placing it in front of Zhuijing. Guo Xiaolon didn't speak, just pushed a small dish of pickles toward Zhuijing with a gentle smile. Zhuijing looked at the piled-up food in his bowl, feeling warm inside. He also helped serve food to them one by one. "Eat more, you're growing stronger." He noticed that Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue, although still shy, had much livelier eyes and genuine smiles on their faces. Guo Xiaolon's cold and distant aura almost melted into spring water when facing him. A simple dinner felt especially warm and cozy. Chu Jing ate while instinctively paying attention to the system prompts in his mind. He found that the increase in his wife-loving points was almost constant. As long as he interacted with his wives, saying a word, passing something, or giving a gentle look, he would earn between 1 and several points. During the busy daytime, he didn't look closely, but now, sitting quietly, he saw that his wife-loving points had unknowingly reached 876. This slow accumulation was quite impressive. Now, look at the affection levels of the 3 wives. Guo Xiaolon, 140 points, with 40 points over the limit. Lin Jiro, 95 points, almost full. Li Lingxue, 90 points, also close. As their affection levels all reached new highs, the system prompted again. Ding. The wives' affection levels have reached new emotional thresholds. Reward skill, advanced formation breaking, sword technique. Ding. Reward skill, photographic memory, passive. Ding. Reward skill, dexterous hands, passive. Chu Jing was intrigued. Formation breaking sword technique? That's clearly a combat skill. It seems the system thinks his Fuhu fist alone isn't enough. He needs more solid skills for self-defense, which is very practical. But what are photographic memory and dexterous hands? Are they about quick memorization, making fine crafts? They seem a bit unusual, but recalling the system's previous skills like complete imperial examination guide, literary mastery, and those related to brewing wine and making incense, Chu Jing felt reassured. The skills the system provides seem random but subtly point to certain development paths or could be very useful in the future. Anyway, more skills never hurt, so he decided to keep them. After dinner, he washed up briefly. The thatched hut was still simple, but with the new thick quilt, everything felt different. He slept as usual, spreading the thick quilt over a dry grass pile near the wall, making the area for his 3 wives especially soft and comfortable. He then took his own bedding and laid it on another grass pile about a meter away from them. Get some rest early. Tomorrow we'll pack up and move to our new home in the city, Chu Jing said with a smile, blowing out the oil lamp. Life was still hard, but tomorrow they would finally move into the city and leave these tough days behind. In the darkness came the soft replies of the 3 women. After a long day of travel, Chu Jing was truly exhausted. Even though his body had been strengthened by the system, his mind was still tired, and he soon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept when, half awake, he heard a faint rustling sound and felt a cool breeze. Someone had lifted his blanket and quietly slipped in. A warm, softly scented presence pressed gently against his back. Chu Jing shivered slightly, suddenly more awake. Last night, it had been Lin Jiro, who often felt insecure. He thought it might be her again tonight, or perhaps Li Lingxue, who was also uneasy. But the feeling behind him, that familiar scent, something was different. Carefully, he turned around. In the dim moonlight shining through the broken window, he saw the face right in front of him. Her skin was smooth as jade, her features delicate, and her long eyelashes cast faint shadows as they trembled slightly. It wasn't Lin Jiro, nor Li Lingxue. It was Guizhaolon. Chu Jing froze completely, all sleep gone. How could it be her? In his mind, Guizhaolon was the calmest, most independent, and most mysterious of the 3. She had a hidden past and strong abilities, quiet yet powerful. Although she seemed to care for him the most, Chu Jing had always thought she was the type to keep her feelings deep inside, showing them through actions rather than words. For her to quietly come here like this, seeking comfort and closeness, it was something he never expected from someone usually so composed. Guizhaolon seemed to sense that he was awake and slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes met at a very close distance. In the soft moonlight, Chu Jing could see that the usual coolness in her eyes was gone, replaced by a gentle warmth and a hint of shy emotion. My husband," she whispered softly, her voice low and slightly husky from sleep. "Did I wake you?" Chu Jing's throat felt dry. He shook his head and whispered back, "No, but why did you come here?" He was still a bit confused. However, he felt a sudden desire and thought, in his past life, he had never eaten meat by the age of 28. Maybe this time, he could finally taste it. Guizhaolon didn't answer. Instead, she curled up closer to him, burying her face in his chest. Her muffled voice clearly reached his ears. "I just want to be closer to you." She paused, seeming to think her reason wasn't enough, then softly added, with a rare, almost teasing tone, "The ground is cold." Chu Jing. He looked at the thick bedding he had laid out and felt her warm, soft body in his arms, along with her body temperature, which was even higher than his. "Cold? That's a lie." Chu Jing held her more securely in his arms, his nose filled with her faint, fresh scent, and his palm rested on her slender but resilient waist. With her warm, soft body in his arms, and knowing she was his rightful, highly favored wife, it was impossible for Chu Jing not to have some romantic thoughts. At first, he just tightened his arm a little. Gradually, his hand on her waist seemed to gain its own awareness. Through her thin nightclothes, his fingertips moved very slightly, as if by accident, with a hint of exploration. Guizhaolon's breathing seemed to falter for a moment, but she didn't move or make a sound, as if silently agreeing. This silent consent was like a spark, instantly igniting a small flame in Chu Jing's heart. He became bolder. His hand traced along her waist curve, slowly moving upward, touching her delicate back, feeling her muscles tense slightly, then relax quietly. His breathing grew heavier. He lowered his head, almost touching her smooth forehead. Suddenly, snap. A very soft, crisp sound, especially clear in the quiet night. Guo Xiaolan raised her hand and lightly tapped the back of Chu Jing's hand, which was still trying to explore. Her action was firm but carried a hint of reluctance, as if inviting and rejecting at the same time. Sleep honestly. Her voice came muffled from Chu Jing's chest, slightly lower than usual, with an indescribable, subtle charm, as if hiding something else. Don't think about nonsense. At the same time, he keenly felt that the warmth of the delicate body in his arms seemed to be slightly higher than before, and even through the clothing, he could sense a gentle tension. And her normally steady heartbeat was now pounding clearly and strongly against his chest, beating faster than before. She was not truly indifferent, nor was she coldly rejecting him. Her action of pushing away his hand was less resistance and more like a shy, slightly annoyed attempt to stop him. If she really wanted to resist, she wouldn't have crawled into Chu Jing's bed. A small feeling of disappointment in Chu Jing immediately faded, replaced by a sweet, irresistible, and somewhat teasing sense of excitement. He knew he shouldn't be too forceful. That would be too beastly. Moreover, with Guo Xiaolan's skills and her occasional display of a commanding presence, if he angered her and experienced her fierce side, it wouldn't be a joke. As an ordinary worker from the 21st century, even with system support, he didn't have much natural dominance. Facing someone as mysterious and strong as Guo Xiaolan, he sometimes felt a bit nervous. But right now, this situation didn't seem so bad. The aloof, mysterious queen was now obediently nestled in his arms, allowing him to hold her, even silently permitting some small, boundary crossing. Only when he went too far would she gently slap his hand, with a hint of annoyance, but also a kind of indulgent tolerance. This unique tenderness and permission she showed only to him was more touching than having everything at once, and it felt more challenging. Gradually, he would chip away at her defenses, watching her shift from cold composure to shy and flustered because of him. Just thinking about it made him full of anticipation. Chu Jing took a deep breath, suppressing his restless feelings. He obediently withdrew his restless hand, holding her more tightly, and simply, resting his chin lightly on her hair. "Okay, sleep now," he said softly, his voice a little hoarse, carrying a smile and lingering affection, but also restraint and care. Guo Xiaolan seemed to breathe a little easier, her tense body relaxing completely. She obediently snuggled against him, even adjusting her position slightly to make herself more comfortable in his embrace. The moonlight was silent, and inside the broken house, only the two of them steady, intertwined breathing remained. Chu Jing held close the treasure that can be seen and eaten but must be savored slowly. His restless feelings from earlier had not faded, but strangely, a sense of calm and satisfaction settled in. The future is long. He closed his eyes, smelling her light fragrance in her hair. Surrounded by warmth and a subtle, flirtatious atmosphere, he slowly drifted into sleep. When Chu Jing woke up the next day, it was already bright outside. Guo Xiaolan, still in his arms, had also woken up and was quietly watching him. When he opened his eyes, a quick blush flashed across her face, but her eyes were clear and honest, without avoiding him. Instead, there was a soft, almost unspoken gratitude in her gaze. Chu Jing knew she was thankful for his restraint and respect last night. He smiled slightly and gently pressed a kiss on her forehead. "Good morning." Guo Xiaolan stiffened a little but then relaxed. Her ears turned even redder, and she softly responded with a When they got up, they saw Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue had already woken and were busy cooking porridge with the new stove. Seeing them come out, the two girls blushed and exchanged shy, slightly envious glances with each other, their eyes flickering between Chu Jing and Guo Xiaolan. "Husband, Xiaolan and I are having breakfast," Lin Jiro said softly, her voice cheerful. The simple breakfast was warm and delicate. After eating, Chu Jing announced, "Pack up. We're moving into the new house in town today." All three girls' eyes lit up with anticipation. They quickly began tidying up. They didn't have many belongings, mainly the clothes, bedding, pots, and bowls they bought yesterday, plus some rice, flour, and grains Chu Jing secretly transferred from the system space into their belongings. Just as they finished moving things outside, the rented ox cart arrived. While loading the items onto the cart, loud footsteps and shouts came from the village entrance. That's him. Official, it's this kid. They saw Zhang San's father leading 5 constables dressed in dark clothes, carrying simple knives, walking aggressively toward them. Zhang San's father pointed at Chu Jing, wearing a smug, flattering smile. Chu Jing's expression turned cold. The 3 girls immediately stopped and looked alert. Guo Xiaolan's cool aura suddenly sharpened, like a sword unsheathed. Her eyes flashed with coldness, and a faint, fierce energy seemed to emanate from her. Even the usually timid Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue instinctively clenched their purses or sticks when they saw the situation. Although their faces turned pale and they trembled slightly, they stood beside Chu Jing, their eyes full of hostility and determination to protect their family. Chu Jing looked at his 3 wives, who had instantly become ready to fight. He felt both surprised and pleased. It had only been a few days. They had changed from helpless lambs to little tigers willing to show their claws to defend their loved ones. That's wonderful. He looked up at the visitors. The lead officer was a familiar face, Captain Zhao, the one who was here yesterday and was scared off by Wang Xinzhou. Behind Captain Zhao was a young officer, more slick-looking than Zhao. His eyes flickered. Based on what he remembered, this was Zhang San's brother-in-law, Wang San. Captain Zhao was surprised to see Chu Jing. His eyes showed fear and hesitation. He still remembered how Miss Wang had protected him yesterday. But soon, he recalled the news he got from his subordinate Wang San, that Chu Jing was just a poor, rootless young man from Hehe village. Yesterday, Miss Wang might have just been passing by and was kind-hearted. Moreover, Wang Xinzhong and Wang San clearly wanted to deal with this man. If he succeeded, he might even get on good terms with Wang San. After weighing his options, his fear was pushed down by greed and luck. He put on a serious face and waved his hand. Surround him. 5 officers immediately spread out, trapping Chu Jing and his 3 companions, along with the ox cart, in the middle. Officer, it's him. Zhang San's father hurried forward, pointing at Guo Xiaolan and Lin Jiro, shouting sharply. This kid is just a troublemaker. So poor he's practically broke. Why does he get such handsome wives? 2 of them. There's definitely something fishy. He must have used some secret tricks to cheat the official's allocation. This isn't fair. Officer, you have to stand up for us common folks. Arrest this troublemaker. His 2 wives should be taken back and rematched. He ignored Li Lingshue's scarred face and only looked at Guo Xiaolan, who had mostly recovered her beauty, and Lin Jiro, who was charming despite her limp. His jealousy almost overflowed. Hearing this, Captain Zhao's confidence grew. He sneered at Chu Jing and said, Chu Jing, did you hear that? You, a common wandering man, have taken 2 noble women, which is unreasonable and even more illegal. The head constable suspects you of cheating and disrupting the marriage laws. Now, we will take you back to the Yamen for a thorough investigation. As for these 2 women of unknown origin, they will also be taken away and await judgment. He waved his hand. Seize him. 2 constables shook their chains and stepped forward. Hold on. Chu Jing stepped forward, firmly protecting the 3 women behind him, and looked coldly at head constable Zhao. May I ask, head constable Zhao, I, Chu Jing, have not stolen or robbed. The 3 marriage certificates were issued by official matchmakers with official seals. Where's the cheating? On the day of distribution, many people saw at the Yamen gate that the officials directly assigned these 3 women to me. How can they be of unknown origin? Head Constable Zhao, you are acting without asking questions, just based on the words of some villagers, and want to arrest me and take my wife. On what law is this based? Zhao Constable was momentarily stunned by his question, then angrily retorted, rude. I, the head constable, am handling this case. Do I need to explain to you? If you say they are assigned, then they are. Who can prove otherwise? Someone has reported you, and I have the right to take you back for investigation. As for whether your wives are suitable for you, that will be decided by the officials once we return to the Yamen. Seize him. His words were a blatant attempt to frame him. Take him back to the Yamen? In that place, who's in charge, black or white? If not them? Wang Xinzhong just needed to make a few arrangements, and Chu Jing probably wouldn't come out alive. The fate of the 3 women was even more predictable. A murderous rage boiled in Chu Jing's heart. He felt a strong desire to eliminate Wang Xinzhong, the Zhang family father and son, and even the cowardly Zhao constable who was afraid of trouble. This damned world, where power dominates everything, is truly terrible. More villagers gathered around, watching the scene unfold. They whispered in sympathy for Chu Jing, but dared not speak out. Only Wang Shoukai and Li Ironmonger squeezed forward. Wang Shoukai cupped his hands and said, "Zhao Constable, I am Wang Jin, a student, and I can testify for Chu Jing. I was present when the women were assigned. The 3 women Chu Jing received were indeed distributed by official matchmakers. At that time, their condition was very different from now, and they were of the lowest status." His words were refined, but the meaning was clear. Li Ironmonger also said gruffly, "That's right. I saw it too." The official told Chu Jing he got a bargain that day. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing was somewhat surprised. The others dared not speak up, and he didn't expect that the 2 people who finally spoke for him would be these 2. Captain Zhao's face darkened, and his cold gaze swept over the 2. This officer handles cases according to his own principles. You 2 should not talk nonsense here or interfere with official business, or you'll be locked up together. This was a clear threat. The 2 constables moved closer again, chains clinking loudly. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue clung tightly to Chu Jing's clothes in fear, while Gua Xiaolan's expression was even colder, and her fingers inside her sleeve had quietly clenched. At this critical moment, Chu Jing suddenly sighed, took out an object from his bosom, and held it up in front of him. It was a smooth white jade token, glowing softly in the morning light. On the front was a simple, strong character, King, clear and eye-catching. "Captain Zhao," Chu Jing's voice was calm and steady. "If you want to lock me up and take my wife away, have you asked the owner of this token if they agree or not?" Captain Zhao's eyes fixed on the token. It was as if he had been branded by a hot iron. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his fierce expression froze instantly, then turned into a look of shock and pale horror. The King family's token, Wang San, standing behind him, also exclaimed, his legs trembling. Yesterday, Miss Wang stood up for Chu Jing. They could still pretend it was just a coincidence. But this token, representing the core member of the Wang family, the one that must be treated with respect, was now in Chu Jing's hand. What did this mean? It meant that Chu Jing was not only protected by Miss Wang, but might also have a close relationship with her. Holding this token, not to mention him, a small officer, even the county magistrate would have to show some respect. This, Captain Zhao's lips trembled, and sweat instantly soaked his back. What had he just said? What had he just done? It's over. Everything is ruined. Chu Jing moved the token forward slightly, his tone still calm, but carrying an invisible pressure. "Captain Zhao, do you still want to lock someone up? Or perhaps you should personally take this token and ask Miss Wang Qingyao, Chu's wife, whether she should be taken back and remarried." Captain Zhao's legs went weak, almost falling to his knees. He kept waving his hands, his voice trembling with tears. "No, I dare not. It was a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Young Master Chu, please calm down. It was the fool's mistake to offend you. I am to blame. I am to blame." He suddenly turned around and kicked Zhang San's father, who was still dazed, causing him to scream and fall to the ground. "You scoundrel! How dare you falsely accuse young Master Chu? Come here. Lock up this troublemaker and slanderer. Take him back to the yamen and punish him severely." The situation quickly turned around. Zhang San's father was knocked down and restrained by his own rescue team. He was stunned and howled like a pig being slaughtered. Constable Wang San looked pale and dared not speak. Captain Zhao nodded and bowed to Chu Jing, smiling politely. He, along with his men and the still-crying Zhang San's father, hurriedly left like a stray dog, not daring to look back. The villagers watching nearby were shocked and looked at Chu Jing with awe and curiosity. Scholar Wang and blacksmith Li also relaxed and nodded to Chu Jing, their eyes complicated. Chu Jing put away his token, feeling even more grateful for Wang Qingyao's thoughtfulness. If she hadn't given him the token, today's matter might not have been resolved so easily. He turned around and looked at his 3 wives, who still looked surprised but had relaxed. He smiled and said, "It's okay now. Let's get in the carriage and go home." "Yes, go home," the 3 women replied in unison, their faces brightening with smiles, full of hope for their new life. The ox cart creaked as it started, carrying the family and their simple belongings away from the broken thatched house that held their first hardships and warmth, heading toward the county town, toward their real new home, steadily moving forward. Under the sunlight, Chu Jing touched the token in his pocket, his gaze fixed on the direction of the county town, a deep worry flashing in his eyes. Although he had used the token to scare away Captain Zhao and his men, the issue of dividing the three wives remained a hidden danger. According to the marriage token, as a rogue household, he could only have one wife. Now, not only had he divided into three, but Gua Zhaolan and Lin Juro, because of their outstanding looks, had already been classified as top tier. This was something no rogue household like his could normally have. If he didn't resolve this matter, Wang Xianzhong would definitely make trouble over it. Even Wang Qingyao might not be able to help much. If the other side refused to let this go, it could cause great trouble for Wang Qingyao. This matter must be dealt with somehow. Captain Zhao, with his men, was escorting the still-crying Zhang San's father. Not far from Shaha village, they reached a quiet dirt hill. He impatiently waved his hand. "All right, let him go." The officer dragging Zhang San's father paused for a moment, but then released the chains as instructed. Zhang San's father was also stunned. Holding his sore stomach, he looked at Captain Zhao with suspicion and confusion. Captain Zhao this. Captain Zhao ignored him, turning his face grim as he looked toward the direction of the thatched cottage where Chu Jing's family was, now out of sight. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, clearly calculating something quickly. Wang Er, being clever, immediately stepped forward, bowing politely and trying to sound out the situation. "Boss, that young man. He's too arrogant. Relying on that badge, he dares to ignore you. Can we just let this go?" Zhang San's father also regained his senses, enduring the pain as he nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Captain Zhao, you're a respected figure in our county. What's Chu Jing? Just lucky enough to flatter Miss Wang. Uft. I think that badge might be fake, or he stole it." The two of them kept talking, trying to stir trouble, and hoping Captain Zhao would continue to confront Chu Jing. Captain Zhao finally turned slowly, giving the pair a cold glance filled with disdain and mockery. "Haha, enough of this nonsense. Want to use me as a pawn to deal with Chu Jing? Do you think you're worthy?" Zhang San's father and Wang Er's faces turned red and white with embarrassment and disappointment. "Let me be honest with you." Captain Zhao brushed non-existent dust off his plain clothes, speaking calmly. "I have no grudge against Chu Jing. Yesterday, I was following orders from Third Young Master Wang, and today, I was tricked by you. Now, he has Miss Wang's token. I don't need to risk offending her over your petty issues." His words were straightforward, and Zhang San's father and Wang Er felt their hopes fade. It seemed Captain Zhao was about to back down. But suddenly, Captain Zhao's tone shifted, lowering his voice with a sinister edge. "However, Chu Jing and Third Young Master Wang have a real feud. Where the truth isn't enough, they'll go behind the scenes. The imperial marriage decree clearly states who should marry whom. Chu Jing, a rogue, is legally only allowed to marry outside his status. Yet now he's got two stunning women by his side." A mocking smile appeared on his lips as he added, "This mismatch is a perfect excuse for trouble. As long as we focus on this point, we can make a big fuss about corruption and official deception, spreading the news to the right people. When that happens, even Miss Wang will have to consider the law of the court. Her two illegitimate wives will be officially taken back by the authorities, and no one can say otherwise." Zhang San's father and Wang Er listened eagerly, promising to follow any orders. Captain Zhao was pleased and hummed softly. He looked again toward Chu Jing's direction, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Let's see what happens," he muttered, turning to leave with his men. Behind the hill, only dark schemes and plots remained. The ox cart creaked as it entered Heyong County, stopping in front of a newly bought small courtyard on the east side of the city. The three women looked at the tidy walls and black wooden door, their eyes shining with excitement. This is their new home. Although small, it is real and belongs to them, a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Chu Jing unlocked the door and pushed it open. Sunlight poured into the courtyard, illuminating the smooth, blue stone floor. The three women eagerly stepped inside, curious and happy, examining each room, planning where to sleep, cook, and where to set up experiments for their husband. Lin Jiro was already looking at the empty space in the backyard, thinking about what to plant there. Chu Jing watched their busy, lively figures. The feeling of unrealness from leaving Shaha village gradually faded, replaced by a deep sense of stability and responsibility. He must make this home truly steady and safe. After settling the luggage and tidying up briefly, Chu Jing sat on the only chair in the main hall. His brow unconsciously furrowed. Buying the house solved the living problem, but his household registration as a rogue household hadn't changed. At most, he had a place in the city and became a client. Clients are a bit better than vagrants, but according to the marriage order, he could only have one wife. It's not inferior, but it's not enough to change his current situation. Thinking about Wang Xianzong and Captain Zhao's subtle glances and their possible threats to use the marriage order against him, Chu Jing felt a headache coming on. Relying entirely on Wang Qingyao's protection is not his style. What if Wang Qingyao can't protect herself one day, or decides to give up on him after weighing the pros and cons? He must have his own backup plan. After the three wives finished tidying up, they saw Chu Jing sitting alone with a furrowed brow. They couldn't help but stop what they were doing and gather around him. "Husband, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Gua Zhaolan asked softly, being the most perceptive. Lin Jiro also moved closer, her eyes full of concern. "Husband, is it because you're not used to living in the city? Or is someone still trying to cause trouble for us?" Li Lingxue didn't speak. She quietly poured a cup of warm water, placed it beside Chu Jing, and then looked at him with her bright, slightly shy eyes, quietly watching him. Chu Jing looked at their caring faces and felt warm inside. He didn't want to hide anything, so he briefly explained the awkwardness with the household registration and the possibility that Wang Xianzong might use the marriage decree to make things difficult. "Basically, it's because my current status is too low, just a client. Others find it too easy to control me," Chu Jing sighed. The three women looked serious when they heard this. They had experienced too much pain from being treated unfairly because of their low status. They understood that Chu Jing's worries were not unfounded. After a moment of silence, Li Lingxue, who had been quietly listening, suddenly looked up. Her voice was soft but clear. "Husband, you are so talented, so good at couplets, so knowledgeable. Why don't you take the imperial exam?" She seemed to gather her courage, her cheeks slightly red, and continued, "Now it's late October. I remember. In early November, there will be the county exam. Passing the county exam and the prefectural exam makes you a scholar. With the scholar title, your status will be different. Then, those people won't be able to easily use household registration to trouble us." She paused, her voice even softer. "I guess, perhaps you didn't take the exam earlier because the world was unstable, or for other reasons. But now, since things are stable, why not give it a try?" Gua Zhaolan and Lin Jiro's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they nodded repeatedly. "Liang Xue is right," Lin Jiro said. "Husband, you're so clever, you can definitely pass." Gua Zhaolan also nodded. "With a good reputation, things will be much easier. Since you are talented, why not try? I also know some writing, maybe I can help you study. We can do it too." Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue quickly agreed. Chu Jing looked at them with some surprise. Gua Zhaolan was familiar with some literary skills, which did not surprise him. However, he was amazed that these two young girls also knew how to read and write. But thinking about their previous knowledge at the pharmacy and his own guesses, he felt it made sense. Li Lingxue surprised him the most. Usually, she was timid and quiet, but at a critical moment, her mind was so sharp. She understood the schedule and importance of the imperial exams clearly. It seemed her background was more than just somewhat literate. However, her suggestion truly awakened Chu Jing. Yes, the imperial exams. Didn't the system just reward him with the advanced guide to imperial examinations? All the knowledge and test-taking skills from a student to a successful candidate were now in his mind. He had been wondering what this skill was for, but now he saw the purpose. Having a title would elevate him beyond the lowest social classes of scholar, farmer, merchant, craftsman, and make him a candidate for the scholar class. Even as a student, his social status and voice would be completely different. A student could be assigned 3 excellent wives. If Wang Xianzong tried to find trouble with the excuse of a rogue household pairing with a good wife, it would be much harder. Moreover, The imperial exams were the most legitimate way to rise in society, the real foundation for him to stand firm in this world. Lingxue, you're right. Chu Jing's spirit lifted. He held Li Lingshue's hand. I was too narrow-minded before. Success in the exams is essential, and I must do it quickly. The young girl's hand trembled slightly, but she did not pull away. Li Lingxue blushed from his grip, and hearing his praise, her face turned red, but her eyes shone with happiness. But after the joy, real problems arose. Chu Jing only had a rough understanding of the exam process in this era. To register, one needed qualifications, either being a recognized student in an official academy or having existing titles like a scholar or a recommended candidate. He was unfamiliar with the area around Heian County, and the only scholar he knew was Wang Xiaocai from Xia Village. But Wang Xiaocai was just a scholar himself, with little influence. Asking him for a guarantee could be risky and might even bring trouble to Wang Xiaocai. So, the most suitable candidate seemed to be only one. Chu Jing's eyes flickered as he said to the three girls, "You all rest well at home and tidy up the house. I need to go out and take care of something." "Where are you going, husband?" Guo asked. "Go find Miss Wang," Chu Jing said plainly. "Taking the imperial exams requires a recommendation and a guarantor. Miss Wang is from the Wang family of Langya. If she steps in, things will go much more smoothly." And he looked at his three wives seriously. "Since we've decided to pursue the imperial exams, we need to inform Miss Wang in advance. See if she can help us block any trouble, or if there's a better way." The three women understood Chu Jing's plan. Though a little worried, they knew this was the best option right now. "Husband, go early and return early," Guo Xiaolon said softly, handing him a coat. "It's getting cold, put on some clothes." Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue also looked at him eagerly. Chu Jing felt warm inside. He took the coat, put it on, and gently ruffled their hair one by one. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue looked at him with gentle, happy expressions, seeming to enjoy his actions. Guo Xiaolon just slightly tilted her head, her ears turning red, but she didn't refuse. Chu Jing then turned around and strode out confidently, heading toward the natural residence. The sunlight shone on his tall figure, giving off a sharp, determined aura. When Chu Jing entered the natural residence again, the shopkeeper Yunbo recognized him immediately. Respectfully, he led him straight to a private room on the second floor. Wang Qingyao seemed to be working on the accounts. Seeing Chu Jing, she put down her brush and showed a genuine smile. "Young Master Chu has arrived? Have you settled into your new home? Thank you for your concern, Miss Wang." "Everything is settled," Chu Jing said directly. He didn't beat around the bush. He explained briefly that Wang Xinzhong might try to cause trouble over the marriage decree and household registration issues, and he shared his plan to take the imperial exams to break the deadlock. Wang Qingyao listened. Her beautiful eyebrows first furrowed slightly, then relaxed. When she heard Chu Jing wanted to take the imperial exams, her calm eyes suddenly brightened, like a lake rippling with stones, showing clear happiness. "Young Master Chu wants to pursue the imperial exams? That's a great decision." Her voice carried a rare excitement. "To be honest, I've had the same idea before. You are talented. It would be a shame to stay in the countryside. Passing the exams and entering official service is the real path to success." Her quick mind immediately thought of even deeper benefits. If Chu Jing gained fame, even as a scholar, his status would be completely different. By relying on his talent and his own efforts, he might someday secure a government position. At that time, he would not only be her business partner, but also a potential supporter in the court or local government. This is much more valuable than just financial cooperation. "Young master, rest assured, this matter is on Qingyao," Wang Qingyao said confidently. "There are a few remaining spots at Heian County School. I will speak to them and get you enrolled. With the status of a student at the county school, you can participate in the county exam properly." She paused briefly and continued. "This year's county exam in Heian is scheduled for mid-November at the local testing site. You just need to be listed as a student at the county school, and they will handle the registration. The provincial exam will be in January next year, in Qingyuan Prefecture City. From Heian, it's less than 2 days by fast horse or boat, so there's plenty of time." She didn't seem worried about whether Chu Jing could pass the county exam. She looked at Chu Jing and advised, "Before the exam, you might need to visit the county school a few times, attend some classes, and go through the motions. Since you have a spot, if you don't show up at all, the school might look bad. Chu Jing nodded in understanding. That's natural. I understand the rules. Thank you, Miss Wang, for arranging this. Young Master Chu, no need to be polite, Wang Qingyao said with a gentle smile. Since we are working together, we should support each other. If you have a bright future, it's also good for Qingyao. She paused and hinted. Once you gain fame and success, many of the problems that seem difficult now might be easily solved. Chu Jing understood her hint and nodded to himself. With Wang Qingyao's support, the road to the imperial exams was halfway paved. Thank you, Miss Wang, for your great help. I will do my best and not let you down, he said sincerely. Then he added, I am also preparing for Miss Wang's plans and won't delay. Wang Qingyao smiled and nodded. Qingyao trusts you. After finishing the main business, Chu Jing stood up to leave. Wang Qingyao personally saw him to the door of the elegant room. Watching him go downstairs, her eyes shining with a mix of anticipation and calculation. Leaving the Tianran residence, Chu Jing felt much lighter. He took a detour to the blacksmith and carpenter shops where he had ordered tools before. Sure enough, money can make miracles happen. He hurriedly paid the full amount, and the items, strange-shaped copper jars, tubes, sieves, condensation devices, and specially made wooden racks, were all finished and neatly stacked in the back of the shop. Chu Jing checked everything. Although the craftsmanship was a bit rough, it mostly met his needs and was enough for initial experiments. He paid the remaining money happily and even gave extra as a tip. He hired a cart to carefully transport this pile of odd-looking items back to the small courtyard in the east of the city. When the cart stopped at the courtyard gate, the three wives, who were cleaning in the yard, curiously gathered around. Husband, what are these? Lin Jiro looked at the shiny copper objects with strange shapes, her eyes full of curiosity. They are tools for making things, Chu Jing said mysteriously, guiding the driver to move the items into a spare room. He planned to use this room as his laboratory for now. Guo Xiaolan picked up a copper jar with a spiral seal lid and a thin tube, examined it carefully, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. With her knowledge, she had never seen such delicate yet mysterious tools before. She looked up at Chu Jing, who was busy tidying up, her curiosity and desire to explore growing stronger. Li Lingxue carefully observed the sharp copper sieves and strange condensation tubes, feeling a bit respectful and afraid to touch them. After everything was moved inside, the payment was made, and the yard returned to peace. The sunset cast a golden glow over the yard. The new tools lay quietly in the room, waiting to be given a purpose. Chu Jing stood in the yard, looking at his tidy home, and at his wife, some curious, some gentle, some calm, who were all watching him. He also thought about the imperial exam path ahead, and a sense of confidence and pride filled his heart. The imperial exams, fame, business, protecting his family, and facing potential enemies. So many things to consider, but the road was now under his feet. He took a deep breath of the cool evening air, his eyes bright and firm. Tomorrow, I'll report to the county school. Then, I'll really get to work. But for now, since there was still time, Chu Jing decided to finish what he promised Wang Qingyao. He set out immediately, carrying over 900 taels of silver notes. On his way back, he was followed by 3 fully loaded horse-drawn carts, almost filling the small yard and leaving no space to step. Hubby, how much silver did this cost? Lin Jiro looked at the many porcelain jars, wooden buckets, various flowers and herbs, fats, live blocks, and plenty of drinks around the yard. She was so surprised she forgot about her limp and took a couple of quick steps forward. Chu Jing brushed the dust off his hands and chuckled. Not much, just over 800 taels. Over 800 taels. Both young wives gasped at the same time, their faces turning pale. Chu Jing had spent almost all the money he got from Wang Qingyao, which was 1,000 taels. Guo Xiaolan stayed calm, but her eyes were full of hope. Since the starting funds were nearly gone, keeping track of expenses became the most important task. Chu Jing sorted the purchased materials into categories and asked Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue to count and record everything. At first, the 2 girls held brushes and recited what Chu Jing told them. 120 gene of pig fat, 8 ounces of dried jasmine flowers, 30 jars of strong liquor. They looked worried, their eyebrows knitted. Although their handwriting was neat, The units and quantities were easy to confuse. Seeing them biting their brushes, sweating nervously but afraid to speak, Chu Jing felt amused. Suddenly, he remembered some modern knowledge from the system. Wait, I'll teach you a simpler way. He took a piece of charred wood and drew on a flat stone table. Look, this is 1, this is 2, this is 10. Chu Jing wrote down the 10 Arabic numerals from 0 to 9. When counting, just use these. They're easy to write and much simpler than our usual characters. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue stared wide-eyed at the strange symbols. What? What are these characters? They don't look like our script, Li Lingxue whispered. These are Arabic numerals, used specifically for counting. Come, I'll teach you to recognize them. Chu Jing patiently explained each one. Surprisingly, the two girls showed quick understanding of the numbers. In just 15 minutes, they learned to recognize all of them and could do simple addition and subtraction. Chu Jing took the opportunity to introduce the modern ledger format: date, item name, unit, stock in, stock out, and balance. Using Arabic numerals made everything clear and easy to understand. For example, today we received 120 gene of pig fat, so we write 120 here with the unit G naught, Chu Jing explained while demonstrating. Lin Jiro tried to imitate on another piece of paper with a charcoal pencil, writing dried jasmine flowers. 8, 2. Although her strokes were rough, the format was neat and the numbers clear. She looked at the line she had just written. Her once shy eyes gradually brightened, as if she had discovered a new world. Li Lingxue learned quickly. Soon, she could organize her messy notes into a clear, new ledger format. She looked up, her pale face flushing with excitement. Her eyes sparkled as she said to Chu Jing, "Husband, this way of recording is so clear. I can see at a glance how much is left, and I won't make mistakes." Gua Zhaolan had been quietly watching from the side. Her gaze shifted from the strange numbers to the simple table, then to Chu Jing's serious side profile. She was good at math and had even learned some foreign counting methods. But such a simple, organized, and efficient way of keeping accounts was unheard of. This was not something an ordinary person could think of. Her look at Chu Jing was filled with her usual gentleness and trust, but deep inside, a subtle, hard-to-explain wave of emotion was stirring. Her husband seemed to hide secrets that were even more surprising than she had expected. Chu Jing watched the two young women's faces change from nervous to confident and glowing. He felt proud and ruffled their hair, saying, "See, I told you, you have talent. From now on, you two will be the accountants of our family." Lin Jiro nodded firmly. For the first time, she felt truly needed and useful. "We will do our best." Li Lingxue also promised softly but confidently. The courtyard was filled with a joyful atmosphere of discovering new things and looking forward to the future. Just then, the courtyard gate was gently knocked. "Is young Master Chu here?" came Wang Qingyao's clear voice. The door was open. Wang Qingyao entered gracefully with her maid Qing. She was dressed in a light blue dress with a moon-white silk outer garment, elegant and refined. She held a delicate letter in her hand. As soon as she entered, she saw the courtyard filled with materials and 4 people gathered around a stone table. Chu Jing was pointing at the strange symbols on the table, talking about something. His 3 wives watched intently, their faces showing a strange, radiant expression. "Young Master Chu is?" Wang Qingyao asked curiously as she approached. "Miss Wang, please sit," Chu Jing said, standing up to greet her. He casually wiped the stone table with his sleeve. "We're just teaching them a new way of keeping accounts." "A new way of bookkeeping?" Wang Qingyao's eyes flickered slightly as she naturally looked toward the stone table. When she saw the so-called strange symbols and the clear charts, her pupils suddenly contracted. With her intelligence and experience, she quickly understood the powerful advantage of this counting and bookkeeping method. Simple, hard to confuse, easy to calculate, and greatly more efficient. "These symbols are," she pointed at the Arabic numerals, her voice tinged with a barely noticeable urgency. "Oh, these are called Arabic numerals. They come from overseas and are much faster to write than our characters, making calculations easier," Chu Jing casually explained, demonstrating addition and subtraction. Wang Qingyao watched intently. As Chu Jing demonstrated, her calm face melted away like spring ice, replaced by growing shock and disbelief. "She manages natural residents and other industries," so she knows how complicated and important accounting is. Monthly audits take a lot of effort and can easily lead to mistakes. These seemingly simple symbols and charts are like magical tools designed for managing huge accounts. She raised her head, and her gaze at Chu Jing changed completely. Before, she admired his quick wit and brewing talent, happy to see potential in him. But now, her eyes were complex, like turbulent clouds, filled with shock, joy, and a nearly burning curiosity. Just casually discovering a down-and-out refugee who not only has literary talent and extraordinary bearing, but also holds such revolutionary knowledge. This isn't just talent, it's a walking treasure chest. How many incredible things does he still have in his mind? Next to her, Qingyao initially didn't pay much attention, just thought the symbols looked strange. But seeing her young lady's rare expression of panic, she looked more carefully at the chart, trying to understand. Her eyes widened. Her mouth unconsciously opened as she looked from the stone table to Chu Jing's calm face, as if she had seen a ghost. Wang Qingyao took a deep breath, trying to calm her turbulent emotions. Her voice still trembled slightly. "Young Master Chu, may I ask if we can discuss this method in detail?" Qingyao is willing to pay a heavy price to learn this bookkeeping technique. Chu Jing looked at the eager Wang Qingyao, then glanced at his 3 wives nearby, still flushed with excitement and admiration, and smiled slightly. Yes, it seems that this traveler's basic skills, no matter where they go, are a powerful surprise. He smiled and said to Wang Qingyao, "Miss Wang, you are too polite. This method is not a secret, and since you're interested, we can discuss it slowly. By the way, what brings you here this time?" Only then did Wang Qingyao remember her main purpose. She gently placed the invitation card on the stone table, but her action was 10 times more serious than when she arrived. "This is the official invitation to the county school for the young master. However, it seems that the card I brought today is quite modest compared to what the young master has shown me." As she spoke, her eyes held a bit of hope, and she looked at Chu Jing with a hint of lingering curiosity. "I wonder, young Master Chu, could you tell me more about the secrets behind these numbers?" Hearing this, Chu Jing nodded with a smile. It seemed that these numbers and algorithms had a strong appeal to this successful businesswoman in front of him. Thinking that she would be his greatest partner in the future, Chu Jing decided not to keep anything secret. The sunlight was just right. By the stone table in the small courtyard, a small class began, an introduction that challenged traditional arithmetic thinking. Chu Jing took a charcoal stick and drew on rough paper. "Look, this means add, this dash means subtract, times is multiply, and divided by is divide. With these symbols and Arabic numerals, plus the vertical calculation method I will teach you," he explained while demonstrating a few simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division problems. His steps were clear and easy to understand, without the need for complicated counting rods. The 3 women and Wang Qingyao's servants around the stone table watched with wider and wider eyes. Lin Zhiro looked at Chu Jing easily solving a 3-digit multiplication that used to take her ages with counting rods. Her mouth formed an O. "Husband, this is too fast. No need for counting sticks." Li Lingxue carefully copied Chu Jing's vertical calculation on her paper, writing 123, 456, and following the rules step by step. When she got the answer, 579, she looked up, her eyes full of amazement. It really came out instantly. So clear, Guo Xiaolon didn't speak immediately. She carefully examined the formulas and steps Chu Jing wrote down, silently calculating more complex problems in her mind. The more she thought, the more shocked she looked. This method went straight to the core, eliminating all unnecessary steps. Its simplicity and efficiency seemed made for quick, large calculations. She looked at Chu Jing with tenderness, but also with deep curiosity. Where had her husband learned such astonishing skills? Wang Qingyao was just as shocked as the 3 women, even more so. As someone who managed many businesses, she knew how complicated and error-prone calculations could be, and how much they slowed down accounting work. Every month, the accountants would carefully check the accounts, tapping on the abacus and frowning. This was a scene she knew well. But the symbols and arrangements before her looked like a sharp sword, easily cutting through all the chaos. She couldn't help but pick up a charcoal stick and try solving a problem involving money flow herself. When she got the right answer quickly, she looked up at Chu Jing, her eyes filled with more than simple surprise, like she had discovered a rare treasure, glowing with excitement. Young Master Chu, this method is like magic. Wang Qingyao's voice trembled with excitement. If used in a shop's accounting, it would be 10 times faster. And the clarity, 100 times better. Chu Jing felt a little embarrassed under their admiring gazes, but he secretly thought, if my classmates from my past life, who suffered through 9 years of compulsory education, saw this, they'd probably all lose their jobs as accountants. Adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing in vertical form is already amazing. Wouldn't algebra and calculus blow their minds? He waved his hand casually. Just small tricks, just small tricks. Once you understand the pattern, anyone can learn it. You're too modest, young master. Wang Qingyao sincerely admired him. Such small tricks would make countless accountants ashamed. Your skill in arithmetic is truly profound. Speaking of calculation tools, Chu Jing suddenly remembered something and asked casually, Miss Wang, besides mental math, do you use abacus? Is there a device with beads that can be moved to calculate, called an abacus? He remembered that in his previous life, the abacus appeared during the Eastern Han, the Northern and Southern dynasties, or maybe during the Tang and Song periods. Some said it was from the late Yuan or early Ming. He was in a different era now, a dynasty not recorded in his past life's history. Given the setting of noble families, it was roughly similar to the Sui or Tang period. He wasn't sure if the abacus had appeared yet. Abacus. Wang Qingyao paused, thought for a moment, then shook her head firmly. Qingyao has never heard of such a thing. Calculations, besides using counting sticks, are mostly done mentally, with some notes on paper. Sir, what does the abacus look like? Could it be a strange foreign device? Chu Jing was slightly surprised. There was no abacus, only counting sticks. It seems the abacus has not yet appeared. Then he felt a little happy. Wang Qingyao had helped him get into school, and he still didn't know how to thank her. He smiled faintly and said, Oh, it's nothing. I just thought of a possibly more convenient small tool. Once I figure it out, I'll show it to Miss Wang. Maybe it will surprise you, and I'll consider it repaid for your help in getting me into the county school. Wang Qingyao became curious but saw Chu Jing being mysterious, so she didn't ask further. She just smiled and said, Then I'll wait and see. At this moment, her eyes were drawn to the yard, where some organized copper and wooden racks still looked quite large. She asked, Young Master Chu, are these the items you bought? What are they for? Chu Jing looked at her gaze and chuckled. These are to help Miss Wang open a new path, to lay the foundation for building a kingdom. As for the details, let me keep it a secret for now. You'll find out later. Seeing the strange, expensive-looking tools, Wang Qingyao guessed that Chu Jing had spent all his money, about 1,000 taels. She hesitated slightly and signaled to Qing'er beside her. Qing'er understood and took out a few silver notes, handing them over. Young Master Chu, Wang Qingyao said sincerely, with unquestioning trust. Buying these materials must have cost a lot. Take this 1,000 taels first. If it's not enough, you can come to me anytime. Since we've decided to work together, Qingyao trusts you. Just go ahead. Chu Jing looked at the 1,000 taels in front of him and was stunned. He knew Wang Qingyao believed in him, but he didn't expect her to trust him so much. This meant he had received 2,000 taels in startup funds without giving anything in return, and he would keep 50% of the profits later. This girl was really bold. Was she not afraid he would run off with the money? Or that he couldn't produce anything? Her full support warmed Chu Jing's heart, even making him a little touched. He was not a sentimental person, so after a brief pause, he took the silver notes and said seriously, Miss Wang's trust means a lot. Chu, will not let you down. He thought for a moment and then smiled mysteriously. All right, Miss Wang, if you're free tomorrow, why not come again? I might have a surprise for you. Hearing this, Wang Qingyao's bright eyes lit up with anticipation. Oh, what wonderful thing does young master have? I will definitely come on time tomorrow. Filled with curiosity and excitement, Wang Qingyao and her servant left the small courtyard. Chu Jing held a silver note with a faint ink smell, looking at the experimental equipment in the yard that seemed full of future potential. He thought about the simple abacus design in his mind and felt very hopeful about the future. After some thought, he left the courtyard and went to a nearby carpenter's shop. He drew the design for the abacus and explained how to make it. Once the carpenter understood, Chu Jing ordered 5 abacuses and asked them to be delivered to his home before evening. After paying, he returned to the small courtyard. Seeing the strange tools in the yard, he felt very motivated. Lanner, Jiro, Ling Shui, come help. Chu Jing rolled up his sleeves, full of energy. Our big plan to get rich is starting now. He officially named the side room the workshop. Although his 3 wives didn't understand what a workshop was, they were excited to see their husband's enthusiasm. Guo Xiaolan was the most efficient and took charge of cleaning the newly made copper parts. Husband, there are some burrs at the joints that need polishing to prevent leaks. She spoke while skillfully handling fine sand, her focused and professional look making Chu Jing secretly admire her again. Lin Jiro was assigned to organize the dried herbs, oils, and alkali blocks she had purchased. She carefully sorted jasmine, osmanthus, roses, and other dried flowers, her bright eyes shining. Husband, can these fragrant flowers really become perfume? Like the exotic scents in ancient books from the western regions? Even better than that, Chu Jing confidently moved a large copper distillation pot onto a makeshift stove and fixed it in place. What we're making will be pure and long-lasting in fragrance. Li Lingxue was a bit weaker, but very careful. Chu Jing asked her to handle weighing and recording. Shui, use the new numbers and ledger method I taught you to keep track of how much of each ingredient we use. Chu Jing handed her a small balance scale and a charcoal pencil. Okay. Li Lingxue nodded firmly, took the scale, and looked very serious, like a young accountant. She first wrote the date and project on Chu Jing's special experiment notebook, then carefully began weighing the ingredients. Her focused expression made Chu Jing smile and gently ruffle her hair. Once everything was ready, Chu Jing officially started the process. The first step was the most important, refining high-proof alcohol. Although there were good wines in this era, their alcohol content was generally low. Chu Jing poured the best bottles of strong liquor he bought into the distillation pot, then slowly heated it over a stove. Guo Xiaolan took on the task of watching the fire. She controlled the heat skillfully, keeping it steady and moderate. As the temperature rose, the alcohol vapor traveled through a tube into the condenser. Cold water circulated around it, causing the clear, water-like liquid, rich in strong aroma, to drip out into a prepared ceramic jar. Wow, it really changed. It's as clear as water. Lin Jiro leaned close to the condenser, watching intently. Her small nose sniffed eagerly. Such a strong smell of alcohol. Much more intense than before. Li Lingxue also looked curiously, then neatly recorded in her notebook. At the 3rd watch of the night, about 3 gene of first distillation alcohol was obtained, clear in color and strong in flavor. The first step was successful, boosting Chu Jing's confidence. Next was the initial extraction of the fragrance. He chose the most fragrant dried jasmine flowers and placed them in a smaller distillation device. Using steam distillation, he collected the aromatic condensate. This process required patience and precise control of the heat. Guo Xiaolan stayed close to the stove, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, but she didn't bother to wipe them. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue quietly assisted, passing tools and changing cold water. The 3 women worked together more smoothly. When the first small bottle of transparent liquid with a delicate jasmine scent was collected, the entire workshop was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Such a wonderful smell. Lin Jiro took a deep breath, closing her eyes in delight. This scent is pure and distant, like it's lingering, more precious than ordinary flower fragrances, Guo Xiaolan praised, looking at Chu Jing with admiration. She originally thought her husband's perfume was similar to ointments or sachets, but she never expected it to be such a clear, pure liquid. Li Lingxue carefully sniffed the small bottle of perfume, a happy smile on her pale face. She softly said, "It smells so good." Chu Jing also felt a sense of achievement, but he knew this was just a rough extract. It still needed to sit and age and be mixed properly before becoming real perfume. But starting is always the hardest part. Once the first step is done, the rest will be easier. Next is soap. This part is a bit simpler, but still requires careful work. Chu Jing directed the melting of pig fat and slowly mixing it with lye water, stirring constantly. This is a tiring job. Chu Jing personally took charge, holding a large wooden spoon and stirring vigorously in a clay jar. His 3 wives took turns wiping his sweat and handing him water. "Husband, how long do we have to keep stirring like this?" Lin Jiro looked at Chu Jing's sweaty forehead, feeling a bit worried. "We need to stir until it becomes thick and sticky, like a paste." Chu Jing panted and smiled. "This takes strength. Once we make money, we can hire someone to do it." As the fat and lye water kept stirring, they slowly reacted and turned into soap. The color and texture gradually changed. Chu Jing thought it was ready, so he poured some of the soap mixture into small wooden molds he prepared. The rest, he tried adding some finely ground jasmine powder and a small amount of jasmine fragrance extracted earlier, planning to make fragrant, colored soap. "Okay, put these molds in a cool place. When they harden and set, they're done," Chu Jing said, putting down the wooden spoon and massaging his sore arms. Looking at the pale yellow paste slowly solidifying in the molds, and the clear perfume in the small bottle beside them, along with the faint aroma of wine and flowers lingering in the air, the 3 wives looked dreamy. They had personally helped make these magical items. These seemingly ordinary materials, in their husbands' hands, could turn into such wonderful and precious objects. "Husband, you are so amazing." Lin Jiro couldn't help but hug Chu Jing's arm, her eyes shining with admiration. Li Lingxue also nodded strongly. Though she didn't speak, her sparkling eyes showed everything. Guo Xiaolon walked over to the finished products, examined them carefully, and sniffed them. Then she turned around and smiled at Chu Jingyan. Her gentle and proud smile almost seemed to drown people. "I believe that what my husband has made will surely cause a sensation in Heian, and even in the entire Qingyao prefecture." Chu Jingyan felt a little proud from his wife's praise, but mostly he was satisfied. He looked around their somewhat messy but lively workshop, seeing the tired yet excited blush on his 3 wives' faces. He suddenly felt very confident. This is just the beginning. When Miss Wang comes tomorrow, we'll give her a big surprise. From now on, our family won't just rely on these to make money. We want you all to live good lives, wear the best clothes, wear the finest jewelry, and no one will dare to bully us anymore. As night deepened, the small courtyard was warm and bright with light. The stove was out, tools put away, and the half-finished soaps and perfumes quietly waited to transform. Chu Jingyan and his 3 wives had a simple dinner. Though tired, they all felt hopeful about tomorrow. It was a night full of hope and lively energy belonging to them. On the other side of Heian County, in Wang Xinzhong's study, which was decorated elegantly but had a gloomy feel, the atmosphere was not as bright as in Chu Jingyan's small courtyard. Captain Zhao hunched over and exaggeratedly reported his experience of being humiliated in Xiahe village today, especially emphasizing how arrogant Chu Jingyan was when he took out that token. "Young Master Wang, you didn't see it. That Chu Jingyan, a poor drifter, relied on the token from the young lady and was almost as proud as if he owned the world." And his 3 wives. Zhao paused deliberately, glancing at Wang Xinzhong's face. Wang Xinzhong's face was dark, and he tapped his purple sandalwood desk with his fingers. When he heard about the 3 wives, his tapping slowed slightly, and he raised an eyebrow. "Oh, he's just a common drifter listed as a bachelor. Where did he get 3 wives? According to the law, he can barely have one." "Exactly." Zhao clapped his thigh and grinned slyly. "But he has them anyway. And, heh, I won't hide it from the young master. 2 of them are truly exceptional. One, surnamed Guo, with that demeanor and appearance. I've traveled all over the south and north, but I've never seen anyone so beautiful, like a fairy descending from the heavens. Though she's a bit cold, another person with the surname Lin, who is a bit lame, but that face. TSK, especially those eyes, one blue, one amber, so captivating. I don't know what kind of good luck Chu Jing had." As he spoke, he watched Wang Xinzhong's expression. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Wang Xinzhong's originally cold gaze suddenly sharpened, as if something uncomfortable was writhing deep inside him. Guo Xiaolon, Lin Jiro? Wang Xinzhong's mind flashed back to the 2 figures behind Chu Jing when he caused trouble for Chu Jing. He was immediately drawn to them at first glance. Now, with Captain Zhao's description, the cold, unique aura and exotic looks became even clearer, like claws scratching inside his heart, both itchy and hot. They are top tier. And there are two of them. A common thug. Why does he deserve such stunning women? And two, not to mention, that bastard also ruined his plan to frame Wang Qingyao. Old grudges and new hatred, combined with a sudden surge of possessiveness, instantly ignited a wicked fire in Wang Xianzhong's heart. He seemed to already see those two beauties being taken away from Chu Jing, trembling and kneeling before him, allowing him to do as he pleased. Meanwhile, Chu Jing could only watch helplessly, his expression probably very impressive. Huh. Chu Jing. Wang Xianzhong squeezed out this name from between his teeth, his voice as cold as ice shards. A mere lowly thug, and he dares to have such beauties? And dares to ruin my good plans. He suddenly looked at Captain Zhao. Are you sure those two women are officially assigned by the government? No tricks involved? Captain Zhao's spirit lifted, sensing an opportunity to show off. He hurriedly replied, Young master, rest assured. From what I've heard, Chu Jing is just a common vagrant. According to the marriage regulations, he can only marry a low-status wife, maybe not even qualified. Now he has 3 women around him, 2 of whom are so outstanding. There must be something fishy going on. It's definitely crooked, or someone is cheating. A wicked smile appeared on Wang Xianzhong's face. Good. Mismatched pairing, fraud and corruption. These are perfect tools. He stood up, paced a few steps in the study, his eyes flickering. A malicious plan quickly took shape. Wang Qingyao wants to protect him, right? She has the token, doesn't she? Wang Xianzhong sneered. Fine, I'll let her protect him enough. Captain Zhao, you did a good job this time. This is your reward. He casually took a silver ingot from the drawer and threw it over. Captain Zhao hurriedly caught it, weighed it, and it was about 10 taels. His face lit up with joy. Thank you, young master, for your reward. I am willing to serve you with all my heart. Wang Xianzhong nodded with satisfaction. You can go back and wait for news. If this matter succeeds, I will ensure you have a bright future. At least, you won't have to patrol the streets over trivial things every day. Captain Zhao was overjoyed, bowed repeatedly, and gratefully withdrew. Getting connected to the Wang family's young master, even just a small link, is enough for me to boast about and enjoy for a while. Only Wang Xianzhong remained in the study. He walked to the window, looking in the general direction of Chu Jing's home, his eyes filled with greed and cruelty almost spilling out. Chu Jing, do you think having Wang Qingyao's token means everything is settled? I will show you what rules and power really mean. He whispered to himself, like a venomous snake spitting. He quickly returned to his desk, spread out some paper, and began writing a letter. At the same time, he ordered his trusted servant, Go, prepare a generous gift, something valuable but not flashy. Find 2 clever people, send them out tonight to Qingyao Prefecture, and give the letter to Manager Chun, who oversees the marriage registry and correction. Tell him that there's a clear case of performance fraud and mismatched marriages in Hehe Village, Hehe County, which has a very bad impact. Insist that he enforce justice impartially and come personally to investigate and handle the case. Once it's done, I will reward him handsomely. He thought for a moment and added sinisterly, spread some rumors, say that our Miss Wang seems to have some unclear connection to this fraud case. Maybe she was confused or deceived by her subordinates. The trusted servant left at his command. Wang Xianzhong put down his brush, dried the ink, and a cruel smile appeared on his face, confident of victory. As soon as that official named Chen arrives, he will accuse Chu Jing of violating rules by taking a wife. If Wang Qingyao intervenes to protect him, it would be interfering with the court's laws and covering up corruption. When the news reaches the family, the elders who are already unhappy about Wang Qingyao managing the family's affairs will definitely use this as an excuse. By then, Wang Qingyao might not only lose her chance to become the head of Qingyao Prefecture, but also struggle to keep her small estate in Hehe County. She might even be forcibly recalled and forced into a marriage alliance. Without Wang Qingyao's protection and with the charges confirmed, Chu Jing's 2 beautiful wives would naturally be taken back by the authorities, according to the law. At that time, he could spend some money to, legally, buy back the 2 women who had been mismatched and taken away. Wouldn't that be a natural solution? Chu Jing, oh Chu Jing, your good days are over. I will happily take your beauties. Wang Xianzhong picked up his teacup, took a gentle sip, as if he had already tasted the sweetness of victory and conquest. A sneaky plan, like vines growing in the dark night, quietly spread toward the hopeful little courtyard in the east of the city. Chu Jing's small courtyard finally became quiet. The moonlight shone softly through the new paper on the windows into the east room. Now, it is Chu Jing's bedroom with his 3 wives. The most noticeable thing in the room is the large custom-made wooden bed, sturdy and spacious enough for 4 people to lie comfortably. At this moment, Gua Zhaolan was sitting by the bed, slowly combing her long hair with a comb. Lin Jiro was carefully folding the clothes she had changed out of. Li Lingxue sat on a small stool by the bed, under the oil lamp's light, gently applying jade skin ointment to her face using a small round mirror taken from Chu Jing's system, which made her face look especially clear. Chu Jing finished washing and came in, seeing this peaceful and warm scene. He walked over to Li Lingxue, bent down to look carefully at her profile. The effect is good, Chu Jing nodded, with a tone of approval. It's a bit lighter than yesterday, and the edges are starting to close. Lingxue, keep applying it regularly. Soon, these scars will be gone, and you'll look like a beautiful little fairy again. Li Lingxue paused slightly in her movements, secretly looked up at Chu Jing in the mirror. Under the candlelight, her eyes, always shy, suddenly sparkled with surprise, but then was covered by a hint of worry. She instinctively wanted to cover her face with a cloth, raising her hand halfway, but then lowering it again. Really? Can it all really heal? She asked in a tiny voice, full of disbelief and hope. She trusted Chu Jing's medical skills very much. After all, her husband had even saved someone who was drowned, though the method was a bit embarrassing. Recently, the scar on her face, which once made her feel miserable and ashamed to show her face, is visibly fading and smoothing out. This change gives her hope, stronger than any words. Who doesn't want to be beautiful? Li Lingxue used to cover her face with a cloth towel, not only because of her low self-esteem, but also because she didn't want her ugly appearance to shame her husband. Now, hope is right in front of her, and her heart is filled with a mix of sweet and sour feelings. Of course I can, Chu Jing said confidently, rubbing her head gently. Your face looks scary, but the injury isn't deep. With the right medicine, new skin will grow, and it will be fine. When that happens, who will still say my Lingxue isn't pretty? Gua Zhaolan put down her comb and came over, carefully examining Li Lingxue's cheek under the light. Her cold eyebrows softened. It's really much better. Sister Lingxue, don't worry. If your husband says you'll get better, then you definitely will. Lin Jiro also came closer, her unusual eyes shining like gemstones in the light. She genuinely cheered for Li Lingxue. That's great, Lingxue. Once you're better, we'll go shopping together for pretty blush and powder. She smiled happily, her eyes curved with joy. But as she kept smiling, her gaze unintentionally fell on her awkward left foot. The smile faded a little, and a quick flash of sadness and low self-esteem crossed her eyes. She quietly hid her left foot in the shadows. This tiny change in her mood didn't escape Chu Jing and Gua Zhaolan, who had been paying close attention. Li Lingxue sensed that Lin Jiro was feeling down. She put down her mirror and ointment, gently holding Lin Jiro's hand with concern in her eyes. Jiro, sister. Gua Zhaolan also silently sighed, looking at Lin Jiro's foot with pity. The atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted from happiness to a bit of sadness. Chu Jing's heart tightened, knowing that this girl was upset about her foot again. He sat down by the bed and gently pulled Lin Jiro to sit beside him. Why are you overthinking again? Chu Jing's voice was soft but firm, with a tone of unquestionable reassurance. Look at your husband. Lin Jiro raised her eyes. Her amber and gray-blue eyes were already misty, but she held back her tears and didn't let them fall. She just bit her lip and gently shook her head. It's nothing. Husband, I'm fine. Chu Jing gently pinched her cheek and asked, Are you worried about Ling Shui getting better and forgetting about your own foot? Hearing this, Lin Jiro's eyes turned redder. She lowered her head and her voice trembled a little. I am just a cripple, a monster with different eyes. I don't deserve my husband's kindness. That's nonsense. Chu Jing interrupted her seriously. What monster? Look at Zizhu's eyes, so special and beautiful. Others want them, but can't have them. As for your foot, he slowed his voice, took Lin Jiro's left hand, and gently pressed a spot on her ankle. Here, and here, Sometimes it feels sore and swollen, especially after walking for a long time. Lin Jiro nodded in surprise. Yes, that's good, Chu Jing said casually. Your foot isn't naturally like this, and it can be fixed. It was just a dislocated bone that wasn't set properly at first, so it healed crooked. Judging by your condition, the injury probably happened about a year ago. Hearing this, Lin Jiro remembered some painful memories and shivered slightly, softly saying, It's not been long, so your tendons and muscles haven't fully set yet. Chu Jing continued, as if explaining something simple. It just needs a small operation to cut the crooked part and realign it so it can grow properly. The main issues now are, first, your body is still a bit weak, so you need to rest and build up your strength. Second, I don't have the right tools at hand. He leaned closer, looked into her eyes, and smiled like a clever fox making a promise. Don't worry, I have a way to get the tools. It just takes some time to prepare. You just need to eat well, sleep well, and take good care of yourself. When the time comes, I'll personally treat your foot. I promise you'll be able to run and jump. Just don't mind being lively. Running around the yard chasing butterflies might give me a headache. His words were both professional and funny, making the complicated surgery sound as simple as fixing a small wooden stool. Lin Jiro was so amused, she almost burst out laughing, but tears finally fell, not from sadness, but from great joy and relief. Really? Really? Husband, my foot. Can it really get better? Can I walk normally? No more. No more limping. She clutched Chu Jing's sleeve tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline. More real than gold. Chu Jing gently wiped her tears. When has your husband ever lied to you? Soon, Jiro, you will definitely be one of the most lively and beautiful girls in Heian County. No, in Qingyao Prefecture, Guizhaolan and Li Lingxue listened nearby, their eyes moist, but their faces showed genuine smiles. Guizhaolan softly embraced Lin Jiro's trembling shoulders, while Li Lingxue held her hand tightly. The warm glow of the oil lamp cast their shadows on the wall, showing their closeness. For a moment, the room fell silent. Only faint sobs and gentle breathing could be heard. A mix of gratitude, happiness, dependence, and deep warmth flowed silently among the four of them. Lin Jiro leaned on Chu Jing's shoulder, slowly stopping her tears. She looked at the flickering lamp flame and softly whispered, My husband, what would have happened to us if we hadn't met you? This sentence deeply touched Guizhaolan and Li Lingxue, stirring their innermost feelings. Guizhaolan remembered her own despair when her body was covered in sores and she was waiting to die in a dirty grass pile. If it weren't for Chu Jing's miraculous medicine and careful care, she would have already turned to dust. Li Lingxue touched her increasingly smooth face and thought of the fierce cold that once made her cough so badly she thought she wouldn't survive, along with her burns. If not for her husband, she might have been assigned to someone else, or quietly disappeared in this cold winter. Lin Jiro was even more aware that her limp and strange eyes might still be sold as a rare item by human traffickers, but if she were truly given to some wicked person or left to wander the streets, her fate would be even worse than Guizhaolan and Li Lingxue. Three women who once faced despair now snuggled beside the same man, feeling this hard-won warmth and safety, their hearts full of complex feelings. Chu Jing heard the fear and relief in their words and felt his heart soften. He opened his arms and gently pulled all three wives close. Though a little awkward, his intentions were clear. Let's forget about the past, he said calmly, with a reassuring strength. Now we are a family. With me here, no one can bully you anymore. Our days will only get better. Now, go to sleep peacefully. Tomorrow, I have a surprise for Miss Wang. Rest well. Under his comfort, the three wives gradually calmed down. The oil lamp was blown out, and four people lay on a specially made big bed. Chu Jing slept on the outer side, with Guizhaolan, Lin Jiro, and Li Lingxue in order inside. At first, they felt shy and a little nervous, but soon the exhaustion from a day of travel and the peace after relaxing took over. Listening to each other's gentle breathing and feeling the close warmth of one another, they all fell into deep sleep. The moonlight was like water, quietly covering the small courtyard. It kept out the busy, scheming, and plotting of the day, leaving only a warm, peaceful dreamland inside. Just as Chu Jing was about to drift into sleep, familiar rustling sounds appeared again, accompanied by a faint but clear scent, not floral, but more like a cool, soft, and unique body fragrance. A soft body, with a slight dampness from a recent bath and warmth, naturally slipped into his bed. Compared to the last time in the thatched hut, there was less hesitation and more straightforwardness. Chu Jing instantly woke up, his heart beating faster. With a familiar feeling, he knew it was Guo Xiaolon. But unlike last time, when she was shy and curled up in his arms because of the cold on the ground, this time he clearly felt that her body was less reserved, more flexible and proactive. She didn't turn her back to him like before, but slightly turned to face him. Moonlight shone through the window, casting light and shadow on her beautiful face. Her eyes, usually calm like a deep pond, now shimmered with a faint, star-like sparkle in the darkness, something Chu Jing had never seen before. She looked at him quietly and honestly. "Hubby, are you still awake?" she asked, her voice softer than usual, with a slight lift at the end, carrying a subtle teasing tone. Chu Jing's throat moved, feeling a bit dry. I was about to sleep. Xiaolon you." He couldn't quite tell what Guo Xiaolon was like tonight. Her aura felt a little different. Could it be because they moved from the rough hut to their proper new house? Did she think the environment and timing were just right? Or was her restraint last time just a form of modesty, thinking it wasn't the right moment? Before he could figure it out, Guo Xiaolon made a move. Her slender arm gently wrapped around his waist. Her fingertips lightly brushed the fabric of his sleepwear, causing a subtle shiver. Her face moved a little closer, warm breath brushing his jaw, her voice soft and almost like a whisper, yet carrying an irresistible charm. "Husband." Cold. It was the same excuse, but her tone, expression, and the aura she emitted were completely different from last time. Last time, she was a bit clumsy and coquettish. This time, it felt more like a confident, queen-like invitation. Her eyes looked at him as if to say, "I know you know what I'm thinking, and I know you know what you're thinking." Chu Jing's mind suddenly went blank, and the last bits of sleepiness and reason almost vanished under this direct, tempting gaze. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui, and what he held in his arms was his beautiful, well-loved wife, whose affection had long been obvious and who was now acting unusually bold. If he still couldn't stay calm, he might as well go to a temple and become a statue. Whether she suddenly understood because of the change in environment or for some other reason, the tempting treat was right in front of him. Why not take it? If he kept resisting, he might start to doubt himself. Cold. Chu Jing's voice also became husky. He tightened his arms, pulling her fully into his embrace. Their bodies pressed close, almost feeling each other's rapid heartbeat and rising body temperature. Then, "Husband will keep you warm." This sentence was like a switch, or rather, a silent permission. Guo Xiaolon's eyes flickered with a faint smile, mischievous and relaxed, as if she had achieved her goal. She didn't speak again, only slightly lifted her chin, closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. The moonlight cast a soft silver glow on her face, blending her usual cool aura with complete submission, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Chu Jing no longer hesitated and lowered his head. Guo Xiaolon responded shyly, but perfectly in tune. As night deepened, the room was filled with a gentle, enchanting atmosphere. Across the not-too-far distance, on the other side of the big bed, Lin Zhiro and Li Lingxue, who should have been asleep and breathing evenly, moved almost imperceptibly at the same time. Chu Jing woke up to a soft rustling sound and the faint aroma of porridge drifting in the air. Sunlight filtered through the new paper on the window, making the room bright and cheerful. The bed was already empty, leaving only a faint, unique cool fragrance that belonged to Guo Xiaolon. Outside, there were soft footsteps, gentle conversations, and the clattering of dishes, his three wives busy with their chores. Chu Jing stretched lazily, a slight smile appearing on his face. A deep sense of satisfaction and belonging filled his heart. Thinking back to last night's romantic moments, he felt a warm blush on his face, but inside he was happily bubbling. After being a wizard for 28 years in his previous life, he never expected that after just a few days of crossing over, he would not only find a partner, but also start a new relationship. His partner was Guo Xiaolon, a stunning and talented, queen-level woman. Yes, This crossing blessing was truly wonderful. After being a wizard for 28 years in his previous life, he never expected that after just a few days of crossing over, he would not only find a partner, but also start a new relationship. His partner was Guo Xiaolan, a stunning and talented queen. Li Lingxue, the poor girl, still had scars on her face and was so shy that she dared not get close to him. Lin Zhiro was the most fragile and needed good care. Sigh. After feeling happy, he also felt the heavy weight of responsibility. He had to quickly raise them to be healthy and strong, with rosy cheeks. Just as he was thinking, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Wife Guo Xiaolan and the host have completed a major life event. The system has activated the new wife binding feature. After binding, the host has 1 year to turn her into a true wife, either in body and mind or in name only. If the goal isn't achieved, the system will punish the host by directly erasing him. Newly bound wife, Wang Qingyao. Favorability. Since she is not yet a wife, it is locked. Keep working hard, host. Complete the marriage task. Hearing this notification, Chu Jing froze in place. What the heck was this system doing? It even forced him to bind a new wife. If he doesn't complete the task, he'll be erased? This was too dangerous. And the system had assigned him Wang Qingyao as the new wife. What kind of joke was this? Although this woman was unbelievably beautiful and worthy of being his wife, Chu Jing was willing. But the problem was, what was Wang Qingyao's identity? A princess from the Langyue Wang family. With his current status, was it even possible to marry her? Regarding the idea of mind and body uniting, it is possible, but why would a good girl, with no fame or status, be willing to unite her mind and body with you? Is it force? Or trickery? What kind of thing is this? Chu Jing felt speechless and exhausted from complaining. However, thinking about how failing the task would lead to being erased, he felt anxious. It seemed he had to complete this task, no matter what. What annoyed him most was that he couldn't see Wang Qingyao's affection level, not even to try to use her affection to get system benefits. This new wife's connection, whether active or not, made no difference. The system was really a pain. Just as Chu Jing wanted to curse the system loudly, the door was gently pushed open a crack. Li Lingxue peeked in, saw he was awake, and quietly said, "Husband, you're awake? The washing water and towel are ready." Her voice was soft and gentle, with a hint of sleepiness, and her cough was almost gone. The modern cold medicine produced by the system was very effective against ancient cold and wind illnesses. Although she had only taken medicine for 4 days, her energy and spirit visibly improved. Her eyes still showed some hesitation, but they also sparkled with liveliness. I'm coming." Chu Jing suppressed his worries, responded, and quickly got up. He could only take 1 step at a time and see how things went. Seeing Li Lingxue quietly place the prepared warm water basin and towel, then lower her head and step back, her obedient and gentle look softened his heart again. After he finished washing up and went to the main hall, breakfast was already served. There was simple porridge, small dishes, and a freshly steamed bun, all steaming hot. Guo Xiaolan was arranging the last pair of chopsticks. When she looked up and saw him, a faint blush quickly flashed across her face. But she quickly returned to her usual cold and composed appearance, as if last night's act of crawling into bed and her enthusiastic response hadn't happened. However, the slight upward curve of her lips and the gentle glow in her eyes, like melting snow, silently announced her good mood. "Husband, please have breakfast," she said calmly, but with more warmth than usual. Chu Jing sat down and glanced at Lin Zhiro beside him. Lin Zhiro was lowering her head, fiddling with her sleeve. When she felt his gaze, her ears turned bright red. Her unusual eyes quickly glanced at him, then drooped like a startled deer. Her voice was soft and faint, like a mosquito. "Good morning, husband." Today, she seemed especially shy, even forgetting her usual favorite act of helping Chu Jing serve food. Li Lingxue dared not lift her head the whole time. She sipped her porridge quietly, trying to stay unnoticed. The atmosphere at the breakfast table was very tense. Apart from the faint clinking of bowls and chopsticks, only a silent, awkward, and shy understanding filled the air. Last night's noise from next door was very clear to 2 sensitive and light-sleeping girls, almost like a vivid lesson. Chu Jing knew this well. He wanted to laugh, but also felt a bit guilty toward the girls. He tried to play the role of the head of the family, helping them serve food. Eat more, especially Zhiro and Lingxue. You need to make up for it. His words made the atmosphere even stranger. Gua Xiaolan was drinking her porridge gracefully, with a deeper smile on her lips. Lin Zhiro buried her face even lower, and Li Lingxue almost choked on her porridge. Just as the awkward yet warm scene seemed about to turn into a pink bubble of affection, the courtyard gate was knocked. Is Master Chu at home? It was Wang Qingyao's clear and melodious voice, with a hint of expectation. Chu Jing was stunned. He remembered the system's prompt sound and felt a complex mood. Now that the main guest had arrived, should he tell her, "Girl, do you want to be my wife?" But if he said that now, she might be scared away. She might even think he was crazy or a flirt. His plan to cooperate with her could be completely ruined. He sighed and decided to go with the flow. The best way was to help Wang Qingyao as much as possible. If Wang Qingyao could escape her family's arranged marriage, he would have a chance. Unfortunately, he only had a year, so time was tight. He quickly got up and went to open the door. Outside, Wang Qingyao was dressed in a light yellow dress, fresh and elegant. But she had a faint dark shadow under her eyes, clearly not sleeping well. Behind her was the sleepy-eyed, yawning young maid, Qing'er. Upon seeing Chu Jing, Qing'er couldn't help but whisper complaints. "Young Master Chu, you really caused trouble for our young lady. You said there would be a surprise today." She kept talking about it from last night until this morning, tossing and turning and unable to sleep well. Before dawn, she hurried the maid to get her ready. Wang Qingyao's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance at being exposed. She lightly scolded, "Qing'er, stop talking so much." When she turned to Chu Jing, her smile was graceful and proper, but her eyes showed eager curiosity and anticipation that couldn't be hidden. "Young Master Chu, Qingyao dares to come early because she is too curious. She wants to know what exactly the surprise you mentioned yesterday is." Chu Jing looked at this close-knit master and servant pair and smiled as he welcomed them inside. "Miss Wang, you're just in time. I just finished preparing breakfast. If you don't mind, would you like to join us?" "No need. We've already eaten." Wang Qingyao politely declined, but her gaze was already drawn to the trays covered with cloth on the table in the main hall and a strange-shaped wooden frame nearby. "What are these?" Gua Xiaolan and the other two women had already stood up and nodded at Wang Qingyao. Seeing Wang Qingyao and her maid enter, especially noting Wang Qingyao's slightly tired but more charming face and her unhidden hopeful look at Chu Jing, the three women almost simultaneously sounded a warning bell in their hearts. Gua Xiaolan's gentle expression immediately cooled, returning to her usual distant and cold demeanor. She stepped forward, subtly positioning herself slightly ahead of Chu Jing on his side, and said lightly with a hint of a hostess's tone, "Miss Wang has arrived. Husband is having breakfast now. If you're not in a hurry, may I ask you to wait a moment?" Her tone was polite, but carried an air of authority. Lin Zhiro quickly reacted, filling a bowl of porridge for Chu Jing and speaking louder than before. "Husband, the porridge is still hot. Please drink it while it's warm." Her eyes, a different color, secretly glanced at Wang Qingyao with a hint of barely noticeable nervousness. Li Lingxue didn't speak, but quietly pushed the small dish of pickled vegetables that Chu Jing liked in front of him, then silently stood on his other side, lowering her gaze but listening carefully. Chu Jing was a bit amused by his three wives' sudden, coordinated, guard, stance, but also felt warm inside. Of course, there was also a strange sense of helplessness. The way his three wives were so cautious of Wang Qingyao made it difficult for him to complete his task. Now, in front of him, there is not only the task of finding a way to marry Wang Qingyao, but also the need to soothe three wives afterward. He cleared his throat and said, "It's okay. Miss Wang is not a stranger. Since you're here, let's first look at the items." He walked over to the wooden frame object, lifted the cloth covering it, revealing a somewhat rough but complete wooden abacus with smooth beads and a sturdy frame. "This is..." Wang Qingyao looked at the frame full of beads with curiosity. "It's called an abacus, Chu Jing said, picking up the abacus and moving the beads casually, making a clear clicking sound. "It's a tool used for calculations. Compared to counting rods, it's more convenient and faster. Once you get used to it, you can do addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division with large numbers instantly." He demonstrated a simple addition. At first, Wang Qingyao was a bit confused, but as she watched Chu Jing's fingers fly and the beads collide, a complex number appeared clearly. Her eyes widened more and more. As a businessperson, she understood the value of this device perfectly. This is practically a tailor-made tool for accountants. It greatly improves efficiency more than several times. And it seems that as long as you learn the formulas, it's not hard to master. Young Master Chu, did you really make this? Wang Qingyao's voice trembled with excitement. She took the abacus, loving it so much she couldn't put it down, gently touching the smooth beads, her eyes shining with admiration. If this device is widely used, it will change the entire accounting world. You are truly talented, young master. I am deeply impressed. Before she could fully recover from the shock of the abacus, Chu Jing had already moved to the trays. He first opened the first tray, which contained several small porcelain bottles and a small wine jar. This is high-purity distilled liquor, which I call distilled wine. It's stronger, purer, and more fragrant than the wines available in the market. He uncorked the small wine jar, and a strong, commanding aroma of alcohol immediately filled the air. Wang Qingyao only sniffed once and felt a rush of heat rising, her beautiful eyes widening again. Next was the second tray, holding several smaller, exquisitely shaped glass bottles. These are the lowest-grade transparent containers exchanged from the system shop. Chu Jing picked up one bottle, gently shook it, and the clear liquid inside shimmered with an enchanting glow. He uncorked the bottle, and a pure, elegant, and refreshing jasmine scent spread out, more captivating than any sachet or fragrant cake. This is perfume. Spray a little on your skin or clothes, and the scent will last long and have many layers. It's far better than ordinary fragrances. Finally, he showed the third tray, which held several light yellow, smooth, and slightly shiny blocks, some embedded with tiny jasmine petals, giving off a fresh smell mixed with a hint of soap and floral notes. This is soap. It's used for washing and bathing, leaving a clean scent. It's better than bath beads or soap cakes and gentler on the skin. Chu Jing explained each item one by one, and with every word, Wang Qingyao's face showed more surprise. When she personally smelled the intoxicating aroma of the perfume, felt the enchanting fragrance, and touched the smooth, moist soap, her cheeks blushed with excitement, and her breathing became slightly quicker. She came from a noble family and was well informed. She knew very well how much of a stir these items would cause among officials, wealthy merchants, and even in the palace once they were released. Each one was enough to start a new trade and bring immense wealth. She looked up at Chu Jing, her gaze now very complicated. At first, she admired his quick thinking and talent. Then she was amazed by his mathematical magic and accounting skills. Now, seeing these dazzling inventions, each capable of driving people crazy, Wang Qingyao's heart was pounding like a drum. This seemingly ordinary man hid many incredible secrets. He was like an endless treasure chest. In her eyes, there was joy, amazement, sharp judgment about big business opportunities, and even a deep, growing admiration and curiosity she hadn't realized herself. How could such a man not make people yearn for him? However, her open admiration and intense gaze, almost overflowing with emotion, were seen very differently by the three ladies nearby. She handed a cup of warm water to Chu Jing, her movements natural and affectionate. Lin Jiro also gathered her courage, took a clean cloth, and offered it to Chu Jing. "Husband, wipe your hands." She looked at Wang Qingyao, trying to keep her voice calm. "Miss Wang, these things were carefully developed by your husband. They must be quite valuable, right?" Her words subtly implied. "These are our family's belongings." Li Lingshu didn't speak. She quietly stood half a step behind Chu Jing, quickly glancing at Wang Qingyao. Her eyes, no longer timid as usual, showed clear caution and unease. For a moment, in the small main hall, one side was filled with excited female merchants, as if they had seen a mountain of gold and silver. The other side consisted of three jealous wives, looking like they were facing a great threat. In the middle was Chu Jing, holding a water cup and feeling the faint scent from behind him. He looked at Wang Qingyao's shining eyes. Chu Jing's heart skipped a beat. Was the backyard on fire? He quickly cleared his throat, trying to steer the conversation back on track. Miss Wang, These are still preliminary versions and need further improvement. But you've seen the general effect. As for the cooperation, you can rest assured now, right? As he spoke, he secretly gave his 3 wives a look that said, "Don't worry, your husband has it under control." He could only suppress his desire to complete the task and try to bring both sides closer through cooperation. The rest could come later. Wang Qingyao was very clever and immediately sensed the subtle change in the atmosphere inside the room. She suppressed her excitement and the strange feelings inside her, returning to her elegant smile as a noble lady. But her gaze on the few, strange objects remained hot. "Young Master Chu," she said, her voice still trembling slightly from excitement, but more serious now. Wang Qingyao calmed herself from the dizzying feeling of discovering a treasure and focused. She took a deep breath, her eyes shining as she looked at Chu Jing, and began to speak seriously. "Young Master Chu, these 3 strange objects have great potential. The most urgent task is to produce them quickly and gain an advantage. My idea is," she paused briefly, clearly stating her plan. "You provide detailed techniques and formulas, and I will find trustworthy craftsmen, set up workshops, buy raw materials, and organize production. This way, we can quickly build up a large scale and make use of my existing contacts and channels to rapidly expand sales." She seemed worried that Chu Jing might misunderstand, so she quickly added, speaking sincerely, "Young master, rest assured, the core technology will definitely be in your hands. We can sign a strict agreement, split the formula into parts for safekeeping, and key steps will be controlled by someone you trust. Profits will be divided strictly 50-50. Qingyao has no intention of taking anything for herself. She just wants to grow this business quickly, which benefits both of us. This plan sounds very reasonable, efficient, and it makes the best use of Wang Qingyao's current resources." Chu Jing stroked his chin, seriously considering it. He believed Wang Qingyao was sincere in her cooperation, but technology is tricky. Once it leaves his control, the risk increases sharply, even though he had a system task forcing him to marry Wang Qingyao. But he also knew people are unpredictable. If any part goes wrong or the formula leaks, this exclusive deal could fall apart. He preferred to build his own core workshop to control production tightly, only supplying finished products to Wang Qingyao for sales. At least, before marrying this girl, he needed to stay clear-headed. If he got too obsessed with her beauty, he might end up ruining himself. While Chu Jing was pondering how to politely express his concern about keeping the technology secret, "Miss Wang, you are mistaken." A clear, pleasant voice interrupted his thoughts, carrying an undeniable tone of authority. Guo Xiaolan stepped forward gracefully, with a subtle protective strength, standing between Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao. She looked calmly at Wang Qingyao and spoke confidently. "The formula and technology are the foundation of my husband's livelihood in this cooperation. Entrusting it entirely to outsiders, even with a contract, is too risky. People's hearts are changeable, processes are complicated, and mistakes can happen." Her words were logical and direct, hitting the core issues. She showed no fear or confusion like an ordinary woman facing a big matter, but instead resembled a seasoned general analyzing a battlefield. Wang Qingyao was slightly stunned, not expecting this usually cold and quiet Guo Xiaolan to be the one to speak up. She looked at Chu Jing, who also appeared surprised. Then, his eyes showed interest, and he didn't try to stop them. Instead, he took a small step back and acted like a spectator, as if saying, "You two go ahead and talk." Chu Jing was happy to see this situation. Maybe this was a good chance for his 3 wives to get along with Wang Qingyao. Even if they argued at first, maybe they would become good friends over time. That wouldn't be a bad thing for him. What surprised Wang Qingyao even more was what happened next. Lin Jiro also moved slightly, standing behind Guo Xiaolan a little further back. She looked a bit nervous, twisting her fingers around her clothes unconsciously. But when she looked at Wang Qingyao, her unusual colored eyes shone with a firm light. Her voice was soft but clear. "Miss Wang, Lan Jiejie is right. Husband skills are very special and precious. If anything goes wrong, we will regret it forever. Even trusted craftsmen can't prevent others from spying or from people with bad intentions threatening or tempting them." Her words hinted at her understanding of how dangerous people can be, which was not something an ordinary village girl would know. Li Lingxua didn't speak, but silently moved to the other side of Guo Xiaolan. showing her support without words. She slightly raised her chin, her gaze still a bit shy, but her quiet determination was clear. She softly repeated an important point: husbands' things must be protected. The three women, united in purpose, quickly formed a strong wife-team alliance. Their clear goal was to protect their husbands' core skills and also to guard against potential rivals. Chu Jing watched nearby, first surprised, then almost laughed out loud. Wow. He usually saw his three wives as either cold, timid, or quiet. But at this moment, they were so brave. And each one spoke with purpose, hitting the key points. They weren't just pretty faces, they were like hidden advisors and guardians. Especially Guizhaolan, with her calm analysis and commanding presence, was incredibly impressive. It seemed he could secretly relax more in the future. No, he should say, let his capable wives show their talents more. Wang Qingyao was even more shocked inside. She had only thought that Chu Jing's three wives looked beautiful and elegant, especially Guizhaolan, who was definitely not ordinary. But unexpectedly, they showed such clear understanding and decisive attitude on a major issue involving their own interests. Moreover, these three women clearly took Guizhaolan as the main backbone, working together smoothly and not giving an inch. She put away the last bit of contempt she felt because they were women, and her expression became more serious. She knew that today's negotiation partners might not be just Chu Jing. Lady Guo, Lady Lin, Lady Li, Wang Qingyao nodded slightly to the three women, showing equal respect. I understand your concerns. Technology is fundamental, and we must be careful. I wonder if the three of you have any good ideas? I am listening carefully. She turned the question back, both out of respect and as a test. Guizhaolan exchanged a glance with Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue. After receiving their slight nods of support, she spoke calmly, clearly having thought it through. I don't dare to claim to have great ideas. In my humble opinion, cooperation should be divided, with clear responsibilities. First, the core technology workshop must be controlled directly by my husband. He will choose the location, oversee construction, and recruit staff. All formulas and key processes must be kept secret. Miss Wang can send people to supervise the accounts, ensuring the materials, output, and supplies are correct. Second, Miss Wang can be responsible for bulk raw material procurement, as well as sales, distribution, and maintaining good relationships with partners. This is where Miss Wang's strengths lie, and she can also leverage the advantages of the Wang family's channels. Third, profit sharing can still be split equally. But my husband will be responsible for all costs and wages of the workshop staff, while Miss Wang will handle the costs and channel expenses related to sales. The final net profit will be split 50-50. Her explanation was clear and organized, turning Chu Jing's vague ideas into concrete plans. And the phrase divide and conquer, clear responsibilities hit Chu Jing's heart perfectly. He manages production, Wang Qingyao handles sales, technology stays secret, channels are used well. This is perfect. Lin Jiro added at the right moment, her voice gentle but firm. This way, we protect the core and also use Miss Wang's strength to expand the market. Your husband can focus on improving the technology and making better products. She thought of Chu Jing's clever ideas and the new inventions he kept coming up with. Li Lingxue also softly but firmly added, using our own workshop, we can trust it. The focus was on emphasizing the words, our own. After hearing this, Wang Qingyao quickly began to think. This plan indeed best protected Chu Jing's technical safety, but it also raised her demands. She needed to invest more resources in building channels and sales, and her control over the production process was reduced. However, thinking from another angle, Chu Jing took on the workshop's costs and risks, which eased her financial pressure a bit. More importantly, this plan was based on stronger trust and clearer division of work, which might make it last longer. She looked at Chu Jing, who was smiling happily while watching his three talented wives, full of admiration and pride. It was clear he was very satisfied with this plan. Wang Qingyao sighed inwardly, knowing this was Chu Jing's bottom line. But she also gained something from it. All three ladies are thoughtful. I admire that, she said with a smile, returning to her sharp businesswoman attitude. This plan is workable, but we need to discuss the details. For example, can I purchase raw materials for young Master Chu at a better price to lower costs? Also, we should decide early on the pricing, target customers, and sales strategies for the first batch of products. The negotiation moved into more specific and professional topics. This time, Chu Jing was no longer alone facing Wang Qingyao. Instead, he watched and approved the decisions. The three wives, working together as a family business alliance, led the main negotiations with Wang Qingyao and the Wang family channels behind her. Guo Xiaolan continued to lead, speaking sharply and logically, not backing down on key points of interest. Lin Zhiro carefully added some details that might be overlooked, like seasonal price changes for raw materials and transportation tips. Li Lingxue, though quiet, always pointed out important cost calculation issues when she spoke. Chu Jing sat comfortably nearby, drinking warm water that Li Lingxue poured for him, watching his wives work so hard and smartly for the family. He felt very happy. Was this what it meant to marry three wives? No, it was more like marrying three talented and beautiful, wise helpers, all at once. It seemed that on the road to wealth, as the technical director and final decision-maker, he could finally relax a little. Just a little. Although four women were arguing there, this was clearly a good start. She could see their mutual appreciation. He believed that with his careful planning, their relationship would only get better. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry about jealousy among his wives. He looked out the window at the bright sunshine and felt more hopeful about the days ahead. He also felt a bit lucky. He hadn't married three unattractive or difficult wives, but three treasures. After some lively and friendly discussions, the basic plan was finally agreed upon. Guo Xiaolan led the negotiations, with Lin and Li assisting. Chu Jing nodded, and Wang Qingyao considered everything carefully. Wang Qingyao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the production part was separated, she still held the sales rights and 50% of the profits. The future looked bright. She was thinking about the next steps, discussing the initial funding and raw material deposits. But before she could speak, the sharp-tongued, determined Guo advisor at the negotiation table turned his gaze to her, and a faint, kind smile appeared on his lips. Miss Wang, since the cooperation has been agreed upon, we should now start the work, Guo Xiaolan said calmly, as if commenting on the nice weather. My husband needs to quickly choose a site, build the main workshop, recruit reliable workers, and buy special equipment. All of these require money. Wang Qingyao nodded naturally. She was about to suggest paying part of the costs up front or investing. But Guo Xiaolan changed his tone as if it was obvious. However, the funds my husband previously had have all been used for materials and equipment. There's no extra money now. So, the initial investment, covering land, building materials, recruitment, and deposits for some special raw materials, will need to be borrowed from Miss Wang for the time being. Borrow? Wang Qingyao blinked, thinking she must have heard wrong. Isn't this a partnership? How did it turn into her lending money to Chu Jing to build the workshop? Once the workshop is built and products are made and sold, she still has to share half the profits? This calculation is a bit confusing. Chu Jing, standing nearby, also looked surprised, with his mouth slightly open. Lanner, are you being a bit too forward? Using skills and technology to start the project without initial funds? And having the benefactor pay for the construction of the production base? This business idea is truly a clever move. Guo Xiaolan seemed not to notice the surprised looks on their faces. She continued in her cool, confident tone, explaining clearly and logically. Miss Wang, consider this. Without the initial funds, the workshop cannot be built, and production cannot begin. Without production, there will be no profits to share. Even the samples you see today would remain just samples forever. You are wise and know the value of these three items. Are you willing to let them be wasted, missing out on great wealth and opportunities? She paused, giving Miss Wang a knowing look, then added firmly. The money borrowed can be repaid first from the profits or payments from the first batch of finished products. We can sign a formal agreement, and not a single cent will be lost. This is to help speed up our cooperation, so your channels can start earning real money sooner. It's a win-win plan to move forward faster. Miss Wang opened her mouth, but couldn't find words to reply. Yes, without initial funds, everything is just talk. Of course, she didn't want to give up. The few items Chu Jing showed looked like a mountain of gold in her eyes. She was about to dig into it. Why give up just because she lacked a shovel? The temptation was too strong. She couldn't resist. She even looked at Chu Jing, who seemed innocent, and thought to herself, "Young Master Chu, did you plan this all along? First, you show me these irresistible treasures, then. Oh well." She felt like she had fallen into a carefully designed but willingly accepted trap. Guo Xiaolan's words made the loan sound like a way to speed up mutual investment for shared benefits, reasonable and caring, as if she was doing it for her. The key point was, Miss Wang really needed this speed up. The little maid Qingyao, who was nearby, had been listening with wide eyes, looking at Guo Xiaolan as if she were seeing a fairy. Oh my goodness, Lady Guo is so impressive. Isn't she basically using Wang's money to help Chu Jing build the workshop, and then sharing half of the profits? And she makes it sound impossible to refuse. The young lady was quite skilled at dealing with the cunning old foxes in her family, but compared to Lady Guo, Qingyao secretly glanced at her young lady and felt that if she truly wanted something with young Master Chu, the first obstacle she would face was Lady Guo. Her cleverness and intentions were truly impressive. Wang Qingyao hesitated several times, but finally gave in to the tempting prospects of those three rare items and their huge business potential. She smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Lady Guo, you are truly clever and sharp-tongued. I admire that." She turned to Chu Jing. "Young Master Chu, since that's the case, I will temporarily borrow the initial investment. We still need to calculate the exact amount." "Miss Wang, you're so straightforward," Guo Xiaolan immediately responded, as if afraid she might change her mind. Her usually cold smile finally showed a hint of genuine warmth. "Details can be discussed further with the two young ladies and Miss Wang. I promise you won't suffer any loss." With the matter settled and the promise of the money, Guo Xiaolan's commanding presence as a queen negotiator suddenly faded like a tide. She turned to Chu Jing, took a light step, and returned to his side. Her sharp gaze just moments ago had softened into a gentle, shimmering pool of spring water, full of dependence and tenderness. She slightly tilted her head to look at Chu Jing, her voice soft and sweet. "Husband, the workshop's construction, material procurement, and staffing. Let me and sisters Ji Ro and Ling Shui handle these chores, all right?" Her tone was gentle, almost coquettish, as if she was asking for his approval. "You are talented and should focus on the imperial exams. The county tests are coming soon in November. You need to study quietly, so don't let these trivial matters distract you." As she spoke, she naturally reached out to straighten his slightly crooked collar from earlier when she was watching the show, her movements gentle and caring, completely different from her sharp stance with Wang Qingyao just moments before. "Do you think this arrangement is okay?" she asked softly, her eyes fixed on Chu Jing as if her whole world only revolved around him. This sudden, intense tenderness and contrast made Chu Jing's heart feel like it was gently tickled by a feather, both tingling and numb. He looked at her stunning face, so close, still faintly flushed from her earlier assertiveness. Now, her expression was full of affection and concern that only she showed him. For a moment, he was momentarily stunned. My goodness, is this what it feels like to be truly cherished by the queen? Winning battles outside and instantly becoming a gentle wife at home? Who could handle that? Moreover, Lanner spoke so beautifully. In front of Wang Qingyao and Qingyao, she clearly explained the division of roles, husband outside, wife inside, respecting his career while showing her kindness and capability. It silently declared the harmony and hierarchy of this family. Her thoughtfulness and emotional intelligence are amazing. Chu Jing felt a deep sense of satisfaction and affection. He couldn't help but hold Guo Xiaolan's hand, which was fixing his collar, and nodded firmly, voice trembling a little. "All right, I'll listen to Lanner. With you all here, I can rest assured. I will study hard, pass the exams, and bring back fame. I won't let your hard work go to waste." Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue also came over. Though they didn't speak, their eyes showed full trust and support for Chu Jing and Guo Xiaolan. They are also willing to work hard for this family and for their husband. Wang Qingyao stood nearby, watching this warm, harmonious scene with clear roles. Seeing Guo Xiaolan melt in front of Chu Jing, her feelings were complicated and hard to describe. She admired Guo Xiaolan's skills, felt proud of Chu Jing's good wife, and perhaps felt a faint envy and sadness she didn't want to admit. Qing'er nodded wildly in her heart. "Look at that. Madame Guo is truly impressive." Her quick change of face, her way of controlling her husband. Miss, your journey is long and full of challenges. Chu Jing, however, paid no attention to all that. He was immersed in happiness and motivation. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? The imperial exams, the workshop, earning money, protecting them. All goals now felt clearer than ever. The framework for cooperation and the loan agreement were mostly settled. The remaining details, loan amount, repayment method, initial product types and quantities, pricing strategies, obviously needed more careful discussion over time. Wang Qingyao glanced at Guo Zhaolong, calm and ready for a long battle, then looked at Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue, who were focused and slightly inexperienced. She understood that the next part of the negotiation would require her full effort. Trying to send someone else? Probably wouldn't even last 3 rounds. She sighed softly in her heart. Originally, she planned to see the surprise and then personally take Chu Jing to register at the county school. They could chat more along the way and get closer. Now it seems that this small wish is impossible. Madame Guo was too strict and too formidable. Young Master Chu, Wang Qingyao composed herself and gave Chu Jing a proper smile. The matter of enrollment cannot be delayed. Qingyao still needs to discuss the details with the 3 ladies, so she probably can't accompany you to the county school herself. She will have Qing'er lead the way. Qing'er knows the area well and can also introduce you to the rules of the academy. Is that okay? Chu Jing had no objections. He also wanted to quickly register at the county school and focus on preparing for the exams. Moreover, the imperial examination was not just for his 3 wives anymore. If he could show enough talent, then Wang Qingyao's task might also be achievable. Thank you, Miss Wang, for your trouble. If Qing'er is willing to lead the way, that's perfect. So, under the watchful and somewhat complicated gazes of the women, Chu Jing, feeling a bit like he was escaping from the negotiation scene with relief, followed the young maid Qing'er out the door toward Heyang County School. As soon as they left the small courtyard, Qing'er, like a caged bird suddenly set free, became lively. She walked beside Chu Jing, jumping a few times now and then, her curious big eyes constantly flickering around him. Young Master Chu, she finally couldn't hold back and started talking. How did you manage to marry Madame Guo and the other 2 ladies? Especially Madame Guo. My goodness, the way she spoke just now was more commanding than the most formidable old shopkeeper in our house. I feel she's much more impressive than our young lady. She stuck out her tongue and quickly added, of course, our young lady is also very impressive. It's just a different kind of feeling. Chu Jing was amused by her straightforward comparison. Before he could answer, Qing'er continued guessing on her own. Madame Guo is so formidable, and Lady Lin and Lady Li don't seem ordinary either. Although Lady Li looked sickly before, and Lady Lin had trouble walking, now their demeanor doesn't look like ordinary village girls. Young Master Chu, you just look like an ordinary villager. A common person. Why would they be willing to follow you? The young girl clearly did not know the details of the marriage order and had not heard the previous conversation between Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao about Wang Xianzong possibly causing trouble. She was only making guesses based on her own observations and imagination. I understand now. She suddenly clapped her hands, her eyes shining as if she had discovered a new world. Is it possible that young Master Chu accidentally saved those 3 women? Just like last time at the pharmacy, when you saved my young lady. The more she thought about it, the more she believed her idea made sense. I remember the first time I saw Madame Guo and the others. It was outside the natural residence. Madame Guo had a full-body rash and looked very frightening, almost out of breath. Lady Li was coughing so hard her face turned pale. Only Lady Lin looked a bit better, but she was still very thin and had trouble walking. Could it be that young Master Chu used his amazing medical skills back then, pulling them back from the brink of death? They must have been grateful and, in return, offered themselves to you? Qing'er spoke animatedly, so moved that she looked at Chu Jing with admiration. Young Master Chu, your medical skills are truly miraculous. You turned those 3 unfortunate sisters into the beautiful women they are now. Madame Guo is radiant, Lady Lin is charming and lively, and Lady Li looks better every day. And your way of saving my young lady, although a bit unusual, her face flushed and her voice lowered. But you really did save someone from drowning. That's incredible, she chattered happily. like a cheerful bird, her youthful feelings spilling out as she admired Chu Jing's bravery in saving people. Though her words were a little shy and fanciful, her eyes shone with a mix of bashfulness and admiration. At first, Chu Jing listened to her wild guesses with a smile, thinking this girl's imagination was very rich. But as she described the tragic scene when she first saw the three women, Guizhaolan and the others, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the beginning of his journey, to that rainy afternoon when he faced the dilapidated thatched hut. Then, he was taken away by the village chief to be assigned a wife, and later saw those three women abandoned by fate, barely alive. His smile gradually faded, replaced by a complex and deep emotion. Miss Qingyao, Chu Jing interrupted her endless chatter gently, but seriously. You guessed half right, but not entirely. Qingyao blinked in confusion, looking at him with curiosity. Chu Jing looked toward the distant eaves of the county school, his gaze distant. Rather than saying I saved them, I think they saved me. Huh? Qingyao was completely confused. She tilted her head, not understanding at all. Chu Jing smiled gently, with a hint of emotion and warmth in his expression. When I met them, well, I was in a bad situation. I had nothing, my future was very dark, and I felt lost inside. Even a little hopeless. He concealed the truth about crossing over, only describing his feelings. At that time, I felt this world was cold and strange. I didn't know what I should do or could do. Right after crossing over, facing a terrible beginning, he truly felt despair. He even wanted to give up, and everything around him was gray. It was their appearance that made me feel I was no longer alone in this world. His voice was deep and clear. Seeing them struggle so hard but still trying to live, supporting each other, I thought I must stand up, do something. I needed to give them a place to shelter from the wind and rain, make sure they had enough to eat and wear warm clothes, and cure their illnesses. It was them that gave me a reason and goal to keep living and to live well in this world. He remembered Guizhaolan's calm but trusting look when she woke up, Lin Zhirou's shy smile as she handed him water despite her foot pain, and Li Lingshue's quiet attitude of trying not to trouble others even when she was seriously ill. These small moments, little by little, drove away his feelings of collapse and alienation from when he first crossed over. Of course, without his three wives, there would be no system for pampering wives. Even with the system, without them, it would be pointless. He was right about that. And more than that, his three wives truly made him feel many emotions. They live hard, never complain even in suffering, just like grass. As long as there's a bit of sunlight, they can survive stubbornly. He learned a lot from them too. So, Chu Jing withdrew his gaze, looking at Qingyao who was still digesting his words. His tone became relaxed but sincere. It's not that I saved them, giving them new life. It's that they, with their existence, saved me when I was about to drown in confusion and despair. They are the ones who made me feel hopeful and motivated about the world again. Qingyao listened quietly. She was still young and might not fully understand all the seriousness and meaning behind Chu Jing's words, but she could feel the genuine emotion in his voice. His deep care, gratitude, and love for his three wives were clear and natural. Suddenly, she felt that the seemingly ordinary young man before her seemed to have something very special about him. No wonder Madame Gua, a formidable woman, was so devoted to him and showed such gentle kindness in front of him. No wonder her own young lady valued him so much. Perhaps she was already falling deeply for him. Maybe it was that very quality in him. The innocent admiration in the little girl's heart quietly turned into deeper respect and a faint, unexplainable feeling of being touched. Young Master Chuyu, you and the three ladies will always be happy, Qingyao said sincerely, her face full of good wishes. Chu Jing smiled. This time, his smile was bright and warm. Thank you for your kind words, Qingyao. Let's go quickly to the academy so we won't be late. Once I pass the exams and earn fame, I can make their lives even better. Qingyao nodded eagerly, her steps lighter. She continued chattering happily, but the topic shifted from gossip and guesses to curiosity about the county school and encouragement for Chu Jing's exams. Sunlight shone on the cobblestone road, stretching the two figures into long shadows. The wave of memories in Chu Jing's heart gradually settled, replaced by a stronger, more determined feeling. To save the people who saved him, and for the new home and future they built together, he must succeed in the imperial exams. Led by the lively little bird Qing'er, Chu Jing quickly arrived at Heyang County School. The county school was located in the quieter eastern part of the town, built with blue bricks and gray tiles, giving off a scholarly and solemn atmosphere. A plaque reading Ming Luan Hall hung at the entrance, looking quite proper. Qing'er clearly wasn't there for the first time. She knew her way around and confidently found the steward on duty at the gate, showing him Wang Qingyao's token. The steward saw the token and immediately became respectful. Without hesitation, he led the two of them toward the side hall of the main office of Ming Luan Hall. He is a middle-aged scholar named Zhou Xuezhing, about 40 years old, with 3 strands of long beard and a thin face. He saw Qing'er, especially the token from the Wang family in her hand, and his attitude was quite polite, even showing a hint of subtle attentiveness. Miss Qing'er has come personally. May I ask what Miss Wang has instructed? Zhou Xuezhing stroked his beard gently, speaking in a gentle tone. Qing'er smiled happily and bowed slightly, pushing Chu Jing forward. Zhou Xuezhing as well. Our young lady asked me to bring this young master Chu Jing here to handle the enrollment procedures. She said that Chu Gongzi is talented and hopes that Xuezhing will take good care of him, allowing him to be re-enrolled and participate in this year's county exam. Then she handed over the enrollment list she had brought from Chu Jing. Zhou Xuezhing took the list and finally looked at Chu Jing, examining him carefully. Seeing that Chu Jing was dressed in a new blue Confucian robe, which was decent enough, his manners and bearing did not seem like a typical noble son, nor did he have the delicate or proud air common among scholars. Instead, he exuded a kind of unexplainable steadiness and robustness, especially his face, handsome, but he didn't look like a boy of 15 or 16. He slightly frowned his eyebrows, still polite, but less enthusiastic than when facing Qing. Oh? Young Master Chu, may I ask your age? Have you ever attended school? Who is your teacher? Chu Jing cupped his hands and replied honestly, respectfully, Xuezhing, I am 20 years old. I haven't officially attended school, but I have been able to recognize a few characters from my elders since childhood and have some basic literacy. He wasn't exactly lying. He could read, and his knowledge was mostly thanks to system support. 20? Zhou Xuezhing paused, his hand still stroking his beard. A quick flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but it was soon replaced by a faint, almost contemptuous look. 20 years old. Never attended school? Coming here to take the child prodigy exam? In the Great Qin dynasty, although the imperial examination was the proper path, there was also an age discrimination hierarchy. Generally, talented or wealthy children could pass the child prodigy exam at 12 or 13, and many became scholars at 15 or 16. If someone was still unqualified at 16 or 17, it usually meant they were either very dull or too poor to continue. Someone like Chu Jing, who was 20 and still coming to the county school to re-enroll and start from the child prodigy exam. While not impossible, it was extremely rare, and 9 out of 10 times, they were just there to tag along or get some experience. Zhou Xuezhing immediately labeled Chu Jing as a relationship-dependent person, unskilled, and wasting a spot. If it weren't for Miss Wang's face, he probably wouldn't have bothered to ask and would have found a reason to dismiss him directly. Someone who only took the imperial exam at 20. What real talent could he have? Miss Wang might have been kind, or perhaps was tricked by some clever method, giving him this chance. He thought to himself, but outwardly he couldn't embarrass Miss Wang, so he reluctantly nodded and said, since that's the case, let's record him first. But the county school has rules. He must attend classes on time and not slack off. Qing'er, simple-minded, didn't notice Zhou Xuezhing's changing expression. When everything was settled, she happily thanked them and reminded Chu Jing to study hard and say if you need anything. Then she left, looking back several times with reluctance. She still had to report back and see how things were going between her young lady and the formidable Madame Gua. Once Qing'er left, Zhou Xuezhing's polite smile immediately faded into cold professionalism. He casually called over a young teacher waiting outside and ordered, Teacher Li, take Chu Jing to the second class for new students and settle him in. Make sure to explain all the rules clearly. Teacher Li, who looked to be in his early 20s and younger than Chu Jing, glanced at Chu Jing with a strange look, as if surprised by his age, but respectfully replied, "Yes, Master Zhou." Zhou Xuezheng waved his hand, signaling them to leave, then turned back to his desk, picked up a book, and muttered softly, 20 years old. Taking the imperial exam. What kind of kindness is Miss Wang showing? Or is she fooled by this young face? Never mind, it's just a formality. Once he fails the county exam, he'll naturally back down. It's a pity about that spot. His voice was low, but Chu Jing's sharp hearing, enhanced by the system, caught every word clearly. Chu Jing smiled inwardly, not feeling angry. After all, from the other person's perspective, this, older student, was quite suspicious. He touched his nose and followed the complex-looking teacher, Li, out of Mingluan Hall. He was probably wondering who this, elder student, was. The two of them walked through several corridors and arrived at a quiet courtyard, where a wooden sign read, "Second class of child students." Before entering, he could hear faint sounds of reading aloud and occasional laughter from inside. Master Li stopped and, with a stern face, said to Chu Jing, "This is the place. Classes start at dawn, break at noon, continue until late afternoon, and end at evening. No one may be absent without reason. Go inside and find an empty seat." After speaking, he turned and left quickly, as if staying even a second longer would be awkward. Chu Jing thanked him, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to what might seem a bit small for him. The door creaked loudly. The noise startled the people inside. The reading and whispering stopped abruptly. A dozen pairs of eyes looked straight at the door. Then, the whole classroom fell into a brief, strange silence. Chu Jing was stunned too. He looked around the room. It was a spacious classroom with over 20 small desks and mats. Sitting on the mats were all children about half-grown. The oldest looked only 15 or 16, with a bit of youthful innocence and naivety on his face. The youngest seemed only 11 or 12, with big, curious, and surprised eyes, staring at this giant who had entered their space. These children wore matching blue student robes. They varied in height, but all had the lively energy and a little innocence typical of their age. Chu Jing stood at the door, dressed in a similar blue Confucian robe, tall and strong, with a mature face. He held new books and brushes he had just received. Among these little kids, he looked like an adult actor who had accidentally wandered onto a children's set, completely out of place. After the initial shock, the children's expressions became colorful. Some looked confused, scratching their heads, whispering to their neighbors, "Who is this? A new teacher? He looks so young, doesn't seem like a teacher. Why would a teacher carry books and come in alone? And wearing student robes?" Someone wondered. "Maybe he's a new classmate," guessed an older-looking boy hesitantly, though it seemed unlikely. When these words were spoken, the classroom suddenly burst into noise. "Classmate? Are you joking? How old is he? He must be 20, right? 20 years old and in our second-grade class? What was he doing before? Could it be? He's been failing exams for years and is trying his luck again this year? Ha ha. Shoo. Quieter. Someone's coming in." Whispered conversations, soft laughter, mixed with obvious curiosity and looks of scrutiny, flooded toward Chu Jing like a wave. He could even feel that behind the windows of other classes nearby, many heads were peeking out, pointing and whispering about him, their faces showing clear interest and mockery. Standing at the door, Chu Jing looked at the group of students, whose average age probably didn't exceed 14. He felt the probing and teasing gazes coming from all directions. Even with a strong mental state, he was starting to feel a little overwhelmed. He twitched his mouth and thought to himself, "System, I only got the Advanced Imperial Examination Complete Guide, but no one told me I'd have to start in kindergarten to relearn everything. Studying with these little kids? Isn't this a bit too strange?" He could already imagine that the days at the county school wouldn't be very peaceful from now on. This isn't a place for studying and preparing for exams. It's more like a live show of age crossing and school bullying. Bravely, Chu Jing stepped into the classroom under the strange gazes. He tried to look calm and composed, scanning the room for an empty seat. All the little kids in the classroom looked at him like rare animals, eyes fixed on him, as if they were watching a joke. With all these curious and teasing looks, Chu Jing forced himself to sit in an empty seat at the back. His height and build made him feel like Gulliver in a land of little people, uncomfortable all over. Just as he arranged his books and ink to blend into the childlike atmosphere, the classroom door was pushed open again. A young teacher, about 25 or 26, entered. He wore a blue Confucian robe, was slim, with a neat and handsome face. There was a persistent gloom lingering in his eyes and a habitual downward curl of his lips. When he looked at people, his gaze carried a hint of scrutiny and coldness. As soon as he entered, the boys in the classroom immediately stopped laughing, stood up neatly, and saluted politely. "Hello, Teacher Lu." Their voices were clear and lively, full of youthful energy, but also tinged with a respectful awe for this young teacher. This Teacher Lu, whose full name was Yen Lu. He nodded slightly, his gaze as cold as a brush of ice, sweeping slowly across the entire class. Finally, his eyes settled precisely on the last row, on the clearly older figure, Chu Jing. Chu Jing could clearly feel that the teacher's gaze lingered on his face for a very long time. But there was no curiosity about the new student, nor surprise at the older transfer student. Instead, it was filled with unhidden scrutiny and a strong sense of envy and dislike that almost seemed tangible. Chu Jing's heart skipped a beat, feeling puzzled. This was his first time meeting Teacher Lu today, right? He hadn't offended him before, had he? Why did it seem like the teacher was looking at him, as if he were an enemy? And the teacher's reaction to his presence here was completely unshocked? The only explanation was that Teacher Lu had known about his arrival long before, and knew who introduced him. A young, proud teacher from the county school, who seemed to have a narrow mind, showing hostility toward a late transfer student who relied on connections to get in. Chu Jing quickly guessed the reason. This guy was probably one of Wang Qingyao's admirers. He heard that he was recommended to enroll by Wang Qingyao herself. It looked like Teacher Lu was jealous and wanted to give him a warning. Sure enough, Lu Yan stepped onto the podium, put down his scroll, and his gaze turned cold again as he looked at Chu Jing. A very harsh smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his voice was neither loud nor soft, but loud enough for the whole class to hear. Today, in our Tongxing Class B, we welcome a new classmate. He emphasized the word, classmate, with a heavy tone, full of sarcasm. Chu Jing, Lord Chu, at only 20 years old, diligent in studying, admirable spirit. He paused, glanced at the boys below who were holding back their laughter, and continued sarcastically. "I've heard that young Master Chu has gained the favor of a noble person, which gave him the chance to enter our county school and study alongside other students. I hope young Master Chu cherishes this rare opportunity and doesn't let down. The noble's high hopes. After all, learning ultimately depends on oneself. Relying on connections won't get you far. As the old saying goes, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll only regret it when you're old." This speech seemed encouraging, but was actually quite sharp. It pointed out that Chu Jing was a senior student who got in through connections, implying he lacked real talent, and used the phrase, regret when old, to suggest he's too old and still unsuccessful. Ha. A boy below couldn't help but laugh out loud, which soon triggered a low, amused chuckle from others. All the young boys turned to look at Chu Jing, watching to see how he would handle this awkward situation. Even more surprisingly, the commotion seemed to attract the attention of students from other classes nearby. Soon, the windows of Class A and Class C were crowded with curious onlookers, and a few young teachers, standing with their hands behind their backs on the corridor, looked on with interest, not trying to stop the scene, but rather seeming to encourage or even hope for it to escalate. Chu Jing understood that Lu Yan was not only trying to intimidate him, but also wanted to embarrass him in front of all the teachers and students of the county school. The goal was to make him lose face so badly that he would be forced to drop out, or make Wang Qingyao feel ashamed and distance herself from him. This plan was petty and cruel. Faced with the laughter and teasing looks, Chu Jing remained calm. He slowly stood up, bowed to Lu Yan on the podium, and wore a modest, respectful smile. "Your teaching is appreciated, Teacher Lu. I admit I am dull and old, and I apologize for causing you to laugh. However, as the sage said, if I hear the way in the morning, I am willing to die in the evening. Though I am foolish, I will not forget my desire to learn. Being recommended by a noble and able to study here with talented young students is already a blessing. As for how deep my knowledge is or whether I can go far, Chu Jing raised his head, looking at Lu Yin with clear eyes, speaking calmly and slowly. I believe that success depends not on age or connections, but on whether one truly seeks to learn and persists. Teacher Lu, do you agree with this? This statement admits to his own advanced age and connections to silence the other person. He also quotes a wise saying to support himself and subtly counters the idea that relying on connections won't get you far, shifting the focus back to the core issue of attitude toward learning. The final question gently pushes the problem back to the other person. Lu Yin didn't expect that this seemingly rustic, older student could speak so cleverly and react so quickly. He was momentarily choked by Chu Jing's firm but not soft words, and his face darkened further. He had intended to make the other person feel ashamed with words, but instead, Chu Jing turned the tables. The students watching the scene quieted down, some with surprised looks, noticing that this guy doesn't seem as simple as he looks. Other teachers watching from the corridor exchanged glances, finding it interesting. Lu Yin felt his authority was challenged and grew more jealous. He snorted coldly, deciding not to beat around the bush and to give Chu Jing a real challenge. Humph, smooth talk and false friendliness, Lu Yin said sternly, his voice cold and firm. Since you are in the county school, you must follow the rules and prove your knowledge. Chu Jing, since you are so eager to learn, I will test you with a question. He looked around the classroom, a cold and teasing smile on his face. He casually picked up a piece of ordinary rice paper from the desk, pointed to two heavy paperweights used to press books, and a teacup used for drinking water. Watch carefully. Lu Yin placed the two paperweights about a foot apart, then laid the thin rice paper across them, letting the middle part naturally sag. He picked up his teacup, pretending to place it on the suspended paper, but he didn't actually do so. This question is quite simple, Lu Yin said with a malicious smile, staring at Chu Jing. If you can use this piece of paper, lay it evenly between these two objects, and then place this cup of water on the paper without it breaking or spilling, then you pass. It shows you have some quick thinking and are suitable to listen here. He paused, looked at Chu Jing, and added, of course, if you think this is absurd or impossible, you can say so directly. After all, this question, does require some cleverness. This teacher had never heard of anyone truly capable of doing such a thing. He thought, perhaps only someone with great talent could find a different way. His words were very sharp. If he said it was impossible, that would confirm he was dull, unable to solve even a simple question, which would be embarrassing. If he questioned whether the question itself was ridiculous, Lu Yin's comment, maybe someone with great talent can do it, blocked the way. He could say he was just suggesting a possibility. If you couldn't do it, that was because you lacked skill, not because the question was wrong. He didn't even need to prove the question had a solution. He could just put Chu Jing on the spot. Sure enough, when the question was announced, the whole classroom, including the spectators outside, gasped in surprise, then showed excited expressions, eager to see the outcome. A piece of paper holding a glass of water? Impossible. Teacher Lu is clearly making things difficult. Exactly. Paper is so soft, it tears easily. And now he wants to hold water? This is going to be a big embarrassment for this older classmate today. Teacher Lu is too harsh, but he's related to the school, after all. Whispers spread among everyone. Their gazes on Chu Jing were full of pity, mockery, and schadenfreude. Even the teachers watching from the corridor shook their heads slightly, feeling the question was too much, but no one stepped in to stop it. Lu Yin, proud and confident, crossed his arms, waiting to see Chu Jing either blush and admit defeat or try to answer and end up making a mess, losing face. But, unexpectedly, Chu Jing looked at the floating paper and teacup. Instead of showing difficulty or panic, he had a strange smile, like he saw something amusing. He even reached out and touched his chin, as if thinking carefully. Under everyone's watchful eyes, some mocking, some sympathetic, Chu Jing finally spoke. His voice was quiet but clear, filling the silent classroom and corridor. Teacher Lu, this question is quite interesting. He looked up, meeting Lu Yan's sneering gaze, with a calm smile on his face. But it's just a piece of paper holding a glass of water. What's so hard about that? Everyone was stunned. Liu Yin's proud expression froze, then turned into a deeper gloom and disbelief. Oh? Young Master Chu is quite confident. Very well, then. Your humble servant. We'll wait and see. Chu Jing smiled slightly, and, under everyone's watchful eyes, calmly walked toward the podium. As everyone looked on, some surprised, some doubtful, some eager to see a bigger joke, Chu Jing stood opposite the grim-faced Lu Yan. He didn't immediately reach for the paper or teacup. Instead, he crossed his arms, looked at Lu Yan leisurely, and even wore a curious, innocent expression like a child asking a question. He asked politely, "Master Lu Yan, I have a question I don't understand and would like to ask for your guidance." Chu Jing's voice was gentle and respectful, but it made Liu Yan's heart skip unexpectedly. "As I am still learning and have limited knowledge, I dare to ask, Master Lu Yan." Chu Jing pointed at the floating paper and the teacup beside it, smiling warmly. "The question you just posed was very clever and meant to test ingenuity. So, I wonder, can you, yourself, lift this cup of water using just this piece of paper?" Swish. The classroom instantly filled with a suppressed gasp. Outside, the students also widened their eyes. Wow, this Chu Jing really doesn't follow the usual rules. Not only was he unshaken, but he also turned the tables on Master Lu Yan. Liu Yan's facial muscles twitched slightly, and a flicker of annoyance and embarrassment flashed in his eyes, as if his thoughts had been exposed. Of course, he couldn't do it. This was just a ridiculous question he made up to challenge Chu Jing. Even he thought it was absurd. His earlier words about, perhaps capable of doing it, were just to shut Chu Jing up and clear himself. But now, Chu Jing had returned the question exactly as it was, with such sincerity. How should he answer? If he said, yes, then Chu Jing would likely follow up with, "Please demonstrate, Master." And he would be at a loss, more embarrassing than Chu Jing. If he said, no, then Chu Jing could easily imitate his tone and say, "Oh, so Master Lu Yan can't do it either? Then the question you just posed about, perhaps capable, was just a way to flatter yourself, thinking you're a great talent. Turns out, you also. It seems this question truly tests real skill and knowledge." Or even more harshly, he could directly question, a teacher who can't solve his own question is using it to test students? Could it be that the teachers at this county school are all so selfish and unkind? No matter how he responded, today his face was bound to lose some of its shine. Chu Jing had truly set a trap for him with his own words, forcing him to put his head into it. Lu Yan felt a surge of anger rising to his head. His face turned pale and flushed alternately. His fingers, gripping the book, turned white from the force. He glared at Chu Jing, his eyes seeming to threaten to swallow him. The students and teachers around him cast sharp looks, making him feel uncomfortable and nervous. He never expected that this seemingly simple, older student, who seemed harmless, would speak so sharply and quickly. He caught the flaws in his words and immediately turned the tables on him. "You." Lu Yan squeezed out a sound from his teeth, trying to suppress his anger, and shouted sternly, "Chu Jing, stop causing trouble. I asked you a question, just answer it. Why bring me into this? Do you think you're incapable and want to change the subject to hide your weakness?" He tried to regain control of the situation, to stand on the moral high ground, and to accuse Chu Jing of causing trouble and trying to deceive. But Chu Jing seemed not to notice his angry face and still smiled innocently, continuing to speak. "Teacher misunderstood. I am not causing trouble on purpose. I am just curious and want to see your clever ideas and great talent first, so I can learn from them. After all, you just said perhaps only someone with great talent can do it. I am simple-minded and thought you were hinting that you are that great talent." He paused, looking at Lu Yan's almost fiery eyes. Then his tone suddenly changed with a hint of regret. "So, it turns out you can't do it either. Then it seems, teacher, that you also." Although he didn't finish his sentence, everyone understood that Chu Jing was implying Lu Yan lacked real skill. Everyone's expressions toward Lu Yan became strange and teasing. Lu Yan's face turned red as a monkey's, but trembling with anger. He opened his mouth to retort and scold Chu Jing, but at that moment, Chu Jing's tone changed again. "This question is indeed very difficult." But Chu Jing elongated his voice. Everyone pricked up their ears, eager to see if Chu Jing could solve it. After all, if Chu Jing couldn't answer, his previous words would also be self-contradictory. Chu Jing smiled softly and said slowly, "Since the student just said, this is not difficult, it must be true. If the teacher cannot do it, it doesn't mean the student can't. Just watch and see. Lu Yan heard this and became angry, then laughed mockingly. His face showed more sarcasm. He didn't expect Chu Jing to humiliate himself. Even now, he didn't think the ridiculous question he asked would have an answer. Good. Such confidence. I will watch closely to see how you can do this very difficult task easily. If you can't, you are lying to your teacher and disrespecting the class. You will be punished. He was determined to prove Chu Jing was bragging and planned to humiliate him once he failed. Chu Jing ignored his shouting. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he finally reached out his hand. He didn't pick up the water cup, but instead took a plain, fragile-looking piece of rice paper. Then, in front of everyone's puzzled gazes, he began. Folding paper? Chu Jing's fingers moved quickly, folding the rectangular rice paper back and forth along the short edge, creating neat, wave-shaped creases about half a finger wide. He folded carefully, not fast, but with a strange rhythm. What is he doing? Folding paper? Is he going to use the folded paper to hold a cup? Isn't it just paper? Can folding make it stronger? I don't understand. The young boys below whispered to each other, confused. The teachers in the corridor also frowned, unsure what Chu Jing was up to. Lu Yan sneered, thinking Chu Jing was just pretending to be mysterious and wasting time. Soon, a flat piece of rice paper in Chu Jing's hands turned into a paper fan, with neat wave-shaped creases, or like a small piece of corrugated cardboard with many grooves. Chu Jing picked up the folded paper, checked the evenness of the creases, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he walked to the middle of the two stone weights, placing the folded, wave-shaped paper flat on top of them. Next, everyone held their breath and stared with wide eyes. Chu Jing picked up the glass of water. He moved smoothly, gently aligning the bottom of the teacup with the middle of the wavy paper, right over the two folds forming a groove. He placed it down slowly and steadily. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. All eyes were fixed on the cup of water and the paper beneath it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The teacup remained steady on the wavy paper. The paper did not tear, not even a noticeable deformation. The water in the cup, calm and still, not a drop spilled. Silence. An eerie, deathly quiet. Everyone seemed frozen, staring blankly at the incredible scene on the stage. 1 piece of paper, 1 cup of water, and 2 paperweights. This was a ridiculous problem, considered impossible to solve, designed purely to challenge people. But right before their eyes, this older student used such a simple, yet completely unexpected, method to solve it. Wow! After several breaths, a loud cheer and noise erupted like a bursting dam. Oh my God! It really held. The paper didn't tear. The water didn't spill. Am I seeing things? How did he do it? Just folded it a few times. Amazing. Truly amazing. Turns out folding paper like that can make it hard. What's the logic behind this? The young boys' faces turned red with excitement. Some even stood on tiptoe, eager to see better. Their gazes on Chu Jing changed instantly, from initial mockery and pity to shock and admiration, as if they were watching a magician. The teachers watching from the corridor also looked stunned. They stretched their necks, their faces full of disbelief and curiosity. They had seen more than the students, and faintly sensed that there was some hidden truth behind this, something they had not yet understood. But they couldn't explain it clearly at the moment. Meanwhile, on the stage, Lu Yan's face had gone from pale blue to completely white. His eyes widened like bells, staring fixedly at the steady teacup and the flat folds of paper beneath it. His lips trembled, but he couldn't say a word. How is this possible? How is this possible? Just a piece of paper, a glass of water. He casually made up a difficult problem that no one could solve. This Chu Jing, he actually did it? And so easily, so unbelievable. Lu Yan felt as if an invisible slap had hit his face several times, burning hot. He seemed to hear everyone around him mocking him in their hearts. Look at that. Lu the scholar, who wanted to show off with tricky questions and embarrass others. But the problem was easily solved by someone else. How embarrassing. All his previous pride, schemes, contempt, and jealousy towards Chu Jing turned into sharp ridicule, bouncing back at him. Chu Jing looked at Lu Yan, who looked devastated and lost, and felt completely unmoved. He gently picked up the teacup, took a sip of the cold water inside, then calmly put the cup and paper aside. restoring everything to normal. Turning to the students still stunned below, he smiled slightly and spoke in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. A small trick. I hope you won't mind. The idea is simple. When paper is laid flat, it's easy to break under pressure. Folding it creates a support structure that distributes the weight of the cup, so it can hold it. Most things in the world follow certain rules. Knowing what they are is good, but understanding why they are that way is even better. Reading, understanding principles, exploring objects to gain knowledge, that's what it's all about. His words were not just an explanation, but also a subtle critique. They pointed out Liu Yan's shallow understanding of physics and elevated his own level of learning through exploration. Suddenly, the entire classroom, even the corridor, fell silent. Only Chu Jing's clear voice seemed to linger in the air. Everyone looking at Chu Jing changed completely. No more contempt or mockery. Only admiration, curiosity, and a hint of awe for the unknown wisdom. This older student, it seemed, really had some talent. Liu Yan stood on the podium, facing the strange gazes and Chu Jing's calm, seemingly all-seeing eyes, feeling like a complete fool. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to save face, but his throat was dry, and he couldn't speak a word. His face turned as white as freshly painted walls, and his eyes, filled with embarrassment and jealousy, looked a little fierce. He looked at the students below, who already showed admiration and surprise when they looked at Chu Jing. He felt like his chest was filled with wet cotton, making it hard to breathe. No, I absolutely cannot give up like this. Letting an older village man who got in through connections stand tall in front of all the teachers and students? What will happen to me, Liu Yan, in the county school after this? Wouldn't I become a joke in front of Miss Wang Qingyao? A strong feeling of shame and twisted jealousy made him lose his mind. He suddenly slammed the desk with a loud thud, startling the students who were whispering. Be quiet. Liu Yan's voice was sharp and trembling with anger. He stared fiercely at Chu Jing, as if trying to swallow him whole. Chu Jing, what you did just now was only some tricky tricks, crooked ways. Relying on a little street-smart cunning. Thinking you can enter the noble hall? That's laughable. He grew more excited, trying to regain control of the conversation and his dignity as a teacher. We scholars seek practical knowledge that benefits the world, the great way of poetry and essays. Playing with paper and pretending to be clever. What is that? Not true talent or learning. Just petty tricks, not fit for the noble hall. His words were a complete reversal of right and wrong, full of fallacies. You set the questions, you made the rules, and when others solve them, you call it crooked tricks and not real learning. His thick skin was truly astonishing. As soon as he spoke, not only did the young students below show clear disdain and anger, but even a few teachers watching from the corridor frowned and shook their heads slightly. Losing and making excuses like this was unworthy of a teacher. But out of respect for colleagues or laziness to cause trouble, no one spoke to criticize him. When Chu Jing heard this, he was not angry. Instead, he looked amused, as if he had heard a very funny joke, and his face showed more playful interest. He spoke calmly, but each word was sharp, directly hitting Liu Yan's sore spots about theory detached from reality and narrow-mindedness. Liu Yan was choked, his face turning a mix of red and blue. He forced down his anger and said stubbornly, "Talking nonsense. Poetry, essays, and discussions are the true qualities of a scholar. Your knowledge is superficial. If you really have talent, why do you resort to these tricks? Be brave and compose a poem on the spot, using this paper, this cup, or any object in front of you as the topic. If you can create a decent poem right now, I will admit you have some talent. If you can't, or if your poem makes no sense." His eyes flashed with anger, and he raised his voice, almost shouting, "That just proves you're all show and trying to attract attention. You don't deserve to study in this class. Get out quickly and don't stain this sacred place of learning." As soon as he finished, the room was filled with murmurs. This was too shameless. Losing and refusing to admit it, insulting others' methods, and now demanding a poem on the spot. If you're going to test, do it properly. Set a topic and give a time limit for creation. This was clearly trying to make things difficult for others. Everyone knew that improvising a poem was very hard. Even talented scholars might not be able to produce good lines instantly. Even worse, if you can't, you get expelled. This wasn't a test. It was an open insult and a way to humiliate and drive someone out. Many students looked angry and disappointed, their eyes full of contempt for Lu Yan. But, afraid of the teacher's authority and worried about getting into trouble, no one dared to speak up for Chu Jing. They could only look at him with pity. The teachers in the corridor also looked at each other, thinking Lu Yan's behavior was too much and inappropriate. But it didn't concern them, and since Lu Yan seemed almost crazy, it was better not to provoke him. Everyone thought Chu Jing was probably going to fail this time. Even though he had shown quick wit earlier, quick thinking didn't mean he had poetic talent. Creating a poem on the spot with specific requirements was too difficult. However, faced with Lu Yan's aggressive and almost dishonest pressure, Chu Jing suddenly smiled. This is not a forced smile, nor a smile of anger, but a laugh that seems to come from seeing something extremely absurd and funny, feeling genuinely amused. He even gently shook his head, as if feeling regretful or sarcastic. Master Lu, oh Master Lu, Chu Jing finally spoke, his voice quiet but clear enough for everyone to hear. I thought you were just not very knowledgeable and narrow-minded. Now I see I overestimated you. He looked calmly at Lu Yan's twisted face from anger and said clearly, one word at a time. You are not only lacking in knowledge but also have a bad character. You deny losing and even bite back. You cheat unfairly and deliberately make things difficult. Someone like you, with no virtue and talent, jealous of talented people, is not fit to be a teacher. And you have no right to criticize me or tell me who is suitable or not. Chu Jing's voice suddenly became sharp, full of authority. Today, it's not you who can send me away. It's me, Chu Jing, who is ashamed to associate with someone like you. I refuse to stay under your roof and be contaminated by your narrow-mindedness and sour attitude. Listening to your lectures, I fear I will not learn real skills, but instead become just as shallow and petty as you. That would be a real waste and a joke. You are too bold, arrogant. Lu Yan trembled with anger, pointing at Chu Jing, his finger trembling. Teacher, you're not even worthy. Chu Jing sneered, too lazy to argue further. He changed his tone, returning to a calm and even poetic style. But since Master Lu is so determined to pursue the poetry and prose path, and insists on hearing my wayward poems, then I, as a student, will respectfully comply and recite a few lines for you. He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yan's reddened face from anger, showing a teasing, mocking look. Then he loudly recited, twisted branches still not turning yellow, leaning on the east wind's might. Unaware that the world has clear frost, flying flowers hide the sun and moon. Chu Jing's clear voice echoed in the quiet classroom. The 4 lines, 28 words, felt like a cold wind in December, piercing everyone's hearts. Unlike his cleverness in solving problems earlier, this carried a sharp, icy sarcasm. The first 2 lines directly pointed at Lu Yan's chaotic branches, not yet turning tinder yellow, yet already relying on the spring wind's power to dance wildly and recklessly. Untidy branches and reckless arrogance. The words are blunt and vivid, instantly creating an image of a petty person who is proud and domineering. The last 2 lines are even more pointed. They mock the foolish attempt to hide the brightness of the sun and moon with frivolous floating flowers, unaware that harsh frost still exists in the world, which will eventually cause everything to wither and fall. Trying to cover the sun and moon with flying flowers. This suggests their mean tricks are foolish and overconfident. Not knowing that the world has cold frost is a cold warning and satire, predicting their inevitable failure and retribution. The whole poem is sharp in language, spicy in metaphor, using the praise of the willow to criticize those who become arrogant when successful, look down on others, and are doomed to face backlash. And the poem is actually praising the willow. At this moment, it is recited from Chu Jing, who was just humiliated and insulted by a man surnamed Lu. The implication is clear, like a torch in the dark night. It directly hits Lu Yan's core. Untidy branches still haven't turned yellow, meaning Lu Yan, young and inexperienced, is so arrogant, relying on the east wind to be reckless. What does the east wind refer to? His status as a county scholar? Or his overconfidence in his own talent? Using this as a shield to bully others? Trying to cover the sun and moon with flying flowers. Does flying flowers, refer to his shallow knowledge and tricky tricks? Thinking to hide the truth and suppress others? Not knowing that the world has cold frost. A direct warning and curse. Don't be arrogant. Justice will settle accounts with you. Expect bad luck. This is no longer subtle insinuation. It's almost like pulling Lu Yan's ears and scolding him. You shallow, bullying, overestimating yourself, and doomed petty person. This poem is a lively, elegant insult, criticizing Lu Yan thoroughly, and sticking to the theme of praising the willow, making it impossible to find fault with its form. Are you saying it's just a poem to insult? He's clearly praising the willow, but every line perfectly fits Lu Yan's recent actions. This level of insult is no longer advanced, it's master level. A literary giant in the realm of sharp tongues. The entire classroom fell into complete silence for the third time. But this silence was filled with almost boiling shock and a sense of extreme excitement, like witnessing a legendary face-slapping scene. All the students, including the teachers in the corridor, were stunned. They looked at the person on the stage, whose face suddenly turned pale as paper, with wide eyes, as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer. Then they looked at Chu Jing below, standing with his hands behind his back, calm and even showing a hint of mockery. This guy is too fierce. Just now, he crushed with his wisdom in solving problems. Now, with his poetry, he is crushing with both talent and morality. And it's a poem so sharp, so satisfying, so subtly insulting. This isn't really poetry. It's like holding a graceful knife, peeling off Mr. Lu's face and stomping on it, even creating a rhythm as you do it. You said poetry and essays are the great way? Well, he's using your so-called great way to slap you hard. The most shocking and frightening part is, Chu Jing wrote this poem as if he didn't even pause to think, just opening his mouth and speaking. His talent is truly astonishing. Lu Yan felt a cold chill run from his feet straight to his head, followed by a volcanic eruption of shame and anger. The 4 lines of the poem were like 4 red-hot steel needles, stabbing fiercely into his ears and piercing his heart. Disorderly branches, unrestrained momentum, covering the sun and moon, with clear frost. Each word seemed like a public execution on him. It exposed all his dark thoughts, arrogant attitude, and vile tricks clearly. He wanted to roar and rebut. You're slandering. You're criticizing behind my back. But the poem's title was Ode to the Willow, and it was indeed describing the characteristics of willow trees. Branches in chaos, catkins flying. What could he say? Accuse him of taking it personally? Wouldn't that admit he's the kind of person being insulted in the poem? He wanted to belittle the poem as crude, but its metaphors were precise, its language concise, and its satire deep. It was even more powerful and artistic than many serious nature poems he had read. He was so angry he couldn't find a single point to attack. Being so thoroughly insulted, helpless to defend himself, even his attempts to argue seemed pale and weak. His whole body flooded with blood, his vision darkened, his ears buzzing. He pointed at Chu Jing with trembling lips, like a fallen leaf in the wind. You, Chu Jing, how dare you? How dare you? You are insulting your teacher. Treason. Extremely rebellious. His voice was hoarse and broken, filled with despairing roars, but more like the howling of a defeated dog. Good. Well said. This time, more than one young person couldn't help but shout out excitedly from below. Soon, more voices of agreement, praise, and even suppressed laughter flooded in like a wave. Oh my, this poem. It really hits the spot. Wild lines leaning on the east wind, so fierce, so vivid, talking about flying flowers covering the sun and moon. Is Master Lu trying to hide behind a false reason, not knowing that the world has clear frost? Brother Chu is warning him not to be too arrogant. Amazing. Truly amazing. I will remember this poem for a lifetime. Master Lu's face. He might be finished. The students' faces turned red with excitement, and their eyes looked at Chu Jing with passionate admiration. This new, older classmate is almost like a divine being, skilled in both literature and martial arts, clever beyond measure, and capable of insulting someone with timeless words. The teachers under the corridor were also speechless at this moment, exchanging looks with shock and complex feelings in their eyes. This Chu Jing is extraordinary. His quick wit, literary talent, and the fierce determination to bring others down quietly. He's not just some family connection. He's clearly a fierce dragon crossing the river. Where did Miss Wang find such a treasure? This time, Lu Yin really stepped on a hot iron. No, he stepped onto a mountain of blades. Lu Yin stood on the podium, trembling. He could clearly feel that his last bit of dignity and authority as a teacher was completely shattered and crushed by Chu Jing's poem and the discussion filling the hall. He seemed to see himself becoming the biggest joke in Heian County's school and the entire circle of scholars for a long time to come. Chu Jing, he shouted with all his strength, a desperate, wild animal-like roar. I will oppose you. I will go to the school to report you, accusing you of slandering your teacher, misconduct, and expelling you from the county school, never to be employed again. Facing his hysterical threat, Chu Jing only raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of pity and disdain on his face. Master Lu, please do as you wish, he said calmly, as if discussing what to have for dinner. But before you go to complain, I suggest you first reflect on yourself. Not knowing that the world has clear frost. Take care of yourself. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to Lu Yin, who was already half crazed. He calmly turned around, nodded slightly to the bright-eyed boys below, then picked up his brand-new book. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked steadily out of the classroom. The sunlight shone on his tall figure, as if shining a victorious glow on him. Behind him was the silence broken by a sudden burst of noise, and there was Lu Fuzi sitting slumped behind the podium, looking pale, with hollow eyes, as if drained of all energy. On the first day of Chu Jing's attendance at the county school, although brief, he caused a big stir with a poem called Ode to the Willow, which was considered a perfect example of a sharp rebuke. The poem made a deep impression on everyone, and the name, Chu Jing, was firmly remembered. Chu Jing didn't care much about whether he attended school or risked being expelled. He just wanted to go to school peacefully, but meeting the disgusting Lu Yin made him feel uncomfortable listening to lessons under such a petty person. Chu Jing's impressive act of debating Lu Fuzi, cleverly solving difficult problems, and shocking everyone with his poetry, spread like a storm across every corner of Heian County School. This was much more exciting than ordinary students fighting or competing for grades. Almost as soon as Chu Jing left the classroom, the detailed story, especially that piercing poem, Ode to the Willow, was exaggerated and spread to the ears of the school's main official, Zhou Xuezhen. At that moment, Zhou Xuezhen had just finished some paperwork and was holding a teacup, about to refresh his throat. When he heard his trusted steward excitedly report the incident, he froze as if under a spell. He stood there with the teacup, his mouth slightly open, eyes wide, and even his carefully groomed long beard almost lifted. His initial reaction was that this relationship-dependent student was too troublesome. Just after entering the school, he caused such a big fuss. But soon he calmed down. He thought about Chu Jing's astonishing performance. You mean Chu Jing? That 20-year-old student who is heavily connected? Zhou Xuezheng's voice changed pitch. Did he not only hold up the teacup with a piece of paper, but also compose a poem on the spot, and even scold Lu Yin so harshly? Completely humiliated him. That's absolutely true, Xuezheng, the steward exclaimed excitedly, gesturing wildly. I went to check myself. The cup was still securely resting on the paper. Many scholars and students gathered around to watch. The poem was amazing. Untamed branches still yellowing, leaning into the east wind with wild force. Now many students are copying and reciting it. Lu Fuzi's face turned green at the time. I heard he's still in his room, not coming out now. Zhou Xuezheng suddenly slammed the teacup onto the table with a loud bang, splashing a few drops of water. He couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped up and paced back and forth in the room, his face showing a range of emotions. Initial disbelief, regret, and then a look of joyful surprise as if he had found a treasure. Quick, take me to see that paper-supported cup. Zhou Xuezheng no longer cared about his manners. He grabbed his robe and hurried outside. He simply couldn't imagine how a thin piece of paper could hold the weight of a cup of water. It defied all his common sense. When he arrived outside the classroom of the second-year student class, where many people had gathered, he saw clearly. Between the two stone weights, on a piece of folded Xian paper with neat creases, a plain teacup sat steadily. The water inside was still, undisturbed, Zhou Xuezheng was completely stunned. He circled around the miracle twice, squatted down to examine it carefully, and even gently touched the edges of the folded paper and the cup with cautious fingers. Could it really be true? Zhou Xuezheng muttered to himself, his face full of shock. He remembered Chu Jing's explanation at the time. When paper is laid flat, the force concentrates and it's easy to break. When folded, it forms a supporting structure that disperses the pressure. Looking at this simple yet mind-boggling scene, a strange feeling surged in his heart. Understanding things through physical objects. Knowing the truth and understanding why it is so. Zhou Xuezheng kept repeating Chu Jing's words, his eyes shining brighter. Suddenly, he thought that his previous judgment of Chu Jing as a lazy, clueless outsider might have been completely wrong. Back in his official residence, Zhou Xuezheng still found it hard to believe. He even took out a piece of paper and a cup, clumsily trying to fold it like Chu Jing did. Unfortunately, he couldn't get it right. His folds were crooked, and when he placed the cup on the paper, it collapsed instantly, spilling water all over himself. He looked quite embarrassed. It seems that this clever idea isn't something everyone has. Zhou Xuezheng smiled bitterly as he wiped water from his robe, but his praise for Chu Jing subtly grew higher. At this moment, Elder Chun, a respected teacher who had taught for many years at the county school, entered the room. Elder Chun was white-haired but energetic. His face still carried a flush of excitement. Zhou Xuezheng, Elder Chun's voice was loud. Do you know about the second class of child students today? I just heard about it. I just heard. Zhou Xuezheng quickly invited the old teacher to sit down and personally offered hot tea. Elder Chun stroked his white beard, eyes shining with brilliance. Amazing. Truly amazing. This Chu Jing. I observed his calmness when dealing with Lu Yin, his clear reasoning when explaining problems, especially that poem, Ode to the Willow. He wrote it effortlessly, hitting the current issues, using metaphors from nature, and even insulting people with such elegance and vividness. This boy is definitely extraordinary. He became more excited as he spoke. I see his quick wit, talent, and character, all top quality. I don't know how strong his grasp of the classics is, but with such performance, his foundation must be solid. Zhou Xuezheng, this boy is a rare talent in Heiyang County School in recent years. With proper guidance and time, not only is he likely to be the top in the county exam in November, but he might even compete for the top spot in the provincial exam next year. Top spot? Zhou Xuezhen's hand trembled, almost spilling his tea again. The top scorer in the provincial exam was the highest honor for all the talented young men and scholars. If Heiyang County School could produce a top scorer, how proud would he be? How impressive would his achievements look? He had previously thought Chu Jing was just a little clever or lucky to catch the eye of the Wang family's daughter. But now, even Elder Chun, who was usually very discerning, gave such high praise. Zhou Xuezhen stroked his beard, his mind racing with plans. He used to think Chu Jing was a troublemaker and a waste of resources, but now he saw this not as trouble, but as a golden opportunity falling from the sky, like a star shining with literary talent. Although he felt Elder Chin's hope of winning the top spot might be a bit optimistic, given the variety of exam subjects and Chu Jing's age. But he is now completely convinced that the county exam top scorer has a good chance. This student, who clearly has real talent and shows it in such an impressive way, deserves the county school's special attention and support, regardless of whether he has connections to the Wang family. What if he actually scores high or even becomes the top candidate? Then, as the teacher who recognized his talent, I would also gain fame, or at least be able to write more impressive comments on his exam evaluations. Thinking of this, Zhou Xuezheng's smile became warm and gentle, like spring breeze. His earlier worries about possible trouble from Chu Jing's mischief were completely replaced by joy at discovering a genius student and hope for good results. Old Chun is right. Zhou Xuezheng pounded his thigh confidently. This boy is truly extraordinary. I must admit I was mistaken before. Such a talented student should not be turned away because of some misunderstandings or conflicts. We must keep him and nurture him well. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. He instructed the steward nearby, "Go quickly." "No, I will write a note myself. Find young Master Chu Jing and be sure to show respect." He went to his desk, picked up a brush, and carefully chose his words while speaking as he wrote. Please say that today's class matters have already reached my ears. Teacher Lu's teaching methods may have some issues, and he has been asked to reflect. Young Master Chu Jing is quick-witted and knowledgeable, which is admirable. The county school is a place for studying and advancing, and we would never envy talent. Young Master Chu can return to study at the county school anytime. He can choose his class. If he finds the student class too easy, he can sit in on the scholar preparatory class. If he is busy with other matters and cannot attend every day, he only needs to come before the hour of chun each day to show he is studying. The rest of the time, he can study on his own. After finishing, he sealed the note with his personal seal, handed it to the steward, and specifically reminded him, remember, the attitude must be respectful. We want to show the sincerity and appreciation of our county school. Go now. The steward took the note, secretly amazed. What a generous treatment. He can choose any class and just show up for a quick greeting? This is even more relaxed and free than the privileges given to noble children for gaining experience. It seems that young Master Chu Jing has truly impressed the teacher and has become a treasure of the county school. Yes, I understand. I will deliver the message immediately. The steward bowed and took his leave, quickly running out. He needed to find the young Master Chu, who had become a legend at the county school, to share the good news about what could be called a privilege permit. Zhou Xuezheng watched the steward leave, then looked at the crumpled, water-stained paper on the table. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile, sighing to old Master Chun. Who would have thought? Our He River County School has such special students now. Things are about to get lively. Old Master Chun stroked his beard and smiled, full of hope. It's good to have some excitement. It makes things more lively. I also want to see how many surprises this young Master Chu can bring next. Chu Jing, carrying the poem that made him famous and full of thoughts about the strange world of the county school, strolled back to the small courtyard in the east of the city. Before he even entered, he heard clear, organized voices of women discussing inside the main hall. Occasionally, Wang Qingyao responded with surprise and admiration, while Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue added soft, quick comments. He pushed open the door and saw his three wives sitting with Wang Qingyao around a stone table. On the table were several sheets of paper filled with writing and simple sketches. Guo Xiaolan sat upright, pointing at a spot on the paper, calmly analyzing something. Wang Qingyao listened carefully, nodding now and then, her eyes shining with excitement. Lin Jiro held a charcoal stick, quickly sketching key points on a nearby sheet. Li Lingxue sat quietly a little farther away, her gaze fixed on the conversation, clearly thinking hard. When the four women heard the noise, they all turned to look at the door. Seeing Chu Jing, who should have been studying hard at the county school, standing relaxed at the entrance, their eyes widened in surprise. Hubby, why are you back? Guo Xiaolan was the first to stand, her brows slightly furrowed. She hurried over to Chu Jing, examining him carefully, her tone full of concern. Are you feeling unwell? Or is something happening at the school? Lin Jiro also put down her charcoal, limping but quickly approaching, her bright eyes full of worry. Hubby, did someone bully you? Her simple mind immediately thought of the worst. Li Lingxue didn't speak but silently poured a cup of warm water and handed it over, her face showing nervousness. Wang Qingyao also stood up and looked at Chu Jing, who was surrounded and cared for by the three women. A faint hint of disappointment and doubt flashed in her eyes. She had only been gone half a day, yet she was back. The courses at the county school are not full day, but they are definitely not this relaxed. Could it be that she finds studying too dull to sit still? Or perhaps she had a conflict with her classmates or teacher and left in anger. She couldn't help but shake her head silently. In the path of the imperial exams, the most important qualities are patience and perseverance. If she lacks this strength, she will give up when faced with setbacks. Even if she has some cleverness and talent, she probably won't become a great person. Putting her hopes on someone like this, even working with a strong woman like Guo Xiaolan, is it too risky? Seeing Guo Xiaolan and the other two women showing open concern for Chu Jing, no one immediately thought about the possible consequences if Chu Jing failed the exam, such as being taken back by the officials and arranged for a different marriage. Wang Qingyao's heart felt even more complicated. These three ladies are very smart, especially Guo Xiaolan, who is decisive at negotiations. Why are they so confused about such an important matter that concerns their own future? Or do they trust Chu Jing so blindly that it's almost reckless? She silently sighed, suppressing the turmoil in her heart. Well, since things have come to this, and the cooperation has begun, and the initial commitments are made, if Chu Jing really isn't cut out for studying and can't pass the exam to become a scholar, she'll think of other ways later. At worst, she can use some family connections or other methods to see if they can manage to hold on a little longer and protect their current situation. It's troublesome, but considering Chu Jing's strange items and the talents of Guo Xiaolan and others, it's worth a try. Wang Qingyao quickly adjusted her mindset and started thinking about backup plans. Chu Jing, of course, didn't know that Wang Qingyao was already planning a big risk assessment and remedial plan for the failed investment. He took the water handed to him by Li Lingxue and took a sip, then gave a reassuring smile to the women around him, speaking in a relaxed tone as if they had just gone on a picnic. It's okay. Don't be nervous. I just think the county school, is quite boring. The teacher talks about old topics, and my classmates are quite interesting. He remembered the group of little children and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Instead of wasting time there, it's better to come back and see how your discussions are going, or to take care of my bottles and jars. His words were half true, half false. He really found it boring to attend lessons with children, and he didn't want to worry his wife by mentioning Lu Yan's messy affairs. He also didn't want to talk about it openly in front of Wang Qingyao. Family matters should stay private. Plus, Wang Qingyao was clever. Talking too much might make her overthink. Guo Xiaolan, Lin Jiro, and Li Lingxue exchanged glances after hearing this. Although they hadn't known Chu Jing for long, they knew their husband very well. Chu Jing was not the type to give up or quit when faced with difficulties. Since he decided to pursue the imperial exams, he would take it seriously. It was strange that he only stayed half a day before saying he was bored and wanted to come back. Especially Guo Xiaolan, who keenly noticed a flash of helplessness and sarcasm in Chu Jing's eyes, and the subtle tone when mentioning interesting classmates. She was almost certain that her husband had encountered something unpleasant at the county school, maybe even been bullied. But he didn't want to talk about it, perhaps to avoid worrying them, or maybe he didn't want to lose his composure in front of others. The three women felt a surge of concern and a little anger. Who dared to upset their husband? But they also silently chose not to ask right then. Since their husband preferred to play it down, they would pretend to believe him. They could ask more after Wang Qingyao left. As for whether Chu Jing's supposed lack of ambition might put them in danger, this thought barely lasted a second in their minds. They had almost blind faith and trust in Chu Jing. If he said he could pass the exam, he definitely could. If he said he was fine, then he was fine. Even if the sky fell, Chu Jing would find a way to handle it. This was the strongest belief rooted deep in their hearts, after Chu Jing pulled them out of despair. So, Guo Xiaolan's face returned to calm, and she gently adjusted Chu Jing's collar. Since you find it boring, coming back is good. You can check the plans we've drafted. If you're tired, go rest first. Lin Jiro quickly nodded. Yes, go do your work. We are here for you. Li Lingxue also softly responded with her eyes firm. Wang Qingyao watched this scene, feeling even more disappointed inside, but she didn't show it. She just smiled and said, since young Master Chu has returned, why not listen to the progress? Lady Guo is quick-witted and has many ideas for the plans. I am even a bit ashamed in comparison. Chu Jing waved his hand and smiled. With Lan'er, Jiro, and Ling Shui here, I feel at ease. You all continue. I won't interfere, so I won't disturb your important discussions among the heroine group. I will go to the workshop to check on things. Since the workshop isn't finished yet, I'll make some samples to help us get the market ready early. He nodded to the four women and then turned to walk toward the small room that served as a temporary lab. He moved lightly, showing no sign of the frustration from his setbacks at the county school. In the main hall, after watching Chu Jing leave, the atmosphere briefly became quiet and tense. Guo Xiaolan and the other two women quickly adjusted and focused again on their work details. When their eyes met, they understood each other's meaning. Ask later. Wang Qingyao also calmed herself and continued discussing with Guo Xiaolan. But during the negotiations, her opinion of Chu Jing slightly lowered again, and her thoughts about a backup plan grew more firm. However, just as they were deeply discussing topics like raw material pricing rights, the first batch of perfume packaging, and how to make a breakthrough in Qingyao Prefecture, the door suddenly was knocked. "Excuse me, is young Master Chu Jing living here?" A respectful and cautious male voice called from outside. Gui Zhaolan signaled Li Lingxue to open the door. When the door opened, a middle-aged man dressed as a county school official stood there, politely smiling and holding a sealed letter. "He is the manager of Heian County School, sent by Scholar Zhou to visit young Master Chu." The manager bowed slightly toward Gui Zhaolan and Wang Qingyao inside, speaking very politely. "Do you know if young Master Chu is here?" Scholar Zhou has a handwritten letter to give to him. The four women inside the hall were stunned instantly. The manager of the county school? A handwritten letter from Scholar Zhou? Coming so politely to visit? Their hearts tightened at once. Indeed, husband had trouble at the county school. Is Scholar Zhou here to find him? To accuse him? Or? Wang Qingyao also frowned slightly, her doubts deepening. Why did Scholar Zhou send someone so quickly? Looking at the polite attitude of the person in charge, it doesn't seem like they are here to accuse or scold. Instead, it feels more like they are here to deliver an important message or to show goodwill. Could it be that my previous judgment was wrong again? The four beautiful eyes, all at the same time, filled with doubt, tension, and curiosity, looked toward the closed door of the workshop, where faint sounds of tools clashing could be heard. It seems that the incident during the half-day visit to the county school has caused a bigger stir than they expected. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became subtle and tense. Gui Zhaolan's three daughters immediately tensed up. Wang Qingyao temporarily suppressed her disappointment in Chu Jing and frowned slightly as she looked toward the door. Gui Zhaolan steadied herself, signaled Li Lingxue to invite the person in, and returned to her calm negotiation stance, though her gaze was colder than usual. Wang Qingyao also tidied her sleeves, wearing her usual inscrutable, gentle smile. When the person in charge entered, he first bowed respectfully to Gui Zhaolan and Wang Qingyao, who appeared to be the main hosts, and said politely, "Greetings, Madam Chu, Miss Wang. I am here on the order of Scholar Zhou to find Chu Jing and Lord Chu. I bring a handwritten letter from Scholar Zhou." Gui Zhaolan nodded slightly, but did not immediately take the letter. Instead, she calmly asked, "May I ask, why has Scholar Zhou sent you here now? Is there something wrong with my husband at the county school?" Her voice was steady, but Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue, who knew her well, could hear the sharpness beneath her calm. Wang Qingyao also spoke at the right moment, her tone gentle but carrying an invisible pressure. "Yes, Lord Chu recommended me to the county school. If there is any problem, I also have a responsibility to know. Please be frank. Has Lord Chu encountered any trouble at the school?" The person in charge looked at these two extraordinary young women, who, despite their youth, exuded a commanding presence. Especially after recognizing Wang Qingyao as the eldest daughter of the Wang family, he felt even more nervous. He hesitated for a moment, thinking that this matter couldn't be kept secret forever and would eventually come out. So he carefully and fully explained everything that happened earlier that morning in the second class of the student group. He recounted how Lu Yin deliberately posed difficult questions to humiliate Chu Jing, how Chu Jing cleverly folded paper to solve the problems and spoke of learning to understand things, and how Lu Yin, embarrassed and angry, accused Chu Jing of trickery and forced him to compose a poem on the spot. Finally, how Chu Jing recited the sharp and powerful poem, Ode to the Willow, insulting Lu Yin so thoroughly that he was speechless and had to leave in embarrassment. As the steward told the story, the temperature in the main hall seemed to drop suddenly. When everyone heard how Lu Yin deliberately made things difficult for Chu Jing and insulted him with harsh words, Gui Zhaolan's face instantly darkened. Her usually calm eyes seemed to turn icy, radiating a cold aura that made the steward standing nearby shiver. Lin Jiro was even more angry, her face turning pale. Her eyes, full of fury and concern, showed her distress. She clenched her fists tightly, nails almost digging into her palms. Li Lingxue bit her lip, her eyes slightly red, looking worriedly toward the workshop. Wang Qingyao tried to stay calm on the surface, but her eyes suddenly grew colder. Her fingers tightened around her teacup. She didn't expect that the person she recommended would be so openly bullied and humiliated on the very first day. "Lu Yan, how bold you are. No wonder Chu Jing couldn't stay. However, when the steward mentioned how Chu Jing easily solved the problem and spoke some philosophical words, the expressions of the four women softened a little, and pride appeared in their eyes. When they heard that Chu Jing, under the pressure of forced poetry, spontaneously recited that clever and subtle poem, Ode to the Willow, a poem filled with sharp wit and hidden insults, Guo Xiaolan's icy expression melted away, replaced by a look of awe and a faint, proud smile. She knew that her husband was definitely not someone who would be bullied. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue were stunned, their mouths slightly open, eyes full of disbelief, surprise, and admiration. Husband is so amazing. Not only did he avoid losing face, but he also turned the tables and made the teacher look bad. This poem, it really hits the spot. Wang Qingyao's reaction was the most intense. First, she was stunned. Then her beautiful eyes sparkled with incredible light, mixed with amazement, admiration, respect, and a hint of complex emotion. In just a short time, faced with difficulties, he first used astonishing cleverness to turn the situation around, then responded with flawless talent. A single poem not only showed excellent literary talent, but also delivered a sharp rebuttal, leaving no room for others to find fault. This Chu Jing, is he really someone lacking in resolve and prone to retreat when faced with setbacks? This is clearly a clever, talented, and proud true gentleman. She remembered feeling disappointed earlier and even considered a remedy, her face flushing slightly as a strong sense of guilt rose in her heart. She truly judged a noble person with petty thoughts. Young Master Chu has such talent and pride. How could he listen to someone with poor character and shallow knowledge? If it were her, she might also walk away in anger. A scholar who lacks the pride not to be insulted is not worth reading the wise books. After the steward finished speaking, he carefully watched the expressions of the four women, especially the confident Lady Guo and the noble Miss Wang. He swallowed and continued. So, after Zhou Xuejing learned of this, he was very shocked and admired young Master Chu's talent and character. He specially sent me here to deliver a handwritten letter expressing apologies and hopes to keep young Master Chu. He also conveyed that young Master Chu can return to the county school anytime, choose any class, and if the courses don't suit him, he can be flexible and arrange his studies freely. Hearing this, Guo Xiaolan and the other two women exchanged glances, feeling a bit relieved. It seemed the head of the county school was not unreasonable and clearly was impressed by her husband's talent, which made him lower his stance to show goodwill and keep him. But Wang Qingyao's thoughts were different. After hearing the whole story and learning about the conditions, she was not satisfied. In fact, her anger from Chu Jing's insult and her dislike for Lu Yin grew even stronger. She gently put down her teacup, the porcelain clinking softly on the stone table. She looked up at the steward, her smile still gentle but her eyes sharp as a blade, her voice calm but with undeniable authority. So that's how it is. Young Master Chu was recommended by me, Wang Qingyao, to join the county school, and yet, in broad daylight, under everyone's watch, he was treated unfairly and deliberately humiliated by the teacher. I have heard of the strict standards of this county school, but I never imagined there would be such a breach of teachers' integrity and jealousy among colleagues, openly making things difficult for a student. She paused, her tone turning colder. Zhou Xuejing sent you here to apologize and keep him, and I appreciate the sincerity on behalf of young Master Chu. But this matter cannot be dismissed with just an apology and some favors. Liu Yin's behavior is no longer just a typical teaching dispute, but openly bullying and lacking moral integrity. If the county school truly wants to keep talented students like Lord Chu and demonstrate fairness, shouldn't they make a clear stance and explanation about this matter? The steward broke out in sweat after hearing Wang Qingyao's words and hesitated, saying, "This. The head teacher means that teacher Lu might have spoken out of turn and used inappropriate teaching methods. He has been ordered to reflect." Reflect? Wang Qingyao chuckled softly, but her smile didn't reach her eyes. Such a casual response probably won't satisfy the public. It's true that Lord Chu was insulted, and teacher Lu's misconduct is obvious to everyone in the county school. If the school only responds with ordering reflection, then their rules seem too childish. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice to sound more commanding. Tell Zhou the head teacher that the people I send are not meant to be insulted or humiliated. If the county school cannot give a satisfactory and fair explanation to Lord Chu and to me, then I might as well withdraw his registration. There are other places in Qingyao Prefecture and even the entire state where Lord Chu can take exams. With my Wang family's influence, finding a quiet place for Lord Chu to study is not difficult. Her words made her meaning very clear. Either the county school punishes Lu Yin severely and gives us an explanation, or we leave with our people and go elsewhere to take exams. And we have the power and connections to do so. The steward felt a cold sweat break out on his back upon hearing this. He finally realized how serious the situation was. Miss Wang was not just defending Lord Chu, but also using this incident to pressure the county school, protecting her recommended candidate's authority and reputation. And she was fully confident in doing so. A student who might be the top candidate in the provincial exam, combined with the Wang family's influence, would be a huge loss and a slap in the face to the county school if he transferred elsewhere. Miss Wang, please calm down. The steward hurriedly bowed, sounding anxious. I will report your words to the head teacher without omission. The head teacher will handle this carefully and give Lord Chu and Miss Wang a satisfactory answer. He knew this matter was beyond his authority. Zhou the head teacher might still want to smooth things over and appease both sides. After all, Lu Yin is a talented young scholar, second in the county 2 years ago. If he takes the imperial exam for the advanced degree, he might even have a chance to become a top scholar. This is also why he is so young and has been promoted to a student class scholar. But now, Wang Qingyao directly made her stance clear, forcing the county school to choose a side and show support. Zhou Xuezhing is probably feeling quite troubled. Then I will leave this to the manager. Wang Qingyao nodded slightly, restoring her elegant and composed appearance, as if her earlier words with a hint of threat were not hers. Guo Xiaolan remained silent throughout, quietly watching Wang Qingyao perform, a hint of admiration and mixed feelings flashing in her eyes. This Miss Wang, at critical moments, is very protective of her husband, and her methods are quite tough. Whether she is doing this out of appreciation for talent or to maintain her own authority, her courage truly commands respect. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxua listened with excitement, and their gazes toward Wang Qingyao softened, no longer as guarded as before. Because this woman might become a rival in love. But they also felt a sense of gratitude. Someone standing up for her husband like this warmed their hearts. The manager, as if granted a great favor, no longer dared to mention the matter of meeting Chu Jing and delivering the letter. Clearly, these young ladies had no such intention, and young Master Chu himself seemed too lazy to come out. What could he say? He quickly respectfully placed Zhou Xuezhing's letter on the stone table, bowed again, wiped his cold sweat, and hurriedly left the small courtyard. The main hall became quiet again. The four women's eyes simultaneously turned back toward the tightly closed workshop. Inside, faint sounds of Chu Jing humming a tune and tinkering with bottles and jars could be heard, seemingly unaware or indifferent to what was happening outside. Guo Xiaolan picked up Zhou Xuezhing's letter, glanced at it briefly, then casually set it aside. She looked at Wang Qingyao sincerely and said, "Thank you, Miss Wang, for speaking up for my husband just now." Wang Qingyao smiled slightly, her gaze also shifting toward the workshop, her expression softening considerably. "Lady Guo, you're too polite. It's because young Master Chu is capable that he deserves this." Qingyao was a bit narrow-minded before. She paused, her tone becoming bright and full of determination again. "But after this, I am even more convinced that working with young Master Chu and everyone else was one of the best decisions I've made. So, shall we continue?" Regarding the pricing of soap and the initial trial, the negotiations restarted, but the atmosphere was subtly different from before. A new understanding of Chu Jing's talent and the unspoken trust that developed after working together quietly circulated among the four women. The main topic of their conversation was the young Master Chu, who had caused a small disturbance earlier. At this moment, he was focused on adjusting the tilt of a cooling tube, thinking to himself, it seems the perfume concentration has been refined a bit more this time. He wondered how Lanner and the others were doing with their discussion, what to have for dinner. He was completely unaware that he had almost become a hot commodity, and he had no idea that a small storm over his ownership and internal conflicts at the county school was brewing because of him. The steward of the county school wiped his sweat and hurried back to Mingluan Hall. He reported everything Wang Qingyao had said, her words both gentle and firm, even hinting at threats, word for word to Zhou Xuezing, including how Guo Zhaolan and the others reacted coldly when Lu Yin challenged Chu Jing. After hearing this, Zhou Xuezing put down his teacup with a clatter. He was truly starting to feel a headache. He stroked his beard and paced around the room, his brows knitted tightly. Wang Qingyao's message was clear. If Lu Yin wasn't punished severely, he might really take Chu Jing, this rough jade, and run away. But Lu Yin, he was also a promising talent he had high hopes for. Lu Yin, he's really reckless, Zhou Xuezing sighed. Although his actions today were indeed excessive and unseemly for a teacher, he's still young and vigorous. He's also the second-best candidate in the provincial exam, with solid knowledge. There's a good chance he will pass the county exam next fall, maybe even aim for the top spot. Such a talented young man, if he's driven away because of this. What a pity, his internal balance was wavering. On one side was Chu Jing, who had shown quick wit, talent, and good character, but whose skills had not yet been tested through formal exams, and who had connections to the Wang family. On the other side was Lu Yin, who had already achieved second place in the provincial exam, with a promising future, but whose character seemed somewhat questionable. Losing either one would hurt him. At this moment, Elder Chun, who had been quietly sipping tea nearby, put down his cup and said leisurely, Xuezing, I have a word of advice, though I don't know if I should say it. Please, Elder Chun, go ahead, Zhou Xuezing hurriedly replied. Old Master Chen stroked his snowy white beard and said slowly, I believe that choosing between right and wrong is not about fame, but about real knowledge and character. Lu Yin is indeed second in the provincial exam, but today he was silenced by Chu Jing. Whether it's quick thinking, eloquence, or the talent for composing poetry on the spot, did any of these truly outshine the other? He paused, looking at Zhou Xuezing's thoughtful face, and continued. Moreover, the root of this matter is Lu Yan's jealousy and his deliberate troublemaking for students. His narrow mind and poor conduct have been fully exposed. A teacher with flawed morals and less skill, whether he passes the imperial exam or not. What does it mean for our county school? Is it a blessing or a curse? We cannot say for sure. Look at Chu Jing, old Master Chen's eyes sparkled, facing injustice calmly, breaking through difficulties with talent, and walking away after finishing his work without clinging to things. Such qualities of mind, talent, and wisdom are rare, even after decades of teaching. More importantly, he has the support of the Wang family and Miss Wang's backing. Xuezing, tell me, should we bet on Lu Yin, who is both a questionable character and uncertain future, or keep Chu Jing, who has excellent morals and talent and is already favored by important people? Which is more beneficial? Which will better enhance our county school's reputation and future? This speech was like a wake-up call, instantly enlightening Zhou Xuezing. Yes, why was he only focusing on Lu Yan's second place in the provincial exam? Today, Lu Yin was completely overshadowed by Chu Jing in front of everyone. His intelligence, literary talent, and character all crushed him, and he was at fault first. Even if Lu Yin passes the exam in the future, his reputation will be damaged. How much gratitude or support can he give to us or the school? Maybe he's even a hidden danger. And Chu Jing? Although he currently has no official title, his qualities are astonishing. Plus, with the backing of the Wang family, keeping him would not only bring in a promising talent, but also strengthen ties with the Wang family and boost the school's reputation for fairness and talent. It's a win-win. Old Chen's words are very true. Zhou Xuezing slapped his thigh, his hesitation gone, replaced by firm resolve. I was momentarily confused and almost lost sight of what's important. Lu Yin, with his narrow mind, is not suitable for great use. Chu Jing is the talented person our school should strive to keep. He quickly made a decision in his heart. He must give Wang Qingyao and Chu Jing a satisfactory answer. Lu Yin can only be abandoned. Just as Zhou Xuezing was about to decide how to speak to Lu Yin, a voice full of urgency, anger, and a bit of panic came from outside. The door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang, and Lu Yin stormed in with a pale face and red eyes. He had been in his room, angry and throwing things. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt, and the more he hated Chu Jing. When he heard that Zhou Xuezhing had sent people to invite Chu Jing back with generous offers, he became even more jealous and restless. At first, he felt proud, thinking that even though he had lost face, Chu Jing was gone too, so they both lost. But Zhou Xuezhing's move to persuade Chu Jing made him look like a complete fool. He, Lu Yan, who had tried to cause trouble, was now being treated like a treasure that needed to be brought back. Wasn't that a slap in his face? What hurt him even more was the possible close relationship between Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao. That was a jewel he had long coveted and believed he had a chance to win. He had interacted with Wang Qingyao several times, and she was very polite to him. He thought he had a real chance. How could he let a country bumpkin take her away? That was why, when he saw Chu Jing, he immediately tried to cause trouble. Now, his anger and jealousy clouded his judgment. He decided to confront Zhou Xuezhing and demand an explanation. With his reputation as the second best in the county exam and his hope of passing the imperial exam, he believed Zhou Xuezhing would weigh his options carefully. Without even noticing old Master Chen sitting nearby, he hurriedly said to Zhou Xuezhing, "Zhou Xuezhing, I've heard that you want to send someone to invite Chu Jing back. This person disrespects elders, is arrogant and rude, and publicly humiliates teachers. He is a troublemaker. If we let such a reckless person return to the county school, where is our dignity? Where is the respect for teachers?" He spoke more and more passionately, as if he had been wronged greatly. Finally, he lifted his head and showed a proud attitude, as if saying, "I am talented and proud, and if you don't listen to me, I will leave." His tone carried a threat. "Zhou Xuezhing, I make my position clear today. That Chu Jing, he is either with me or against me. If you insist on keeping such a disrespectful troublemaker, then I will no longer be able to teach at the county school. After all, with his talent and reputation as a student, it's likely that other academies in the city or even in the prefecture would be willing to accept him. A top candidate in the county exam, with a chance to become a top scholar, would be respected wherever he went." He spoke confidently, as if he were a very important person, and seemed to think that without him, the county school would fall apart. He looked at Zhou Xuezhing with full confidence, waiting for him to panic and beg him to stay, then to strongly refuse Chu Jing. But the scene he imagined, Zhou Xuezhing panicking, hesitating, trying to comfort him, did not happen. Zhou Xuezhing just looked at him quietly, with a very complicated expression filled with disappointment and a hint of confusion, as if he thought he was a fool. Old Master Chen next to him frowned, and looked at Lu Yan with clear disdain and regret. This kid, has his brain been damaged by jealousy? Coming here to threaten Xuezhing at such a moment? Thinking he's so important? Zhou Xuezhing was silent for a few seconds, and this silence made Lu Yan feel uneasy. Then Zhou Xuezhing spoke slowly, his voice calm and steady, even sounding a bit relieved. "Master Lu." "Oh, Scholar Lu, since you've said so, Xuezhing will not force you to stay." Lu Yan's anger and confidence on his face froze instantly, turning into shock. Zhou Xuezhing continued, "The matter of Chu Jing is clear for everyone in the county. Xuezhing has his own judgment. As for you, Scholar Lu, if you think the county school is too small to hold your ambitions of becoming a top scholar, then Xuezhing will not delay your future." He paused, looking at Lu Yan's face turning pale, and his tone remained calm. "Today, you can go to the accounting office to settle this month's fees and handle your affairs. I wish you a bright future and success in becoming a top scholar soon." After saying this, Zhou Xuezhing even ignored him, picked up his teacup, and gently blew on the foam. Lu Yan stood there like he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place, his mind blank. Wasn't he here to pressure him? To show how important he was? Why? Why did it turn out like this? Xuezhing actually agreed and told him to settle his accounts and leave? "No, it's not, Xuezhing. I didn't mean it that way." Lu Yan panicked, stumbling over his words as he tried to explain. "The student just thought that Chu Jing, Scholar Lu." Old Master Chen finally couldn't hold back and interrupted him, his voice carrying the weariness and insight of an experienced elder. "Things have come to this point. There's no use saying more. Xuezhing has already given you face. Don't lose your dignity now. Let's part on good terms." "Face? Dignity? Part on good terms?" Lu Yin felt a cold chill run from his feet to the top of his head, followed by a wave of regret and fear flooding his heart. He suddenly realized how foolish his words had been. He thought he was irreplaceable, but he forgot that the county school didn't lack talented scholars with fame. He also forgot that he had just lost face in front of the entire county school, and his reputation was now ruined. And the other academies he threatened to go to, who would easily accept a troublemaker who had just been difficult with students, got embarrassed by students, and was politely asked to leave by Shuizheng? More importantly, the position of county scholar was comfortable, respectable, well-paid, and a good way to build connections and reputation, something many scholars would envy. He had just personally destroyed his own chance. Shuizheng, old Master Chen. Lu Yan's face turned pale as paper, his lips trembling. He wanted to save himself, but saw that Shuizheng had already lowered his head to read a document, and old Master Chen had picked up his teacup again. Neither seemed willing to speak to him anymore. He knew it was all over. A mix of deep disappointment, regret, and burning hatred swirled inside him, making him almost unable to stand. He turned around in a daze, like a walking corpse, staggering out of Mingluan Hall. The sunlight was blinding, but he felt cold all over. He had only wanted to step on the insider in front of his beloved, vent his anger, and now he had lost his future and his job. And all of this was because of that guy named Chu Jing. A vengeful fire lit up in Lu Yan's eyes again, but he also knew that at this moment, he had no place left in the county school. He could only sheepishly gather his things, filled with regret and hatred, and leave the place he once thought he could rise quickly in. Inside Mingluan Hall, Zhou Shuizheng put down his documents and sighed with a wry smile at old Master Chen. Old Chen, look at this. Old Master Chen shook his head. He who brings trouble on himself can't be saved. Shuizheng is right. Such a temperament is a danger if kept around. But about Chu Jing, Zhou Shuizheng nodded, his eyes becoming firm again. I will personally write a letter to Miss Wang and young Master Chu to explain that Lu Yin has been dismissed from the county school due to poor conduct and teaching. I also sincerely invite young Master Chu to return and study at the school, with all the previous benefits, no falsehood. This incident ended with Lu Yan's complete removal and Zhou Shuizheng's decisive support. The steward of the county school returned, this time with a respectful expression and a relaxed look, as if he had completed his task. He relayed Zhou Shuizheng's decision. Lu Yin was dismissed for misconduct, and Chu Jing was sincerely invited back to the school with the same treatment, as it was. Just then, Chu Jing finished his work, wiped his hands, and came out of the workshop. He happened to overhear the last part. What? Lu Yin was expelled? And Shuizheng still wants me to go back? I can choose any class. Just sign in and leave? Chu Jing scratched his ear, doubting if he had been smelling incense in bottles for too long, and was hearing things. He had already prepared himself mentally. The day before, he had embarrassed his teacher so badly that everyone in the county school knew about it. That Zhou Shuizheng, who seemed a bit old-fashioned and initially disliked him, didn't come to trouble him. At most, he might find a reason to dismiss him or make things difficult at the school. He even thought about asking Wang Qingyao when she was free if they could arrange for him to take the exam somewhere else, since the county exam was only a few days away and moving again would be troublesome. But he never expected the story to turn completely around. The teacher who caused trouble was expelled, and he, the troublemaker student, was instead treated like a treasure and even given many green lights. Chu Jing was stunned for a few seconds, then stroked his chin and smiled. This Zhou Shuizheng is quite a smart person. He knows how to handle things. All his earlier doubts, caused by feeling slighted at first, vanished instantly. It seemed that although the head of the county school had some preconceived ideas, he was clear-headed when it mattered and knew right from wrong. In that case, staying in Heian County to study might be a good choice, saving him from more trouble. After sending off the grateful steward, Chu Jing finally learned the other side of the story from Guo Xiaolan and Lin Zhuro, who were smiling as they told him. It turned out that the change in the attitude of the school principal was not only because of his own strong performance, but also because of Wang Qingyao's confident support and subtle threats, which played a key role. Chu Jing looked at Wang Qingyao in surprise. He didn't expect that this gentle, calm, and clever young lady from the Wang family would be so direct and firm in pressuring the county school over such a small matter. Miss Wang, thank you very much this time, Chu Jing said sincerely, bowing slightly. Whether Wang Qingyao acted to protect her sponsor's reputation or truly valued him, he appreciated the kindness. It seemed that his effort to help her expand her business with those rare items was a good start for their cooperation. At least, this partner was reliable when it mattered most. Moreover, through this incident, the system forcibly bound his new wife, and she was quite a good person. Her performance was a good beginning, or perhaps, completing the system's task wouldn't be so hard after all. Sincerity breeds sincerity. If he treats others genuinely, they will respond in kind. However, Chu Jing didn't think that these alone would make the girl in front of him fall madly in love with him. She was from a noble family and was very clear-headed about love. To make her truly care for him, he still had a long way to go. Wang Qingyao smiled slightly, her eyes clear. Young Master Chu, you're too polite. It's because you have real talent and learning that you deserve this. Qingyao was just speaking some honest words. She was modest in words, but felt a bit happy because Chu Jing's thanks. Seeing this calm, confident man show a hint of surprise and gratitude was quite satisfying. By then, it was almost evening, the time for dinner. Wang Qingyao stood up to leave, and Qing'er obediently stood behind her. Miss Wang, are you leaving now? Chu Jing looked at the sky and then at the papers on the table filled with discussions from the afternoon. He had an idea and spoke. After working all afternoon, you must be hungry. If you don't mind my humble home, why not stay for a simple meal before you go? I'll cook myself, as a small way to thank you. He spoke naturally, as if inviting someone to dine was a very normal thing. But to Wang Qingyao and Qing'er, his words were like a thunderbolt. The idea that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen was deeply rooted in this era. Men, especially scholars, were seen as too noble to cook. Cooking was considered the duty of servants or women. Even if they were poor and had to cook themselves, they wouldn't say it so openly, let alone invite guests to taste their food. Wang Qingyao and Qing'er were stunned, their faces full of surprise. Wang Qingyao, the young lady of the Wang family, was used to luxury and never thought she would eat food made by a man in his home. Qing'er's mouth was open in shock, looking from Chu Jing to her young lady. Her mind only had one thought. Lord Chu. He's so casual. No, this is shocking. Chu Jing saw their reactions, first surprised, then suddenly understood. He came from modern times and thought cooking for friends was a normal social act, but he forgot the customs here. But he didn't mind. Instead, he found it interesting and explained with a smile. What? Do you think scholars can't cook? Even the sage said, managing a great country is like cooking small fish, which shows that cooking also contains wisdom. Moreover, making good food for someone you care about and seeing them happy, that's a great achievement, isn't it? It's better than those who don't work hard but still act proud and aloof. His words were clever, quoting wise sayings, close to everyday life, and subtly criticizing some old-fashioned ideas. He spoke confidently, fresh and pure. Wang Qingyao was again shocked by Chu Jing's words. She realized that Chu Jing always seemed to think outside the box, saying things that sound rebellious at first, but are actually meaningful upon reflection. He cares about someone. She guessed he meant his 3 wives. To speak so openly and tenderly about that. A small part of Wang Qingyao's heart was touched. Curious and filled with a strange, hard-to-explain feeling, she instinctively nodded. Her voice was lighter than usual. Since young Master Chu is so kind, Qingyao, I will humbly accept. But I must trouble you, young master. No trouble at all, no trouble. Please sit down. It will be ready soon. Chu Jing chuckled happily, turned, and went straight into the kitchen, rolling up his sleeves with full energy. Guo Zhaolan and the 3 women exchanged smiles, already used to this. Their husbands, creative ideas, and unconventional ways were many, so cooking was nothing special. But the meals made by their husband were the best in the world, although it seemed like they had only tasted it once. All 3 women showed happy, expectant smiles, and went inside to help. Wang Qingyao and Qing'er sat in the main hall, listening to the crisp, skillful sounds from the kitchen, different from ordinary cooking, and smelling the increasingly tempting aroma. They felt a bit restless and mostly incredibly curious. Soon, a few simple but perfectly delicious dishes were served. A plate of fresh, crispy green vegetables, cooked just right. A bowl of fragrant mushroom soup, clear and bright. A dish of smooth steamed egg custard, sprinkled with chopped green onions, and noodles made from high-quality flour exchanged from the system, topped with rich, flavorful meat sauce. The dishes weren't luxurious, but each one showed care and a certain indescribable, professional touch. The aroma made their mouths water. Simple food, Miss Wang and Miss Qing don't dislike it. Eat while hot, Chu Jing said, sitting down himself. Wang Qingyao and Qing'er hesitated, then picked up their chopsticks and took a bite. Suddenly, their eyes widened at the same time. This was too delicious. The vegetables were crisp and tender, full of flavor while keeping their original taste. The mushroom soup was so tasty it made them want to swallow their tongues. The steamed egg was smooth and melt in your mouth. And the meat sauce with noodles was rich, flavorful, and so addictive they couldn't stop eating. And to think, Chu Jing used high-quality salt bought from the system store. It was far better than the salt available in this era. Naturally, the taste was different. This wasn't simple food at all. This level of cooking was even better than the chefs at the natural residence. And in some aspects of heat control and seasoning, it was even more exquisite. Younger sister ate without lifting her head, cheeks puffed out, and vaguely praised. So good. So very good. Young Master Chu, how are you so skilled at cooking? Wang Qingyao was much more reserved, but her pace of eating was noticeably faster than usual. As she tasted the unexpectedly delicious food, she looked at Chu Jing with more surprise and curiosity. He can brew wine, create unique fragrances, understand natural objects, write beautifully, think quickly, and now, even cook so well. How many talents does this man hide? He's like an endless treasure, each encounter bringing new surprises. Moreover, he's willing to put aside his so-called male pride to cook himself, perhaps to thank her or for his family, making a meal full of care and skill. Suddenly, Wang Qingyao felt a bit confused inside. A mix of admiration, respect, curiosity, and a faint fluttering feeling she didn't want to explore grew quietly. If only she had met a man like him earlier. But as soon as the thought appeared, she forced herself to push it away. She looked at the dining table, where Guo Xiaolan was gently serving Chu Jing, her eyes full of dependence and happiness, and Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue, both also looking at Chu Jing with admiration. Chu Jing already had 3 such excellent and devoted wives. The natural closeness and understanding among them were impossible for others to interfere with. And what about her, Wang Qingyao? She was the daughter of the Wang family of Langya, carrying her family's expectations and potential marriage pressure. Her marriage was never just her own matter. Even if she admired Chu Jing, her family would never agree to her marrying a man of humble background who already had 3 wives. And the idea of becoming a concubine like ordinary families? That was even more impossible. Wang Qingyao's pride wouldn't allow her to fall so low. Even though she had only eaten a meal, Wang Qingyao felt her mood was more complicated than during the afternoon negotiations. The delicious food still tempted her, but a strange, hard-to-explain feeling of bitterness arose in her heart. She quickly gathered her thoughts, put on a proper and slightly distant smile, sincerely praised Chu Jing's cooking, and then said nothing more, quietly enjoying this special dinner. It seems that Chu Jing didn't notice Wang Qingyao's brief distraction and complicated feelings. He was happily enjoying the admiring looks from his wives and Ye's unhidden, starry-eyed admiration, like she was looking at her idol. This meal ended in a happy atmosphere, with everyone except Wang Qingyao feeling satisfied. Wang Qingyao and her servant left, and before leaving, they finalized the details of their cooperation. They agreed to start choosing and building the workshop the next day. After seeing Wang Qingyao off, the small courtyard returned to peace. Chu Jing stretched lazily, feeling that today was quite fulfilling. He visited the county school, argued with the teacher, gained the teacher's favor, cooked a meal, and made progress on the cooperation. Tomorrow I'll go to the county school early, then check out the workshop location Lanner and the others picked. Chu Jing happily planned, unaware that his thank-you meal had planted a subtle seed in the mind of one of his ladies. As night deepened, the East City courtyard was wrapped in calm. The daytime noise had faded, leaving only warm family moments. After washing up, Lin Jiro brought a wooden basin filled with warm water to Chu Jing's feet as usual. Her face was rosy, and her eyes, shining with a mix of shyness and determination, said, "Husband, wash your feet." Li Lingxue silently placed a clean cloth and a lightly scented soap she had made herself beside him. Guo Xiaolon also brought Chu Jing's clean socks, folded neatly. The three women naturally gathered around Chu Jing, ready to fulfill what they saw as their wife's duties. Even though Guo Xiaolon was extraordinary, and Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue came from noble backgrounds, they believed that serving their husband was natural and a way to show closeness and belonging. Seeing their gentle and serious expressions, Chu Jing felt very warm inside, but also a little shy. He, a grown man, was being served by three beautiful wives. While he enjoyed feeling cared for, he also felt a bit guilty. "Hey, wait." Chu Jing stopped Lin Jiro from helping him take off his shoes. With a mischievous smile, he took the lead. "Today, I'll serve you all instead." He spoke quickly and without hesitation, telling his three wives to sit in a row on the edge of the bed. Then he picked up a wooden basin and placed it in front of Guo Xiaolon. "Lan, you worked hard today with the negotiations. Come, soak your feet and relax." He then signaled to Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue. "Jiro, Lingxue, you're both tired too. Come, soak your feet." The three women were stunned. Guo Xiaolon was only surprised and shocked, but the other two showed fear and resistance on their faces. "Husband, this isn't right." Guo Xiaolon quickly tried to pull her feet back. Her usually cold face showed a rare hint of shyness. "It's proper for me to serve my husband. I shouldn't do such things for you," she said softly. Lin Jiro shook her head like a rattle. No, husband, this isn't proper. If others find out, they'll say we're not polite, and it will make you the subject of jokes." Li Lingxue didn't speak, but shook her head desperately, clutching her skirt tightly, her eyes full of, "This isn't allowed." Chu Jing looked at their nervous and serious expressions, feeling both amused and pained. The old ideas of that time bound them too tightly. He held Guo Xiaolon's ankle as she tried to pull her foot back. His touch was warm and smooth. Then he looked at Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue and spoke gently but firmly. "Rules? What rules? Here, our family's rule is to take care of each other and care for each other." He gently helped Guo Xiaolon remove her shoes and socks, soaking her feet in warm water while saying, "Who says women must serve men? Husband and wife are one. We should support each other. I'm tired, so you give me a back massage and wash my feet. When you're tired, I'll give you a massage and soak your feet. What's wrong with that? Is it only okay for me to enjoy your care, but I can't care for you? What do you call that? A master and servant relationship?" The words, gender equality, sounded shocking, but Chu Jing didn't say them directly to scare them. Instead, his words clearly conveyed the core idea of equal and loving marriage. "In my heart, you are not my subordinates or servants. You are my wives, the people I want to spend my life with and cherish. I care about you and want to treat you well. That's natural and right. It has nothing to do with rules or manners. It's all about my heart." This speech was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves in the hearts of the three women. From childhood, they had been taught that men are superior to women and that a husband's authority over his wife is a must. The woman considers her husband as her world. Serving him is a virtue and her duty. Have you ever heard such a disobedient, yet deeply touching statement? Chu Jing does not see them as accessories, nor does he take their efforts for granted. He values and cares for them, even willing to set aside his pride as a man to do these humble acts of service. This respect and sincerity are far more precious than any sweet words or gold and jewels. The three women stare blankly at Chu Jing, who is kneeling in front of them, carefully washing Guo Xiaolon's feet. They watch his focused and gentle expression, feeling their noses sour and their eyes warm. Guo Xiaolon feels the gentle massage of Chu Jing's fingers and the warmth of the water on her feet. That warmth seems to flow deep into her heart, melting the last icy barrier built from past experiences. She looks at Chu Jing with tears in her eyes. It's not just gratitude, but a deep sense of being truly understood and valued, a feeling of belonging. Ding. Wife Guo Xiaolon feels a respect and love beyond her era. Her soul is deeply moved. Favorability 10, current favorability, 150 points, overflowing. The host's passive skill, God's perspective, has upgraded. Perception range increased from 50 meters to 100 meters, with enhanced detail awareness and prompts. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue are already teary-eyed. Their backgrounds may be more turbulent than Guo Xiaolan's, having experienced more cold and warmth, making them crave genuine respect even more. Chu Jing's words and actions are like giving them the equality and respect they've long desired but dared not hope for, being recognized as people rather than objects. Ding. Wife Lin Jiro is deeply moved. Her dependence and love for the host reach a new high. Favorability 4. Current favorability, 99 points. The host gains a reward skill. Advanced painting, meticulous, freehand, figures, flowers, and birds, all mastered. Ding. Wife Li Lingxue is deeply moved. Her insecurities fade, overflowing with love and gratitude. Favorability 9. Current favorability, 99 points. The host gains a reward skill. Advanced equestrianism, harmonious with the horse, skilled in riding, understands horse nature. The system prompts keep ringing in Chu Jing's mind, causing him to pause slightly. Lanner's favorability increased by 10 points. Jiro and Lingxue also reached 99 points, just one step away. He felt a surge of excitement inside. Guo Xiaolan's favorability reached 100%, unlocking the system's spoil wife shop. After Li Lingxue and Lin Jiro also reached 100 favorability, he wondered what more surprising changes the system might bring. After all, he was quite eager to get items from the spoil wife shop. Plus, daily interactions with his wives earned him a lot of spoil wife points. Now, he had accumulated 2,421 points. Although he couldn't afford the expensive high-tech medical equipment, like the precise tools needed for Jiro's surgery, he could easily exchange for better scar removal ointments for Lingxue or buy some nice things for the family. Right now, the most important thing was to comfort his 3 wives, who were almost moved to tears by his heartfelt words. All right, don't cry, Chu Jing said with a smile as he dried Guo Xiaolan's feet with a cloth, then gently washed Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue's feet, his movements careful and gentle. At first, the 3 women were a bit stiff and shy, but under Chu Jing's calm attitude, they gradually relaxed, filled with warmth and happiness. After finishing their washing, they lay on a special large bed. Chu Jing didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he helped Lin Jiro lie down, gently lifting her left foot and placing it on his lap. Zairu, don't move. Your husband will give you a massage, Chu Jing said softly. He used a bit of energy from the system enhancement and the tiger's subduing fist, a tiny amount of power. With this energy, combined with traditional Chinese medicine techniques, he could perform a rehabilitation massage on Lin Jiro's foot. He skillfully massaged her ankle and the nearby atrophied muscles. Your blood flow will improve, and recovery will be faster in the future. Don't worry, once I save up more. Prepare more. I will definitely help heal your foot so you can run and jump again. Feeling the tingling warmth from her foot and hearing Chu Jing's gentle promise, tears slipped down her face, and a happy smile appeared. She softly replied, Yes? I believe in you, husband. After finishing the foot massage for Zairu, Chu Jing took out a better quality jade muscle ointment from the system and said softly to Lingxue, it's time for your medicine. This new bottle should work even better. Li Lingxue obediently tilted her face up and closed her eyes. Chu Jing, under the light, carefully examined the scars on her face. The originally fierce red scars have become noticeably lighter and smaller after continuous medication over these days. The edges now have pink new skin, leaving only faint marks. At this rate, with more good medicine, they might completely heal, leaving no scars at all. Jing feels happy inside and carefully applies the ointment to her. Li Lingxue can feel Jing's gentle movements and notices the changes on her face from the occasional exclamations of Guo Xiaolan and Lin Jiro. She feels full of hope and gratitude, almost overflowing with dependence and love for Jing. Her good impression score is at 99 points, just one small step away from a breakthrough. Guo Xiaolan quietly watches from the side, seeing Jing patiently care for Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue. Seeing the brightening glow on their faces, she feels very peaceful and satisfied. Meeting such a husband is a blessing they have earned in 3 lifetimes. Jing finishes applying the medicine, puts away the supplies, and blows out the oil lamp. The night is peaceful. In the small East City courtyard bedroom, the candle has gone out, and moonlight filters through the paper window, casting a soft glow. The sleeping arrangements remain the same as before. Jing sleeps on a separate bed near the door, while the three wives sleep on a larger bed inside, connected to each other. Although they bought a big bed, they still need time to get used to sleeping together. For now, this arrangement feels both close and comfortable, giving everyone some space and peace of mind. After saying goodnight, Jing quickly hears the gentle, even breathing of the three women inside, probably asleep after a day of worries, negotiations, and joy. Jing himself isn't sleepy yet. He rests his head on his arm and, in the dark, looks at the data on his system panel. Lin Jiro's good impression, 99 points. Li Lingshua's good impression, 99 points. Guo Xiaolan's good impression, 150 points, constantly overflowing. Wife-loving points, 2688. The recent interactions have clearly increased his wife-loving points a lot. He feels excited. When the wife-loving points reach 50,000, he can help Lin Jiro treat her foot. By then, Lin Jiro's body should be almost fully recovered. As for Li Lingxue, her facial scars should also be completely healed. Thinking of his three wives, once seen as ugly brides, dazzling everyone's eyes, he can't help but feel a mischievous sense of satisfaction. However, thinking that Wang Xinzhong might cause trouble for him over the issue of dividing the wife, Chu Jing felt even more urgent. Also, Lin Jiro and Li Lingshue's affection levels were stuck at 99 points, which confused him. Normally, it should be just 1 point away from a full 100, so why hadn't it reached 100 yet? He realized that Guo Xiaolan's affection level was at 100 because they shared a close bond or connection. To make their affection reach 100, it could only be achieved through closeness and intimacy. But with Lin Jiro and Li Lingshue's current states, that wasn't suitable. It seemed he could only wait patiently. While he was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a very faint rustling sound from inside, as if someone gently lifted the blanket. Chu Jing's heart moved. He didn't make a sound, just listened quietly. The faint sound paused briefly, as if checking whether he was asleep. After a moment, it sounded again. A figure with a faint cool scent and body warmth silently slipped into his bed. Unlike the previous times, when the approach was slightly cool or deliberately tempting, this time, the movement was very gentle, even cautious, as if testing. She didn't face him directly like before, but, like a tired bird returning home, softly leaned her back into his arms, then stopped moving. She just slightly adjusted her position to fit more comfortably in his embrace. It was Guo Xiaolan. Chu Jing immediately recognized her from the familiar cool scent and body outline. He could feel that she seemed more relaxed than ever before, and perhaps more dependent. Her entire aura had shed its usual coldness and sharpness, leaving only a gentle surrender. Was it because of the dinner conversation about mutual care and being one with your spouse, which truly touched a hidden part of her heart? Chu Jing didn't ask. Instead, he naturally reached out his arms, holding her more securely, gently resting his chin on her head, and soothingly patting her arm with his other hand. The delicate body in his arms trembled slightly, then relaxed completely. She even leaned back a little, as if trying to absorb more of his warmth and scent. A silent, intimate understanding flowed between them, more close than words. There was no need for many words or any further flirtation. Just this quiet hug was enough to say everything. She could feel his silent acceptance and care, and he could sense her growing trust and reliance on him. After a long while, just when Chu Jing thought she had fallen asleep, Guo Xiaolan in his arms suddenly moved very gently, turned around, and faced him. The moonlight was faint, so her expression was hard to see, but Chu Jing could feel her breath brushing against his neck, warm and soft. She reached out her hand, her fingertips lightly touching Chu Jing's cheek, with a tenderness he had never felt before. Then, like a feather, she gave him a cool, soft kiss on his chin. "Husband," she whispered softly, her voice husky with sleep and filled with deep, unspoken love. "Thank you." After saying this, she seemed to gather all her courage, quickly buried her face in his chest, wrapped her arms around his waist, and stayed still, her breathing a little hurried. Chu Jing's heart softened at her rare, almost clumsy display of deep affection. A strong feeling of happiness and tenderness filled his chest. He tightened his arms around her, holding her close, and leaned down to kiss her hair. "Sleep well, Lanner." His voice was deep and gentle. "I am here." Guo mumbled faintly in his arms, her tense body finally relaxing completely, her breathing becoming slow and steady. He held her, feeling the peaceful warmth, and his thoughts slowly settled. Thoughts of the system, affection points, wife-loving value, exams, and business. All the worries seemed clearer and stronger because of the real warmth in his arms. He closed his eyes softly, a smile on his lips. Tomorrow would be another day full of hope and challenges. But with her and them by his side, he was not afraid. Qingyao Mansion, inside a relatively independent official office next to the governor's hall. This place is the marriage office, responsible for managing the implementation, verification, and correction of the marriage regulations in Qingyao. The head official is surnamed Chun, named Yanian, holding the 6th-rank position. Although the office was located in the prefect's territory, it reported directly to the Ministry of Rights in the capital, forming a relatively independent line. Its power was significant, especially in matters of compliance and correction, giving it considerable influence. At this moment, Chen Yanian was holding a letter from Heian County, written by Wang and attached with a list of gifts. His brow was furrowed tightly. The letter detailed a report about a vagrant named Chu Jing from Heian Village, accused of abusing relationships to illegally take 3 wives who did not meet the proper standards. 2 of these wives were stunningly beautiful. The case seemed linked to Wang Qingyao, the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Chu Jing, Wang Qingyao. Chen Yanian stroked his sparse beard as he paced in his study, muttering to himself. He was 45 years old, holding the 6th-rank official position for nearly 8 years. He dreamed of moving up further. The 3rd branch of the Wang family had helped him rise, making them one of his backers. Wang Qingyao was the legitimate daughter of the main branch of the Wang family. Though a woman, she was talented and rising quickly. Rumor had it that this year she might take over the Qingyao prefecture and even some family businesses across Hedong province, becoming a powerful figure. On one side was his current backing and the clear report. On the other was a rising star in the family, likely to control significant resources in the future. This is complicated, Chen Yanian sighed. For ordinary, misplacement cases, he would send someone to investigate and handle it as usual. But involving Wang Qingyao made it sensitive. If the investigation confirmed her involvement, offending her could be dangerous. With her abilities and her growing influence, she might retaliate by making things difficult for him or sabotaging his promotion at a critical moment. That was not something to take lightly. If Wang Qingyao truly became the ruler of Hedong province, his prospects as a 6th-rank official in Qingyao prefecture might become bleak. But if he ignored it, what would Wang Xinzhong say? Would the 3rd branch think he was not doing his job? Just then, the scholar official Qian Baiong, who had been standing quietly beside him with 2 small whiskers on his face, squinted and asked, "Is Lord Dong worried about this case in Heian County?" "Yes." Chen Yanian handed the letter to Qian. "Look at this, it's about Wang Daxiaji. If we handle it poorly, there could be endless trouble." Master Qian quickly glanced over the letter, a sharp glint in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "Elder Dong, let me speak honestly. You're hesitating because you think Miss Wang Qingyao might become powerful in the future. You're worried about offending her and losing your prospects, right?" Chen Yanian nodded. Master Qian chuckled and leaned in closer. "Have you ever thought about who promoted you? It was the 3rd house of the Wang family. Your reputation is already tied to the 3rd house. Miss Wang Qingyao is the eldest daughter of the 1st house, and she is in competition with the 3rd house. Even if she rises to great heights and controls major business in Hedong or beyond, will she promote someone like you from the 3rd house? Probably not. She might even try to suppress the 3rd house to strengthen her own power. The first to be eliminated could be someone like you, who is seen as an outsider." Chen Yanian shivered, and his face changed slightly. These words, though blunt and harsh, hit his deepest worries. He truly is not part of Wang Qingyao's faction. Master Qian observed his expression and continued to stir the pot. On the other hand, if you take this chance to help the 3rd house and Prince Wang Xinzhong and handle this matter well, proving that Wang Qingyao was involved in marriage interference and favoritism. Even if only suspected, it would greatly damage her standing in the family. She might even lose her chance to compete for the position of head of Qingyuan house. At that time, the third house will surely remember your contribution. Your position within the third house will rise even higher. Perhaps you could use this opportunity to be transferred back to the Ministry of Rights in the capital or be given a lucrative post elsewhere. Wouldn't that be better than living here, constantly worried about being targeted and eventually punished? This analysis of pros and cons, like clearing away clouds to see the sun, instantly tilted Chun Yinyan's internal balance. Yes, he's never truly part of Wang Qingyao's faction. Flattering her might be useless and could even backfire. Better to firmly cling to the third house's support, seize this chance to make a big contribution, and suppress potential rivals. Having realized this, Chun Yinyan's eyes no longer hesitated. Instead, they shone with a calculating and decisive light. Master Qian's words are very true, he said, pounding the table. I almost lost sight of the bigger picture. Since Prince Wang Xianzhong entrusted this matter to me and the evidence is solid, as a court official overseeing the marriage registry, I cannot be timid just because it involves someone. Certainly, here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Of course, we must act fairly and find out the truth. He paused for a moment and made a decision. This matter is very important. I need to go personally to Heian County. If Chu Jing really violated the rules and is involved with Wang Qingyao, I will investigate this thoroughly. Teacher Qian, prepare quickly. We will leave early tomorrow morning. Yes. Wise decision, Lord Dong. Teacher Qian smiled happily, bowed, and went to make arrangements. Chen Yannian looked out the window, a cold smile on his face. Heian County, Wang Qingyao, Chu Jing. Maybe this is his chance to rise in the official world and get a better position. In Wang Xianzong's luxurious but gloomy study in Heian County, the atmosphere was a bit heavy. Wang Xianzong sat at the main desk, slowly drinking tea, and looked coldly at Lu Yin standing in front. Lu scholar, or should I say Lu, former teacher, Wang Xianzong said with a hint of mockery. I heard you were humiliated at the county school by a wandering man named Chu Jing and even lost your job. Lu Yan's face twitched with embarrassment. The shame almost made him lose control, but he forced himself to stay calm. He bowed to Wang Xianzong and spoke with hatred. Please forgive me, third young master. That Chu Jing is just clever with some quick tricks and crooked poetry, trying to cheat his way. His foundation is shallow. If it weren't for him, how could I? Enough, Wang Xianzong interrupted impatiently. I'm not interested in hearing about your lost face. I only ask you, if you had another chance to compete directly in your studies, do you think you could defeat Chu Jing? Hearing this, Lu Yin suddenly looked up, a fierce look in his eyes. Although his character was not good, he had scored second in the provincial exam, so his knowledge was solid. He carefully thought about Chu Jing's performance. Besides that embarrassing poem, Ode to the Willow, which showed some talent, he hadn't shown much else. As for classics, essays, and policy debates, those required long-term study and experience. Chu Jing, a 20-year-old who just entered the county school, couldn't have much depth. Report to third young master. Lu Yin straightened his chest, regaining some confidence. If it's about poetry and quick wit, I admit Chu Jing might have some talent. Perhaps we are evenly matched, but when it comes to serious knowledge, the essence of the 4 books and 5 classics, the way of writing essays and arguments, students spend over 10 years studying hard, and their second-place result in the provincial exam is clear proof. It's far beyond what someone like Chu Jing, who switched careers halfway and relied on tricks, could achieve. Beating him easily is no problem. Wang Xianzong nodded, a satisfied yet cruel smile on his face. He got the answer he wanted. Very good, Wang Xianzong said, setting down his teacup. He leaned slightly forward, his voice full of temptation and charm. Lu Yan's eyes instantly turned red, and his breathing grew heavy. Yes, I want to take revenge. I want Chu Jing to suffer 10 or even 100 times worse than today. I want him to lose all reputation, so that the scholars of Heian County and even the entire Qingyuan prefecture will look down on him. Maybe even make it impossible for him to take the imperial exams again. Lu Yan's heart was filled with desire. I want it. I want to do whatever it takes. If the third young master has a plan, I am willing to serve as a loyal servant. Although he didn't understand why Wang Xianzong hated Chu Jing so much, enemies of enemies are friends. As long as he can defeat Chu Jing, he doesn't care who's using him. It's simple. Wang Xianzong's smile grew colder. I will use the name of the nearby Shihe County School to recommend you as the representative of Shihe County students, and send a challenge letter to Heyang County School for a questioning and debating contest. Name the opponent. Challenge Chu Jing directly. The content is up to you. Poetry, classics, essays, pick his weakest point. As long as you defeat him openly and honorably in front of everyone, making him speechless and ashamed, his reputation will be ruined. Then, what face will he have to stay at the county school? And what reason does Heyang County School have to keep him? Someone who loses badly in a public debate and proves his lack of talent. What right does he have to participate in the imperial exams? Lu Yan's heart soared at the thought. He could already see Chu Jing being humiliated in front of everyone, red-faced and speechless. A public academic challenge, where the loser's reputation is destroyed. This is a deadly blow for a scholar. If Chu Jing loses badly, he won't just fail the exams. He'll have no place in Heyang County. Brilliant. Third young master's plan is perfect. Lu Yan said excitedly, trembling with enthusiasm. I will do my best to make Chu Jing look foolish, drive him out of the county school, and give up on the imperial exams. Wang Xianzong waved his hand, as if dismissing a restless dog. Go and prepare well. If you need any books or materials, find the steward. After it's done, I will reward you generously. Maybe I can even help you find a better future. Thank you, third young master. I'll take my leave now. Lu Yan bowed deeply in gratitude and stepped back, feeling as if all his pent-up resentment had finally found a way out. Even his steps felt lighter. The study returned to silence. Wang Xianzong walked to the window and looked in the direction of Chu Jing's home. A greedy and malicious light flickered in his eyes. Chu Jing. Oh, Chu Jing, he muttered coldly. Do you really think passing the first exam will let you keep your two beautiful wives and live in peace? Dream on. His voice was low and venomous, like a snake hissing. I'll ruin your reputation first and cut off your path to the imperial exams. I'll make you a laughingstock for everyone. When that happens, your two lovely wives, with no hope left, will have no choice but to depend on me. And as for Wang Qingyao, a cruel smile spread across his face. Once Chief Chen arrives and confirms your so-called cheating and stealing a wife crime, let's see how she can still protect you. If she interferes and covers for you, that alone will cause her plenty of trouble within her family. The position of chief officer of Qingyao Prefecture? She's not worthy. While Wang Xianzong's schemes were quietly unfolding, Chu Jing had no idea that danger was drawing near. During this time, he spent his days either attending the county school or helping his three wives build a workshop. Thanks to Wang Qingyao's full support, the construction went quickly. In less than 7 days, the workshop was completed and already in operation. Meanwhile, the imperial exam was fast approaching. In the following days, Chu Jing's life was both busy and divided. During the day, most of his attention was focused on his three money-making treasures. With Wang Qingyao's generous funding and Guo Xiaolan's efficient management, they quickly rented an old courtyard in the quiet northern part of the city, close to a water source. After some simple renovations, a modest sign reading Chu's workshop was hung at the entrance. Though still a bit rough, the main areas, the distillation zone, mixing room, and soap-making section, were already set up. A few reliable craftsmen had been recruited, and, after Chu Jing's crash course training, they began small-scale production. Seeing jars of clear, strong liquor, bottles of fragrant perfume, and smooth, glossy soap neatly stacked in the storeroom filled Chu Jing's heart with joy. This was money, his foundation for a stable life and a secure future for his family. Wang Qingyao looked at the finished products, her eyes shining with excitement, though a trace of worry also appeared in them. On this day, in the Chu family courtyard, she and the three daughters of Guo Xiaolan discussed the preliminary sales list. They focused on the most important step: how to sell these good products quickly and at a high price. Our supply is ready. The most urgent task is to open up sales channels, Wang Qingyao said, pointing at the list. But good products can be hard to find if they are hidden in a small alley. For such new and interesting items, Just placing them in a shop and waiting for customers might not work fast. Even with some help from my Wang family's channels, it will take time to reach people. Guo thought for a moment and said, we can target wealthy women. Perfumes and soaps are very attractive to them. Maybe we can hold a few small tasting events in Qingyao Mansion and invite ladies from different families. Lin Jiro softly added, my husband said that rare things are more valuable. Should we release a small amount at a high price, claiming limited supply, and sell to the first who come? This could make people curious and eager to compete. Li Lingxue also whispered, perhaps. We can work with famous shops that sell rouge and powder, and let them sell on our behalf. The three women shared ideas, each with clear thoughts. Even Wang Qingyao nodded repeatedly, thinking it was a good plan. Chu Jing listened nearby and gave his wife and her friends 100 thumbs up. Look at this business mind. If he were in modern times, he'd be an elite. But he thought they could be more bold and take bigger steps. He cleared his throat and said, everyone, Zhuge's ideas are all correct. But we can try something more fashionable. Fashionable? The four women looked at him with curiosity in their eyes. Chu Jing chuckled and began to explain. First, we shouldn't wait for customers to come to us. We should actively bring our products to them. Miss Wang, you know many influential ladies, young misses, and rich merchants in Qingyao Mansion and even the city, right? Pick the most fashionable, competitive, and influential ones. Under the guise of new product tasting and sincere gifts, send each a small, beautifully packaged trial set. It's free, but the packaging must be exquisite and the description tempting. Once they try it, they won't want to be without it, and they'll want to show it off. Next, he continued, just giving samples isn't enough. We need to create buzz. For example, if a lady hosts a flower appreciation or poetry gathering, we can sponsor it, provide soap and hand wash for the event, our wine for the banquet, and even give each guest a small bottle of custom-scented perfume. This is called scene marketing, which links our products to high-end, elegant settings. Then there's advertising, Chu Jing said excitedly. We can create small stories, like saying this perfume is made from rare flowers from a distant mountain, or this soap is improved with a secret beauty ingredient. Find some literate people to write lively little stories, so people can share them in tea houses, taverns, or private gardens. The more mysterious and intriguing, the more curiosity it sparks. With this set of strategies, free samples, scene marketing, word of mouth, story packaging, the concepts are new, but the ideas are simple. The four women are all smart and well-informed. After a little thought, their eyes light up more and more. Wang Qingyao is especially excited, her cheeks slightly red, looking at Chu Jing as if he's a shining, lucky treasure god and clever idea master. This plan is layered, precise, and sharp, far beyond current business thinking. If they can really carry it out, there's no doubt the product will be popular. She already imagines a flood of silver coins pouring in. Young Master Chu. You. Wang Qingyao is momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by admiration and amazement. Qingyao has truly gained a lot today. Guo and the other two women also look at their husband with pride, their admiration almost overflowing. Chu Jing feels a bit shy from the praise, waving his hand, just some random ideas. The actual work depends on you. Let's divide the tasks. Miss Wang handles high-end contacts and exclusive venues. Lon manages the workshop production and gift packaging. Jiro is detail-oriented and responsible for those little stories and customer feedback. Lingxue can help check the material list. We'll work both online and offline. Both openly and secretly. The four women understand his plan clearly and are full of energy, immediately gathering together to refine the plan and discuss enthusiastically. However, just as hope and plans are beginning to unfold, the door is suddenly knocked loudly. It's the steward from the county school again, but this time his face shows no respect or ease, only seriousness and urgency. Young Master Chu. Is young Master Chu here? The school master has an urgent matter. Please come quickly to the county school. His voice trembles. The lively discussion in the main hall suddenly stops. Chu Jing and the four women look at the steward with confusion. What is so urgent? Chu Jing asked. The steward looked at the four women inside the house, hesitant to speak, then lowered his voice and said, It's Wang Xinzong, young Master Wang, and the people from Shihe County School have arrived. They brought Lu Yin. Under the name of questioning learning and discussing the way, they issued a challenge to you, young master. The stakes are very high. The head of the school urges you to go and discuss. Wang Xianzong, Lu Yin? A challenge? Chu Jing frowned, quickly understanding. Wang Xianzong has made a move. And so quickly, so directly. He even found Lu Yin as a pawn. Let's go together. Guo Xiaolan immediately stood up, eyes sharp. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue also nervously moved to Chu Jing's side. Wang Qingyao's brows furrowed tightly, realizing this was not simple. On the way, under Chu Jing's questioning, the steward quickly explained the whole story and the rules. When Chu Jing heard that Lu Yin was challenging him with the title of a talented scholar, specifically targeting him, and that the witness and challenger from Shihe County School proposed the prize of a spot in the Heian County School's exam, his eyes flashed with cold light. Then, hearing that if he refused to fight, he would be expelled from the county school, barred from taking exams for 3 years, and that the county school would lose a spot. If he accepted and lost, he would also be barred from exams for a year and bring shame and more loss of spots to the school. Chu Jing's mind became clear. What a clever scheme. And it's happening just 3 days before the imperial examination for young scholars. Wang Xianzong is determined to cut off his path to the imperial exams, leaving him no chance to turn things around. No matter whether he fights or avoids, it seems he will fall into their trap. If he fights, the other side probably thinks he will definitely lose. If he avoids, it directly achieves their goal of stopping him from taking the exam and also damages the reputation of Shihe County School and Wang Qingyao. Most importantly, this challenge is almost impossible to solve because the court has included such challenges in the law to encourage competition among county schools. The challenger can put up a bet, and the stakes are the spots in the county school's exams for the imperial scholar and the Xiaocai, talented scholar, levels. The Jiren, recommended scholar, exam is not under the county school's control. The challenger also needs to put up a stake. Although it doesn't benefit him much, it can still make him famous. Most bets are based on personal reputation. Lu Yin was fighting to avenge Chu Jing, risking his future. If he lost, his scholar title would be revoked, and he would become a common student. Moreover, he would not be allowed to take the exam again for 3 years. Wang Qingyao listened and turned pale with anger. She clenched her jade hand and said, "Shameless. Using such tricks. This is clearly aimed at young Master Chu and also at me." A strong feeling of anger and frustration filled her heart, as if she had been betrayed. This matter started because she recommended Chu Jing. Now that the other side was taking advantage of the situation, she felt helpless. The rules of this literary battle are approved by the court. Even with her Wang family background, she couldn't openly interfere or cancel it. Guo Xiaolan's eyes showed a coldness that almost seemed solid. The icy killing intent that appeared in that moment made the nearby steward shiver. Chu Jing quickly sensed this and gently held her hand, squeezing it firmly, giving her a reassuring look that said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." He was really afraid that his wife, the queen, would get angry and go physically confront Wang Xianzong tonight. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue looked at Chu Jing with worry and anger. They didn't understand much about schemes and plots, but they understood that someone had set a trap to harm their husband and stop him from taking the exam. "It's okay, don't worry," Chu Jing comforted his wives, smiling with a hint of mischief. "It's just a literary battle. What is there to fear? Perfect. I also want to meet that Lu former teacher and see how solid his knowledge really is." He turned to the steward and said, "Let's go. Lead the way. Don't keep the scholar and the distinguished guests of Shihe County waiting." His tone was relaxed, as if they were going to a fun game rather than facing a crisis that threatened their future and dignity. Wang Qingyao watched Chu Jing's tall and calm figure walk away, and her anxiety surprisingly eased a little. This man always seemed to give her unexpected confidence. Guo Xiaolan and the 3 women exchanged glances, suppressing their worries, and followed closely. No matter what dangers lay ahead, they would face them together with their husband. Chu Jing and his group, with the steward looking serious, quickly arrived in front of the Mingluan Hall at Shihe County School. The place had been temporarily set up as the competition area. Around it, students and teachers from the county school crowded in 3 layers, eager to watch. Everyone stretched their necks, and the atmosphere was tense yet excited. In front of the hall, on the corridor, Zhou Xuezhing from Heian County School was pacing anxiously with two local teachers. The three looked like ants on a hot pan, restless and nervous. When Chu Jing appeared, Zhou Xuezhing's eyes brightened. He hurried over, but his gaze showed not only eagerness, but also some regret and faint blame. "Young Master Chu, you've arrived." Zhou Xuezhing grabbed Chu Jing's arm quickly, his voice trembling a little. "This matter. Sigh. It's all my fault. Never mind. It's useless to talk about it now. Young Master Chu, are you confident?" The opponent, Lu Yin, is the second best scholar in the county exam, very knowledgeable. The other two. Sigh. The two teachers beside him also looked worried. The old teacher Chun, who had once praised Chu Jing highly, now frowned deeply and hesitated to speak. After some greetings, Zhou Xuezhing lowered his voice, almost begging, "Young Master Chu, this is really difficult." Lu Yin clearly came prepared, and the county education officer is personally involved. "The stakes concern our county's reputation. I've thought about it a lot. If you're not completely sure, maybe it's better to avoid the fight." He paused, seeming reluctant to say this, but he pushed on. "Although avoiding the fight might mean you face consequences, like not taking the imperial exam for 3 years, it's still better than losing our county's place and reputation. I and the other teachers also have futures to consider." His words clearly meant, "You sacrifice yourself a little to protect us and the county school." Chu Jing raised an eyebrow when he heard this, feeling a bit speechless. Well, when needed, he's a talented scholar, but when danger comes, he's ready to abandon his post. This kind of integrity from the education officer really fits the style of official circles. Before Chu Jing could speak, Wang Qingyao couldn't hold back anymore. She chuckled softly, her voice quiet, but with a clear coldness. Zhou Xuezhing's words make it sound like young Master Chu is begging to join the county school, who was the one who sent people 3 times to invite him, offering many conditions to keep him. Now, when some trouble arises, he wants to push him out to take the blame. This cherishing talent attitude really opened my eyes. Guo Xiaolan was even more direct. She looked coldly at Zhou Xuezhing and the others, and simply said, "If my husband leaves, I will follow him. But this Heian County School." Humph. A light snort, full of warning. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue didn't speak, but their eyes showed clear disappointment and displeasure toward Zhou Xuezhing and the others. Zhou Xuezhing and his 2 companions blushed with embarrassment, wishing they could disappear into the ground. They knew they were in the wrong, but since this matter concerned their own future and the reputation of the county academy, they could no longer worry about saving face. Chu Jing waved his hand, signaling his wives to stay calm. He looked at Zhou Xuezhing with a faint, almost teasing smile. "You worry too much, sir. It's only Lu Yin, a man I've already defeated. Why take him so seriously? If he wants another match, I'll gladly accept. As for winning, how hard could it be?" His tone was light, as if he were talking about something as simple as eating or drinking. But to Zhou Xuezhing and his companions, his words only made them more uneasy. Such confidence. This young man was far too bold. Quick wit and poetry didn't necessarily mean a solid grasp of the classics. Yet with the situation already set in motion, and Wang Qingyao clearly supporting Chu Jing, they had no way to back down. At that moment, Wang Qingyao spoke firmly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "Zhou Xuezhing, there's no need to discuss this further. Young Master Chu's talent is beyond your imagination. I, Wang Qingyao, guarantee with my family's honor that he will win without question. You only need to do your part." After being repeatedly amazed by Chu Jing's unexpected brilliance, Wang Qingyao had developed an almost unshakable faith in him. With things said so clearly, Zhou Xuezhing and his companions exchanged glances and could only grit their teeth in agreement. A gamble then. If they won, they would gain both fame and fortune. If they lost, well, they would leave it to fate. In that case, "Young Master Chu, please follow us," Zhou Xuezhing said, taking a deep breath before leading Chu Jing and the others to the center of the field. On the other side, Lu Yin had already grown impatient. When he saw Chu Jing arrive, especially with 4 radiant women by his side, jealousy flared in his eyes. He had only heard that Chu Jing had 3 wives, but he hadn't expected each of them to be so stunning. What angered him even more was that Wang Qingyao was also standing beside Chu Jing, her expression full of concern. Wang Xinzong, too, was seeing Guo Xiaolan and the other two women clearly for the first time. He had thought two of them were already exceptional, but after several days of rest, Guo Xiaolan's elegance had become even more refined. Lin Zhuro looked lively and graceful, and even Li Lingxue, whose face had once been scarred, now showed a gentle beauty that rivaled the others. The third daughter stood with the other two, Chun Lan and Xiuju, each showing her own charm, dazzling his eyes. A strong desire to possess and feelings of jealousy suddenly overwhelmed Wang Xianzong. His gaze at Chu Jing grew more vicious. This boy must be eliminated. These three beauties, this young master has set his heart on them. Lu Yin couldn't hold back and stepped forward first, sarcastically saying, "Oh, isn't this Chu the talented scholar? You've been hesitating so long. I thought you were afraid and wouldn't come. After all, losing face to a scholar is embarrassing, but better than making a fool of yourself on the spot, right?" Chu Jing casually scratched his ear as if hearing a fly, lazily replying, "Who do I think you are? Turns out, it's Lu, the former teacher, who got fired after being insulted by my poem. What's this? Found a new employer in Xia County? Looks like the standards for hiring in Xia County are quite unique." His tone carried mockery and disdain, and his gaze instantly turned cold. "Refusing to fight? Huh. For someone like you, a defeated and shameless person, I don't feel much satisfaction. Mainly because it's not a fair fight. You." Lu Yin was hit where it hurt, trembling with anger. He pointed at Chu Jing but couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Once again, he was defeated in words. Wang Xinzong's face darkened. He stepped forward coldly and said, "Chu Jing, don't just talk. Since you've come, are you ready to fight? Sign a bet and show your true skill. Or are you just good at talking?" Chu Jing glanced at him sideways and sneered. "Young Master Wang is in such a hurry. Are you afraid I'll say more and expose your hidden thoughts? Don't worry, dealing with people like you doesn't require much talking. But I'm curious. Your noble Wang family, for the sake of dealing with a vagrant, resort to inciting others to report, engaging in this low-level literary battle, and even personally acting as a scheming advisor. Is this how your Wang family teaches its children to be unscrupulous and bully common people? Truly eye-opening. How dare you?" Wang Xinzong had never been so openly insulted before. Especially since it involved the family's reputation, he immediately turned pale with anger. You're spouting nonsense. Only what? Only jealous of talented people? Only craving beauty? Or just simply bad?" Chu Jing interrupted him, his tone light, but words sharp as a knife. "Enough, don't bother explaining. Explaining is just an excuse. Your little tricks are obvious to everyone present. It's just petty behavior." Wang Xinzong felt frustrated and pointed at Chu Jing, trembling and unable to speak clearly, almost fainting from anger. Arguing? He is no match for Chu Jing, the time traveler. At this moment, Sun Xuejing from Xia County, with a goat beard and sharp eyes, couldn't stand it anymore. He cleared his throat and assumed an official tone. "Enough? Chu Jing, this is a serious literary contest. How can you speak nonsense here and insult officials and scholars? If you are afraid to accept the challenge, just say so. Why act so childish?" Chu Jing turned to look at him and grinned. "Sun Xuejing, right? You traveled all the way from Xia County just to support a dismissed, dishonorable teacher and to challenge unfairly? Has your county run out of people? Or is it that you've taken some bribe or have some shady deal with this young Master Wang? You're showing off your authority, but it's wasted here." During the small talk earlier, Chu Jing learned about the other person's identity from Zhou Xuejing. Since this person came to trouble him, Chu Jing wouldn't hold back, even if the other was an official. He would fight back. If he wanted to make him unhappy, Chu Jing would make sure this person felt worse first. You're talking nonsense. I am an honest official." Sun Xuejing also blushed from being challenged and struggled to speak properly. The students watching nearby chuckled softly, making Sun Xuejing even more embarrassed. Zhou Xuejing from Heian County watched Chu Jing single-handedly silence the three opponents, feeling secretly pleased but also nervous. "My little ancestor, your words are sharp, but the real test is knowledge. If you offend everyone now and lose later, there will be no way out." He quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. "All right, everyone, arguing won't help. Since both sides are here, Why not sign a bet first and start the literary contest? How about that? The others on the opposite side were unhappy but knew they couldn't argue with Chu Jing, so they held back their anger. Wang Xianzhong signaled Lu Yin to step forward. He signed his name and pressed his thumbprint on the prepared bet document. The bet clearly stated, Lu Yin, with the title of scholar, challenges Chu Jing, who holds no official rank. If Chu Jing loses, he cannot take the imperial exam for a year. If Lu Yin loses, he will lose his scholar title and be barred from taking the exam for 3 years. However, just after Lu Yin finished signing and stepped down, the two young men standing behind Wang Xianzhong, who had not spoken before and looked to be in their early 20s with a charming and confident appearance, also stepped forward and signed their names on another betting document. This caused an uproar in the crowd. What's going on? Why are there 2 more signatures? Who are they? Are they also from Xia County? 3 against 1? That's so shameless. It's obvious they're bullying Chu Jing. Wang Qingyao and Guozhaolan's 4 girls immediately looked shocked, their eyes filled with anger. Zhou Xuezhen and the 2 teachers were also surprised and angry. Chu Jing frowned and looked at Wang Xianzhong with a cold gaze. Young Master Wang, what does this mean? You said Lu Yin would challenge me, so why are there 2 more? Is your Xia County school trying to play tricks? Or just want to bully with numbers? Wang Xianzhong finally regained some composure and pretended to be calm. Chu Jing, you've misunderstood. These 2 are not students from Xia County School. They are my friends. I heard that a very talented person from Heian County School, who even the second-place candidate in the provincial exam, Lu Xiong, admires greatly, has come to learn from us. The rules of the literary contest don't specify a limit on challengers, right? Since you, Chu Gongzi, are so extraordinary, fighting 1 against 3 should be no problem, right? Otherwise, it would be a betrayal of Zhou Xuezhen's initial trust in you, who sacrificed Lu Xiong's reputation to see your talent. His words were very cunning, shifting the blame onto Chu Jing's supposed exceptional talent, while secretly criticizing Zhou Xuezhen for choosing Chu Jing in the first place, implying he was blind and now in a difficult position. Zhou Xuezhen was so angry his beard trembled. Nonsense. This is clearly trying to make things difficult. 3 against 1. How can there be fairness? Our Heian County School will not accept this. Sun Xuezhen also chimed in. Zhou Xuezhen, you're mistaken. The purpose of the literary contest is to exchange knowledge and inspire learning. If your school has such great talent, then having more peers to learn from and compare with would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Could it be that this so-called great talent from your school is just a boast, actually weak inside and afraid of being exposed? If that's the case, then this literary contest is pointless. Just admit defeat and give up the spot. His words were even more shameless, directly forcing Zhou Xuezhen into a difficult position. Didn't you previously praise Chu Jing as a genius? Didn't you say you expelled Lu Yin for him? Now that 2 more people come to learn from him, are you backing down? Weren't you just embarrassing yourself before? Zhou Xuezhen was left speechless and blushing with embarrassment. Wang Qingyao and the other 3 women were also very angry. It was clear the other side was being shameless. Chu Jing looked at their proud faces and suddenly smiled. He patted Lin Jiro's red face and hand, signaling her not to worry, then slowly said, All right, you want a 3-on-1 challenge? Fine. His words surprised everyone, including Zhou Xuezhen and Wang Qingyao, who looked at him in shock. Is this guy crazy or just scared? He really dares to accept this challenge? But then, Chu Jing's tone changed. However, since it's a 3-on-1, the stakes need to change too. Otherwise, I'd suffer too much. He looked at Sun Xuezhen and Wang Xianzhou. You want a spot in Xia County School, right? Fine, let's make it bigger. If I lose, I'll give you 10 spots in Yi County School, split evenly between scholars and talented students, as usual. But if I win, he paused, glancing at Lu Yin and the 2 young men who just signed their names, finally fixing his gaze on Sun Xuezhen. His tone suddenly sharp. Xia County School. If you lose to Yi County School, you'll give up 30 spots, 15 scholars and 15 talented students. And these 3 challengers, if they lose, will not only lose their titles immediately, but also be banned from taking any exams for 9 years. How about it? Do you dare to bet? 30 spots. 9 years without exams. The crowd exploded in shock. This bet was more than 3 times harsher than before. How many spots does Shihe County School usually have for exams in a year? 30 is almost a heavy blow. 9 years without exams would almost ruin a student's future. Sun Xuezhen's face changed drastically, and Wang Xinzhong's eyelids twitched. They didn't expect Chu Jing not only to stay calm, but to turn the tables and propose an even harsher condition. Chu Jing, don't make unreasonable demands. That's not proper. Sun Xuezhen shouted sternly. Proper? Chu Jing sneered. You've 3 against 1, and that's proper? Since you started with more to bully fewer, don't blame me for raising the stakes. Either a fair one-on-one match with the original stakes, or follow my rules, 3 against 1, with doubled bets. Otherwise, I'll immediately question the fairness of this literary contest and report it to the provincial school authorities and even the court. I believe the officials in the provincial school would be very interested to see how fair Shihe County's school conducts this literary contest. At that moment, what was at stake was not just the quota, but also the reputation of Shihe County's scholars and the future of your grandson, Xuezheng. His words were firm and undeniable, leaving no room for doubt. The students watching nearby also discussed among themselves, feeling that Shihe County's actions were too much. Although Chu Jing's conditions were harsh, they were understandable. If you refuse, they can simply reject the challenge. Wang Xinzong's face darkened as he quickly weighed the pros and cons. He was confident in the knowledge of the 2 scholars he brought, and with Lu Yin, it was a 3-on-1 fight. Chu Jing would definitely lose. Although losing 30 spots hurt, if it could completely defeat Chu Jing and hurt Wang Qingyao, it was worth it. As for the 3 who had been forbidden from taking exams for 9 years, that was none of his concern. They were just pawns. He exchanged a look with Sun Xuezhen. Although Sun Xuezhen felt bad about losing the spots, he thought about the Wang family's 3rd branch behind Wang Xinzong and realized he was already involved. He could only grit his teeth and nod. Fine, I agree, Sun Xuezhen said solemnly. Let's change the bet as you said. Sign it. Quick. Chu Jing clapped his hands and smiled, but his eyes were cold as frost. Then, let's draw up the agreement. Under the watchful eyes of many, a new, high-stakes contract was drafted on the spot. Both sides' representatives, Chu Jing, Lu Yin, and others, along with the 2 county scholars, signed and stamped it. The unfair literary battle, which now carried even higher stakes, officially began. Chu Jing moved his wrist and looked at the 3 eager Lu Yin and others across from him, a dangerous smile curling on his lips. If they wanted to play dirty or cheat with numbers, let's see who would crush whom. He possessed a complete understanding of the imperial exams, and with the system's many high-level skills, they couldn't beat him no matter how they played. Once the bet was made, tension immediately filled the air. Everyone's eyes focused on the center of the field. Wang Xinzong's side discussed briefly and sent out not Lu Yin, but one of the 2 young scholars, a clever-looking man with a proud gaze. He straightened his clothes, stepped forward, and cupped his hands to the crowd, loudly saying, I am Zhao Mingxian, a scholar from Shihe County. I have heard of Chu Jing's talent and came today to learn from him. For this first match, let's compare the calculation of classics. When these words were spoken, the crowd immediately fell into a buzz of whispers and surprise. What? Comparing calculation skills? I thought they were going to compare poetry and classics. This is clearly bullying. Chu Jing has shown talent in poetry and quick thinking, but no one has mentioned his calculation skills. Exactly. Look at Zhao Mingxian, so confident. He must be an expert in this area. He's deliberately targeting people's weaknesses. That's so sneaky. At Heyang County School, Zhou Xuezhen and the 2 teachers' faces suddenly turned pale, and their hearts sank. This was their biggest worry. Chu Jing's talent was mainly in poetry and quick wit. His calculation skills? Who knew how good he was? The other side was asking questions very specifically, clearly prepared, setting a trap for Chu Jing to fall into. Zhou Xuezhen felt deep regret. He wished he had asked Chu Jing more about his other skills before. Now, it looked like he might fail in the first round. Wang Qingyao and Guo Zhaolan exchanged very strange looks. Their 4 beautiful eyes looked at Zhao Mingxian, who was full of pride and seemed sure of victory, then at Chu Jing, who looked calm and even a bit bored. Their expressions showed sympathy for Zhao Mingxian and a little hope for some entertainment. Comparing calculation skills? These people probably don't realize that their husband, Lord Chu, has already overturned their understanding of calculation with simple methods like bookkeeping, Arabic numerals, and the amazing tool called the abacus. Comparing calculation skills with Chu Jing? That's like showing off a big sword in front of Guangong or wielding a giant axe in front of Liu Ban. Zhao Mingxian naturally didn't notice the subtle expressions of the four women. He only saw Zhou Xuezhen and the others panic and the students around them whispering, which made him even more proud. He loved calculation from a young age and was quite skilled at it. He believed he had few rivals among his peers. This time, Wang Xianzhong had brought him here to deliver a deadly blow in Chu Jing's weakest area. He even secretly glanced toward the four daughters of Wang Qingyao, imagining that after he confidently outperformed Chu Jing, he would surely attract the ladies' attention. Maybe he could even take this chance. He cleared his throat and looked at Chu Jing with a clearly contemptuous tone. Brother Chu, I've heard you're good at poetry. I wonder if you're also skilled in this small subject. Would you dare to have a friendly competition with me? If you're afraid, just admit defeat early, so you won't be embarrassed later. Chu Jing scratched his ear as if he hadn't heard clearly. What? This? Arithmetic? That's it. He looked like he was joking, waving his hand dismissively. This small subject? You're serious about comparing skills? That's a waste of time. If we're going to compete, just give a question. Don't waste time chatting and distracting everyone from enjoying the show. Everyone was stunned by his attitude, staring at Chu Jing in shock. They really thought he had gone crazy. This was so arrogant. And calling it a small subject? Although arithmetic wasn't a major part of the imperial exams, it was definitely not a trivial subject. Many students had almost exhausted themselves studying this subject. Everyone thought Chu Jing was just pretending, but inside, he was actually quite nervous. You are so arrogant. Zhao Mingxian was even more angry at Chu Jing's indifferent attitude, his face flushing red. Fine, I'll show you. Listen to the question. He took a deep breath and loudly read out a problem. There is a certain object whose number we do not know. When divided by 3, the remainder is 2. Divided by 5, the remainder is 3. Divided by 7, the remainder is 2. What is the number? As soon as the question was announced, the scene fell silent. Many students frowned in thought, their fingers unconsciously moving as they tried to solve it. Even Zhou Xuezhen and a few teachers focused intently, as this was a typical remainder problem, considered moderately difficult in arithmetic, requiring clever thinking and some calculation skills. This isn't easy. Chu Jing might be in trouble. Zhao Mingxian really came prepared. Zhou Xuezhen's heart was pounding, while Wang Xianzhong, Liu Yan, and Sun Xuezhen showed smiles of strategic success. Wang Qingyao's four sisters also frowned slightly. Though they knew Chu Jing was good at math, this problem sounded tricky and made them a little nervous too. But just as Zhao Mingxian finished reading the question and everyone was still trying to understand it, 23, Chu Jing's lazy voice rang out. The room fell silent. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at Chu Jing. What? What did he say? 23. Did he answer so quickly? Was there half a breath after the question was read? It seemed not. Zhao Mingxuan's proud expression froze instantly, and his pupils shrank sharply. He instinctively retorted, Nonsense. How could you be so fast? Or, you could also say 233, 543. There are many numbers that fit this pattern. The smallest is 23, Chu Jing yawned and added. This kind of problem is just kindergarten level. Very simple. Everyone gasped. Even Zhou Xuezhen and the others were shocked, their mouths wide open. They were still calculating in their minds, and Chu Jing not only gave the smallest solution instantly, but also pointed out the pattern. How is that possible? Wang Xianzong and the others' smiles froze on their faces as they looked at Chu Jing in disbelief. Was he just guessing? But he guessed so accurately, and even found the pattern. Zhao Mingxuan's face turned pale suddenly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He trembled and looked at Wang Xianzong, his voice trembling. He answered correctly. The smallest solution is indeed 23. He was overwhelmed with shock. This problem was carefully chosen by him. Even if he solved it himself, it would take some time to figure out. How could Chu Jing get the answer instantly? Could he really have guessed? No, impossible. He must be guessing, Liu Yan shouted sharply. Brother Zhao, give us a harder problem. Zhao Mingxian forced himself to calm down from the shock. Yes, It must be a coincidence. He clenched his teeth and spoke again, very quickly. Today, there is a wall 5 feet thick. 2 mice meet each other. The big mouse travels 1 foot per day, and the small mouse also 1 foot per day. The big mouse doubles its distance each day, and the small mouse halves its distance each day. Question: how many days until they meet? How far does each mouse travel? This problem involves geometric sequences and meeting points, making it even more difficult. 99% of the people present were confused, trying to understand the meaning of the question. Zhou Xuezhing and others felt tense. This problem was even harder. Chu Jing only raised an eyebrow. Almost as soon as Zhao Mingxian finished speaking, he said, "They will meet again in 8 2/3 days. The big mouse travels 3 feet 4 inches plus 1/3 of an inch, and the small mouse travels 1 foot 5 inches plus 1/3 of an inch. Do you want me to help you verify the calculation?" This time, the silence lasted even longer. Everyone looked at Chu Jing as if they were seeing a monster. Zhao Mingxuan's legs went weak, almost losing his balance. His face turned as white as paper, his lips trembling as he pointed at Chu Jing. You. His mind went blank. He had spent half a day solving this problem before. How could Chu Jing? How could he answer instantly and give such a precise score? There's one more question, right? Hurry up, Chu Jing impatiently urged. Zhao Mingxian, already stunned and dazed, under the eager eyes of Wang Xianzhong and others, blindly recited a complex engineering problem. As expected, Chu Jing answered instantly again, with perfect accuracy. 3 questions. All answered instantly. All correct. Zhao Mingxian was completely stunned, standing there like a statue, as if his soul had left his body. His proud math skills looked laughable in front of Chu Jing, like a child's doodles. All his careful preparations, all his efforts to crush his opponent, even the admiration from beautiful people, all turned into jokes. He only felt his face burning hot, wishing the ground would crack open and swallow him. The whole room was silent. Everyone was so shocked by this overturning of their understanding that they couldn't speak. Wang Xinzhong, Lu Yin, Sun Xuezhing, and others' pride had vanished. Instead, there was shock, confusion, and a faint hint of fear. What kind of monster is Chu Jing? Really? Huh? Is that all? Chu Jing looked at the dazed Zhao Mingxian and chuckled softly. You're done? Now it's my turn to ask questions. In return, I'll also give 3 questions. He cleared his throat and said slowly. First question. In a cage with chickens and rabbits, there are 35 heads on top and 94 legs at the bottom. How many chickens and rabbits are there? The question was simple and clear, but he spoke very quickly. Zhao Mingxian hadn't fully recovered from the blow. He instinctively started calculating, but the more he thought, the more confused he became, sweating coldly on his forehead. Some people around also began whispering calculations. Chu Jing didn't wait for him and continued. Second question. An ancient tower stands tall in the forest. No one knows how many lamps are inside. There are 361 bowls, and they are all used up. 3 people share 1 bowl of rice. 4 people share 1 bowl of soup. Can you figure out how many floors the lamps inside the tower have? This question was even more complicated, hiding a math problem within a poem. Zhao Mingxuan's face turned bright red, and he almost pinched his fingers to the point of bleeding, but he still couldn't figure out the answer. Finally, Chu Jing said, "Make the 3rd question easier. There is a water tank with 3 inlet pipes, A, B, and C. If each pipe is used alone, pipe A fills the tank in 12 hours, pipe B in 15 hours, and pipe C in 20 hours. First, open pipes A and B for 4 hours, then close pipe A and open pipe C. How many more hours will it take to fill the tank?" These 3 questions, from simple to complex, with basic, flexible, and comprehensive applications, completely confused Zhao Mingxian. He scratched his head, his face turning from red to white, then blue, unable to say a word for a long time. Some students around, trying to do mental calculations, also shook their heads, saying the problems were too hard. Wang Xianzhong and others were anxious and stomping their feet, but they had no solution. The best mathematicians here were Zhao Mingxian, but he couldn't answer, so others definitely couldn't. Feeling the increasingly obvious looks of mockery and pity around him, especially the 4 girls, including Wang Qingyao, who looked at him like he was a clown, Zhao Mingxian felt utterly humiliated and ashamed, almost wanting to die. I can't answer, Zhao Mingxian finally shouted, breaking down. But then, as if clutching at a last straw, he pointed with red eyes at Chu Jing, saying, "These questions you gave, they must be made up. They have no solution. Unless you can solve them on the spot and explain the method, I won't accept defeat." This was starting to sound like making excuses, losing and refusing to admit it, and even questioning the questions themselves. The crowd immediately began to boo. Chu Jing, however, smiled brightly. Not convinced? Fine, then I'll make you convinced. He casually asked Li Lingxue to bring out his invention, a charcoal pencil, and borrowed some rough paper from other students. He found a table, and as he wrote, he explained loudly. First question, chickens and rabbits in a cage. Suppose all are chickens, then there are 70 legs, which is 24 legs fewer than the actual total. Each time you swap a chicken for a rabbit, you add 2 legs. So, you need 12 swaps, ending up with 12 rabbits and 23 chickens. Or, set x as chickens and y as rabbits. Then form the equations xy equals 35 and 2x4y equals 94. Solve these to find the answer. Second question, suppose the tower has x floors and there are y lamps? No, the number of lamps relates to the total number of bowls and people. Let y be the total number of people, then y/3y/4 equals 361. Solve for y. Then determine the number of floors. Third question, about work and effort. Assuming the total water in the pond is 1, then the efficiencies of A, B, and C are 1/12, 1/15, and 1/20 respectively. They finish the work in the first 4 hours, so 1/12, 1/15, for equals 3/5. The remaining work is February 5th. After that, B and C work together, with combined efficiency of 1/15, 1/20 equals 7/60. Therefore, the time needed is 2/5 /7/60 equals 24/7 hours. He speaks slowly but clearly, not only giving the answer but also explaining the problem-solving process and even how to set up equations, step by step. Although he uses modern methods, he employs terminology understandable in this era, making it easier for people to follow. Especially impressive are the strange symbols and clear formulas he casually writes down, which leave everyone amazed. When Chu Jing finally writes out 3 neat answers and easily verifies them, the entire Mingluan Hall falls silent. Some quick-thinking students have already checked his method, and after a moment, they burst out in surprise. Yes, all correct. Brother Chu's method is so clever. Those symbols, and the way he set up the equations. It's truly amazing. Mathematics can be so simple and clear. At this moment, Zhou Shuejing from Heian County School and 2 teachers are no longer worried, but are overwhelmed with joy and shock. They watch Chu Jing's writings, eyes wide as bells, breathing quickened. This isn't just a math contest. It's an academic revolution. Chu Jing's unprecedented symbols, calculation methods, and problem-solving ideas have opened a new world in mathematics. If the students at the county school can learn this method, future math problems in the imperial exams will be as easy as picking something from a bag. This is an enormous advantage, a precious academic treasure. If they report this to the court and have it applied, it would revolutionize the field of mathematics and lead to great development. Zhou Shuejing is so excited his beard trembles, and his gaze on Chu Jing is full of warmth. His previous regrets and complaints are gone, replaced by full admiration and happiness. He feels he has found a treasure. No, a gold mine, one with a scholarly aura. Wang Qingyao's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Although they had long known that Chu Jing was skilled in arithmetic, seeing him effortlessly crush his opponents and present a complete, advanced theory in person made her feel proud and full of joy. Guo Xiaolan's 3 daughters also looked at him with admiration. Although their husbands had already taught them some of this knowledge, Chu Jing's brilliance still amazed them. At this moment, Chu Jing was shining brightly, always able to bring unexpected surprises. Meanwhile, Wang Xianzhong, Lu Yan, Sun Shuejing, and the other young scholar looked pale and frightened. They had lost the first round, and Zhao Mingxuan's reputation as a talented scholar was about to be ruined. The 9-year ban on exams was a heavy blow. Most importantly, Chu Jing openly demonstrated a shocking new mathematical theory during the contest. It was easy to imagine that once this news spread, Chu Jing's fame would skyrocket. He might be called a math genius, or even a founder of a new school. They had planned to suppress Chu Jing, but instead, they might have helped him rise to fame. This was like shooting themselves in the foot and giving their opponent a huge boost in reputation. Zhao Mingxian had already collapsed to the ground, looking as if he had lost all hope. He knew he was finished, completely finished. Not only was his future as a scholar ruined, but he also became a stepping stone and a joke for Chu Jing's rising fame. Chu Jing put away his charcoal pen, brushed non-existent dust off his hands, and looked at the pale Wang Xinzhong and others with a slight smile, showing his white teeth. First round, I accept defeat. Who's next? Or do you want to admit defeat now? His words made Wang Xinzhong, Lu Yin, Sun Xuezhing, and the remaining scholar turn pale with fear. Chu Jing's crushing victory in the first round truly scared them. Creating a new style, this Chu Jing. Is he even a human? Just when everyone was stunned and no one dared to speak, the students from Heyang County finally found a way to vent their anger. Hey, the talented students from Shi County, why are you all silent now? Wasn't he pretty good just now? 3 against 1. Still want to continue. Thought he was so impressive, but it turns out he's just like this? Brother Chu easily beat him in the first round. Haha. Claiming to be a master of small skills? Brother Chu's skills are much better than your big tricks. Come on, who's up for the second round? Don't be afraid. The cheers and jeers flooded in like a wave, making Wang Xianzong and the others look pale, as if they had been exposed and humiliated in front of everyone. They wished they could dig a hole and hide. They came here to pick a fight and mock others, but they failed to find trouble and instead became the biggest joke of the day. Wang Xianzong, being more cunning, forced himself to suppress his shock and embarrassment. He glared at Chu Jing with a fierce look. He absolutely did not believe Chu Jing was a genius in all areas. It must be a coincidence. Just a coincidence that he's good at calculations. In the next 2 rounds, as long as he avoided poetry and focused on Chu Jing's weaker points, there might still be a chance. He clenched his teeth and signaled to another young scholar beside him who looked visibly nervous. That scholar's name was Li Wenba. Under Wang Xianzong's stern gaze, he had no choice but to steel himself, take a deep breath, and step into the center of the stage. I am Li Wenba from Shihe County, a scholar with some official titles. Li Wenba's voice was a little shaky, but he tried to stand tall. In the second round, I want to challenge Brother Chu in painting and poetry, and also include calligraphy and inscriptions. Painting? Poetry? Calligraphy. When he said this, the crowd was again surprised, but this time with more shock and anger. Zhou Xuezhing and the other teachers were first stunned, then furious, their beards bristling. How shameless. Too shameless. Calculations are part of the imperial exams, but painting, poetry, and calligraphy are more about personal talent. While they are related to the 6 arts of a gentleman, they are no longer directly tested in the exams. This is clearly taking advantage. And doing 3 at once? It's obvious they targeted Chu Jing's background, assuming he had no chance to learn these refined arts, and deliberately hit his weak spot. Despicable. This is clearly bullying Brother Chu. Senior Brother Chu was just a villager before. How could he have a chance to learn painting? Senior Brother Chu surely isn't afraid of poetry and words, but this painting and calligraphy, they are just doing it on purpose. It's so shameless. The students from Heian County were furious and all stood up for Chu Jingming. Wang Qingyao, Guo Zhaolan, Lin Jiro, and Li Lingxua heard this and felt worried. Their beautiful eyes showed concern even more. They knew Chu Jing had great talent in poetry, math, and quick thinking, far beyond ordinary people. But as for painting and calligraphy, they had never seen Chu Jing show these skills before. Chu Jing used to be a wandering commoner. Since he had talent in poetry, he must recognize characters. But painting, which needs long-term practice and training, could he really learn it? And his calligraphy might also reach a high level. After all, mastering calligraphy requires years of immersion to succeed. Wang Xianzong must have investigated Chu Jing's background before daring to make this bold move. Wang Qingyao was secretly annoyed. She had planned everything carefully but didn't expect the other side to be so shameless, using such a nearly dishonest method. Guo Zhaolan's eyes were cold, and her fingers clenched quietly. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue were even more anxious, their eyes turning red as they stared tightly at Chu Jing. Wang Xianzong saw everyone's reactions and felt his confidence, which had been lost after the first failure, suddenly return. Sure enough, Chu Jing's weakness was here. He smiled with mockery and pride, as if victory was already certain. Li Wenbo saw that Chu Jing's side reacted strongly, and he felt more confident. It seemed his question really hit the other's key point. He cleared his throat, regained some confidence, and loudly said, "Senior Brother Chu, scholars often enjoy calligraphy, painting, poetry, and wine. Could it be that you are not very skilled in these arts? If you find it difficult, you might as well admit defeat now, so you won't be laughed at later." His tone was clearly provocative. Chu Jing looked at his smug face with a teasing smile. He scratched his head and pretended to be troubled. "Well, I haven't really practiced painting seriously. As for writing characters, I just write casually." He paused, and when Wang Xianzong and others showed their confident smiles, he changed his tone. "But for dealing with you, that should be enough. I just worry that if you lose later, like Brother Zhao earlier, you'll make excuses not to admit it. That would be so boring." "You." Li Wenbo blushed with embarrassment, and Zhao Mingxian was eager to hide his face in the ground. "Stop talking nonsense. If you're willing to fight, then let's begin," Wang Xianzong urged impatiently. "The rules are simple, 1 incense stick's worth of time. Each person creates a painting and writes a poem on it. The overall score will be based on painting skill, poetic meaning, and calligraphy. Everyone present, teachers and students alike, can witness this. Soon, 2 painting tables were brought forward, fully equipped with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Li Wenbo took a deep breath, walked to the table, spread out high-quality rice paper, and began to focus on his idea. He had been practicing painting since childhood, especially skilled in detailed flower and bird paintings. He was confident that among the younger generation, few could match him. This time, he was determined to create a stunning masterpiece, to redeem his pride, and to show off his talent in front of the 4 beautiful women. Meanwhile, Chu Jing appeared much more relaxed. He strolled casually to his painting table, picked up a brush, weighed it in his hand, then looked at the paints, seemingly familiarizing himself with the tools. The incense was lit, and the fragrant smoke curled upward. Li Wenbo immediately entered his zone. His brush moved swiftly, drawing lines with focus and concentration. Many people around held their breath, watching intently, nodding secretly. Li Wenbo's painting skills indeed showed some promise. Chu Jing, however, remained calm and unhurried. He looked at Li Wenbo, who was focused on his painting, then turned to glance at the 4 women behind him. Wang Qingyao's nervousness, Guo Zhaolan's trust, Lin Jiro, and Li Lingxue's dependence. He suddenly smiled. Then, he picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and instead of sketching outlines first, he boldly used varying shades of ink and a little color directly on the paper, creating large blocks of tone. His technique was completely different from traditional meticulous or freehand styles. It emphasized contrast of light and shadow and capturing the character's expressions. His brushwork was sometimes delicate, sometimes bold, hinting at a future style that combined sketching with ink wash. The system rewarded him with an advanced painting skill, perfect in meticulous, freehand, figure, and flower and bird painting, allowing him to seamlessly blend Eastern and Western painting techniques. At this moment, he effortlessly created an unprecedented new style. He was painting the 4 women behind him. Although not entirely realistic, he captured their spirit perfectly. Wang Qingyao's intelligence and grace, Guo Zhaolan's cold resilience, Lin Jiro's delicate shyness, and Li Lingxue's gentle serenity. For different personalities coexisted harmoniously in one painting, vivid and lifelike. The way he captured the character's eyes and subtle expressions was truly lifelike. Even more astonishing, he didn't just use black ink. He cleverly added a few touches of color from the limited pigments at hand, giving the clothes and ornaments just the right highlights. The result was a painting full of depth and vitality. Before the incense stick had burned halfway, a vivid and striking painting titled "For Beauties" had already come to life on the paper. Though some details were not yet perfect, the fresh technique, precise spirit, and harmonious colors left everyone, experts and amateurs alike, completely amazed. "What? What kind of painting style is this? I've never seen anything like it. It's not quite fine line, yet not entirely freehand either. Heavens, it looks so real. The four ladies seem alive. The use of color is brilliant. Exclamations filled the room. Master Zhou and several scholars stared wide-eyed. They had studied art and literature for years, yet Chu Jing's style was beyond anything they had ever known. So new, so extraordinary, and of such high skill. The four ladies, Wang, Qingyao and her companions, also saw their own images in the painting. They covered their mouths in surprise, their eyes shining with both shyness and delight. They never imagined that, in their husbands, or young Master Chu's eyes, they appeared so graceful, nor that his artistic talent was so remarkable and unique. Li Wenba, startled by the commotion, looked up and caught sight of Chu Jing's nearly finished work. He froze as if struck by lightning, his brush slipping from his hand and staining the paper. His face turned pale, his eyes filled with disbelief and despair. How could this be? Such a painting style, unheard of, unseen. Its spirit, technique, and creativity completely overshadowed his own detailed bird-in-flower piece. Unbothered by the crowd's astonishment, Chu Jing, having completed the main composition, took a finer brush and wrote a 7-character quatrain in the upper right corner. A heart as pure as orchids and lilies, a soul as bright as snow beneath the moon. Graceful hands weave words like stars, steps as light as those of a fairy. Inscribed on the four beauties, the poem subtly reflected the names and qualities of the four women, Lan, Shui, Rou, and Ling, expressing admiration in a refined and elegant way that perfectly matched the painting's mood. What is even more captivating is his handwriting. It is not a stiff, formal style nor wild cursive, but a blend of the best features of regular and running scripts. The structure is strict yet lively, with strong strokes that are controlled and elegant. It looks beautiful and very refined. Compared to Li Wenba's neat but somewhat plain style, his work is much more impressive. His painting, poetry, and calligraphy come together perfectly, each enhancing the other. When Chu Jing finished his last stroke and gently set down his brush, the incense stick had just burned out. The whole room fell into a deep, familiar silence. But this time, the silence was filled with more than just shock. It carried feelings of excitement, admiration, and a sense of witnessing something historic. New art style. This is definitely a groundbreaking new way of painting. His poetry is amazing. His calligraphy is top-notch. Senior Brother Chu. He's like a divine being. Is there anything he can't do? Oh my goodness. I've truly seen something incredible today. The students of Heian County School blushed with excitement and pride. Zhou Xuezhen and the teachers were so overwhelmed they couldn't speak, only pat their chests and whisper, a genius. No, a prodigy. A talent born from heaven. They seemed to already see that after today, Chu Jing's paintings, poetry, and calligraphy would make him famous in Qingyao and beyond. Wang Qingyao's four daughters looked at the painting and poem with admiration, their hearts filled with happiness and pride. This was their husband, young Master Chu, always creating miracles, always making them proud. Meanwhile, Wang Xianzong, Lu Yin, Sun Xuezing, and Li Wenba, who looked as pale as death, were completely stunned. They had lost again, and this time, even more badly than before. Not only did they lose the contest, but they also watched Chu Jing use an unheard-of painting style, a brilliant poem, and beautiful calligraphy to deliver another stunning performance. This only boosted Chu Jing's reputation even more. It's easy to imagine that titles like founder of a new art style and master of poetry, calligraphy, and painting would soon be awarded to Chu Jing. They had planned to suppress Chu Jing, but instead, it seemed they had only helped him build a stage to gain fame. This feeling was even worse than eating a fly. Wang Xianzong looked at Chu Jing with a changed expression. No longer filled with jealousy or scheming, his eyes now showed deep fear. This Chu Jing is too terrifying. He seemed like a bottomless pit. You never knew what shocking skill he would reveal next. Is it really wise to make an enemy of someone like him? Lu Yin felt a cold chill run through his body. He had hoped to win the final contest with his essays and regain some pride. But now, seeing how mysterious Chu Jing was, his fragile confidence was starting to shake. Li Wenba stood there, lost and distracted. He looked at his own unfinished, ink-stained work, which was far from perfect, and compared it to Chu Jing's masterpiece, the Four Beauties painting. The shame and frustration almost overwhelmed him. Chu Jing clapped his hands, wiping away imaginary ink stains, and looked at the people on the other side with a slight smile. His tone was relaxed. Looks like I won again in the second round? Well, Mr. Li, according to our bet, your fame and your 9-year exam ban. Oh, and the 30 spots at Xia County School. Seems like they're gone now. He paused, then turned his gaze to Lu Yin, whose face was pale with anger, and his smile grew brighter. Lu, former teacher. Only you are left. The final act. It must be a lot of pressure, right? I wonder what you'll compare with me. Your solid knowledge? Your essays? Or maybe you'll pick some obscure skill you think I don't know? Lu Yin felt his heart tremble at his words and instinctively took a half-step back. All eyes suddenly focused on this once proud, now seemingly fragile second-place candidate. The pressure was like a mountain pressing down. Chu Jing won 2 rounds in a row, crushing in math, and amazed everyone with his calligraphy, poetry, and painting skills. According to the best-of-3 rule, Heian County School and Chu Jing had already secured victory. Zhou Xuezhen felt proud and relieved, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. He stroked his beard, stepped forward, and confidently bowed to Wang Xianzong and Sun Xuezhen, speaking loudly. Third young master Wang, Mr. Sun, everyone, as agreed. 3 rounds, 2 wins. This contest is decided. I accept defeat. It seems that Chu Jing from our county school truly has exceptional talent and has lived up to expectations. Regarding the final debate on the classics, he glanced at Lu Yin, whose face was pale and eyes evasive, and waved generously. It's fine if we don't compare. Even if Lu Xiu manages to win 1 round by luck, it won't change the overall situation. I think we should just stop here. Wait a moment. Before Zhou Xuezhen could finish saying, stop, Wang Xianzong interrupted with a loud shout. Wang Xianzong and Sun Xuezhen quickly exchanged a sharp look, both showing strong unwillingness and a hint of fierce determination. They had gone to great lengths, used connections, and made a big show, but the first 2 rounds were a complete failure. Not only did they fail to suppress Chu Jing, but they might have even boosted his reputation. How could they accept this? More importantly, their last trump card, Lu Yin, was truly the second best in the county exam. The classics essay and current affairs policy essays are the core of the imperial exams, requiring long-term study and guidance from famous teachers. Even if Chu Jing was clever and quick-witted, could he suddenly master such deep knowledge out of nowhere? They absolutely didn't believe Chu Jing was a versatile genius. The first 2 rounds were just lucky matches with his special skills. Their frustration made them refuse to give up easily. They had to play the Lu Yin card. Even if they couldn't turn the whole defeat around, at least they wanted to severely embarrass Chu Jing in his strongest area of study. They wanted him to realize that shortcuts and tricks would never be accepted officially. Sun Xuezhen took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration and faint unease. He stepped forward, forcing a fake smile, and said, Zhou Xuezhen's words are mistaken. The 3 rounds of the literary contest are traditionally compared after all. How can we stop halfway? Moreover, this final debate on classics and policy essays is fundamental to scholars' knowledge. It's the most important part. If we give up now, not only will we refuse to accept it, but it will also be hard for scholars across the land to believe that your county's Chu Jing only excels in tricks and doesn't understand the principles. His words sounded grand, but secretly contained a trick. The meaning was that if they didn't compare in the final round, even if they won, Chu Jing would be branded as someone who only knew tricks and didn't understand proper learning. Wang Xianzong also sneered and added, Sun Xuezhen is right. The 3 rounds are set, and naturally, they should be completed. But he changed his tone, looked at Chu Jing with a sly glint in his eyes, and said, since the results of the first 2 rounds are out, why not add a little more to the final bet? How about that? This makes it more interesting and shows stronger determination. Zhou Xuezhen frowned and asked, raising the stakes? What else do you want? Sun Xuezhen replied, simple. If Chu Jing wins this 3rd match, I, from Xia County School, will add 30 more participants, totaling 60 spots lost to your county school, half for scholars, half for talented students. And Lu Yin. He looked at Lu Yin, whose face suddenly changed, and said through clenched teeth, "If Lu Yen loses, not only will he lose his title, but he also won't be allowed to take any exams for the next 18 years. 60 spots? 18 years of ban." Everyone gasped again in shock. This bet was crazy. Xia County School was willing to risk everything, almost putting all their remaining participants on the line. 18 years without exams meant almost giving up all hope for Lu Yen in the future of the imperial exams. How many years are in 18? But if Chu Jing loses, Sun Xuezhen suddenly raised his voice sharply, his eyes piercingly fixed on Chu Jing, then all the victories in the first 2 matches are void. This literary contest will be considered a win for Xia County School. The He County School must follow the original bet and give up 10 spots. Chu Jing, you are not allowed to take exams for a year. Shameless, refusing to admit defeat and still trying to turn the tables. How can there be such rules in the world? The students of He County School immediately erupted in anger, their voices full of outrage. Zhou Xuezhen and several teachers were also trembling with anger, pointing at Sun Xuezhen. You are just being unreasonable. Losing is losing. How can you overturn previous decisions and rewrite the outcome? That's not what a gentleman would do. Wang Xinzhong sneered and said, "Zhou Xuezhen, why get so angry? It's just adding some stakes to make the contest more exciting. Whether to bet or not, the choice is Chu Jing's, isn't it? Could it be you don't trust Chu Jing's genuine knowledge? Afraid he'll reveal his true skill?" His words were full of provocation. Lu Yen, at this moment, forcibly calmed himself after the panic of the exam ban. Thinking about the years of hard study, the texts he had memorized, and the possibility that Chu Jing might have a weakness, a stubborn and vengeful spirit surged within him. He stepped forward, his voice trembling with emotion. "Chu Jing, do you dare to compete with me in the study of classics? Are you only good at tricks, and when it comes to real skills, you're afraid? If you're not brave enough, admit defeat early. The first 2 matches were just luck on your part." Faced with the other's blatant stubbornness and provocation, Zhou Xuezhen and the others felt angry, but also hesitated as they looked at Chu Jing. Although the opponent's confidence was strong, the risk was also very high. Chu Jing had already won. It was safest to stop now. But if they refused, they risked being criticized for not daring to compete fairly. They were conflicted inside and finally handed the decision to Chu Jing. "Young Master Chu," Zhou Xuezhen whispered, "this matter is up to you. Whatever you decide, I and the county school support you." He spoke sincerely this time. Chu Jing's performance in the first 2 rounds had completely convinced him, making him willing to place his trust in Chu Jing. Wang Qingyao and the 4 daughters of Guozhaolan also watched Chu Jing nervously. Wang Qingyao opened her mouth, wanting to advise Chu Jing to stop while he was ahead, since the opponent was clearly desperate and reckless. Guozhaolan clenched Chu Jing's hand tightly, her eyes firm, silently conveying, "Whatever decision you make, we support you." Lin Jiro and Li Lingxua looked worried. They didn't understand all the details, but felt the opponent was too mean and didn't want their husband to take more risks. Chu Jing felt everyone's gaze. He looked at Wang Xinzong, Sun Xuezhen, who looked unwilling but hopeful, and Lu Yen, who tried to appear calm but was actually nervous inside. Suddenly, he smiled. He gently patted Guozhaolan's hand, and then gave a reassuring look to Zhou Xuezhen and Wang Qingyao. "Reputation." Chu Jing muttered softly, then raised his head, his eyes clear and sharp as he looked at Wang Xinzong and the others. His voice was quiet but clear enough to be heard throughout the room. "I thought winning 2 rounds was already boring enough. After all, adults beating children and winning too much isn't very satisfying." This made Wang Xinzong and the others' faces turn pale with anger. "But I didn't expect you to be so eager to send yourself into trouble, even asking for more." Jing Chu waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. Some flies, if you don't swat them hard the first time, will keep buzzing around you and be very annoying. Since they think their serious knowledge can crush me, I'll give them a chance to give up completely." He turned to Lu Yen and spoke casually, like taking a walk after a meal. "Lu, former scholar. Oh, very soon you'll be Lu, former talented scholar. For the final round, how do you want to compete? Classics? Policy essays? Or whatever you think you're best at? You choose the topic." He glanced at Sun Xuezhen, who looked eager to set the questions himself, and shrugged indifferently. To be fair, so you can't complain about unfair questions if you lose. You guys come up with the questions for this third round. The scope of classics and the direction of policy essays are up to you. I'll follow after. What? Let them set the questions? Senior Brother Chu. Think twice. This is obvious cheating. They will definitely come up with the hardest, most advantageous questions for Lu Yan. Zhou Xuezhing and the teachers and students from Heyang County were all anxious, jumping in worry. This was practically giving the other side a chance to cheat. Chu Jing was too reckless. Wang, Qingyao, and the four women also felt their hearts sink, more worried than ever. If the other side sets the questions, what then? Wang Xinzong, Sun Xuezhing, and Lu Yan were stunned at first. Then their eyes lit up with joy. They had been worried about how to cheat, how to make their side come up with questions. They didn't expect Chu Jing to be so arrogant. They had just walked into a trap. Letting them set the questions? Isn't that asking for death? Lu Yan quickly regained his confidence and pride, feeling as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. Fine. Chu Jing, you're brave. Lu Yan puffed out his chest, as if he already saw the light of victory. For the third round, we will compare the interpretation of classics and current affairs policy essays. The topics are: the gentleman understands righteousness, the petty person understands profit, and the essence of explaining this, as well as discussing current border issues and strategies to ensure peace. The time limit is 1 hour, right on the spot, and both scholars and teachers will evaluate together. The classical topic he proposed was from the Analects, a key focus in the imperial exams. The policy essay topic was closely related to current events, requiring broad knowledge and deep insight. These two topics suited him perfectly. He had already written many similar essays and knew them by heart. When Zhou Xuezhen and the others heard the question, their hearts sank even further. The question itself was fair, but it was exactly the type that experienced exam takers like Lu Yan excelled at. Chu Jing, who had never even taken the juvenile exam. How could he compare to Lu Yan, who had been deeply involved in this field for many years? Moreover, the question was set by his opponent. Chu Jing, if you regret now, it's still not too late. Sun Xuezhen pretended to persuade, but in fact, he was putting more pressure on him. Chu Jing only moved his wrist slightly, then walked to the prepared desk, spread out the paper, picked up the brush, and dipped it in ink. He looked up, smiled at Zhou Xuezhen and the other worried but trying to stay calm four women, and his smile was full of absolute confidence and composure. Regret? Why should I regret? An hour? I don't need that long to deal with him. Watch my ink and brush. See how I handle this challenge. As he finished speaking, his gaze sharpened, and he started writing with the brush. His strokes were powerful, yet flowing like clouds and water. This was the final match, the ultimate showdown that involved the core of the imperial exam and the opponent's heavy bets. It officially began. Chu Jing's relaxed and confident appearance, as if victory was already in his grasp, made everyone who cared about him hold their breath. It also made Wang Xinzong and others feel an inexplicable premonition of trouble again. At the desk, Chu Jing and Lu Yan faced each other. The incense was lit, and the timer started. Lu Yan took a deep breath, as if gathering all his knowledge into the tip of his brush. He glanced at Chu Jing, who was furiously writing on the opposite side, and sneered inwardly, pretending. A country farmer probably hasn't even read the Analects thoroughly. What kind of decent classics could he write? As for the policy essay, it requires insight and broad vision, something someone like him couldn't possibly grasp. He steadied himself, focused entirely on planning and writing. His strokes flowed smoothly, and his face gradually regained the confidence and pride of a second-place candidate in the provincial exam. Everyone watching around held their breath. Seeing Lu Yan so focused and confident, as if victory was assured, and then looking at Chu Jing. Chu Jing was also writing, and his speed seemed not slow, but no one dared to hope too much. After all, the question set by the opponent was the most orthodox and core type of exam question, and it was their strongest area. Chu Jing's performance in the first 2 rounds was impressive, but that was unconventional. This policy essay was a real test of solid skill. Brother Chu's situation this time is really dangerous. Lu Yan is still the second in the imperial exam, so his reputation is quite strong. The question was still his, which is so shameless. Look, Brother Chu. Why did he stop writing? Just as everyone whispered anxiously and worried, a surprising scene happened. The incense had burned for less than half, and Chu Jing suddenly put down his brush. He gently blew on the ink on the paper that wasn't dry yet, then leisurely crossed his arms and stood there, seeming to admire his work or perhaps waiting. What's going on? Has he finished? No way. How long has it been? Could it be he couldn't write anymore and gave up? It looks like Brother Chu was truly stumped. Is he giving up? For a moment, sighs and expressions of regret filled the air. Zhou Xuezhen and a few teachers felt their hearts sink and their faces turned grim. The four women, including Wang Qingyao, were so nervous their palms sweat. They stared intently at Chu Jing, trying to read something from his calm face, but only saw serenity. Wang Xianzong, Sun Xuezhen, and others were first stunned by Chu Jing's sudden stop, then exchanged glances, their faces showing realization and mockery. I knew it. Sun Xuezhen stroked his goat beard and whispered, he can't go on. In such a short time, what could he have written? Probably just scribbled a few lines and realized he couldn't compete, so he gave up. Wang Xianzong sneered softly, his voice quiet but loud enough for nearby people to hear. A tiny ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating oneself. Thinking that some clever tricks can make him stand out in the writings of sages? How laughable. Lu Yan also noticed Chu Jing's movements. His brush kept going, but he was very confident inside. He even looked up briefly, giving Chu Jing a look full of mockery and victory. Time passed amid everyone's complicated feelings. Finally, the incense burned out, and Lu Yan just finished his last stroke. He took a deep breath, happily set down his brush, and looked confident and satisfied, proud of his work. He looked at Chu Jing, who had been waiting for a long time, and couldn't hold back any longer. He spoke loudly, full of pride. Chu Jing, what do you think? Do you realize you're too shallow, unable to continue, and have given up early? If you admit defeat now, you might still save some face. Chu Jing scratched his ear, as if he had just shooed away a fly, and lazily replied, giving up? Do you think writing a question like yours takes that much effort? I was waiting for you so long I almost fell asleep. But you, with such a small amount of work, want to fill an hour? It seems your second place in the provincial exam is more fake than I thought. You. Arrogant. Dying and still talking back. Lu Yan was so angry he almost spat blood. You'll see what happens soon. Let's see if you can still be so proud later. All right, I'll wait and see. Chu Jing shrugged, looking indifferent. Next was the important review part. Zhou Xuezhen and Sun Xuezhen each brought a few respected teachers from their counties to the desks of Chu Jing and Lu Yan. Sun Xuezhen and his group eagerly gathered around Lu Yan's paper. The writing was neat, the arguments clear, with references to classics. His explanation of, a gentleman understands righteousness, a petty person understands profit, was very proper. His ideas on border issues and helping the people were organized and included some standard suggestions. For a scholar at this level, this was definitely a good exam paper. Good. Very good. Sun Xuezhen nodded repeatedly, a look of uncontrollable joy on his face. He whispered to the teachers from Shihe County nearby, Lu Yan's essay captures the essence of the classics, and his policy ideas are practical. It's a masterpiece. We're sure to win this time. The other teachers from Shihe County also agreed, looking at He County's teachers with pride and a bit of challenge. Hearing their obvious praise, Zhou Xuezhen and the others felt uneasy. They secretly thought, Lu Yan really has talent. With heavy hearts, they moved toward Chu Jing's desk. Seeing how Sun Xuezhen and the others reacted, they almost lost hope for Chu Jing's paper. But when they looked at Chu Jing's neat, beautiful handwriting, and saw that his paper was noticeably shorter than Lu Yan's, just a glance at the beginning made Zhou Xuezhen's eyes nearly pop out. After reading a few more lines, he gasped and started trembling. Once they quickly skimmed the classical references, Zhou Xuezhen and the other teachers from He County were frozen in place, as if under a spell. They all opened their mouths wide, staring at the paper with eyes full of shock, disbelief, and a kind of almost religious fervor. Their display of clumsiness, seen by Sun Xuezhen and others who have been paying close attention, instantly reassured the people of Shihe County. Haha, did you see that? Zhou Xuezhen and his team are so scared they look stunned. It must be that Chu Jing's writing is so terrible it made them lose their composure. The outcome is clear. Brother Lu, congratulations. Sun Xuezheng was even more proud, deliberately raising his voice to mock. Zhou Xuezheng, why are you so flustered? Could it be that your county's masterpiece is too shocking for everyone to handle? Why not read it aloud so everyone can admire it? This caused a ripple of quiet laughter from the people of Xia County, and Wang Xianzhong's face showed a confident smile. Zhou Xuezheng seemed not to hear their teasing. He took several deep breaths, trying to calm the storm inside him. He trembled as he picked up Chu Jing's essay on the principles of classics. With a slightly trembling voice from excitement, he read aloud the opening. The distinction between righteousness and profit is not merely the judgment of gentlemen and villains, but a reflection of the true nature of the heart and mind, the key to the rise and fall of families and nations. Gentlemen do not avoid talking about profit, but regulate it with righteousness, where profit resides within righteousness. Villains do not lack understanding of righteousness, but forget it for profit, with righteousness obscured by personal gain. Therefore, sages do not suppress human desires but guide them with propriety, clarify them with righteousness, so that people know what benefits to pursue or avoid, all summarized in the word righteousness. Just these opening sentences caused the entire audience to fall silent, as if struck by a great bell. There was no dull, verbose repetition typical of ordinary classical texts, nor empty moral preaching. Instead, it went straight to the core, elevating the relationship between righteousness and profit to the level of human nature and the rise and fall of the nation, proposing insightful ideas like regulating profit with righteousness and profit within righteousness. The logic was tight, the purpose lofty, and the language concise yet profound. This went beyond simple classical interpretation, reaching a level of original insight and unique style. Sun Xuezheng's smile instantly froze, and his pupils shrank. The scholars of Xia County looked as if their throats were being squeezed, their laughter stopped abruptly, and they stared with wide eyes in disbelief at the essay in Zhou Xuezheng's hands. Lu Yan's originally proud face suddenly turned pale as paper. He had studied classical texts diligently since childhood, so his appreciation skills were naturally high. Chu Jing's opening, in terms of depth of thought, logical rigor, and mastery of language, far surpassed his own straightforward explanation. It was like a university student reading a primary school student's essay. A sudden wave of cold despair shot from my feet to my head. Zhou Xuezheng did not stop. He continued to recite the next few key points. Each sentence was sharp and clear, deeply analyzing the difference between righteousness and profit. His words were so powerful that everyone present with some knowledge was captivated and on edge. After finishing the main part of his speech, Zhou Xuezheng looked up at Sun Xuezheng and others, who looked pale. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he finally spoke. Sun Xuezheng, everyone, this piece of writing is very new in idea, deep in argument, and logical in structure. I have been teaching and educating for over 20 years, but I have never seen anything like this. I can't say there are none before, but surely none like this. Even among the top scholars in the province or in imperial exams, it's hard to find such a detailed discussion on this topic. Do you agree, Sun Xuezheng? Sun Xuezheng opened his mouth, his throat dry, but he couldn't say a word. He wanted to argue or find faults, but Chu Jing's article was right there, every word precious and flawless. If he dared to lie or deny such a wonderful piece, he would immediately become a joke and enemy of the scholars. His poor reputation and fragile pride as a scholar prevented him from doing that. His face turned pale and white. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out a sentence from between his teeth. The core ideas are indeed original, but the real test is in the strategy. Lu Yan's strategy is carefully thought out, and it's not necessarily worse. Lu Yan also seemed to grasp his last hope, and he shouted desperately, "Yes, the core ideas are just theory, but the strategy is practical and useful." My strategy. Oh, strategy? Zhou Xuezheng interrupted with a half-smile, picked up Chu Jing's strategy section, cleared his throat, and said, "Everyone, please appreciate it." Instead of merely discussing border issues, he directly addressed the root causes within internal affairs. He proposed the core idea that stability at the border must be secured by internal peace, and offered specific strategies such as enriching the people, simplifying government, cleaning up official conduct, and improving communication channels. His vision was broad, sharp, and hit the core problems. How could a simple villager have such insight? Clearly, he possesses the talent of a wise advisor. Suddenly, there were several muffled thuds. Sun Xuezhen and a few older scholars from Shihe County lost their balance and nearly fell, their legs giving way. Their faces turned pale, and cold sweat beaded on their foreheads. They looked at Chu Jing with shock and fear. Lu Yin was struck like lightning, collapsing to the ground, looking ashen and hollow-eyed. It's over. Everything is lost. His arguments focused on detailed matters like land cultivation, military training, and trade, but Chu Jing was thinking on a much higher level, addressing the fundamental issues. The difference was like heaven and earth. His solid knowledge, which he believed was his lifeline, was crushed completely in front of Chu Jing. Although Wang Xianzhong couldn't read much, he saw the despair on Sun Xuezhen and others' faces and Lu Yan's breakdown, and understood the outcome. He anxiously grabbed Sun Xuezhen's arm and shouted, "Sun Xuezhen, what's going on? Are we going to lose?" Sun Xuezhen, lost in shock, turned to Wang Xianzhong, a bitter smile on his face that was worse than crying. His voice was hoarse and dry. "Wang, third young master Wang, we have lost. Completely defeated. Lu Yan's essays are not even fit to carry Chu Jing's shoes." Suddenly, this statement hit like a heavy hammer, shattering the last hope in Wang Xianzhong and others' hearts. Wang Xianzhong stood there in a daze, staring at Chu Jing, who stood with his hands behind his back, as if he had only done something insignificant. An unprecedented coldness and fear spread through him. What kind of monster is Chu Jing? Is he even human? Meanwhile, Wang Qingyao, Gua Zhaolan, Lin Jiro, and Li Lingxue, after their initial tension, worry, and confusion, were now overwhelmed with great surprise and pride. Although they weren't experts in classics or strategies, they could still tell good from bad. The shocked reactions of the scholars and students around, the collapsing expressions of Sun Xuezhen and others, and Lu Yan's helpless collapse all clearly show one thing. Her husband, young Master Chu, has won again. And he did so in the opponent's most confident and core area, in a crushing, hopeless way, winning completely. Gua Zhaolan's eyes sparkled with pride, showing her happiness. Wang Qingyao took a long, deep breath, then felt a surge of excitement and relief. She was right to trust her judgment. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue were so happy they almost jumped, holding each other tightly, looking at Chu Jing with eyes shining like the brightest stars. Chu Jing felt the countless shocked, admiring, and passionate gazes around him. He looked at the defeated, hopeless losers across from him, then gently brushed non-existent dust off his sleeve. He walked up to Lu Yan, who was sitting on the ground, squatted down, and in a quiet voice only they could hear, said slowly, "Lu, former scholar, do you admit defeat now? I told you, beating you is easy. 18 years, reflect well. Of course, if you still have the courage." After speaking, he stood up, no longer looking at the pale Lu Yan, but turning his gaze to the frightened, pale-faced Wang Xianzhong and Sun Xuezhen. He loudly declared, "The 3 matches are over. The winner is clear, and the stakes should be paid now, right? 60 spots, and the titles of former scholar for 3 of you, along with the oath not to take exams. Wang Xianzhong, Sun Xuezhen, witnesses all around, please, fulfill your promises." His voice was clear and strong, echoing in front of the quiet Mingluan Hall, like a victory horn or the final strike tolling the bell of defeat. Wang Xianzhong's face was as black as a pot lid, standing out even more among the defeated, dejected crowd. He glared fiercely at Chu Jing, his hatred almost turning into substance, but his mouth still pulled into a fake smile. He stepped forward half a step, lowered his voice, and ominously whispered in Chu Jing's ear, "Chu Jing, today's your lucky day. But don't get too cocky. I want to crush you, that's easy. We'll see." After saying that, he snorted heavily, swung his sleeve, and turned away, his back full of murderous intent to settle the score. Lu Yan, this unlucky fellow, eagerly wanted to show loyalty by following along, but Wang Xianzhong didn't even look at him. He simply turned around and kicked him hard in the stomach. "Get lost. Useless thing." Lu Yan let out a loud cry, like a torn sack, and rolled far away, looking dirty and beaten. He stayed on the ground for a long time without getting up. People nearby pointed and whispered, struggling to hold back their laughter. Zhuo Jing crossed his arms and watched Liu Yin's embarrassing fall with a relaxed attitude. He felt no sympathy at all. Only 2 words, "Serves you right. You wanted to be a loyal dog, and now your master has kicked you aside like trash." Meanwhile, Sun Xuezhen's face was a picture of misery. His face kept changing from red to white, finally settling into a look of utter defeat, as if he had lost his own father. He followed Zhou Xuezhen closely, going through the process of transferring the 60 county school spots, each step feeling like walking on a knife's edge. He secretly glanced at Zhuo Jing several times, his eyes full of complicated feelings: envy, regret, fear, and deep bitterness. He was full of regret. If he had known Zhuo Jing was so talented, why did he get involved in this mess? Now, he had lost the 60 spots, and his future probably looked as bleak as autumn leaves falling. After finishing the paperwork, Sun Xuezhen walked out dejectedly. As he passed by Zhuo Jing, he paused for a moment, seeming to make a big decision. He leaned in close and whispered quickly, so only the 2 of them could hear, "Young Master Zhuo, be careful. The official in charge of verifying the marriage order, Master Chun, has already arrived in Heian County. He might come looking for you at any time." Zhuo Jing was surprised and looked at Sun Xuezhen in confusion. Huh, isn't this guy supposed to be his enemy? Why is he warning him? Has the sun risen in the west? After saying this, Sun Xuezhen didn't explain further. He just sighed heavily and hurried away. Though his voice was soft, Zhou Xuezhen and Wang Qingyao standing nearby heard every word. Zhou Xuezhen's face changed slightly. He stroked his beard and said seriously, "Zhuo Jing, I've heard some things about this. That Master Chun, though not high-ranking, is directly under the Ministry of Rights and is in charge of marriage inspections. He has quite a bit of authority. Wang Xianzong's move is probably aimed at your 3 ladies at home." Today, Wang Xianzong's gaze was full of resentment as he seemed eager to stick to Gui Zhaolan and Lin Zhiro. He also deliberately delayed Chu Jing's exam due to the bet and Sun Xuezhen's warning before leaving. It was clear he planned to use the marriage contract as an excuse to first confirm Chu Jing's reputation for illegally favoring his wife, and then have the authorities take him away. If Chu Jing had no official title to protect him, his 3 wives would become public property for sale. At that time, Wang Xianzong could step in with the Wang family's influence to buy him back, making his plan seem proper and justified. "Young Master Chu, don't be in a hurry," Zhou Xuezhen said after a moment of thought. "Although I am an 8th-rank scholar, I am still a colleague of Master Chun. I will try to find a chance to talk to him. Chen Ming, you are talented, and the imperial exam is coming soon. As long as you get the title, this problem will naturally be solved." Wang Qingyao also stepped forward, her face showing determination. "Young Master Chu, this matter started because of me. If Master Chen really wants to make things difficult, I will go see him myself. With the reputation of the Wang family in Langya, I believe he wouldn't dare refuse." She knew that if Chu Jing hadn't saved her and caused Wang Xianzhong's grudge, the other party wouldn't have targeted Chu Jing's wife. Both of them had good intentions and wanted to resolve the crisis quickly. However, Chu Jing shook his head. Although he felt the urgency, he was not panicked. This matter was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Even if he involved the 2 of them, it might not solve anything and could even bring trouble to them. "Zhou Xuezhen, Miss Wang, I appreciate your kindness," Chu Jing said with a bow. "I will handle this myself. If it becomes too difficult, I will ask for your help." It's not that he didn't want help, but he worried that they might be unable to assist or even get caught in the trouble. Master Chun was sent by Wang Xianzhong, clearly targeting him. Zhou Xuezhen, an 8th-rank scholar, trying to reason with a 6th-rank official from the Ministry of Rights? The other might not even offer a cup of tea. As for Wang Qingyao, Wang Xianzhong was probably just waiting for her to step forward. If she used the Wang family's power to pressure him, the other side could accuse her of abusing authority and interfering in government affairs. Not only would the situation become more difficult, but it could also jeopardize her family's exam and her position as the official in Qingyuan Prefecture. Wang Qingyao and Zhou Xuezhen looked at each other, opening their mouths to speak, but seeing Chu Jing's firm expression, they could only sigh softly. They understood that this matter was indeed complicated, especially Zhou Xuezheng. If he helps Chu Jing, he would openly oppose Wang Xianzong, completely offending the Wang family's third branch. Even though Chu Jing has the support of Wang Qingyao, the main branch's direct descendant, this place is ultimately the third branch's territory. The county official is not as powerful as the local authorities. As an 8th-rank scholar, Chu Jing might be at a disadvantage. Wang Qingyao also knows that Wang Xianzong is probably hoping she will fall into a trap. Since that's the case, young Master Chu, please be careful. If you need anything, just ask me. Wang Qingyao nodded and said no more. Zhou Xuezheng sighed and thought for a moment before speaking. I may not be able to help with the marriage arrangement, but you can rest assured about the county exam. If Wang Xianzong tries to interfere, he must first ask me. Hearing this, Chu Jing looked at Zhou Xuezheng gratefully. With his words, he no longer has to worry about Wang Xianzong causing trouble during the county exam. Although the county exam is not an official imperial examination, it determines qualification for the provincial exam, which is crucial for the scholar's future. If he can't even participate in the provincial exam, that would be a real dead end. Wang Xianzong has considerable power in Heian County, but even if the county magistrate is his person, he wouldn't dare cheat on such an important exam. The imperial court has always been strict about the imperial examinations. Based on Chu Jing's performance at the county school today, if he can't even take part in the provincial exam, it would cause a big scandal. So, Chu Jing isn't worried about passing the scholar's test. What he truly fears is Wang Xianzong using the marriage order to take the 3 ladies into the official household. Once they are registered, Wang Xianzong will buy them immediately. At that point, rescuing them would be as difficult as climbing a mountain. Chu Jing bid farewell to Zhou Xuezheng and headed home with the 3 ladies. Wang Qingyao did not come along, leaving first with her maid Qing'er. On the way home, the 3 women understood how serious the situation was. Although they looked worried, none of them wanted to add pressure to Chu Jing, so they silently followed. Chu Jing lowered his head, thinking of ways to break the deadlock. The best solution would be to make Wang Xianzong completely disappear. As long as he is dead, no one will keep pressing this issue. The official in charge, Mr. Chen, who knows about his relationship with Wang Qingyao, will probably turn a blind eye. Thinking of this, Chu Jing's eyes grew cold. Since Wang Xianzong is seeking his own death, he doesn't mind giving him a push. With the skills he now has from the system, killing Wang Xianzong is not difficult. The difficult part is doing it cleanly and efficiently, without leaving any trouble behind. Chu Jing first sent Gui Zhaolan and the 2 wives home, then turned toward the inn. The key to this matter really depends on that official, Mr. Chen. If he can be persuaded to loosen his grip and give some time, once he passes the imperial exam, there will be room to maneuver. Although he is just a common village man, and it's very hard for him to meet a 6th-rank official, he must try. How else will he know if it's possible? If it really doesn't work, then he can only make Wang Xianzong disappear unexpectedly. Killing someone isn't hard for him, but the trouble after doing so is the real problem. The Wang family's 3rd branch isn't easy to deal with. Recently, Wang Xianzong has been watching him closely. If Wang Xianzong gets into trouble, Chu Jing will be the prime suspect. Right now, he doesn't have enough strength to confront him directly. Until he's at a dead end, Chu Jing doesn't want to take such a risky step. When he arrived outside the inn, Chu Jing held his breath and focused. His perception system expanded to a godlike view within 100 meters, helping him avoid patrol guards easily, and he slipped into the courtyard. He moved toward the main room, but just as he approached the window, he heard voices inside. One voice was clear and cold, with a hint of familiarity and seriousness. Chu Jing froze. Wang Qingyao? She actually came to see Chen Yinian herself. No wonder she left so decisively earlier. She was heading straight here. Inside, Wang Qingyao's voice was steady but confident, with an undeniable tone. Mr. Chen, I don't need you to bend the law for me, nor do I need you to change any documents. I only ask you, pause the investigation for a few months, give Chu Jing time. After he passes the imperial exam, we can handle it legally. She paused slightly, her tone softening a little, adding a rare, almost pleading tone. This matter is very important to me. If you can do me this favor, when I take charge of the Wang family affairs in Hedong, I won't forget today's kindness. I will definitely help you in your career. Chun Enian chuckled awkwardly. Miss Wang, you're overestimating. This involves the law, and I still need to consider it carefully. Chu Jing quickly hid in the shadow of a pillar, watching Wang Qingyao and Qing'er step out and leave the inn calmly. Her straight back looked thin in the night, but she still carried her unique pride. A warm feeling of gratitude filled Chu Jing's heart. She was such a proud person, the daughter of the Wang family, who might one day control a large business. Yet she came to ask him for a small official position, hiding it from him. It seemed that during his time with Wang Qingyao, this girl was not entirely unaffected. Looking at it this way, he was getting closer to completing his task. Also, this girl made his heart feel strangely confused. Thinking about her status, Chu Jing felt he needed to work even harder. Even without the system task, she was worth his effort. Moreover, he didn't want her to marry someone else. If she married, it could only be him. His gaze grew more determined at this moment. Inside the room, Qingyao was clearly lost in thought. Qian Shirya, who had been standing quietly nearby, finally moved closer and whispered, Master Dong, Miss Wang's promise. Sounds tempting, but it's risky. If she loses in the family fight to the third house, that plan might fall apart. Then we defend the third house and might not gain favor from either side. But if we refuse, Qingyao, annoyed, stroked his beard. If she gains power and remembers today, she might give me trouble. Qian Shirya also worried. This is a tricky situation. But Miss Wang is clever. She's just asking us to buy time, not breaking the law. Delaying is common in investigations. A few months' delay is understandable. The key is, which side should we bet on? Qingyao sighed deeply, pacing inside the room, clearly uncertain. Chu Jing listened outside the window, hearing everything clearly. It turned out that Qingyao wasn't fully committed to helping Wang Xianzhong, but was caught between two fires, afraid of both sides. Since he lacked the courage to bet decisively, Chu Jing smiled slightly, tidied his clothes, raised his hand, and knocked gently on the door. Who is it? Came Chun Yinyan's cautious voice from inside. Chu Jing pushed the door open, wearing a calm smile, and bowed to the stunned Qingyao and Qian Shirya. Chu Jing from Hehe Village, Heian County. Sorry for the intrusion. Please don't mind. Qin Yinyan's pupils shrank. Chu Jing? How? How did you get in? Although the station wasn't heavily guarded, it wasn't easy for just anyone to enter. Chu Jing's sudden appearance surprised him greatly. I walked in, Chu Jing said with a harmless smile, and sat down casually. I overheard a few words earlier and learned that Master Chun is having some trouble. I am not talented, but I am willing to help solve this problem. Why not put your trust in me? Qingyao exchanged a glance with Master Qian, both seeing the shock on each other's faces. This young man in plain clothes. Such boldness. Especially seeing Chu Jing, dressed simply, boldly sit down and say, Put your bets on me. Qingyao couldn't help but laugh mockingly. He said with sarcasm, Chu Jing? Did I hear correctly? You, a village man, can't even take care of yourself, and you dare to tell me where to bet? Such arrogance. His face was full of disdain. Master Qian beside him also sneered, looking down on him. Although they feared Wang Qingyao, they didn't care much about Chu Jing, the person involved. Instead, they even looked at him with contempt and disdain. Chu Jing heard this and smiled calmly, saying, Does Magistrate Chen know? Today, at the Mingluan Hall in the county school, someone has created 2 new schools of thought, and in 3 literary competitions, has crushed the entire Xia County School. This matter had already spread throughout the literary circles of Heian. When Chu Jing slipped in, he overheard guards and others in the station talking about it. He didn't believe that the person in front of him didn't know about this. Chun Yinyan's expression froze, and a look of surprise and suspicion flashed in his eyes. Are you saying, the person who created 2 schools and is now the talk of the town is you? He had indeed heard rumors about this. He even admired the person who had founded 2 different schools. But he never connected the down-and-out villager Chu Jing with the talented founder of schools. After all, the news was still spreading and hadn't fully taken hold. He never expected that this plain-clothed young man was the main figure behind it. Exactly, it's me, Chu Jing said calmly, seeing his reaction. Since Magistrate Chen knows about this, you should understand, my goal for officialdom is only a matter of time. Moreover, I have Miss Wang supporting me behind the scenes. If today you insist on making things difficult for me, I truly have no way to fight back. I accept this loss. To make the other person fear him, he must show enough strength. It's not about showing off. Sometimes he cannot be modest. He then shifted his tone, still calm, but with a clear coldness. But I, Chu, have a good memory. I repay kindness and also revenge grudges. If I succeed someday, I will not forget anyone who blocks my way or harms my loved ones. His words sounded simple, but each one hit like a hammer, making Qingyao and Master Qian feel a sudden tightness in their hearts. Their faces darkened with anger. How dare a commoner threaten a court official face to face? But looking into Chu's calm, deep eyes, and sensing his natural confidence and commanding presence, they felt a strange chill down their spines. If he truly is the Chu who once created 2 factions and made a name at the county school, his future achievements could be limitless. Though mathematics and painting are not official paths for the imperial exams, being recognized and admired by scholars like Zhou Xuezhing shows his talent and potential. This will help him stand firm in the scholarly world. Offending someone destined to rise is not wise. Qingyao forced down his nervousness, his face cold as he said, "Aren't you afraid I'll arrest you now for trespassing and attempting to attack? No matter how talented you are, if you don't live to see your talents bloom, you'll just be dust." Chu smiled slightly, his voice filled with disdain and mockery. "I can walk in safely, so I can walk out safely too. If Magistrate Chen really wants to make a move, try it. But whether you'll regret it afterward, I can't say." He looked confident and calm, as if he had everything under control, leaving Chun and the others momentarily stunned. A 6th-rank court official and his master were actually overwhelmed by Chu's presence. Seeing the moment was right, Chu added, "Moreover, with my help, Miss Wang will soon take the position of the head of Hedong. If Magistrate Chen doesn't believe me, why not send someone to check how her recent business ventures are doing? If you still insist on being the sword for Wang Xianzhou." He stood up, brushed his sleeve, and spoke lightly but clearly. "Then I'll say no more. Good words are hard to persuade a stubborn person. Mercy without understanding leads to self-destruction. Goodbye." After saying this, he turned and pushed the door open, disappearing into the night outside the corridor, coming mysteriously, leaving decisively. Qingyao and Qian Shiya were stunned for a moment before they regained their senses. They hurried outside but only saw the cold moonlight and dancing shadows of trees. There was no sign of Chu Jing anywhere. They looked at each other, both seeing suspicion and fear in each other's faces. "How did he get out? Where are the guards?" Qian Shiya's voice was hoarse. Qingyao didn't answer. He stood with his hands behind his back in front of the door, feeling shaken inside. He had been in official circles for many years and had seen many talented people, but he had never seen someone with such commanding presence and confident, almost proud, demeanor dressed in plain clothes. That calm confidence, that aura of control in conversation, few could match it. This was no ordinary villager. He was a hidden dragon, a crouching tiger. When the time was right, he would soar to the sky and roar through the mountains and forests. "This person is definitely not someone ordinary," Qingyao muttered, his earlier disdain now replaced by deep caution. Qian Shiya also lowered his voice. "Dongwang, better to offend a gentleman than to provoke a fierce person. Chu Jing seems gentle, but deep down he's fierce and vengeful. If we make enemies with him, we might not be able to afford it." Qingyao was silent for a long time, then finally sighed deeply. "Send someone to investigate carefully. Find out about today's county school competition and Miss Wang's recent business activities. Do it as soon as possible." He didn't say explicitly what he chose, but his tense tone and flickering eyes revealed his inner hesitation. In the shadows, Chu Jing, who hadn't truly left, listened quietly with a slight smile. He knew that as long as Qingyao wasn't foolish, he would understand what to choose. Qingyao team worked quickly. In less than half a day, they brought back clear information. Seeing this, Qingyao nearly knocked over his teacup in shock. Chu Jing, the drifter from Shiha village, was not only the creator of 2 new schools of thought in the recent county school competition, but his writings and strategies were praised by Zhou Xuezhing and others as timeless brilliance and talented enough to be a prime minister. Such talent made passing the exams seem easy, and his future prospects looked limitless. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyao's recent preparations for several new products, though not yet officially launched, were already causing a buzz in certain circles. People said each was innovative and practical, with a pre-release hype building. Based on this momentum, she is almost certain to take over Qingyao Prefecture and parts of Hedong Circuit. Qingyao held a few thin pages, his back breaking out in cold sweat. Creating two factions in one day, shocking everyone. And there's strong support from the Wang family's legitimate daughter. If I offend someone just to please Wang Xinzong temporarily, wouldn't I be digging my own grave? He muttered to himself, and his wavering heart finally settled. Even if he strictly follows the marriage decree, at most he would bring Chu Jing's 3 wives into the official records and impose a fine. This small loss is nothing to Chu Jing, who is about to rise. But what about himself? He would risk offending a talented person who might soon hold a high position and clearly bears a grudge, plus a future powerful daughter of the Wang family. This deal is too costly. Old Master Dong, what should we do? Qian Shiji asked cautiously from the side. Chen Yannian clenched his teeth and decided, support Miss Wang and Chu Jing. Wang Xinzong? He's just a spoiled playboy relying on family protection, with limited prospects. Offending him might only cause the third branch to hold a grudge, but offending Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao, we might not even know how we die. As soon as he finished speaking, a report came from outside. The people sent by Wang Xinzong were here to ask. It was Wang Xinzong's usual scheming assistant. As he entered, he held his head high and spoke arrogantly. Master Chun, my third young master asked me to inquire. When do you plan to act on Chu Jing's matter? Since they're already in Heian County, bring them back sooner so the third young master can rest easy. Chen Yannian felt a bit annoyed but kept his composure. He picked up his teacup and took a slow sip, then said indifferently, tell the third young master that there's an urgent marriage mistake case in the city. It's serious, and I must return immediately to handle it. The case in Heian County is very complicated, with many doubts. It needs careful investigation, so we'll discuss it later. The assistant was stunned and anxious. Master Chun, isn't Chu Jing's case obvious? What doubts could there be? You might as well handle that first, then go to the city later. Humph. I have my own judgment on the severity of the case. The city case concerns public stability and cannot be delayed. Chen Yannian was too lazy to argue further. He stood up, flicked his sleeve, and said, I'm leaving now. No need for me to see you off. After saying that, he directly took Master Qian and his followers, packed their things, and left the inn without looking back, heading straight for the city. He left Wang Xinzhong's henchmen standing there, staring in shock. When the news reached Wang Xinzhong, he was dreaming happily in his room, dreaming that he was holding 3 beautiful women in his arms, especially the cold and elegant Gua Zhaolan and the captivating, heterochromatic-eyed Lin Zhuro, who were gently pleasing him. Young master, something's wrong. Steward Chun, he's gone. He said to put the case aside and rush back to the city to handle an urgent matter. His subordinate hurriedly reported. Wang Xinzhong suddenly woke up from his daydream, standing there in shock, his face twitching with anger. Gone. How dare he? How dare he ignore me? He trembled with rage, a wicked fire burning in his head. It must be Wang Qingyao. That shameless woman is secretly scheming. What tricks did she use to make Chen Yannian offend even me? His beautiful dream shattered instantly, replaced by furious frustration and deep resentment. Thinking of Gua Zhaolan's cold, proud figure, Lin Zhuro's mesmerizing, strange-colored eyes, and Li Lingshua's gentle and lovely appearance. These 3 stunning women who should have belonged to him, now spent every night in Chu Jing's humble village man's arms. The more he thought about it, the more jealous and hateful he became, his eyes turning red. Chu Jing, Wang Qingyao, you two are so good. So good. Wang Xinzhong gritted his teeth, his eyes icy and piercing. His last shred of reason was burned away by jealousy. Since the official channels don't work, don't blame me for using other methods. He suddenly turned sharply, shouting sternly at his trusted subordinate. Go. Find some clean-handed, ruthless professionals. While Chu Jing is still unaccomplished and unprotected, directly, he made a gesture across his throat, a fierce and desperate smile on his face. Once he's dead, those 3 beauties will be free. I will personally go claim them. His subordinate was trembling with fear and quickly advised, Young master, think carefully. Our main goal in Heian County is to sabotage Wang Qingyao and prevent her from taking over as the head of Qingyao Prefecture. The new products she's pushing are already popular before they even hit the market, and their momentum is strong. We need to find a way to ruin her plans quickly. The year-end exams are only a month and a half away. If we get distracted by women again, it might be. Shut up. Wang Xianzhong interrupted harshly, his face full of impatience and disdain. A month and a half? Time still remains. But those 3 women. I can't wait even a moment longer. My mind is filled with their faces, especially Guo Zhaolan. So cold and noble in her aura. How could a rough guy like Chu Jing possibly match her? Maybe she hasn't even let Chu Jing get close. If I can take her first, this perfect beauty will still be mine. If I wait too long, then. This thought makes me restless and anxious, and I can't think about anything else. Hurry and make arrangements. I want to hear within 3 days that Chu Jing has died. As for Wang Qingyao's business, once she becomes a widow without a man, let's see how arrogant she is. Wang Xianzhong waved his hand, his eyes wild and wicked, clearly completely consumed by desire. His followers saw his obsession and knew arguing was useless. They sighed quietly and left to carry out his orders. Wang Xianzhong stayed alone in the room, panting heavily, his eyes shining with determination and impatience. A beautiful woman can only belong to him. Anyone who blocks his way will be eliminated. Just after Chen Yannian left Heian County, Wang Qingyao received the news. In the evening, she brought Qing'er back to Chu Jing's house. Her expression relaxed but with a hint of curiosity. Chen Yannian has left Heian County, she said straightforwardly after sitting down. She paused, her tone slightly probing. Young Master Chu. Do you know why? She remembered that after she went to see Chen Yannian, his attitude was clearly dismissive. She had even prepared to try other methods. But unexpectedly, after he sent people to investigate the county school and her business, he simply left so decisively. She felt that this matter might be related to Chu Jing. Chu Jing was pouring tea for her. Without stopping, he looked up and smiled. Chen Zhu is thoughtful. How would I know? Perhaps there was an urgent matter in the city. Some things he couldn't let Wang Qingyao know, so he made a light joke. His words sounded casual, but his calm and confident expression made Wang Qingyao certain. This matter definitely involved him. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. She personally pleaded for him, yet he hesitated and avoided it. Chu Jing must have used some method to make Chen Yannian leave quickly and decisively. His skills are truly impressive. I admire you in my heart, but I do not show it on my face. She then changed the subject to another matter. According to your previous suggestion, the news about those items has already been leaked. Now, many merchants and wealthy families in Qingyao Prefecture are secretly asking around. The market is hotter than we expected. Chu Jing nodded but did not show much happiness. It's good that the trend is strong, but don't get too excited yet. Wang Xianzhong is a fool, but if he gets desperate, he will use any dirty tricks. The most important thing now is to make sure everyone knows our brand name so that when people hear it, they think of our products. As for officially selling, there's no rush. We should hold back a little longer. Guo Zhaolan, Lin Jiro, and Li Lingxue, who had been quietly listening, looked confused. Li Lingxue, gentle by nature, asked softly, Husband, since everyone wants it, why not sell it quickly? If we sell early, we can make money sooner and establish ourselves faster. Wang Qingyao also frowned slightly and expressed her worries. I think the same. If Wang Xianzhong really sends someone to steal the formula or copy our products, we can't prevent it. If we open our shop early, we can at least take the lead in the market. Although she kept her secrets well, such things are hard to prevent entirely. Plus, the technical barriers are not very strong, so copying is easy. Chu Jing smiled and shook his head. If he really comes to steal or copy, that would be a good thing. Good thing? The women said in unison. Even Wang Qingyao was stunned. There's no such thing as a thief who doesn't get caught eventually. If he doesn't act, it's hard for us to find evidence against him. But if we completely eliminate him, Chu Jing lightly tapped the rim of his teacup. Then he would be walking into a trap, and we can crush him in one go, ending the problem forever. His tone was calm, but carried a confident, strategic air. Wang Qingyao looked at his calm side profile, and her worries strangely eased a little. She had seen Chu Jing create miracles before, and now she inexplicably believed that if he said he could solve it, he definitely could. All right, Wang Qingyao took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. I'll follow your plan. I'll control the timing of the leak and raise expectations to the highest. After settling the main matter, she stood up to leave. Chu Jing saw her to the gate. The night wind was cool, blowing her hair slightly. Suddenly, Chu Jing stopped and looked at her seriously. Miss Wang, thank you this time. Wang Qingyao was slightly surprised and didn't understand at first what he was thanking her for. But then she remembered going to the inn to find Qingyao. He had found out. A gentle smile appeared on her lips as she shook her head. No need to thank me. Between friends, it's only right to help. Yes. Chu Jing also smiled warmly. I'm lucky to have a friend like you. He actually wanted to tease Wang Qingyao a little, to bring them closer and set the stage for his own plans. But in the end, Chu Jing gave up. Although he really wanted to complete his task, he didn't want to do it with a purpose in mind. Since Wang Qingyao had gone out of her way to help him, Chu Jing felt that their relationship should develop naturally. He didn't want it to be driven by strong motives or schemes, as that would make him feel too mean and unfair to everything Wang Qingyao had done for him. As for how to make Wang Qingyao his woman, Chu Jing only hoped to earn her trust through his own efforts, so she could be with him without any obstacles or worries. He didn't want it to be mixed with selfishness, calculations, or plots. He wanted her to face everything herself, which would be too unfair and cruel. He could feel that she probably already had feelings for him. Wang Qingyao wanted to say more, but in the end, she only nodded lightly. She turned to walk toward the carriage, and Qing'er hurried to support her. Before the curtain was drawn, she couldn't help but look back. Chu Jing was still standing in the doorway, waving goodbye to her. The carriage slowly moved away, leaving that slender yet upright figure behind in the night. Wang Qingyao leaned against the carriage wall, unconsciously touching the cool window frame with her fingertips, gazing at the dim street outside. After a long while, she whispered softly, "Is it really just friendship?" Her voice was barely audible inside the carriage. Qing'er, sitting nearby, heard her clearly. She looked at her lady's quiet profile in the dim light, her sharp, clear eyes now showing a complex ripple she had never seen before. Qing'er felt a twinge of sadness, lowered her eyes, and silently clenched her fists. She knew her lady's burden and understood what Wang family's daughter's status meant. Some thoughts, perhaps from the very beginning, were destined to stay hidden in the wind, unspoken and unreachable. Zhuo Jing watched Wang Qingyao walk away. He sighed and decided to take things slowly. Just as he was about to turn back, he suddenly felt a faint, sharp sense of danger. A chill ran down his spine. He paused quietly, activating his heightened awareness, sensing everything around him like a tide. In an instant, every movement within 100 meters appeared in his mind. In the shadowy corner on the right, 6 figures curled like snakes, whispering. The third young master said that guy must die completely, but those 3 women can't lose a single hair. They have to be brought back whole. When do we attack? Why rush? Wait until everyone is asleep. Use enough sleeping powder through the window, quiet and sneaky. TSK, that Zhuo Jing is really lucky. He doesn't deserve such a beauty. Exactly. When we send him off, it'll be like giving him a gift, his life. Their dirty words and jealous sneers seeped into Zhuo Jing's ears. His face remained calm, but his eyes instantly turned cold. A fierce killing intent rose from his heart. Wang Xinzhou. Good, very good. He had planned to keep him alive a little longer, but this fool was rushing to his own death, using such despicable tricks, and even planning to harm him and his family. If he hadn't had this god's eye view, tonight's outcome would have been a silent death and his wives suffering terribly. This person must not be left alive. Zhuo Jing took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger. He calmly returned to the small courtyard. He softly told Guo Zhaolan and the others, who were tidying up the table, "It's getting late. You all go back to your rooms and rest. I'll go out for a bit, get some air, and be back soon." Guo Zhaolan looked up at him, his gaze lingering on Zhuo Jing's face for a moment. Then he lowered his eyes, softly saying and led the somewhat confused Lin Zhiro and Li Lingxue into the inner room. Zhuo Jing turned and climbed over the low wall on the other side, disappearing into the night like a clever cat. He didn't go far. Using the shadows for cover, he silently circled behind the 6 assassins. He turned his wrist, and in his palm appeared a strange-looking short gun, a device from the system, capable of quick anesthesia, silent and unseen. Pop, pop, pop. A faint sound of breaking the air was heard repeatedly. 6 assassins, still dreaming of taking credit after their success, suddenly felt a slight numbness in their necks or backs. Before they could even groan, their vision darkened, and they collapsed softly. Chu Jing moved quickly. He stepped forward, touched each of the 6 people, and with a thought, swish, they instantly disappeared, stored in the system's space. The whole process took only a few breaths. He was about to leave when he noticed a slender figure hiding behind a wall at the corner of the alley, about 100 meters behind him, quietly observing everything. Guo Xiaolan covered her mouth with one hand, her eyes flashing with shock. She had just sensed that Chu Jing looked different, so she warned her sisters to lock the door and not go outside. Then she quietly followed him. But she didn't expect to see such a strange scene. Those 6 clearly malicious men were suddenly knocked down by her husband using an unknown method, and then they vanished into thin air. Her heart pounded quickly, but it wasn't fear. Instead, she felt a complex mix of surprise and relief. No matter what method her husband used, he was protecting their family. That was enough. She saw Chu Jing turn and rush toward the city's western river. After a moment of hesitation, she silently followed again, keeping a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Chu Jing reached a remote part of the river. He sensed the surroundings, confirmed no one was nearby, then raised his hand. 6 unconscious figures appeared out of nowhere and fell into the cold, dark river with a splash. Chu Jing had already retrieved the anesthesia needle. Now, these people had no awareness. They struggled a little on the water's surface before slowly sinking, remaining silent. After finishing this, Chu Jing's cold eyes turned toward a certain place in the city, the residence of Wang Qingyao. If you strike first, don't expect mercy. Since you've already shown your murderous intent, don't blame me for being ruthless. He moved swiftly toward that location. Guo Xiaolan hid behind a distant tree shadow, watching his direction. She understood what he was doing. She didn't speak or try to stop him. Instead, she quietly adjusted her breathing, hid herself even better, and kept a vigilant eye on her surroundings, like a silent shadow, protecting Chu Jing's path without being seen. If he was going to kill, she would be there with him. He wanted to eliminate all traces, so she watched out for him and protected him. The night was deep, and danger was already present. Chu Jing quietly sneaked into Wang Xinzhong's temporary residence like a fog in the night. The courtyard was delicate, but at this moment, faint sounds of breath and teasing laughter came from the main house. He moved closer to the window slit and saw flickering candlelight, the bed curtains swaying, and 2 figures tangled together, Wang Xinzhong and a woman he had obtained from somewhere, engaged in reckless activity. Even at death's door, they still have time for such frivolity. Chu Jing's eyes were cold. He raised his hand, and a tranquilizer gun softly clicked. Pop, pop. The noise inside suddenly stopped, leaving only even breathing. He slipped inside and looked at the 2 sleeping figures on the bed, frowning. It was easier to act directly, but leaving obvious injuries or marks could cause future problems. He thought for a moment and opened his system shop, quickly browsing. Got it. Heart stop inducer, microtrace type, comma. After injection, it can cause acute heart symptoms within 12 to 24 hours, ultimately leading to cardiac arrest. It is very difficult to detect abnormal signs during an autopsy. Exchange requires 80 points of wife-loving value. Perfect, Chu Jing decided without hesitation, and a small transparent syringe appeared in his hand. He stepped forward and precisely injected the drug into Wang Xinzhong's neck vein. After completing the injection, he checked the carotid artery to confirm that the vital signs were quietly fading. Having done all this, he sensed his surroundings again, blending into the shadows, and quietly left the residence, heading toward his home. Unbeknownst to him, a slender figure had been shadowing him all along, silently escorting him through streets and alleys at a safe distance. When she saw him safely return near his small courtyard, she quickened her steps and quietly returned home from another side. When Guo Xiaolan returned, he appeared calm. Li Lingxue and Lin Zhuro also behaved quietly, not asking much, only approaching with concern in their eyes. Husband, is everything done? Guo Xiaolan softly asked, handing him a warm cup of water. For now. It's safe? Chu Jing took the cup and smiled slightly at her. Everything was understood without words. Then, as usual, he massaged Lin Zhirou's injured ankle and applied scar-removing ointment to Li Lingxue. The warm daily routine dispelled the night's tense atmosphere. Lin Zhirou's ankle had healed quite a bit. Although she still limped when walking, it was much better than before and no longer as difficult. As long as Chu Jing persisted with daily massages to strengthen the effect. Once her love for her wife is enough, she can have the surgery. Li Lingxue's scar on her face is now just a faint mark, and in a few days, her skin will be smooth again. Night falls deeper, and everyone goes to sleep. However, tonight, it is not Guo Xiaolan who quietly slips into Chu Jing's bed. Lin Zhirou, like a shy yet brave little cat, carries a faint soapberry scent from her bath. She gently lifts a corner of the blanket and curls inside. Her body trembles slightly, whether from cold or nervousness, no one knows. Chu Jing is first surprised, then understands. This girl, having recovered her health, can no longer suppress her desire to become a true wife. He reaches out and pulls her small, cold body into his arms. "Are you cold?" he softly asks, his warm hand stroking her back. Lin Zhirou shakes her head, burying her heated face in his chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Husband, I want to." Chu Jing says nothing, only tightens his embrace and kisses her forehead. The warm red silk curtain is turned down, and the red waves ripple. When love is deep, it becomes a gentle, tender embrace. Chu Jing shows great affection, and Lin Zhirou responds shyly yet passionately. Eventually, she falls asleep in his arms, a satisfied smile on her lips. Ding! The system prompt sounds in her mind. Having completed the physical and emotional union with wife Lin Zhirou, the bond deepens. Lin Zhirou's personal favorability exceeds 100 points, reaching the life and death together level. Current total favorability, 489 points. Detecting that the wife's favorability has reached maximum again, the hidden feature, Favorability Exclusive Shop, is now officially unlocked. Chu Jing's mind moves slightly, and his consciousness sinks into the system. A new shop interface appears, colorful and clearly categorized. Skill category, Beginner, Basic Boxing, 100 points. Basic Archery, 100 points. Basic Tracking, 100 points. Beginner Medical Skills, 150 points. Beginner Poison Techniques, 200 points. Various skills are available, including some rare and miscellaneous arts. Tool Enhancement category, Skill Upgrade Card, Basic to Intermediate 100 points each, Skill Upgrade Card, Intermediate to Advanced 1,000 points each, Skill Upgrade Card, Advanced to Divine 10,000 points each. Note: some special or high-level skills require meeting certain conditions or completing specific tasks before they can be exchanged or upgraded. Zhu Jing looked at his current 489 points of favorability and thought to himself, indeed, only when the marriage is truly consummated and body and mind are united can his wife's favorability score break through the 100-point limit. Guo Xiaolan's 290 points and Li Lingxue's 99 points both show this clearly. It seems I need to find a good time soon to make Lingxue also. I wonder what surprises will come when Lingxue's favorability reaches 100, he pondered quietly. Favorability isn't just a sign of feelings anymore. It has become a real resource to face future challenges, whether protecting family or personal growth. These skills are very important. He held the sleeping Lin Zhirou in his arms and looked at the glowing martial arts skill icons in the shop, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Defeating Wang Xianzhong is just the beginning. In this world, only being strong enough can protect everything he cares about. Meanwhile, outside the residence where Wang Xianzhong was staying, a group of people arrived. The leader was about 27 or 28 years old, with a face somewhat similar to Wang Xianzhong's, but his expression was serious and calm, showing a cold, sharp intelligence. He was Wang Xianzhong's full brother, Wang Xianzhu, the most capable among the younger generation of the Wang family's third branch. He is Wang Xianzhong's second brother. He came because Zhao Qiansun, the steward who came with Wang Xianzhong to Heyang County, saw that his young master was only thinking about stealing someone else's wife and wasn't focusing on important matters. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyao's side was thriving, pushing out several new products that no one had heard of before, with a fierce momentum that was quite intimidating. Zhao Qiansun was so anxious, he was sweating, and wrote a secret letter overnight asking for help from the third branch. The third branch quickly decided and sent a more reliable Wang Xianzhu to take over. As soon as Wang Xianzhu got off the carriage, Zhao Qiansun hurried over, sweating profusely. Second young master, you've finally arrived. Where is Xianzhou? Wang Xianzhu kept walking straight inside, speaking calmly, but with an undeniable commanding tone. Zhao Qiansun swallowed hard, his eyes flickering. Third young master is resting in his room. Wang Xianzhu paused, glancing sideways at him. Seeing his nervous, hesitant look, he guessed most of the situation. His useless younger brother had probably fallen for a woman again. Humph, he snorted coldly, his face darkening. Show the way. The group quickly reached the door of Wang Xianzhu's room. Wang Xianzhu signaled to a tall, quiet man with high temples. Without a word, the man stepped forward and kicked the door open with a loud bang. Wang Xianzhu strode inside angrily, ready to scold his brother for still being drunk and distracted at such a critical moment. But when he looked at the bed, he froze suddenly. The curtains weren't closed. Two naked bodies lay intertwined, unmoving, and a strange, sweet smell filled the air. No, this isn't just sleep. Wang Xianzhu's pupils shrank. He wasn't inexperienced. This was definitely not just sleeping. Go check, he ordered sharply to the guard. The guard stepped forward, checked Wang Xianzhu's breath and pulse, then looked at the woman. His face turned very grim. He cupped his fists and said in a low voice, Second young master. Third young master has no breath. The woman is just unconscious. Wang Xianzhu's heart sank. He stepped closer to examine himself. Wang Xianzhu's face was pale, but his body was still warm. He was dead. There were no injuries or blood. Go call the doctor. Quickly, he ordered coldly, suppressing his shock. He also had someone wrap the unconscious woman in a blanket and drag her to the next room for questioning. Soon, the doctor arrived hurriedly. After examining carefully, he gave the same conclusion as Chu Jing had suspected. Third young master seems to have suddenly died from a heart attack. No signs of poisoning or injury. At this moment, the guards who questioned the woman reported, she said that the third young master was in high spirits, then suddenly twitched a few times and collapsed on her. She thought he was just tired and fell asleep. Later, she fainted too. She doesn't know anything else. Wang Xianzhu stood in front of his brother's body, his brows tightly furrowed. A sudden heart attack? Wang Xianzhu has always been in good health. Although he loves to enjoy pleasures, there has never been any report of heart problems. His sudden death, especially at this critical moment, made people suspicious. The first person he thought of was Chu Jing, who had a grudge against Wang Xianzhu. But there was no evidence, and his death seemed very natural. Even if officials investigated, they would likely see it as an accidental death. If they suddenly accused Chu Jing, it would make the third house look petty and unreasonable, possibly causing trouble for Wang Qingyao. Most importantly, Wang Xianzhu looked at the lifeless face on the bed with complex eyes. After feeling shock and anger, there was a faint trace of indifference. In a big family, even brothers are rivals. This younger brother, besides causing trouble and being lecherous, never helped the third house. Instead, he often held them back. Now that he is dead, it's a pity, but in some ways, it might also mean one less burden. He quickly calmed himself. The most urgent matter was not to investigate his brother's strange death, but to focus on Wang Qingyao. According to Zhao Qiansuan's intelligence, Wang Qingyao's reputation soared because of a few mysterious new products, even before they were sold. If she can secure her position as the official in Qingyuan Prefecture in the upcoming evaluation, and then advance further next year to become the official in Hedong Circuit, the status of the third house in the family will plummet and become marginalized. As for sending someone to assassinate Wang Qingyao, that would be a foolish move by Wang Xianzhu. The last attempt seemed flawless, but it had already alarmed her. Now, Wang Qingyao's guards are very tight. Moreover, as the legitimate daughter of the main house, if she dies suddenly just before taking her position, the main house will investigate thoroughly. The third house would be the first suspect, which would be a huge loss. Wang Xianzhu's eyes flashed with determination. He already had a plan. He ordered his men, young master since suddenly fell ill and died. Cover it up well and prepare to send the body back to the family. Handle this discreetly. Also, He looked at Zhao Qiansan, send people to secretly watch Chu Jing, find out his background and daily movements, especially his interactions with Wang Qingyao. But remember, no orders from me. Do not let anyone find out. Yes, Zhao Qiansan quickly agreed. Wang Xinzu went to the window, looking at the street scene in Heyang County, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Wang Qingyao, you think you can turn things around with a few new tricks? He whispered softly, let me show you that in the world of business, the fights are more deadly than swords and blades, but they leave no blood. His plan was simple but very sharp. Immediately use all hidden agents, spare no effort, and quickly find out where Wang Qingyao's workshop for those products was located, along with the key recipes or techniques. Once he got the items, he could use the stronger resources and channels of the third family to copy them first, produce large quantities, and sell at lower prices. This would disrupt the market and kill Wang Qingyao's first-mover advantage. He didn't believe there were secrets that couldn't be uncovered or hearts that couldn't be bought. As long as the benefits were enough, someone would be tempted. Go, Wang Xinzhua turned around with a cold tone. Let our proud big sister also taste the feeling of being caught off guard. For Chu Jing, the county exam was almost like a formality. With the full knowledge skills rewarded by the system, passing the county exam was easy. Wang Qingyao and Guo Xiaolan weren't worried. Based on how Chu Jing had humiliated the county scholar in the county school, a county exam was just a walk in the park. The results were no surprise. On the day of the announcement, Chu Jing's name was at the top of the list, with a bright, first class, next to it. When the news reached the small courtyard, everyone was overjoyed. Husband is so amazing, Lin Jiro smiled with her eyes curved like crescents, tugging at Chu Jing's sleeve happily. Li Lingxue, though still a little shy, raised her slightly red face and softly said, Congratulations, husband. Guo Xiaolan stood a little behind, with a gentle smile, handing him a freshly brewed cup of tea. Well done. Wang Qingyao also came with Qing'er to congratulate him. She had now become a regular visitor to this small courtyard, her expression less sharp from the business world and more warm. Young Master Chu, congratulations. First in the county exam, a good start. She handed over a delicate gift box. A small token of celebration. Chu Jing took it and opened it. Inside was a fine set of calligraphy supplies, worth a lot. Miss Wang, you're too kind. It's only right, Wang Qingyao smiled. That evening, the small courtyard was set with a simple but thoughtful dinner. Guo Xiaolan was the head chef, with Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue helping, and even Qing'er joined in to help select vegetables. Wang Qingyao surprisingly did not leave. She sat nearby, watching them busy at work, occasionally helping by passing a plate. The atmosphere was so warm and cheerful it seemed almost unbelievable. There were no fancy delicacies, but the wine was fragrant, and the home-cooked dishes were tasty. More importantly, everyone sitting together and sharing laughter created a feeling of warmth. Zhu Jing looked at the bright, elegant, and gentle faces under the light. Listening to their soft conversations and occasional laughter, he felt peaceful and satisfied. This was the lively, simple life he desperately wanted to protect. However, this warmth did not reach some people's ears. Wang Xianzhu listened to his subordinate's report, raising an eyebrow. The top scorer in the county exam? Zhu Jing? He had previously thought Zhu Jing was just a lucky guy from the countryside, casually helped by Wang Qingyao, probably because Zhu Jing had saved her life. He had been focused on Wang Qingyao's mysterious items and didn't pay much attention to Zhu Jing himself. He didn't even investigate the conflicts his brother had with Zhu Jing. As for Zhu Jing going to the county school to study, he just thought it was a gold-plating opportunity arranged by Wang Qingyao. He never expected his subordinate to bring such surprising news. Yes, second young master. And I heard that in the recent big competition at the county school, the two factions of mathematics and painting both won 3 times, beating the entire Xia County school. It was Zhu Jing, and it was because of the third young master, who wanted to stop Zhu Jing from taking the exam, which caused all this. His subordinate spoke carefully. Wang Xianzhu was genuinely surprised now. His foolish brother had accidentally provoked such a person, but the surprise was fleeting. He had never been close to Wang Xianzhou. When his brother died, he was suspicious at first, but later he found it more relieving than sad, so he pushed it aside. Zhao Qian, son didn't mention the details of the county school contest, and he didn't bother to ask. I underestimated him, Wang Xianzhu said, tapping the table. So, Wang Qingyao is close to him, not just because he saved her, but also because she values his talent? She wants to support him, to help him? He paused for a moment, a cold smile appearing on his face. My foolish brother, when he was alive, he kept looking for Master Chun and stirring trouble at Xia County School. Wasn't it just to stop this kid from becoming a scholar and to steal his wife? Wang Xianzhu gave a mocking laugh. It may be a foolish plan from a foolish man, but if it can trouble Wang Qingyao a little and make that so-called talented scholar stumble, it could be quite entertaining. He was not like Wang Xianzong. He had no improper thoughts about other men's wives. But if he could make someone Wang Qingyao valued suffer, weaken her potential allies, and help his own useless younger brother vent some frustration, why not? The provincial exam is coming soon, isn't it? Wang Xianzhu asked. Yes, second young master. It will be held in mid-February next year. Good. A calculating look flashed in Wang Xianzhu's eyes. Go and find a way to give this top county scholar a little surprise during the exam. Don't harm him, but make sure he fails to earn his scholar's title no matter what. He wanted to see how Chu Jing would protect his 3 graceful wives without that title to shield him. And what kind of expression would Wang Qingyao have then? It was simply a way to add some amusement to an otherwise dull plan. Thinking of this, Wang Xianzhu could almost see Chu Jing's disappointment when he failed the exam, and Wang Qingyao's frustration when her plans fell apart. The thought made him oddly pleased. After arranging this little trouble for Chu Jing, Wang Xianzhu turned to more serious matters and asked his trusted aide, "How are those things coming along?" The aide quickly bowed, his face showing pride. "Second young master, we've secured both the techniques and the formulas. We've made a batch of samples, and their quality and effect are exactly as rumored. The workshop is ready in secret and can start mass production at any time, just waiting for your order." A satisfied smile curved Wang Xianzhu's lips as he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Excellent. In that case, prepare for our trip to the prefectural city. In the name of the 3rd branch of the Wang family, send out invitations to all the major merchants and buyers. Tell them that our branch has developed several remarkable new products and will host a new product showcase and partnership meeting." At this, the advisor Zhao Qiansun frowned slightly and spoke carefully, "Second young master, isn't this a bit too public? If Miss Wang Qingyao becomes angry and reports us to the family elders, accusing us of unfair competition, it might damage the reputation of our branch. In my opinion, it might be better to secretly support an unrelated business to promote these products. This way, we can suppress Miss Wang Qingyao's business without directly confronting her, which might be safer." However, Wang Xianzhu shook his head sharply, with a sharp look in his eyes, doing that would only cause her business to suffer temporarily and take some market share away. But have you thought about this? Even if she faces setbacks, as long as the products still belong to her, Wang Qingyao still has a chance to recover. With the potential of these few items, even holding just 30% of the market would be enough to earn extra points during evaluations. She would definitely become the main person in charge of Qingyuan House. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, but with a cold, calculating tone. "What I want is not just to weaken her, but to cut off her support completely. I want to openly declare in the name of the 3rd house that these groundbreaking products are my hard work." Wang Xianzhu's. At this point, his voice carried a hint of sarcasm and coldness, and Wang Qingyao is just a petty thief, coveting the results but failing to steal them. When the time comes, she will not only lose all rights to these products, but also be branded as someone who would do anything to seize power, even stealing from her own family. This would ruin her reputation in the family evaluation. As for being the main person in charge of Qingyuan House, she can forget about it. She might not even keep her current position then. Zhao Qiansun listened with a gasp. This plan was truly ruthless. And it was shameless and shameless, claiming the products belonged to Wang Qingyao, but then stealing them and even accusing her of piracy. If Wang Qingyao found out, she would be furious. But he still had concerns. "Second young master, your idea is brilliant. But the initial buzz and expectations for these products were all created by Miss Wang Qingyao herself, and everyone knows that. If we suddenly claim they are ours, will the family believe us? If she retaliates and accuses us of slander, it could be problematic." "Family?" Wang Xianzhu sneered, full of mockery in his eyes. The family only cares about profit. They never truly care about right or wrong. As long as we act first, push the finished products into the market on a large scale, seize the market share, and establish a fact. Then, by winning over a few key elders, whoever shows the family real profits first will be considered the original creator. Even if Wang Qingyao shouts loudly and presents many early-stage evidence, as long as her market share is less than mine, the family will see her as a failure who is eager to see success and is desperate to take over. Moreover, her early promotional efforts can be seen as just preparation for stealing the results. Zhao Qian's son suddenly realized this and praised enthusiastically. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Young Master Second's plan is a perfect way to kill two birds with one stone. No, multiple benefits. It not only takes the advantage but also ruins her reputation, leaving Wang Qingyao no chance to recover. I admire this, but then he thought for a moment and became suspicious. However, I don't understand one thing. Wang Qingyao is smart and capable, so why hasn't she officially launched her product yet? She keeps building hype and teasing people. Isn't she afraid of others stealing her ideas? Could this be a trap? Wang Xinzu also frowned slightly upon hearing this. He found it a bit strange too. Normally, once the hype is built up, the product should be launched quickly to make money and strengthen the market. Even if Wang Qingyao believes she has kept her secrets well and her product won't be exposed, who can be sure? Haven't some of her products already been stolen without her noticing? Besides promoting and doing some trial sales, she hasn't negotiated with any merchants for cooperation. This inaction is indeed unusual. He thought for a moment and said slowly, maybe she wants to raise everyone's expectations to the highest point before launching all at once, creating a big impact. This way, she can set the price in terms of cooperation to be most favorable. This is a common tactic in business, using hunger to increase value, but it also gives opponents a chance. He paused and his eyes flashed with sharpness. As for traps, humph, in the face of absolute strength and taking action first, any trap is useless. She might have some backup plans, but they are just contract disputes or public opinion counterattacks. If we act quickly, stay confident, and establish strong connections with key channels, her backup plans will fail before they can be used. Finally, he made a decision. No need to worry. Follow the plan. Arrange everything immediately. Get the workshop to start working and stock up. At the same time, send out invitations to wealthy merchants in the city and nearby areas as fast as possible. In half a month, I want to hold a grand new product launch and cooperation conference in the most prosperous part of the city. Make sure to act before Wang Qingyao realizes what is happening, and firmly hold the title of pioneering and most of the market share in our third household. Yes, second young master, the subordinates and Zhao Qian's son replied in unison, their eyes shining with excitement. They seemed to already see Wang Qingyao failing, and their third household winning completely. Meanwhile, Wang Qingyao hurried to Chu Jing's small courtyard, her brow filled with rare worry. As soon as she saw Chu Jing, she couldn't help but speak. Young Master Chu, you deliberately leaked the production details of those products to Wang Xinzhua. Isn't that too risky? He might have already gotten hold of them. If he launches first, all our early preparations will be for someone else. She felt quite frustrated inside. Whenever Wang Xinzhua made a move, her secret agents sensed it immediately and told Chu Jing right away. But Chu Jing was not anxious. Instead, he played along, as if he didn't notice anything, even secretly helping him steal the core formulas and techniques. She really couldn't understand this move. The sand and the dark coal you wanted have been brought in quite a bit. There's also a dedicated fine box workshop, and the craftsmen have all been assembled. But she couldn't help but be curious. What exactly are you planning to do with these? Can sand really turn into flowers? Chu Jing smiled and put down his brush. Come, I'll show you what sand can turn into. The group arrived at the newly built workshop in the west of the city. Inside, there were several large piles of sifted fine sand and many black pieces of coal. Wang Qingyao and the other women looked at these ordinary raw materials, exchanging glances. Chu Jing checked them briefly and nodded. Wang Qingyao was quite capable. She managed to get both the sand and coal. He didn't explain much and simply ordered the craftsmen to start the fire. He threw the coal into a special kiln and the high temperature quickly rose. Then, amid everyone's surprised looks, he began demonstrating how to pour sand into the furnace to melt it, using simple tools to blow, shape, and mold. The flames roared, and the sand gradually melted and fused at high temperatures, turning into a hot, flowing, orange-red viscous liquid. Chu Jing moved skillfully. Thanks to the basic craft skills exchanged from the system, he dipped a metal tube into the solution, blowing, turning, and shaping with smooth, flowing motions. When the first transparent, crystal-clear, glass bottle with a faint green shine appeared after cooling, the entire workshop fell silent. Wang Qingyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she picked up the bottle. It felt cool to the touch, with a hard texture, completely transparent. Though it had some bubbles and impurities, its clarity and brightness far surpassed any glassware she had seen before. Under the light, it reflected a charming glow. "Is this made from sand?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Glass is so precious. Usually, only royalty and nobility can afford a few small pieces. Yet Chu Jing had made it from mountains of sand and black coal." Guo Xiaolon, Lin Jiro, and Li Lingxue also gathered around, carefully touching the smooth surface of the bottle, their beautiful eyes full of shock. Their husband surprisingly had this incredible skill of turning stones into gold and transforming decay into wonder. "Exactly," Chu Jing nodded, picking up another smaller, more delicate bottle. "This material I call glass. It's perfect for holding perfume, crystal clear, with a faint fragrance, greatly enhancing its elegance. It can also hold highly distilled liquor. Its clarity shows the quality clearly. We can design bottles of different shapes and sizes for various products, then package them with the exquisite boxes made by Jinghe Studio." Before he finished speaking, Wang Qingyao was already trembling with excitement. She almost instantly understood. Using these unprecedented glass bottles to hold their perfume and fine wine would create a stunning visual impact and symbolize high quality. Compared to this, Wang Xinjua's products, which are only in ordinary porcelain or clay jars, seem like trash. I understand now," Wang Qingyao gasped, her eyes full of amazement as she looked at Chu Jing. She finally understood why Chu Jing was not worried about Wang Xinzu stealing the formula. With such a powerful weapon in hand, how could Wang Xinzu fight against them? But she still had some doubts. "Actually, this matter shouldn't be so complicated. But, young Master Chu, since we have this kind of treasure, why do we need to leak the original formula? Isn't that unnecessary?" she asked. Chu Jing's eyes were deep. He slowly said, "Always being on the defensive is tiring and ineffective. Better to trap him and settle everything at once." "Young Master Chu, what do you mean by that?" Wang Qingyao looked surprised and didn't understand at first. Chu Jing smiled slightly, looked at Wang Qingyao, and asked, "Miss Wang, what do you think Wang Xinzu will do after getting the formula?" Hearing this, Wang Qingyao frowned and imagined herself in Wang Xinzu's place. After a few moments, her expression changed slightly. "He will never be satisfied with just copying and sharing. With his personality and hostility towards me, he will definitely try to ruin you completely." At this moment, Guo Xiaolon interrupted, "Exactly. He will take away your reputation as the inventor and ruin your name. The best way is for him to step forward himself, declare in the name of the third family that it's his achievement, and accuse you of theft." She, a strong woman like a queen, quickly thought of what tricks Wang Xinzu might use. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue also nodded. Lin Jiro softly said, "He will probably first take over the market and dominate all the shares. Then, even if you have the truth on your side, it will be hard to explain. Maybe he will also find other elders in your family to support him, completely excluding you," Li Lingxue added. "By then, your family might even sacrifice you to protect their own interests," Guo Xiaolon said seriously. Hearing this, Chu Jing couldn't help but praise his 3 wives. None of his wives were simple. He just mentioned a little, and they already analyzed the truth of the situation. As expected, their backgrounds are definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such insight. In front of others, they might seem weak or pretend to be, but in front of Chu Jing, they are true to themselves. Their confidence and radiant strength are exactly how they should be. Wang Qingyao listened to the words of the 3 women and Chu Jing, and her heart sank, a wave of sadness rising on her face. She was very clear about the cruelty of the big family. Family love, that doesn't really exist. Only eternal interests. Wang Xianzhu really stole her business, and the family would never allow her to compete again. After all, internal competition only harms the family's interests. Who cares if you're wronged or if you're original? In the face of profit, everyone thinks sacrifices are worth it. Young Master Chu, is this your plan? To cut off the third family's path in one move. Wang Qingyao looked at Chu Jing, already guessing what he wanted to do. Chu Jing nodded and said coldly, since we are life and death rivals, if you show mercy, you'll only bring disaster upon yourself. Hearing this, Wang Qingyao's eyes instantly turned cold, and she nodded deeply. Indeed, I want to become the leader of Hedong Dao. The third family is unavoidable. Better to cut off their hands and feet so they can never threaten me again. At this moment, she had a hint of a fierce female hero. No wonder she could stand alone. She looked at Chu Jing and slightly bowed. Really, it's all thanks to young Master Chu this time. The rest of the matter depends on you. After speaking, her eyes showed a bit of admiration and a touch of complexity. Chu Jing was momentarily stunned by her shining gaze. At this moment, Wang Qingyao exuded confidence, with a strong female leader aura rivaling Guo Zhaolon. He couldn't help but feel a little stirred inside. What would it be like if he married such a capable partner? Would the system give him better rewards? Unfortunately, the system didn't give him that choice, and even Wang Qingyao's favorability never appeared. He could only. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a chill nearby, as if 3 small cold arrows shot past him with a whoosh. Chu Jing stiffened, slowly turned his head, and sure enough, his 3 wives were all looking at him in unison, their eyes filled with sour jealousy. But upon closer inspection, more of their expressions showed worry. Could my husband be kidnapped away? Cough. Chu Jing tactically coughed, switching instantly to the reliable husband mode. I still need to explain the method of making the glass bottle in detail. Let's go over there and talk carefully. He quickly led his 3 wives toward the work area, his back showing he was a serious craftsman. Wang Qingyao looked at their family of 4 from behind, then glanced at herself and sighed softly. Her expression grew more complicated. Over the next few days, Chu Jing was extremely busy. First, he gathered the reliable workers Wang Qingyao found and started quick training in front of the glass furnace. Watch carefully. The key step is the temperature. Don't shake your hands. Then he rushed to the box-making workshop to give instructions. This box is the face of our product. It must be delicate. Let me show you a new trick. Use a hot iron to burn a poem on it. Doesn't that make it look more cultured? He also secretly added some inspiration from the beautiful packaging he had seen in modern times. When he was almost done with his busy work, Qing'er brought the latest news. Wang Xinzu had indeed gone to the capital city and contacted many merchants. He announced that in half a month, there would be a big trade fair there. Hearing this, Wang Qingyao's face turned cold. He really wants to weaken us from the inside. Chu Jing was not surprised. Perfect. Then we'll go to the capital too. The provincial exams are coming soon. We can settle there, do business, and prepare for the test at the same time. Chu Jing, along with his 3 wives, Wang Qingyao, her maid Qing'er, and 6 others, took a carriage with more than 10 guards and headed toward Qingyuan Prefecture. It usually takes about 2 days to travel from Heian County to the capital. But not long after leaving the county, Chu Jing sensed something was wrong. On the official road, groups of people with families and belongings were increasing. They looked anxious, carrying simple bags, moving toward the city. Why are there so many refugees? Chu Jing looked out the window with a puzzled expression, feeling uneasy. Heian County had been quite peaceful recently. At this moment, Wang Qingyao moved closer and lowered her voice. Young Master Chu, you may not know, but on the Western Road, the Chu King's army has fought with the imperial soldiers. The latest news is that the Chu King's army has started attacking Nanjing Prefecture. Chu Jing's mind raced quickly. Yes, although the Great Yin dynasty had been established for 10 years, the world was still not completely peaceful. At the end of the Yin dynasty, chaos reigned, and rebellion was everywhere. The Chu King's army was one of the fierce groups involved. Today, the Yang family of the Dazhuan royal family. Although they took the lead and seized the throne, 10 years have passed, and there are still troublemakers like King Chu's army who haven't been completely dealt with. Nanming Prefecture. Chu Jing calculated in his mind, frowning. It's only about 400 or 500 miles from our Qingyao prefecture. Exactly, Wang Qingyao nodded, her expression becoming more serious. If Nanming prefecture falls, the next target for King Chu's army could very well be Qingyao prefecture. Most of these villagers are probably refugees fleeing from Nanming. Chu Jing looked at the thin, pale villagers with blank eyes, some elderly leaning on sticks, women holding confused children, and his heart felt heavy, like a stone was pressing down on it. His 3 wives nearby also silently moved closer, their faces no longer relaxed like when they first set out, and their expressions were clearly complicated. Chu Jing couldn't help but sigh and muttered, in a feudal society, when the world is prosperous, the common people suffer. When it falls apart, they still suffer. In times of chaos, the first to suffer and the most miserable are always ordinary people just seeking peace. The group continued their journey. After walking for a while, suddenly a large group of masked men rushed out from the woods ahead. At a glance, there were about 50 or 60 people, all holding sticks, knives, or guns, blocking their way with unfriendly looks. Chu Jing and the others initially thought they were bandits robbing them. But the masked bandit leader, without saying a word, waved his hand. Attack! The crowd surged forward. Seeing this, Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao's expressions turned cold. They immediately understood that these people were probably coming for them. Wang Qingyao's dozen or so guards reacted quickly, drawing their swords to meet the attack. But with so many opponents, after a single clash, the guards were pushed back step by step, danger looming. Wang Qingyao, Qing'er, and Chu Jing's 2 delicate wives, Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue, had never seen such a fierce fight with real swords and weapons. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Seeing this, Chu Jing dismounted from the carriage, let out a light shout, and quickly grabbed the steel sword from a retreating guard. He raised his sword and charged forward. Gua Zhaolan, who came out with them, was even more decisive. She had already drawn her sword, her usually cold and proud face now covered with a layer of frost. Her eyes were sharp like an eagle, and she radiated a fierce aura of, anyone who blocks me will die, like a battlefield demoness. Her queen-like presence instantly reached its peak. She followed Chu Jing into the bandit group. What happened next almost made Wang Qingyao and the others gasp in surprise. Chu Jing, holding a steel sword, charged into the bandits. His movements were as agile as a fish swimming, and wherever his sword flashed, bandits cried out in pain and fell to the ground. His moves weren't very fancy, but they were fast, accurate, and fierce. Ordinary bandits couldn't get close to him, and almost none could land a hit on him. Chu, young Master Chu. Qing'er's mouth opened slightly, her eyes wide. Wang Qingyao was also stunned. She knew Chu Jing was clever and quick-witted, but she never expected that this seemingly gentle young master could fight so well. He was truly a treasure of both talent and strength. But their shock was not over. On the other side, Gua Zhaolan's performance was even more impressive. She was dressed in armor, holding a long sword, her figure graceful like a startled swan, but her sword moves were sharp as lightning. She didn't fight as simply as Chu Jing, but with her long sword, she cut through the bandits like slicing vegetables. Her movements were smooth and flowing, with a cruel beauty. Where she passed, bandits fell faster than on Chu Jing's side. Her heroic stance and overwhelming strength perfectly embodied the word, queen. A dozen guards looked on in shock, feeling like they were just there to watch the show. The fight started suddenly and ended even faster. Out of about 50 or 60 bandits, nearly a third were taken down by Chu Jing. Most of the rest lay under Gua Zhaolan's sword. Only 3 small leaders remained standing, but they were so scared they looked like they'd lost their souls and collapsed on the ground. Chu Jing picked up the 3 like chicks and brought them in front of Wang Qingyao. He leaned his sword on the ground, smiling faintly, and asked, "Tell me, who sent you?" The 3 bandits looked at this fierce figure and then at the even more terrifying demoness beside him. They were so scared their pants were almost wet and dared not hide anything. They spilled everything like beans. "Please spare us. Lady, please spare us. It's because someone paid a high price to hire us to ambush the Wang family convoy passing through this road from Heian County. We only care about the money. We really don't know who the employer is. Although the bandits did not know the employer's name, Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao exchanged a quick glance and understood each other immediately. Besides that desperate Wang Xianzu, who else would go to such lengths to harm Wang Qingyao? Moreover, the timing and location were so precise, and the attacker specifically targeted the Wang family. Their team was using the Wang family's name to avoid trouble from careless people, but they ended up causing their own problems. After hearing this, Wang Qingyao's eyes turned icy cold. Her sharp businesswoman aura reappeared, even stronger than usual, filled with cold menace. She pressed her lips tightly and took a moment before saying, "Good. Very good." Chu Jing didn't ask further. He signaled to the guard captain beside him, nodded toward the 3 bandits on the ground, and made a gesture with his hand as if slicing through the air. The guard captain understood immediately, nodded firmly, and said, "Rest assured, young master. I understand." Then he ordered someone to drag the pale, lifeless bandits away. The team reorganized and set off again. Inside the carriage, Wang Qingyao remained silent for a long time, her mind restless. Despite her fear, she felt a deep sense of relief. Fortunately, she was traveling with Chu Jing this time. If she had gone alone with her few remaining guards, she might have already become a ghost in this wild mountain. Chu Jing's hidden strength and Guo Xiaolan's terrifying combat skills far exceeded her expectations. She looked at Chu Jing riding outside the window, and then at Guo Xiaolan calmly wiping his sword beside her, a faint smile appearing on her lips. The group arrived at the capital city, which was much more prosperous than the county town. Chu Jing's family settled down with Wang Qingyao in a quiet, private residence. The estate had several courtyards, with lush flowers and trees. Chu Jing and his wife stayed in a small eastern courtyard, while Wang Qingyao lived in the neighboring western courtyard. The doors opened directly between the two, making visits very convenient. After tidying up, Chu Jing took his 3 wives out to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Guo Xiaolan remained cold and elegant, but walking beside Chu Jing, her intimidating aura always softened a little without her realizing. Lin Jiro's leg was mostly healed, though she still limped slightly. Despite that, her excitement was hard to hide. Her unique, colorful eyes looked around curiously, shining with a special light under the sunlight. Li Lingshue's scar on her face has faded almost completely, and she looks bright and beautiful. She is still a little shy, but holding Chu Jing's hand, she gradually relaxes. Occasionally, she points at a strange little toy on the street and softly asks Chu Jing what it is. Chu Jing looks at them with a gentle heart. Recently, with his care and the system's help, Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue have slowly lost their initial fear and low self-esteem. They have become lively and full of energy for their age. Guo Xiaolan still looks cold, but sometimes when he looks at Chu Jing and the 2 sisters, his eyes are full of dependence and deep affection. "Husband, that sugar sculpture looks just like a real person." Lin Jiro pulls on Chu Jing's sleeve and points to a stall. "If you like it, buy it." Chu Jing smiles and nods, then looks at Li Lingxue. "Lingxue, pick one too." Li Lingxue smiles softly and gently responds with, Guo Xiaolan watches from the side, a slight smile on his face. He doesn't join in the childish choosing, but keeps his gaze tenderly on Chu Jing and the 2 sisters. Happy times are always fragile. As they stop in front of a silk shop, they suddenly hear flirtatious whistles and gossip nearby. "Wow, look at this. When did the city get such charming young ladies? 2 of them. Wow, look at that one, with different eye colors. So rare. The other one looks delicate too. Young master, look." Chu Jing frowns and looks over. He sees a group of servants surrounding a young man in fine clothes. The young man is about 20, with a pale face and unfocused eyes. He is staring at Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue without shame, his gaze roaming over their faces and bodies with lewd intent. Lin Jiro shrinks back in fear, instinctively grabbing Chu Jing's arm. Li Lingshue's face turns pale, and she hides behind Guo Xiaolan. Guo Xiaolan steps forward, shielding the 2 sisters behind him. His expression instantly turns cold and icy. Seeing their fear, the young man in fine clothes becomes more excited. He waves a folding fan and walks forward confidently, saying arrogantly, "Don't be afraid, young ladies. I am Wang Qian from the 3rd branch of the Langya Wang family. Meeting you is fate." Why not come to a tea house with me and listen to some songs? He introduces himself proudly, his tone full of arrogance, as if the name, Wang family, is a golden ticket that opens all doors. Some villagers nearby, upon hearing this, showed fear and quietly stepped back a little. The Wang family? A cold flash appeared in Chu Jing's eyes. They really are relentless. First Wang Xinzong, now Wang Qian. They are all the same kind of people, relying on their family background to do as they please. Wang Qian saw that Chu Jing was just a young man dressed plainly, but he was accompanied by 3 stunning women. His jealousy grew, and he reached out to try to touch Lin Zhirou's face. Little beauty, don't hide. Follow me, and I'll make sure you eat well and live happily. Before he finished speaking or touched her, a loud command cut through the air. Get lost! A cold shout like thunder exploded. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes. The young man in a blue robe, standing silently in front of the woman, moved. Quick, precise, ruthless. Chu Jing stepped forward, turned sideways, lifted his leg, and delivered a straightforward side kick, hitting Wang Qian's chest like a heavy hammer. Bang! Wang Qian had no time to react. He was hit like a wild bull charging, screamed loudly, flew backward, knocked over 2 guards behind him, and then crashed onto a bamboo craft stall on the side of the road. Debris flew everywhere, and the stall owner, frightened, crouched down covering his head. The whole scene fell silent. All eyes focused on Chu Jing. He slowly retracted his leg, brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes, and looked calm, as if he had just kicked away a bag of trash. His gaze swept over the stunned guards, finally resting on Wang Qian, who was curled up among the bamboo, clutching his chest and coughing painfully, his face full of shock and pain. His voice was quiet but clear, with an icy tone that left no room for doubt. Is my wife someone you can touch? Next time you try to make a move, the ribs won't be the only thing broken. The 3 women behind Chu Jing, protected by him, felt a wave of warmth and safety fill their hearts. Lin Zhirou looked at her husband's tall figure, her eyes shimmering with water. Li Lingxue clenched her fists gently, her last bit of fear swept away by the courage she felt from being protected. Gua Zhaolan, though still appearing cold, had a faint redness on her ears and a barely noticeable smile at the corner of her lips, revealing her excited feelings inside. You dare to hit me? Wang Qian, trapped in the bamboo weaving pile, was helped to stand up. His chest hurt badly, and he was both shocked and angry. He pointed at Chu Jing and shouted loudly, Rebel! The sky is falling. Get him! Catch him! I want him to know the consequences of offending the Wang family of Langya. Several household servants hesitated, but looked at Chu Jing's cold gaze and didn't dare to move forward. Good for nothing. Wang Qian was so angry he stamped his foot. Just then, a team of city patrol officers arrived, and he saw them as a savior. He clutched his chest and cried out loudly, Captain Liu, you're just in time. This madman is causing trouble in the street, beating innocent people. Quickly arrest him. I am Wang Qian from the 3rd branch of the Wang family. Arrest him now. The leading captain looked at Wang Qian's clothes and his family name, and his face changed slightly. Even if Wang Qian was just a distant relative, he was not someone a small captain like him could offend. He looked at Chu Jing, who was dressed plainly. Although there were 3 beautiful women beside him, they didn't seem to have any powerful background. He made up his mind. Fighting in the street and disturbing public order. Come with us. The captain waved his hand. Several officers moved toward Chu Jing. Gua Zhaolan's eyes turned cold. She stepped forward and stood beside Chu Jing, speaking coldly. It's clear this man was harassing a young woman in the street first. My husband was defending himself afterward. Are you going to arrest him without knowing the facts? City patrol officers, is this how you enforce justice? The captain was intimidated by her commanding presence, but thought of the Wang family. He hardened his heart and said, right and wrong will be judged in court. Come with us to the yamen first. Hands up. Wang Qian saw this and sneered proudly. Kid, now you're scared, huh? Too late. Once you're in jail, let's see how I deal with you. As for your woman, I'll take good care of her. Chu Jing's eyes turned icy. He exchanged a look with Gua Zhaolan, and both saw determination in each other's eyes. If things got serious, they could handle it. Especially with Wang Qingyao present, they could hold back for now. But if it really came to the worst, Chu Jing's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Just as the officers were about to act and the conflict was about to erupt, "Stop!" A cold, delicate voice called out from outside the crowd. The crowd parted, revealing Wang, Qingyao, and Qing'er approaching quickly, her face covered with a frost-like mask. She is wearing a light yellow dress today, which makes her skin look even more beautiful. At this moment, her expression is stern and commanding, showing her strong presence from long experience in a high position. "Miss Wang." "Miss Wang Qingyao." The constable clearly recognizes Wang Qingyao and quickly bows to show respect, sweating on his forehead. She is the true eldest daughter of the Wang family, a future important person who might control a large business. Compared to her, Wang Qian is insignificant. Seeing Wang Qingyao, Wang Qian's arrogance drops significantly. His face changes repeatedly, and he forces out a smile. "Elder sister Qingyao, why are you here?" "This small matter." "Small matter?" Wang Qingyao interrupts coldly, her gaze sharp as a knife. "Harassing good people in the street, bullying others with power, and daring to order officials to act unfairly? Wang Qian, who gave you the courage to ruin the reputation of our Wang family?" Wang Qian is speechless, sweating on his forehead, and quickly pleads. "Elder sister, I was just joking with them. I won't do it again. Please forgive me this time." "Forgive you?" Wang Qingyao's voice turns colder. "If I hadn't happened to pass by today, wouldn't you have done whatever you wanted? Our family's reputation is being slowly destroyed by unworthy children like you. I will report this to the elders and punish you severely according to the family rules." Wang Qian, hearing about family punishment, becomes completely panicked. He knows Wang Qingyao's important position and influence in the family. If he reports this, he will definitely suffer serious consequences. In desperation, he blurts out, "Wang Qingyao? Don't be too much. My older brother Wang Yu is now the head of the Hedong region. If you dare to hurt me, my brother won't let you go easily." He mentions his strongest backing, the actual power holder of the Wang family's third branch in Hedong, his elder brother Wang Yu. This person is much more capable and cunning than Wang Xianzu, and acts more secretly and ruthlessly. Hearing this, Chu Jing narrows his eyes slightly. "Wang Yu? It seems the Wang family's third branch really has many talented people." Suddenly, he steps forward. In Wang Qian's surprised eyes, he strikes like lightning, grabbing the wrist of Wang Qian's right hand, which was just reaching toward Lin Jijun. What are you doing?" Wang Qian screams in pain. Snap! A clear sound of a bone cracking rings out. Wang Qian lets out a pig-like squeal. His right wrist hangs at a strange angle, and the intense pain makes his face turn pale, tears and snot streaming down. Jing Song released his hand, took out a handkerchief, and wiped as if he had touched something dirty. His voice was calm and steady. "Since you can't control your own hands, then don't want it anymore. As for your older brother, let him come if he dares." This quick, decisive, and ruthless act stunned everyone around. Guo Xiaolan's three daughters looked at Jing Song, feeling both moved and amazed by his boldness for their sake. Their gazes were full of admiration and attachment. Wang Qingyao also froze for a moment, her eyes shining with different emotions. For his woman, he was unafraid of power and revenge, acting decisively. Such a man, truly rare and precious. A small part of her heart seemed to be gently touched. Wang Qian was in so much pain, he almost fainted. He was hurriedly supported by the servants, too scared to make a sound, and was carried away in disgrace. The constables quickly slipped away too. After this small incident, Wang Qingyao's serious expression did not fade. She looked at Jing Song and whispered, "Young Master Jing, Wang Qian is not worth worrying about, but his older brother Wang Yu. This person is very cunning and ruthless. He might not dare to do much openly, but secretly. There could be trouble." Jing Song was unfazed. "It's fine. If he behaves himself, no problem. If he really tries something, I have ways to make him regret it." His eyes flashed with coldness. Killing Wang Xinzhong could be done silently, so adding Wang Yu would just mean a little more effort. Wang Qingyao saw him so calm. Her heart felt a little relieved. Then she remembered the important matter and her face grew more worried. "Young Master Jing, I contacted a few elders from the clan who are in charge of the year-end assessment in Qingyuan Prefecture. I wanted to get their support, but," she sighed, "I don't know what benefits Wang Xinzu promised them. The elders' attitudes are ambiguous. even leaning towards the third branch. If they insist on supporting Wang Xianzu, our plan might not go smoothly. As for the position of prefect of Qingyao and even the prefect of Hedong province, that was her real concern. Internal power struggles within the family are sometimes more complicated and unreasonable than business battles. Jingsong listened and immediately understood why Wang Qingyao was here. She came specifically to find him. Thinking about what she said, he frowned. The situation was expected but still tricky. However, he didn't show panic. Instead, he nodded calmly. Expected. Gaining people's interest can be very effective. Wang Xianzu can offer us something we might be able to give, or perhaps we can find another way to give it. He looked at Wang Qingyao and said, "Take me to meet those elders. Maybe I can have a talk with them." Wang Qingyao's eyes lit up. She hurried over, not only to inform him of the problem, but also secretly holding on to a small hope deep inside. She hoped that this man, who always seemed to create miracles, could find a way to solve this seemingly impossible situation. "Okay," she said without hesitation. "I'll take you there right now." The group didn't delay any longer. Led by Wang Qingyao, they quickly headed east toward the city. They arrived in front of a grand house on the east side of the city. The tall gates were decorated with bright lanterns and red banners. Outside, carriages and horses came and went. Servants moved about welcoming guests, creating a lively and joyful scene. What caught the eye even more was a large red silk banner hanging above the door and a big lantern with the character longevity on it. "Is this a birthday celebration?" Chu Jing paused slightly, surprised. He thought the elders would discuss things privately, but this was a lively event. Wang Qingyao quickly explained in a low voice, "Today is the 70th birthday of one of the elders, Wang Qingha. Although he is not directly from the third branch, he has settled in Qingyuan Prefecture for many years, managing his estate well, and has a close relationship with the third branch. The other 5 elders here to oversee the evaluation are also staying at his house. I came earlier to celebrate his birthday and hoped to talk with a few elders, but it didn't go well. Seeing the situation was tense, I hurried out to find you." Her face showed worry. "If we can't change the elders' opinions quickly, and if in 3 days Wang Xianzu's sales fair gets their full support, even if we are fully prepared, it might be very difficult to succeed. We could even lose everything." Chu Jing's eyes flickered with a plan. "I see. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Let's go and wish the old man a happy birthday." With Wang Qingyao leading the way, the gatekeeper didn't dare to stop them. Instead, he greeted them with a smile and let them in. The group passed through a decorative wall, and suddenly the view opened up. The courtyard was spacious, with artificial mountains, flowing water, and lush plants. Now, many guests had gathered. Men and women dressed beautifully, chatting and laughing softly. The air was filled with the scent of wine and sweet snacks. Wang Qingyao quietly and discreetly introduced Chu Jing as she walked. The few elders on the main seat are the 6 clan elders visiting from the main family. The one in the dark red robe with longevity symbols in the center is the birthday star, Lord Wang Qingha. The middle-aged official talking and laughing with him on his left is Prefect Zhou Wenyuan of Qingyuan. She shifted her gaze slightly and continued to point out the others. From her words, Chu Jing learned that the person next to Prefect Zhou, with a clear face and a long beard, is Li Molan, the head of Qingyuan's education department, responsible for exams and schooling. Next to him, a tall, bright-eyed man is General Zhao Zhenwu, the commander of Qingyuan's garrison, in charge of city defenses. Beside General Zhao, a plump, friendly-looking old man with a kind smile is Qian Yudao, the deputy magistrate of Qingyuan, overseeing grain, waterworks, and security. They were chatting happily with several Wang family elders, clearly well acquainted. Wang Qingyao then pointed to other parts of the hall. Over there are a few white-haired, distinguished elders, Zhang Songnian, Chun Guanchao, and Lu Jingzhai, who are highly respected figures in Qingyuan's literary circle. Chu Jing nodded slightly. As he looked around, he suddenly caught a gaze filled with scrutiny and hidden hostility among the guests. It was a young man in his late 20s, resembling Wang Xianzhong by 5 or 6 points, but with a more serious and sharp look. He was talking with some merchant-looking guests, sneering slightly as he looked over at them. "That is Wang Xianzhu." Wang Qingyao's voice sounded in his ear, confirming Chu Jing's guess. Wang Xianzhu had clearly noticed their arrival. From afar, he raised his wine cup, and the sneer on his face grew more obvious. Apparently, he already knew about Wang Qingyao's earlier disappointment and was quite proud of it. The elders on the main seat also saw Wang Qingyao. Only Lord Wang Qinghe and the old master nodded slightly in greeting. The others either ignored her or glanced away casually, showing a cold attitude. However, the officials reacted very differently upon seeing Wang Qingyao enter. Prefect Zhou Wenyuan smiled and nodded. Education Minister Li Molin raised his hand to greet her. General Zhao Jinwu clasped his fists in a salute, and Deputy Magistrate Qian Yudao grinned broadly. There was a hint of politeness and caution in her enthusiasm, clearly showing how much importance Wang Qingyao, the legitimate daughter of the Wang family and a potential future leader of significant resources, held in their hearts. Zhu Jing observed everything clearly, gaining a better understanding of the situation. This birthday banquet was definitely more than just a meal. It was a small arena where various forces intertwined and hidden currents flowed. He adjusted his clothes calmly and followed Wang Qingyao toward the lively yet delicate main table. Zhu Jing and his group sat down on the second seat, near the main position with Wang Qingyao. They naturally drew attention. Wang Qingyao was noble, Zhu Jing was composed, and the three women behind them were all beautiful and graceful. As soon as they sat down, many curious eyes turned to them. Wang Xinzhua watched from afar, a cold smile on his face. He signaled to a young man beside him who looked somewhat like him, but with a slicker expression, and then nodded toward Zhu Jing. That young man, Wang Xianming, Wang Xinzhua's younger brother, understood immediately. He forced a smile, stood up, and spoke loudly enough for those near the main table to hear. "Oh, Sister Qingyao, you've finally returned. The banquet just started, and you left so quickly? You didn't even have time to toast and celebrate with Grandpa. Was there something urgent?" This seemed caring, but it was actually a subtle reminder. After being rejected earlier, Wang Qingyao left in embarrassment, and now she's back, showing she's quite thick-skinned. The atmosphere at the table slightly froze. A few elders who knew the truth looked on silently, pretending not to hear. The officials exchanged glances. Prefect Zhou Wenyuan twirled his beard without speaking. Scholarly Molin picked up his teacup. Defense officer Zhao Jinwu looked down at the dishes in front of him, and the magistrate Qian Yudao's smile froze on his face. In the end, he said nothing. A few old scholars from the Qingyuan government's literary circle also frowned, feeling that openly targeting a woman was inappropriate. Wang Qingyao's face turned cold. She coldly glanced at Wang Xianming and said, "Where I go and what I do, isn't it up to you, fourth brother, to report?" Wang Xianming was not angry. He smiled cheerfully and shifted his gaze to Zhu Jing and the three women beside him. "Sister Qingyao is right. But, since you're here to celebrate your birthday, it's only proper. These few unfamiliar guests are quite strange. I don't know who they are, but do they have the right to enter my family's old hall and attend this birthday banquet?" He deliberately raised his voice, showing clear disdain. Today, those sitting here are either important officials like Magistrate Zhou, Scholarly, General Zhao, or Judge Qian, or respected scholars like Elder Zhang, Elder Chun, Elder Lu, or prominent merchants from Qingyuan Prefecture. May I ask, what are the accomplishments of this gentleman? And these young ladies? What noble family backgrounds do they have? Or what remarkable reputation? He intends to completely humiliate Zhu Jing and make Wang Qingyao feel embarrassed. His words are aimed at belittling Zhu Jing as not qualified. Wang Qingyao's fingers trembled with anger, ready to reply, but Guozhaolan's gaze had already turned cold as ice. If the situation were different, she might have already acted. Zhu Jing gently pressed Wang Qingyao's arm and gave Guozhaolan a calming look. He slowly looked up at Wang Xianming, who was beaming with pride, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, I wonder," in young Master Wang's eyes, "what counts as having influence and being of high status? Since Chu is new here, I would like to ask." His purpose was to help Wang Qingyao deal with the elders of the family, not to cause trouble. But Wang Xinzu clearly didn't want him to have an easy time. Of course, he wouldn't back down. If he truly gave up now, not only would he fail to settle the elders, but he might also be driven out later. Of course, to persuade those elders, if he couldn't show some ability, no matter how much he talked, he probably wouldn't convince them. Wang Xianming saw him respond, and became more confident. He straightened his back, pointed at the main table, and introduced the officials and literary figures as if reciting from memory, speaking with great respect, sharply contrasting with his contempt for Chu Jing. Finally, he lifted his chin and snorted at Chu Jing, not to mention these elders and gentlemen. Even I, the legitimate son of the Wang family's third branch in Langya, am not someone ordinary folks can compare to. As for you, he deliberately elongated his voice, looking at Chu Jing with malice. I heard you are just a commoner from Hehe village in Hehe County, lucky to know a few characters, but have no official title or status. Oh, and your 3 young ladies. Their backgrounds probably aren't very pure, right? I have heard that the government is investigating whether you have been taking more than your fair share. Once they confirm it, if even they can't protect you, how dare you speak so arrogantly here? Do you think you are worthy to enter the Wang family's door? These words are extremely harsh, not only insulting Chu Jing's background, but also implying that his wife has a questionable past and is about to be punished. Wang Qingyao was furious. Wang Xianming, how dare you? Gua Zhaolan's fingers clenched tighter inside her sleeve. A cold, killing intent flashed in her eyes. Several officials also frowned, feeling Wang Xianming's words were too harsh and rude. The old scholars from the literary circle looked displeased. They valued reputation and disliked such personal attacks and harsh words. But because of Wang's family affairs, they couldn't speak up. Chu Jing remained calm. His eyes signaled Wang Qingyao and Gua Zhaolan to stay calm. He looked faintly at Wang Xianming and suddenly chuckled. Young Master Wang's words are very true. Magistrate Zhou, Magistrate Li, and others have done great work for the country and the people. Old Zhang and Old Chun are learned men with many writings. These people have earned their reputation through their virtue and talent. I admire them greatly and cannot compare myself to them. His words were sincere and polite, flattering the truly important people present while remaining modest. Hearing this, Magistrate Zhou and others looked a bit more relaxed. Their gazes toward Chu Jing showed less suspicion and more curiosity. The old scholars also nodded slightly, thinking that although this young man came from a humble background, he had good manners and composure. He did not lose his temper when faced with provocation. Wang Xianming, seeing him soften, was about to feel proud. But Chu Jing changed the subject, his voice clear and steady. However, compared to young Master Wang, who relies only on his ancestors' reputation and has no real achievements or knowledge, I believe I still have the right to enter this door. You. Wang Xianming's face instantly turned red. He pointed at Chu Jing. How dare you insult me? He didn't expect Chu Jing to speak to him like this. It was no different from being publicly humiliated. At this moment, Wang Qinghe, who had been watching silently, finally spoke. His voice carried the authority of an elder, and his sharp gaze looked at Chu Jing. Young man, your tone is quite bold. From your words, you seem to think you are not uneducated and also have some status? I am curious. What do you, a common clothmaker, rely on besides a little clever talk to dare to speak so boldly here? He is still a member of the Wang family and the head of the household, so he naturally wants to protect his family's reputation. Although he didn't speak harshly like Wang Xianming, his words were full of doubt and a condescending tone. Facing Wang Qinghe's gaze, Chu Jing calmly said, I dare not claim to be extraordinary. I am not very talented, and I can't say I know everything, but I have a broad range of interests and some knowledge of various subjects. I believe I still have some modest abilities. As for my status, as long as I wish, I believe I can gain a good background. When he said this, everyone in the room was stunned. Even Wang Qingyao looked at Chu Jing in surprise, then suddenly understood. Young Master Chu was trying to fight back against Wang Xianming's insult in the most direct and shocking way, while also defending his own reputation. But this was too bold. It was no longer just rebellious arrogance. If he angered Wang Qinghe, she worried, but also felt a strange sense of anticipation. The room was filled with whispers. A few officials exchanged glances, wondering if this young man had lost his senses from being too excited. Such arrogance, and he dared to say it aloud. The old scholars of the literary circle frowned deeply. The good impression they had just formed vanished instantly. They thought, this young man, so young, yet so arrogant and self-important, clearly unaware of his limits. Wang Qinghe was stunned for a moment, then sneered, with more mockery in his eyes. Oh? Slightly knowledgeable? Some modest abilities? Such bold words. If that's the case, why not show us a little? Let me and everyone here see what kind of talent you really have. His words clearly showed disbelief and put Chu Jing on the spot. If Chu Jing couldn't produce real talent, today would become a huge joke, and even Wang Qingyao would lose face. Wang Xianzu watched from afar, a deeper smile on his lips, as if he was enjoying the show. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chu Jing remained calm, bowed to Wang Qinghe, and said, "Since Mr. Wang has given the order, I will obey." This was exactly the effect he wanted. He had been wondering how to approach the other side. Unexpectedly, this old man had come to him willingly. He paused for a moment, then slightly curved his lips and changed his tone. "But, if I am fortunate enough to catch your eye, may I ask for a private meeting later, so I can ask you a few questions in person?" Wang Qinghe squinted, his mind racing. He didn't expect that this young man was not only bold, but also seemed to be very deep in thought. "I originally just wanted to help my younger family members and support them. But I didn't expect this young man to make such a request." He had already guessed Chu Jing's purpose, since he learned from Wang Xianzu that Wang Qingyao's reliance seemed to be this young man, who also had no desire to meet him. Now, Chu Jing's words basically put him in a difficult position. If he agrees to Chu Jing's request, it gives Wang Qingyao a chance. If he refuses, he risks losing face. Everyone confidently says they want to show off, and their request is simple, just a private meeting. If you can't agree, and they change their mind and say they won't show up, what can you do? Would he really tear things apart and drive the person away? He can't afford to lose face like that. "Uncle Qinghe, please, don't fall for his tricks." Before Wang Qinghe could speak, Wang Xianzu hurriedly stopped him. However, Wang Qinghe reached out to stop Wang Xianzu and looked at Chu Jing with a calm but sharp gaze. "Fine. If you can truly make me and everyone present convinced and have a private talk with you, then why not?" Although he didn't want to give Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao a chance, he was not an ordinary person. If he didn't even dare to make a bet with a young person, what would that say about his reputation? Moreover, Chu Jing looked confident, but he didn't believe this young man was truly all-powerful or knew everything. Wang Xianzu looked at him, hesitating, but finally chose to stay silent. He looked at Chu Jing with worry in his eyes, but a hint of sarcasm played on his lips. Even though Chu Jing had once shocked everyone at the county school and his fame had spread to Qingyuan Prefecture and beyond, he didn't think Chu Jing had any real skills. He subtly nodded at Wang Xianming, and the cold, mocking look in his eyes grew stronger. Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao, who had been watching Wang Xianzu closely, saw this scene and reacted differently. Chu Jing's eyes showed amusement. He could tell Wang Xianzu had expected him to come and had already instructed Wang Xianming. Otherwise, how could he have stepped forward at just the right moment to cause trouble for him? From this, it seemed the other party had already thought of ways to make things difficult for him. But with his system in hand, what kind of trouble could scare him? Wang Qingyao, on the other hand, had a different thought. She also saw that Wang Xianzu was clearly setting a trap for Chu Jing. If Chu Jing does not handle this well, it will be more than just embarrassing. It could ruin the reputation she has worked hard to build. She believes that once Wang Xianzu figures out Chu Jing's true identity, he will reveal it publicly. He would remind everyone that Chu Jing was once a powerful figure in Heian County. At that time, Chu Jing would become the subject of ridicule. A person who was once very impressive, now making a big show at this birthday banquet, but in the end, is just a decorative figure. Many jealous people might step on her to feel better. As for whether anyone at the banquet knows Chu Jing's true identity, it depends on their reactions. Most likely, only Wang Xianzu knows that Chu Jing is the person who created 2 new styles. Others probably haven't realized that Chu Jing is the recent topic of conversation among the students of Hedong. Sure enough, while Wang Qingyao was worried, Wang Xianming respectfully offered a suggestion to Wang Qinghe. "Uncle, since this Mr. Chu is so confident, why not let me come up with a question? What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, before Wang Qinghe could reply, his tone changed. "But one question might not show his true ability. What if he guesses correctly? I think we should limit it to 3 questions. If he can answer all 3, then he really has talent. What do you think, Uncle Qinghe?" Everyone listened and frowned slightly. They sensed that this boy might be trying to set a trap for Chu Jing. He placed Chu Jing in a subordinate position, as if he was being tested. If Chu Jing agreed, it would seem like he accepted being looked down upon. More maliciously, if he wanted to make things difficult, he could ask vulgar or impossible questions like, "Can you eat shit?" If Chu Jing answered, yes, or no, he would be publicly humiliated. The idea that Chu Jing was well-versed in miscellaneous knowledge would become a big joke. Everyone at the table was sharp. They could see Wang Xianming's scheme. A few officials frowned more deeply, and the older scholars looked disgusted, thinking his tactics were too mean and underhanded. Wang Qinghe also frowned slightly, but since he was from the Wang family and wanted to suppress Chu Jing's confidence, he didn't speak up for now. Chu Jing's 3 wives looked on with concern. They could sense the malicious intent in Wang Xianming's words and looked worriedly at Chu Jing. At first, they couldn't speak up to help, fearing that one wrong move might make things difficult for Chu Jing. The 3 women quickly looked at Wang Qingyao, who was from the Wang family. It was most appropriate for her to speak up now. Wang Qingyao met their gazes and quickly thought to herself that she couldn't let Chu Jing suffer any unfair treatment. She nodded at the 3 women, about to suggest, if we are to test, why not have both sides make a bet? It would be fairer. She was determined not to let Chu Jing be at a disadvantage. But before she could speak, Chu Jing chuckled softly, looking calmly at Wang Xianming with a playful tone. Prince Wang wants to set a question for Chu? That's fine. Wang Xianming's face lit up with joy, thinking Chu Jing had fallen into his trap. But then Chu Jing suddenly changed his words. However, Prince Wang just said that you come from the Langya Wang family, and your status and knowledge far surpass mine. If that's the case, you can come up with the question, but the person answering shouldn't be only me. He paused slightly, his clear voice echoing around. Let's compare ourselves. Based on who wins or loses, we can see if Chu has talent. What do you think? Everyone in the room was stunned. No one expected that, in a situation where Chu Jing seemed cornered, he would cleverly turn the tables like this. Gua Zhaolan and the 3 women looked at each other with slight smiles. Wang Qingyao's beautiful eyes brightened, and she secretly admired. What a clever move, using a small challenge to turn the situation around. Not only did this instantly remove the disadvantage of being tested, leveling the playing field, but it also dragged Wang Xianming, the questioner, into the game. Now, would Wang Xianming still dare to come up with those low tricks? If he did, how could he answer? Whether he answered or not, he would be embarrassing himself. Among the guests, some influential figures like Prefect Zhou Wenyuan, Scholar Li Molan, and a few veteran scholars looked at Chu Jing with more respect and admiration. This young man was not only calm and composed, but also sharp and clever, definitely not an ordinary person. Wang Xianming's proud smile froze instantly, then turned red with anger, shouting, You're just being unreasonable. You boasted you knew a little about everything, so why are you challenging me? If you want to answer questions, you do it yourself. His frantic and defensive attitude only confirmed everyone's suspicions. He just wanted to use the power of questioning to deliberately humiliate Chu Jing, but he himself dared not step forward. Everyone looked at Wang Xianming with clear disdain and mockery. Even Wang Qinghe's face lost its color. His own grandnephew was truly too embarrassing. Just when everyone thought Chu Jing might be silenced by Wang Xianming's bullying, Chu Jing simply smiled faintly, his gaze sharp as he stared at Wang Xianming. Chu, speak boldly because you, young Master Wang, first spoke harsh words and insulted me. You boast about your status and talent far beyond mine. So today I challenge you. Defeat you and make you admit defeat. He took a step forward, his momentum rising sharply, his voice clear. If you win, I will admit defeat on the spot and acknowledge that I am not as good as you, young Master Wang. If I am lucky enough to win, then it proves that I, Chu Jing, am at least stronger than you, Wang Xianming. You keep making excuses and refuse to fight. Chu Jing's lips curled into a mocking smile. Are you afraid? Or perhaps, I was right all along. You, Wang Xianming, are just a fool who relies on family background but has no real talent or skill. How dare you call me a fool? Wang Xianming trembled with anger, pointing at Chu Jing, his hand trembling. In front of so many prominent people, being called a fool by a country bumpkin was more painful than being killed. The whole room fell silent, everyone holding their breath as they watched this tense scene unfold. Chu Jing's counterattack was sharp and ruthless. He pushed Wang Xianming into a corner. Accept the challenge and risk embarrassing himself publicly. Refuse, and he would be branded a fool forever, becoming a joke in the upper circles of Qingyao Prefecture. Wang Qinghe's face also darkened, and his gaze at Chu Jing grew more serious. This young man was not easy to deal with. Just as Wang Xianming was blushing and losing face from Chu Jing's insult, nearly freezing the scene, an elderly man with white hair and a calm face slowly lowered his teacup. It was Zhang Songnian, one of the leading figures in Qingyao Prefecture's literary circle. His voice was soft but carried an undeniable calm strength, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Today is Brother Qinghe's birthday. There should be no unnecessary trouble. However, since both young men are interested in friendly competition, I have a suggestion. He looked kindly at Chu Jing and Wang Xianming and said slowly, "Why not have a friendly contest with 3 rounds? The topics can still be chosen by young Master Wang to keep it fair. As for the challengers, if young Master Wang feels one person can't handle it alone, he can ask a friend for help. Let's make this a fun addition to the birthday celebration, and there's no need to take it too seriously." His words were very careful, giving Wang Qinghe face and cleverly easing Chu Jing's disadvantage of competing alone by allowing Wang Xianming to bring helpers, which implied, "We know you can't do it alone." He also clearly said, "Just a friendly match," to prevent Wang Xianming from coming up with inappropriate questions. Elder Zhang Songnian, a respected and influential figure in Qingyao Prefecture's scholarly circle, was highly regarded, even by the local governor, Zhou Wenyuan. When he spoke, his words carried great weight. Wang Qinghe's face eased a little after hearing this. He stepped down the stairs quickly and nodded, saying, "Old Zhang is right. Young people should learn from each other. It's a noble thing. We will follow old Zhang's advice." Although he was a bit angry at this moment and even wanted to ask Chu Jing to leave, he knew that doing so would be inappropriate. First, it would damage his reputation and make others think he lacked tolerance. Second, the person was brought by Wang Qingyao. Even if he didn't want to cooperate with her, she was still the daughter of the Wang family. Sending her away would be like pushing her out. Wang Qingyao was very easy to get along with. Now, he had the advantage of the situation, but not the harmony. Even if Wang Qingyao lost her position as the head of Hedong, she might rise elsewhere. Picking a fight with her would only cause trouble for himself. Third, Chu Jing wasn't targeting him. He was only dealing with Wang Xianzhu and others. He could stay out of it and avoid trouble. Hearing this, Chu Jing respectfully bowed toward Elder Zhang Songnian and said sincerely, "Thank you, old Zhang, for your fairness." His tone was respectful and humble. He could tell that the old man was helping him, preventing the situation from becoming too tense. Wang Qingyao and the 3 women, Guo also quickly bowed respectfully toward Elder Zhang, their eyes full of gratitude. They knew that this elder was a wise and fair person and clearly had good intentions toward Chu Jing. The prefect Zhou Wenyuan also spoke at the right moment, smiling as he stroked his beard. He said, "Old Zhang's suggestion is very good. Using literature to entertain fits perfectly with today's birthday gathering. I am also quite looking forward to it." Academician Li Molan, Guard Zhao Zhenwu, and Deputy Magistrate Qian Yudao all nodded and smiled in agreement. The tense atmosphere eased quite a bit. Now, all the pressure was on Wang Xianming. Old Mr. Zhang and the other officials had already made it clear, "You're the one to come up with the question. Help is available if needed, and there's no need to be too serious about it." This was clearly a way of giving him an easy way out. If he still didn't dare to accept the challenge, it would mean Wang Xianming didn't know how to take a hint. If he accepted and lost, it would just prove he was useless. That, good for nothing, reputation would stick with him forever, impossible to wash away. Wang Xianming's face kept changing from pale to flushed, feeling tight in his chest. He originally wanted to use the question to trap Chu Jing badly, but unexpectedly, Chu Jing turned the tables and dragged him into trouble. Now, he was being set up by this old man and a group of officials. Not accepting? Publicly admitting defeat, and he might never be able to stay in this circle again. Accepting? Seeing Chu Jing so calm and confident, as if he had everything under control, Wang Xianming felt truly uncertain. This guy was very strange. He looked helplessly at his older brother, Wang Xianju. Wang Xianju's face was calm, his eyes deep. He subtly nodded to him, signaling him to accept the challenge first. Wang Xianming received the signal, his heart slightly steadied. He clenched his teeth, forced himself to hold on, and cupped his hands to Zhang Songnian and Wang Qing, who sat at the main table. Since old Zhang and the officials are interested, I will gladly join, but his voice sounded a bit shaky. Next was the question. Wang Xianming's mind raced quickly. He definitely wouldn't dare to ask a silly question like, eat poop, again. That would mean he was asking others to help him figure out how to eat poop. He had to come up with a real difficult question that could truly challenge Chu Jing and show his own skill. But the more anxious he was, the more his mind went blank. Cold sweat started to form. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the table quietly shifted. From initially watching for fun, even feeling a bit sorry for Chu Jing, it turned into a game of curiosity and anticipation. Everyone wanted to see what kind of answer this young man, who boasted about being somewhat knowledgeable and had pushed the Wang family's young master into a corner, would come up with. In the eyes of many, Wang Xianming had already lost some of his momentum. Just as Wang Xianming scratched his head and hesitated, unable to say anything for a long time, causing others at the table to look at him with more disdain, Wang Xianju, who had been watching silently, finally couldn't stay still. He silently cursed himself as useless but kept a calm expression, coughed lightly, and said, "Fourth brother was momentarily careless. Perhaps I can suggest a question instead?" He turned his gaze to Chu Jing, with a gentle yet proud smile on his face. Since young Master Chu modestly says he knows a little about everything, I assume he also has some knowledge of chess? Today is a celebration and gathering, so why not test our skills with a chess endgame? It will challenge the mind and keep the peace. What do you think, young Master Chu? As soon as he finished, everyone in the room was shocked. Then, a suppressed murmur and gasps of surprise spread through the crowd. Everyone knew that Wang Xianju was famous as a chess master in Qingyao Prefecture. He was especially skilled at endgames, having studied countless ancient books. Ordinary experts couldn't even make 10 moves against him. Now he proposed a chess endgame challenge. This was clearly not just a friendly match, but an obvious attempt to take advantage of his expertise to bully others. And he chose a more subtle and refined way to do it. A few veteran scholars looked displeased, and officials like Prefect Zhou Wenyuan also frowned. The Wang brothers really were getting more shameless. Some couldn't help but whisper, "This is just too unfair. He's clearly bullying the weak with strength." Exactly. What happened to the literary contest? Why are we suddenly doing chess? Alas, young Master Chu is probably going to suffer a big loss. The hearts of Wang Qingyao and the 3 girls from Guizhaolan immediately tightened. They knew Chu Jing was talented, but he had never mentioned anything about chess endgames before. And his opponent was Wang Xianju, who specialized in this area. Old Master Zhang Songnian, who had been defending Chu Jing, also frowned slightly, looking at Chu Jing and softly reminding him, "Young Master Chu, this question was proposed by Wang Xianju. If you feel it's inappropriate, you can choose another question." This was already a clear sign of favoritism and giving Chu Jing an easy way out. Wang Xianju, hearing this, flashed a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but couldn't argue with Zhang Songnian. He could only sarcastically say to Chu Jing, "Old Master Zhang is right. If young Master Chu feels his chess skills are lacking and is worried about embarrassing himself publicly, it's fine to admit defeat. We can all just laugh it off, just right to weaken his confidence." However, Chu Jing simply smiled faintly, as if he didn't notice the trap or provocation, and calmly said, "No problem. Chess is just chess. Young Master Wang can set up the board. As for choosing red or black, it's up to you, young Master Wang." What? Now even those who originally felt sorry for Chu Jing couldn't help but gasp. Let young Master Wang choose who plays which color? Everyone knows that people who study endgames clearly understand which side has a winning or advantageous move. Chu Jing not only accepted the challenge, but also gave the opponent the choice. Isn't that sending himself to a dead end? Wang Xianzu was almost standing up in worry, and Guizhaolan clenched her sleeve tightly. Even Elder Zhang Songnian looked surprised and cast a deep glance at Chu Jing. Wang Xianzu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly felt ecstatic. This kid is still too young and overconfident. He was afraid Chu Jing might change his mind, so he quickly responded with a fake smile of humility. Since young Master Chu is so generous, I won't refuse. Thank you for your courtesy. A sneer flashed in his eyes, and he had already planned to use his most familiar and strongest endgame, with the red side having the greatest advantage, to crush Chu Jing completely. Hearing this, everyone looked at Wang Xianzu with disdain. This guy is really shameless. He made the move, and he's good at it. He's bullying others just because he can. People are just being polite, and he's not showing any manners at all. It's really embarrassing. Even Wang Qinghe felt his face heat up and looked at Wang Xianzu with some displeasure. His reputation has been completely ruined by these two brothers. He even wondered if choosing Wang Xianzu was right or wrong. But now that things have come to this, what can he say? No one else is speaking up, so he won't either. Soon, the chessboard was set up. Wang Xianzu carefully selected a famous complex endgame called 7 Stars Gathering and quickly arranged the pieces. He decisively chose to play first with the red pieces. Among the spectators, some who understood chess, like scholar Li Molin and elder Qingyao from the literary circle, immediately felt a sinking feeling. This game was fierce, full of changes, and Wang Xianzu clearly studied it deeply. With Chu Jing playing black, it looked very grim for him. The others looked at Chu Jing with sympathy and regret. A young man with remarkable talent is likely to fall into trouble because of this. Chu Jing, however, seemed unfazed by everyone's reactions. He calmly sat across the chessboard and made a please gesture to Wang Xianzu. The game began. Wang Xianzu was confident, making moves quickly, each one a well-practiced, correct move. His attack was fierce, aiming to break through the black side's defenses quickly. But Chu Jing's responses surprised everyone. He made his moves even faster than Wang Xianzu. Almost as soon as Wang Xianzu placed his stone, Chu Jing's black stone was already down, without hesitation, as if he didn't need to think. At first, everyone thought Chu Jing was just recklessly responding, pretending to be careless. Wang Xianzu also smirked, thinking Chu Jing was just showing off. But after a few more moves, Wang Xianzu's smile froze. After 7 or 8 more moves, sweat started to appear on his forehead. His speed slowed down noticeably, and he hesitated before each move. Meanwhile, Chu Jing kept his incredible quickness, each move precise and confident, as if he had already foreseen all the possible changes. How is this possible? Li Molin, the scholar, leaned forward, staring intently at the board. Amazing! Elder Qingyao, a respected figure in the literary world, exclaimed softly, his old eyes shining with excitement. This move, the counterattack, seems to retreat, but in fact, it seals all the red side's pathways. This young man can make such a bold and clever counter in this classic endgame. They saw it. Chu Jing wasn't just playing randomly. Every move looked casual, but was as precise as a surgical strike. Not only did he neutralize the fierce attack from the red side, but he also quietly wove a big net, trapping the red stones in the center. The situation on the board had completely turned around. Wang Xianzu's face grew paler, and his hand trembling as he held his stones. His familiar strategies were all disrupted. Chu Jing's moves went beyond his understanding of this endgame. He felt like he had fallen into a swamp. Struggling only made him sink deeper. Young Master Wang, it's your turn, Chu Jing calmly reminded him. Wang Xianzu clenched his teeth and reluctantly made a move, but it was a big mistake. Without hesitation, Chu Jing placed his stone again. Checkmate. Wang Xianzu hurriedly shifted his defense. Chu Jing played another clever and intricate series of moves. Wang Xianzu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hesitated, holding the chariot piece, unsure where to place it. For a long time, he felt all his options were blocked. Young Master Wang, if you find it difficult, you can admit defeat, Chu Jing said calmly, using Wang Xianzu's own words, returning them with a hint of mockery. Wang Xianzu's face turned red and white with shame and anger. He had wanted to use his best skills to make Chu Jing look bad, but now he was the one embarrassing himself in front of everyone. The gazes around him felt like needles stabbing into him. In his panic, he took a reckless step. Chu Jing shook his head gently and placed the last piece. Checkmate. The veteran player on the red side was trapped inside the 9-square grid, with no way to escape. The entire banquet was silent. Everyone stared at the chessboard in shock, then looked at Wang Xianju, whose face was pale and eyes vacant. Finally, they turned their amazed gazes to the calm young man in a blue robe. He had actually won, and in such a dominating way, using his opponent's strongest area and the opponent's most familiar endgame. He defeated Wang Xianju, known as a master of chess, leaving him helpless and defeated. Old Master Zhang Songnian clapped his hands and sighed. The younger generation is impressive, truly impressive. This move was innovative. I am amazed. Officials like Zhou Wenyuan also regained their senses and looked at Chu Jing with admiration and surprise. This young man was not only talented in literature, but also had deep skills in this obscure game. Wang Qingyao and the three ladies finally relaxed and looked at Chu Jing with pride and admiration. Wang Xianju, sitting stiffly in front of the chessboard, stared at the deadlock pieces, his ears buzzing. All he felt was shame and disbelief, cold and overwhelming. Seeing his brother lose, Wang Xianming suddenly stood up and shouted, "It doesn't count. This game doesn't count. He must have cheated. How else could he win?" As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent, then burst into suppressed laughter and sighs. There are fools, but I've never seen such a fool. With everyone watching, the chessboard remained untouched. Old Zhang and the officials looked on, wondering how cheating could be possible. This is simply being stubborn and unreasonable, even to the point of losing face and trampling on their dignity. Wang Qing, sitting at the main seat, was so angry that his beard was trembling, almost crushing the wine cup in his hand. Are these two useless nephews here today just to ruin his birthday celebration and embarrass him? On the other hand, Wang Xianju, who lost the game, looked grim but stopped his brother from speaking foolishly. He took a deep breath and bowed to Chu Jing, saying, "Young Master Chu is skilled at chess and thoughtful. I have lost this round. You win." His voice was dry, but he maintained basic manners. Chu Jing raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit surprised. This guy, compared to his foolish younger brother Wang Xianming and the dead brother Wang Xianzong, is much calmer and knows that continuing to argue will only make him look worse. After Wang Xianju admitted defeat, he changed the subject and his gaze sharpened as he looked at Chu Jing. "I lost the first game, but since we agreed on 3 rounds, there are 2 more. As for the second round," he paused, a slight smile appearing on his face. "Why don't we compare our joy in learning?" It was as if he had completely taken the right to set the challenge away from his embarrassing younger brother. Joy in learning? Even those who thought Wang Xianju's loss was somewhat honorable couldn't help but look down on him now. Wow, the first game was a chess match, which still had some cultural value. But now he's switching to a music contest? Old Master Zhang clearly said it was a literary contest, but your choices are all obscure topics. It seems you're determined not to compete in proper scholarly knowledge, right? Prefect Zhou Wenyuan, scholarly Molan, and others exchanged glances, their doubts deepening. Wang Xianju was known as a talented poet in Qingyao Prefecture, with good poetry and prose. Why was he avoiding proper topics and choosing these obscure ones? Could it be he knows he might not be able to beat Chu Jing in traditional scholarly skills? Or perhaps Chu Jing's literary talent is so terrifying that even Wang Xianju doesn't dare to challenge it? Old Master Zhang Songnian frowned deeply and directly spoke, his tone clearly showing displeasure. "Young Master Wang, today is a celebration of longevity and a gathering of scholars. Why not contribute with poetry and essays? While joy in learning is elegant, it's not the main theme for today." Wang Xianju secretly felt annoyed that this old man was meddling, but he forced a small smile and bowed to old Zhang. Old Zhang's advice is wise. However, just now, young Master Chu claimed to be somewhat knowledgeable about everything. "I am not talented, but I do have some understanding of music. I was hoping to ask young Master Chu for some guidance." Surely, young Master Chu wouldn't refuse. He used Chu Jing's own words as a shield and also gained an advantage over him. Everyone's eyes turned to Chu Jing. Wang Qingyao and the 3 women of Guozhaolan's group felt their hearts tighten again. Musical instruments? When the husband, young Master Chu, was almost unable to eat, how could he have the chance to learn about music? It was obvious Wang Xianju had investigated and was deliberately making things difficult. Chu Jing met Wang Xianju's slightly provocative gaze, but only nodded calmly. "All right. Since young Master Wang wants to compare, let's do so. Seeing his straightforward response, everyone became more worried. This was real skill, not something fake. A young man from the countryside. Has he ever touched a guzheng string? Everyone thought Chu Jing was just pretending to be calm. Soon, he would embarrass himself. Wang Xianzhu sneered inwardly. He had checked Chu Jing's background, an ordinary villager. Comparing him to music was like crushing him. It would surely make him lose face. This was a trap he had carefully prepared. Though he mocked inwardly, he kept a generous appearance. Since that's the case, I will choose the guzheng as the theme. Young Master Chu, you may select your instrument. Chu Jing glanced at the exquisite guzheng brought by the servants and casually said, no need to trouble yourself. I will use the guzheng. Oh, Wang Xianzhu's eyes flashed with surprise, then turned into deeper mockery. Keep pretending. Let's see how you embarrass yourself later. Then, does young Master Chu want to perform first or second? Chu Jing replied calmly. Please, young Master Wang. If I perform first, I fear after hearing me, you might lose the courage to perform at all. When he said this, everyone was stunned, then shook their heads. They all thought Chu Jing was just pretending, unwilling to embarrass himself first, so he spoke arrogantly. They couldn't help but sigh and looked at Chu Jing with pity. Wang Xianzhu, hearing this, felt a bit angry. He thought Chu Jing was still pretending. Furious, he sneered back. Ha! Young Master Chu, you are quite the joker. Since that's the case, I, your humble servant, will not hold back. Wang Xianzhu no longer spoke, brushed his clothes, sat down, and placed his hands on the strings of the zither. He took a deep breath, suppressed his impatience from losing the game, and focused on the ancient zither in front of him. Wang Xianzhu's skill with the zither was well known. Even musicians from the capital had praised his talent. He was determined to let this young man, who thought he knew everything, see what true musical mastery really was. Clang, a clear, beautiful sound of the zither filled the air. Wang Xianzhu played an old tune called Spring River Flower Moon Night, with skillful technique and a lovely melody. Many guests nodded slightly, thinking that although this young man might not be very kind, his musical skill was quite good. However, Wang Qingyao and others were anxious. They didn't understand the deep meaning of music, but they could tell Wang Xianzhu was playing very well. Her husband, just as Wang Xianzhu was playing with flowing melodies, feeling he was getting better, suddenly, another very different sound of the zither rang out. Like thunder breaking the peaceful moonlit night over the spring river. It was Chu Jing. He didn't wait for Wang Xianzhu to finish his piece and started playing his own music instead, and his tune was very different from Wang Xianzhu's gentle and flowing melody. At the start, his music carried a fierce, warrior-like energy with strong, rhythmic notes. It had a strange feeling of wandering the world and seeking justice, full of heroic spirit. The notes jumped like flashes of swords and shadows, with wild drinking songs, distant boats, and a carefree attitude of looking down on the world and laughing at the chaos. This was a famous piece Chu Jing remembered from his past life, Swords and Dreams, especially the interlude and chorus parts, which were the most powerful. Playing it on the zither gave it a bold, breaking free feeling, full of passion. What kind of song is this? My goodness! This zither sound. It makes my hair stand on end. Such a strong aura. It feels like my blood is boiling. The guests, who had been immersed in Spring River Flower Moon Night, were suddenly shocked by this unfamiliar but deeply moving melody. Many people couldn't help but stand up, staring wide-eyed at the figure in a blue robe, eyes closed, fingers flying over the strings like lightning. Wang Xianzhu's music, under the impact of this storm-like, turbulent melody, suddenly became weak, fragmented, and shattered. His face turned pale, and his fingers froze on the strings. He wanted to continue but found his rhythm and mood completely disrupted, making it impossible to play further. The powerful, majestic music seemed like an invisible giant hand gripping his throat, crushing all his confidence and skill. Finally, he understood what Chu Jing meant earlier, asking him to go first. After hearing just one piece, he wouldn't even have the courage to continue. At this moment, everyone finally realized that Chu Jing wasn't pretending. He was truly extraordinary. All of them felt their scalps tingle and their blood boil with excitement. Chu Jing's performance reached its climax. The music grew more intense and passionate, as if it would break through the roof of the banquet hall and soar into the sky. Everyone's hearts were stirred, unable to control their emotions. Several veteran scholars from the literary world were so excited that their beards trembled. They had never imagined that the guzheng could produce such lively and captivating music. Wang Xinzu's face turned ashen. He slowly let go of his instrument, allowing the last dissonant sound to fade helplessly into Chu Jing's overwhelming melody that filled the entire hall. In the second round, there was no need for judgment. The outcome was clear, an overwhelming victory. The hall was silent. Only the lingering, exhilarating echo of the music remained, along with countless shocked and incredulous gazes directed at Chu Jing. When Chu Jing finished, the final note rang out sharply, but the afterglow seemed to linger in the beams and pillars of the hall, carrying the unspoken heroism and sense of justice. The room was utterly quiet, so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Almost all the guests were still leaning forward or standing, immersed in the unprecedented, soul-stirring melody, forgetting where they were. Excellent. An extraordinary piece. I have only seen such in my life. Old Master Zhang Songnian was the first to clap and praise. His cloudy eyes sparkled with admiration. He then turned to look at Wang Xinzu, who was pale and still frozen in front of his instrument, and said with a playful tone, "Young Master Wang, does this piece still please your ears? In this second round, are you convinced?" His words were polite, but the meaning was clear. Chu Jing had won. Do you accept defeat? Wang Xinzu's lips moved, but it was as if something was blocking his throat, and he couldn't say a word. He had been immersed in music for over 10 years and considered himself highly skilled, but just now, Chu Jing's piece, whether in melody, mood, or the commanding presence during performance, had completely crushed him. This is no longer a slight advantage, but a clear gap between them. At this moment, Wang Xianming suddenly seemed to wake up. Seeing his older brother being humiliated, his fighting spirit surged again. He straightened his neck and wanted to shout, "How can this count?" Shut up! Two stern voices almost at the same time. One came from Wang Qing, who was sitting in the main seat with a pale face. He was almost dizzy with anger at his clueless nephew. The other was from Wang Xianzhu. He turned around and coldly glared at his brother, his warning look almost freezing. Wang Xianming shrank his neck under these two scoldings, and the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. His face turned red with frustration. Wang Xianzhu took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his shame and shock. He turned to Zhang Songnian and said in a dry voice, "Old Zhang, young Master Chu's musical skills are extraordinary, with a high artistic realm. I am convinced." How could he not be convinced? This was not even a fair comparison. But inside, he was overwhelmed by another question. What kind of monster is Chu Jing? The information he found clearly said Chu Jing was a struggling villager barely making a living. A simple villager. How could he have such mysterious chess skills and astonishing musical talent? He even felt an absurdity. His 10 years of study seemed like that of a toddler compared to Chu Jing. Not only him, but everyone at the table looked at Chu Jing differently now. The initial contempt, sympathy, and curiosity had all turned into shock, fascination, and a desire to explore. This young man in plain green clothes seemed to be shrouded in a mist. When he casually revealed a corner of his skill, it was enough to surprise everyone with his depth. Someone from the countryside, and yet such a person exists, Governor Zhou Wenyuan whispered to scholar Li Molan in admiration. Li Molan stroked his beard and pondered, his eyes shining. This boy is definitely not an ordinary person. Wang Qingyao and the other two girls looked at Chu Jing's tall figure with bright, amazed eyes. Their hearts were filled with pride and a thrill of constant surprise. Unknowingly, Wang Qingyao's gaze carried more than admiration. There was a gentle, soft feeling spreading quietly in her heart. Earlier, she thought he was arrogant, but now, it seems he truly has the right to be proud. Someone whispered, "Bah, Wang Xinzhua has really hit a dead end this time. He only chose topics he's good at, but ended up being crushed by others using the same methods, leaving nothing behind." Old Mr. Zhang Songnian watched everyone's reactions closely and thought even more highly of Chu Jing. Seeing Wang Xinzhua admit defeat, he decided not to give him a third chance. Who knew if this young Wang would come up with some even stranger trick to challenge everyone? He also noticed that Wang Xinzhua clearly didn't dare to compete with Chu Jingwen. This made him, and even other important people present, very curious about Chu Jing's talent in writing. They all wanted to listen and see for themselves. He cleared his throat and looked around the room, then loudly said, "Since this is a gathering of elegant writing, and the first 2 rounds showed amazing skills, I suggest we return to the proper way for the 3rd round." He pointed outside the hall. At some point, gentle snowflakes had started falling, covering the garden rocks and paths with a light white layer. Since it is the first snow of winter, let's take winter and snow as our themes. Each of you will compose a poem to celebrate Brother He's birthday and add some elegance. What do you all think? He looked at Wang Qinghe and a few officials as he spoke. This was clearly taking the right to set the topic for the final round away from Wang Xinzhua and making it a proper poetry contest. Zhou Wenyuan, Li Molin, and others immediately nodded and agreed with smiles. Old Zhang's idea is excellent. The first snow of winter is the perfect time for poetry and verse, celebrating a birthday with poetry, such elegance. What could Wang Qinghe say? He was eager to end this embarrassing contest quickly. He nodded hurriedly. Brother Zhang's suggestion is great. Let's take winter snow as the theme, with a poem each. When Wang Xinzhua heard this, his face instantly turned very ugly, and he clenched his fist inside his sleeve. The thing he feared most had happened. He had heard about Chu Jing's legendary talent in poetry from the county school, an unparalleled genius. Although he thought it might be exaggerated, what if it wasn't? He felt nervous but could only try to stay calm, constantly telling himself, composing poetry needs inspiration and experience. Even if Chu Jing was somewhat impatient, he might not produce perfect works every time. The theme of winter snow is common, but making a good poem about it isn't easy. He might not lose. He immediately started to rack his brains, trying to recall famous lines about snow, hoping to come up with something new. While Wang Xinzu was frowning and deep in thought, Chu Jing calmly walked over to the prepared desk. All the writing tools and paper were of the finest quality. Chu Jing picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and without stopping, began to write swiftly on the rice paper, his brush moving like a dragon and snake. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he had already memorized the poem and was simply copying it. In a moment, he created a 5-character quatrain: river snow, 1,000 mountains, no birds in flight, 10,000 paths, no signs of people. An old man in a boat, wearing a straw hat, fishing alone in the cold river snow. As he finished writing, several respected scholars and even some officials couldn't help but come closer out of curiosity. They really wanted to see how talented Chu Jing was, especially since Wang Xinzu dared not compare his writing to Chu Jing's. They were especially intrigued because Chu Jing wrote so quickly, without pausing to think. As Chu Jing finished, some people quietly began to recite the poem. When the 4 lines were read aloud, the room fell into complete silence, a sense of loneliness almost hitting everyone. Everyone gasped in awe. This poem was wonderful. In just a few lines, it vividly depicted the winter snow and the cold, lonely scene. The way it combined winter, solitude, and snow's beauty made everyone forget to breathe. Their gazes on Chu Jing were now beyond words. At that moment, Chu Jing's brush suddenly moved again. When someone quietly recited the poem aloud, the powerful aura it created shocked everyone. They were all captivated by its force, unable to look away. A few important figures couldn't hide their amazement. They finally understood why Wang Xinzu dared not compete with Chu Jing in writing. Most astonishing of all was, what kind of strength must a person have to be so impressive? How extraordinary is his talent? When Chu Jing gently set down his brush and blew on the still wet ink, the small hourglass beside him had just begun to let a few grains of sand fall. Over at Wang Xinzu's side, he hadn't even managed to finish a single sentence. All the guests, including Zhang Songnian and Zhou Wenyuan, stared fixedly at the 2 sheets of ink-stained rice paper in front of Chu Jing, their faces filled with disbelief and shock. Chu Jing put down his brush, the scent of ink still lingering. The hall was silent for several breaths before Mr. Zhang Songnian let out a long breath, breaking the quiet. This elderly literary master, with white hair and beard, suddenly became somewhat flustered. He hurriedly walked to the desk, completely ignoring that Lord Wang Qing, the birthday celebrant, was the host. His old eyes fixed tightly on the poem on the paper. He suddenly looked up, his gaze burning as he looked at Chu Jing. His eyes shone like he had discovered a rare treasure. His previous calmness was gone, and his voice carried a hint of excitement. Young friend Chu, may I ask who your master is? Where are you studying now? His question was urgent, filled with admiration and curiosity. Even a blind person could hear it. At the table, several other old gentlemen skilled in poetry, like Chun Guanxiao and Lu Jingzhai, also came over to look at the two poems. Their faces showed both shock and regret. Shocked by the grandeur and brilliance of the poems, and regretful that Mr. Zhang had spoken first. Even if they also wanted to take disciples, they wouldn't dare to compete openly now. Governor Zhou Wenyuan and scholarly Molan exchanged glances, their hearts trembling even more. Who is Mr. Zhang Songyan? He is recognized as one of the greatest scholars of the current era, with many students and friends across the court and the countryside. Even the emperor has sought his advice. To see him so flustered and asking about a disciple's background, Chu Jing's talent must be even more astonishing than they imagined. If he really could become Mr. Zhang's student, it would be like stepping onto a fast track to success, with limitless future prospects. Chu Jing, facing Mr. Zhang's eager gaze, felt grateful for his protection. He calmly cupped his hands and respectfully replied, "Respected Mr. Zhang, I am Chu Jing. My ancestral home is unknown now. I am currently from Hehe Village, Heian County. I am honored that Mr. Zhou from the county school accepted me as a student. I am now studying at the county school and preparing for the imperial exams." He answered humbly and appropriately, clearly stating his background as a migrant and his current status as a county student. Hehe County School. Another literary master, Chun Guanxiao, stroked his beard and pondered. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "A few days ago, I heard that a remarkable young scholar from Hehe County School created new methods in mathematics and new styles in painting, causing a stir in the county school. Is this true? Has young Chu heard about this?" His question was casual. Although the event caused a sensation in Hehe County, the details had become fuzzy by the time it reached the capital. No one knew exactly who the young scholar was, and it was mostly regarded as an interesting story. Upon hearing this, Chu Jing was slightly stunned, not expecting to be asked about it directly, and was carefully considering how to respond. Next to him, Wang Qingyao's lips curled into a slight smile. She stepped forward, her voice clear and bright, with a proud sense of achievement, and answered on Chu Jing's behalf. "What old Mr. Chen said is true. The county school of Heian does have such a story, and that student who created 2 different styles and won all 3 competitions in the county's literary contests." Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Chu Jing with a happy smile, speaking clearly. "It's close to us, yet far away. It is Chu Jing, young Master Chu." What? Could it be him? Creating 2 styles in one day and surpassing the county school's literary level. Is it also him? Wang Qingyao's words fell like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. Old Mr. Zhang Songyan's eyes widened suddenly. He looked at the poem on the paper, then at the calm, confident young man before him. His shock was beyond words. Old masters Chun Guanxiao and Lu Jingzhai also looked stunned. They had thought that the creating 2 styles thing might be exaggerated by the county school, or that the student was just lucky and talented in a certain way. But now, seeing Chu Jing, who easily dominates chess, music, and even writes poetry that could be passed down through generations, there was no longer any doubt. This was no mere lucky talent. He was a once-in-a-century genius, a true all-round talent. The prefect, Zhou Wenyuan, took a deep breath. His gaze on Chu Jing changed completely. He had admired him before, but now it carried a sense of seriousness. School official Li Molan was so excited he almost pounded the table. Such a person in his jurisdiction was a great achievement and a wonderful story. Wang Qinghe sat stiffly in the main seat, almost dropping his wine cup. At this moment, he finally understood why Wang Xianzu refused to compete with Chu Jing in proper essays and why he used those unusual tricks. Chu Jing was simply a prodigy. Wang Xianzu and Wang Xianming, the brothers, looked pale as paper. Wang Xianzu's last hope was completely shattered, leaving only cold fear and dread. He knew that today he had not just hit a hard wall, but had run into an insurmountable mountain. Meanwhile, Chu Jing remained calm under the gazes of everyone, some shocked, some excited, some respectful, some jealous, as if what Wang Qingyao had revealed was just a trivial matter. Zhang Songnian suppressed his shock and joy, stroked his beard, and pondered for a moment. His face, rarely, showed a hint of urgency. He looked at Chu Jing with bright eyes, and, right in front of all the guests, he spoke directly. Young friend Chu, I see that you are quick-witted, knowledgeable, and most impressive is your calm and steady nature. I am willing to take you as my disciple. Would you accept? Everyone was shocked at his words. No one expected that Zhang Songnian, a famous scholar and leader in the literary world, would be so eager and even humble enough to openly offer to take a student in such a public setting. It must mean he values Chu Jing very much to do this. Given Chu Jing's proud personality, Zhang Songnian was taking a big risk. He was betting with his reputation. If Chu Jing refused, Zhang's face would be lost. Although Zhang, as an elder with high status, had many people eager to become his students and willing to give everything for the chance, Chu Jing's proud attitude might not even give anyone a chance to speak. Other old scholars like Chun Guanqiao and Lu Jingzhai were stunned at first, then their faces showed regret and envy. Why were they so slow? Chu Jing's pride might lead to rejection, but they still wanted to take a chance on such a rare talent. Now that Zhang has spoken first, even if they are tempted, they don't dare to compete. They can only regret missing out on such a rare gem. Wang Xinzu's face darkened instantly, and he felt his heart sinking. It's over. If Chu Jing really becomes Zhang Songnian's disciple, his status and position will change completely. He had hoped to make things difficult for Chu Jing in exams and official career, but now, even thinking about it was risky. He wouldn't dare to challenge Zhang's direct disciple, even with 10 times the courage. He was only hoping Chu Jing would refuse boldly, which might give him a chance. Wang Qingyao sat at the main seat, looking very complicated. He knew Zhang Songnian's influence in the scholarly and political circles. If Chu Jing became Zhang's disciple, he would have a huge backing. His family elders needed to reconsider their plans. Even the gap between him and himself had become smaller. Thinking of this, she couldn't help feeling a little shy. Officials like Prefect Zhou Wenyuan and Education Minister Li Molin looked at Chu Jing with more warmth and even some flattery. He is a direct disciple of Zhang Songnian. What does this mean? It means that as long as Chu Jing doesn't make big mistakes, his future career will be bright, and he might even surpass his master. Now is the perfect time to make connections. Hearing this, Chu Jing also felt a slight stir in his heart. He didn't expect Zhang Songnian to be so straightforward. But then he thought, this is like a gift from heaven for him. With this master-student relationship, there will be fewer obstacles on his exam path, and Wang Xinzu will think twice before targeting him. Moreover, it will be much easier for him to act, and most importantly, he looked at Wang Qingyao, who was watching him with concern. The system task of marrying Wang Qingyao now seemed less impossible. Marrying the daughter of the Wang family, if he becomes Zhang Songnian's disciple, would be quite significant. This opportunity must not be missed. Chu Jing immediately tidied his clothes, bowed deeply to Zhang Songnian, and said respectfully and firmly, "Thank you, Master, for your kindness. I, Chu Jing, wish to become your disciple. From now on, I will study diligently and not forget your teachings." Good, good, good. Zhang Songnian was so happy to hear his quick agreement that he said, "Good," 3 times in a row. His wrinkles stretched into a smile as he stepped forward to help Chu Jing up himself. Having such a good student makes me very happy. Suddenly, everyone around started to congratulate him. A few officials stepped forward to offer their congratulations sincerely. Other guests also nodded in agreement, their eyes showing respect and a desire to befriend Chu Jing. Wang Qingyao smiled happily, genuinely glad for Chu Jing. Guo Zhaolan, Lin Jiro, and Li Lingxue, the 3 women, were a bit confused. They had come with their husbands to support, but now their husbands had become disciples of a great scholar? This surprise was too sudden. But soon, a strong sense of pride and confidence filled their hearts. Zhang Songnian was in a very good mood and said to Chu Jing, "Becoming a disciple is not something to be taken lightly. After the birthday banquet, I will choose an auspicious day to come to my Songnian Academy for a formal initiation ceremony and inform everyone." The seriousness and importance in those words were clear to everyone. Chu Jing quickly responded, "I will obey my teacher's orders." After the surprise of becoming a disciple, Chu Jing didn't forget the main matter. He turned to Wang Qingha, who was sitting at the main seat, and said respectfully, "Master Wang, as we agreed earlier, I was lucky to win 3 matches in a row. May I ask if you could spare some time to discuss privately?" Wang Qingha didn't dare to act proud anymore. Not only had Chu Jing won the bet, but his current status as Zhang Songyan's disciple made him take this seriously. He immediately put on a smile and said, "Young Master Chu." "No, little friend Chu, you are too polite." Of course. We can go to the back hall for a quiet talk now." Chu Jing nodded and added, "This matter also involves Miss Wang Qingyao. Could she come along? Also, regarding the year-end evaluation of Qingyuan Mansion, I believe a few elders have opinions. It would be good to have all 6 elders come together to witness." He was planning to be open with all the key people at once. Wang Xianzhu's face changed drastically, and he quickly objected. "Uncle Qinghe, this is an internal family matter. How can outsiders be involved? Besides, it's a private discussion. It might not be appropriate." Wang Qinghe, who disliked Wang Xianzhu, responded indifferently, "Don't worry too much, Xianzhu. Young Master Chu is now considered part of our circle, and Qingyao is a member of our family. The elders are present, so it's a good opportunity to discuss everything together. Do you not trust their judgment?" His words were sharp and pointed, leaving Wang Xianzhu speechless. He watched helplessly as Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao, led by Wang Qinghe, walked toward the back hall with the 6 elders, feeling frustrated and angry. His close aide, seeing this, whispered comfortingly, "Young master, don't worry too much. Even if they can persuade some elders, as long as our products are launched on time and we have a clear advantage over Wang Qingyao, we will control the biggest benefits. When the time comes, with real money in hand, even if the elders favor her temporarily, the family will ultimately judge based on real achievements and profits. We still have a chance to win." Wang Xianzhu's eyes darkened. He clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and forced down his anger. "You're right. Everything depends on the trade fair in 3 days. Chu Jing, Wang Qingyao. Let's see what happens." He placed all his last hopes on a few stolen items. However, when he looked at Zhang Songyan, who seemed very refreshed and excited, his eyes flickered. He quietly asked his close aide, "I heard that Li Yanhui, the great scholar from the capital, has returned to his hometown today. Is that true?" The aide was slightly surprised, then nodded. "Yes, that's true. If Li Yanhui hadn't come back today, Lord Qinghe might have already invited him to the birthday banquet," he said. Then he looked at Zhang Songyan with a teasing tone and said, "Are you trying to ruin Zhang Songyan's plan to take that young man as his disciple?" Wang Xianzhu's lips curled into a sneer and a playful smile. He said nothing in response. In the study room in the backyard, the fire burned warmly, blocking out the noise from the front yard. Wang Qinghe dismissed the servants and sat with 5 other clan elders, with Chu Jing and Wang Qingyao sitting at the guest seat. The atmosphere was much more serious than in the front yard. Wang Qinghe spoke directly, with a tone of helplessness. "Young Master Chu, Qingyao, I'll be honest. Our previous support for Xianzhu was not because we thought Qingyao lacked ability, nor was it aimed at young Master Chu." He paused and looked at the other elders who remained silent. "It's because the Hedong region has always been controlled by the 3 main families, with deep roots. Although we are elders, we also have to consider reason and power in the family council. The 3 families hold the advantage of location and resources, and Xianzhu has presented a solid plan for products. If Qingyao, you don't have enough, well, enough strong leverage to challenge the 3 families' dominance or even change the established interests within the family, it's very hard for us to fully support you." His words were very realistic. The 6 elders were willing to discuss mainly because they didn't want to ruin their relationship over Zhang Songyan's new disciple. But when it came to real benefits and alliances within the family, relying only on a promising future as a master and disciple was not enough to risk offending the local power players and betting on Wang Qingyao. She couldn't help but look at Chu Jing, her beautiful eyes showing a faint, almost unnoticed plea and dependence that even she wasn't aware of. Chu Jing remained calm, as if he had expected this. He nodded and said, "Old Wang is right. The world is busy, all for profit. To change the opinions of the elders here, we need to show something that can move their hearts and offset the risks of supporting the third house. While speaking, he took out 2 small packages wrapped in plain oil paper from his pocket and placed them on the tea table in front of everyone. The packages looked simple, even a bit plain. The 6 elders and Wang Qingyao looked at the 2 packages with confusion. Is that all? Could it be some earth-shattering deal? Wang Qingyao felt even more cold inside. She knew Chu Jing was clever, but these 2 small packages, she couldn't see anything special about them. However, seeing Chu Jing's calm and confident eyes, she felt a faint hope. Maybe there really was a miracle? What are these? One elder asked. Chu Jing didn't answer directly. Instead, he carefully opened the larger of the 2 packages. Inside was a fine, snow-like, dazzling white powder. Is this salt? Wang Qingyao, who was close enough to see clearly, asked softly, uncertain. But this salt was so white and fine. She had never seen such perfect salt before. Chu Jing nodded and then opened the smaller package. Inside was also a white, snow-like, evenly textured crystal, similar to salt, but slightly different. Even Wang Qing and Wang Yu couldn't tell for sure now. He frowned, staring closely at the second item, hesitating, and asked, could this be rock honey? But how can rock honey be so pure and clear? In ancient times, rough sugar blocks were called rock honey. Old Wang has good eyesight. Chu Jing smiled slightly. To be precise, these are sugar. Unlike the common rock honey or maltose on the market, this is refined and purified through a special process. And this, he pointed to the first package he opened, is also purified through the same process. Refined salt. Salt and sugar? Everyone looked at each other in surprise. These 2 things are essential in daily life and very profitable commodities, but they didn't seem enough to turn the tide instantly. Although good salt and sugar are rare on the market, they do exist. Chu Jing's salt and sugar look very white, but everyone didn't have high hopes. Seeing their doubts, Chu Jing made a pleased gesture. Words are not enough. Senior brothers and Miss Qingyao, why not try them yourself and see the difference? Qingyao was the first to give in. She carefully dipped a tiny bit of the refined salt with her fingertip and put it in her mouth. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened. There was no bitter or rough taste like ordinary coarse salt. Instead, it was an extremely pure salty flavor. The taste was incredibly clean, melting instantly on her tongue. 10 or even 100 times better than any tribute or official salt she had tried before. And the appearance of this salt was also very beautiful. She dipped a little of the white sugar, and it was sweet. A clear, long-lasting, pure sweetness spread quickly, without any greasy or strange aftertaste like honey or candy. This salt, this sugar. Qingyao's voice trembled slightly. Her gaze at Chu Jing was full of shock. She came from a noble family and was well-informed. She immediately understood what this meant. It was not just tastier, but a nearly revolutionary difference in quality. Behind it was immense craftsmanship value and enormous profit. The 6 elders of the family saw this, and each took a small taste, half believing, half doubting. In an instant, the study was filled with suppressed gasps and low exclamations. Pure to this degree? No strange smell. This sweetness. So pure and refreshing. My goodness, I've lived 70 years and have never tasted such high-quality salt and sugar. Wang Qinghe was even more excited. He stood up suddenly, his face red, and his hand trembling slightly as he held the small paper bag. He was not like Qingyao from the younger generation. He had managed the family business and knew exactly what this meant. High-quality salt and sugar were real hard currency, symbols of wealth and power. If Qingyao could control the source of such salt and sugar, even just one of them, it would be enough to crush the third house in business. This was not just profitable, but a strategic chip capable of changing the balance of power within the family. He looked at Zhuo Jing, and his eyes had completely changed. His previous cautious and polite attitude turned into intense excitement. His voice was a little unsteady. Zhuo, young Master Zhuo, these things, where did you get them? How much do they produce? What are the costs? The other 5 elders also suddenly looked up, their eyes like searchlights fixed on Zhuo Jing. Their breathing became heavier. If they had hesitated before, now these 2 small bags of clear, sparkling powder had completely tipped the balance in their hearts. Zhuo Jing faced their eager gazes, knowing the moment was right. He spoke calmly. You don't need to worry about the source. There are stable channels. As for the production and costs, if Miss Qingyao handles everything, supplying Qingyuan Prefecture and even all of Hedong Province will be easy. And the profits, he paused, showing a meaningful smile, will be enough to give those who support her far more than they can imagine. In the study, everything was silent except for the occasional crackle of the charcoal fire and the heavy, uneven breathing of the elders. Wang Qingyao looked at Zhuijing. The gloom in her heart had already been swept away by this sudden big surprise. Instead, she felt a bright hope and an indescribable thrill. Compared to Zhuijing's previous 3 products, the importance of this salt and sugar was even greater. She never expected that Zhuijing would produce such things for her. If he traded these with others, the benefits he would gain would be enormous. Even if Zhuijing traded with the royal family, he could quickly reach a terrifying level. But Zhuijing chose to miss such opportunities for her. She knew that these benefits would not only tempt the 6 elders, but would also cause a huge shock throughout the Wang family. The Wang family would definitely do anything to get this technology. Moreover, the Wang family might even have other plans, such as aiming for the highest position. Even though the empire had been established for 10 years, its foundation was still unstable. There were still leftover rebellious forces in various places. At this moment, they might also seize the opportunity to rise. Seeing the 6 elders' eager eyes almost spitting fire and Wang Qingyao's shocked, yet hopeful expression, Zhuijing knew the time had come. He no longer beat around the bush. He calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip before speaking slowly, as everyone held their breath. I can fully entrust Miss Qingyao with the technology of these 2 items. His gaze swept over the 6 elders whose breathing had suddenly become heavier. His voice was clear and steady. As long as the 6 elders are willing to fully support Miss Qingyao in taking over the responsibilities of the Qingyuan house at the upcoming elders meeting, and help her gain the final control over the industries in Hedong province. He paused, seeing the 6 elders leaning forward involuntarily, then delivered the most important point. Then, the profits from the snow salt and white sugar businesses will be shared among you. More importantly, on the family's annual merit record, the credit for leading the family to acquire this new source of wealth and develop a huge market will be shared by all of you and Miss Qingyao. Boom! Chu Jing's words hit like a thunderclap, making the 6 seasoned elders feel dizzy and overwhelmed. Sharing profits was already very tempting. It meant continuous, much larger gains than their current industries could provide. But what made their hearts race even more was the second part, the first credit on the Wang family's merit record. For these elders, who were already on the edge of family power and relied more on seniority and reputation, real benefits were important. But leaving a significant mark in the family's history, with achievements like opening up a new huge source of wealth, was a completely different matter. This could strengthen their status in the family and even benefit their descendants. It was a reputation and historical honor that money couldn't buy. The 6 elders quickly exchanged glances, each seeing the excitement and almost immediate agreement in the other's eyes. The previous worries, hesitations, and pride caused by the 3rd branch were instantly shattered by the huge temptation of this double fame and fortune offer. Zhang Wanqing, sitting at the main seat, was the first to react. He showed an unprecedented eager smile, almost trying to flatter Chu Jing as he said, "Young Master Chu, what are you talking about? Miss Qingyao is the true daughter of the family, talented and capable, and with your help, such a genius. Taking over Qingyuan house and looking toward Hedong province is well-deserved. As elders, we must support her fairly and without hesitation." "Yes, yes." Another elder quickly responded, with a tone that was even a bit urgent. Earlier, it was our own lack of foresight that was fooled by the small things brought out by the younger members of the 3rd house. Now, it seems that niece Qingyao has the strong support of young Master Chu, holding such a rare and powerful treasure of the nation. Its future potential is limitless. If we don't support Qingyao, who else can we support? Yes, yes. Rest assured, young Master Chu, the elders of the clan will stand firmly with Qingyao. Such a good thing that benefits the clan and the people. How can we just watch and do nothing? We must do our best. For a moment, the 6 elders in the study room were all eager to express their support. their attitudes changing so quickly and their tones so sincere. It was like a different scene from the cold indifference of the front hall. There was no longer any pride as elders of the Wang family. They seemed eager to make decisions immediately, afraid that Chu Jing might change his mind. Wang Qingyao watched quietly from the side, feeling a flood of emotions. Just moments ago, she felt cold and helpless because of the elders' indifference and practicality, thinking her future was bleak. But in just a moment, because of the 2 items and a few words Chu Jing brought out, these senior family members, who hold great influence, suddenly turned 180 degrees, shifting from distant observers to eager supporters, vying to flatter and promise. All this change was because of one person, Chu Jing. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at the calm and composed young man in the blue robe, as if he had only done something trivial. He has clear features, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if all the world's problems could be easily solved in front of him. Her heart beat faster uncontrollably. An unprecedented warmth and excitement quietly spread through her heart. Dependence, admiration, gratitude, trust, and that love and affection that had already taken root unconsciously, now finally breaking through the ground, clear and intense. She knew that her heart, which once only beat for family duty and her own pride, had completely fallen. What comes next is much simpler. Chu Jing is not just here to help Wang Qingyao rise to power. He wants to severely hit the 3rd house of the Wang family. And this time, he had Wang Xinzu steal the item, but it was actually a trap for the other side, and this trap needed the help of the 6 elders to bury it together. When they heard Chu Jing ask for help to trick Wang Xinzu, the 6 elders felt it was their duty and agreed without hesitation. They no longer looked proud or aloof but appeared eager to please. Seeing their behavior, Chu Jing smiled. Wang Qingyao's lips curled slightly. As her heart swelled with emotion, she looked at Chu Jing with almost a longing gaze. The elders exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They even thought that if Wang Qingyao and Chu Jing had any future relationship, they would support them, even if it was difficult. Based on Chu Jing's abilities, they didn't believe he only had these skills. His future was full of potential. When they returned to Wang Qingyao's quiet private house, it was almost evening. Chu Jing and the 3 women just entered the yard. Wang Qingyao, who was behind them, stopped and slightly lowered her head, her ears turning faintly red. She said softly, "Young Master Chu, I will go back to my own yard now. You must be tired today, rest early." Her voice was gentler than usual, with a subtle nervousness. Chu Jing nodded. "Good, rest early too. We have a tough battle in 3 days." "Yes," Wang Qingyao replied, then looked up at him. Her gaze was as gentle as spring water under moonlight, filled with affection and attachment she didn't even realize herself. It softly lingered on Chu Jing's face before she suddenly withdrew it, as if startled. She turned around and hurried with Qing'er to the neighboring courtyard, her back looking a little like she was fleeing. Chu Jing didn't notice anything unusual, but Lin Jiro gently bit her lip. Li Lingxue lowered her eyes, unconsciously twisting her fingers around her clothes. Even Guo Xiaolan slightly pressed her lips, her gaze on Wang Qingyao's back flickering with complexity. That look was clearly full of affection. The 3 women didn't speak, silently accompanying Chu Jing into the house. One went to boil water, another to make the bed, and the 3rd to serve tea. Their actions were softer and more attentive than usual, as if they wanted to carefully present all their kindness to him. Chu Jing sat at the table, watching their busy figures, feeling a strange emotion grow inside him. When Lin Jiro handed him the tea, her fingertips lightly touched his hand before quickly pulling back, like a shy kitten cautiously approaching but afraid of being pushed away. While making the bed, Li Lingxue carefully fluffed his pillow and quietly moved her own pillow a little closer. Guo Xiaolan, though silent, gently covered his hand with her warm palm when passing him a towel, pausing for 3 breaths. He sighed. These 2 girls probably overthought things again. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue both carried deep-seated insecurities. One is a girl with heterochromatic eyes and a limp. The other is a girl who was disfigured and abandoned. When they finally met a kind husband who didn't dislike them and found a warm home, now they see the noble daughter Wang Qingyao, who is talented and beautiful, also secretly interested in their husband. They don't say it out loud, but inside they must be very anxious. They try their best to be good to him, just to make sure. Will their husband leave them? Chu Jing wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Some worries are hard to explain with words and can only be left to time and actions. Night deepened. Not long after lying down, Chu Jing felt a corner of the blanket being gently lifted. Li Lingxue, dressed in plain white clothes and barefoot, slipped quietly into the bed like a feather. Her body trembled slightly, whether from nervousness or the cool night, but she still gathered her courage and slowly moved closer, finally resting her face gently on his shoulder. Moonlight seeped through the window, shining on her face. The once fierce scar now only left a faint pink mark, which will disappear completely in a few days. Her eyebrows and eyes looked especially gentle under the moonlight, but also carried a heartbreaking sense of fear. Husband. Her voice was so soft it seemed afraid to wake the dream. My face has healed. I won't be ugly forever. Chu Jing's heart softened. He reached out and embraced her, resting his chin on her head, his voice low and gentle. Lingxue, you've never been ugly. Li Lingxue didn't reply, only buried her face deeper into his chest, clutching his clothes tightly, as if holding onto the only lifeline. The night was tender, the red candle's tears had dried. Everything happened naturally. Looking at Li Lingxue peacefully asleep, with a look of satisfaction and a hint of fear on her face, Chu Jing felt a wave of pity. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Detected that wife Li Lingxue's favorability has exceeded 100 points. Current favorability, 100 out of 100 full, can overflow. When Chu Jing heard the notification sound, he was surprised, and suddenly his mind became clear. He finally understood why Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue's affection levels had always stayed at 99 points, while Guo Xiaolan could break through directly. It wasn't that they didn't love enough, it was that the barrier called sense of belonging needed a major life event to truly break through. Both Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue felt insecure and timid. Because they hadn't truly become his complete wives, they always felt that a part of their hearts was unstable and floating. Guo Xiaolan was different. She was the kind of person who, once she decided, would give her whole heart and not care about anything. From the moment he pulled her back from the brink of death, her body and mind belonged completely to him. And she was the first to wholeheartedly dedicate herself to Chu Jing. He lowered his head and gently kissed her hair, then thought of Lin Jiro beside her, and the girl who had boldly snuggled into his bed, but afterward blushed and buried her face in her pillow like an ostrich. His heart was full of pity. Ding! The system notification sounded again. Detected that the host has 3 partners with full affection levels. The hidden feature, Affection Collection, is now officially activated. Chu Jing was startled and immersed his consciousness into the system. On the new interface, only the affection levels of his 3 wives were shown. Now, several empty slots appeared. A line of golden small characters floated at the top. Any woman of appropriate age who has positive feelings toward the host, such as admiration, trust, dependence, infatuation, love, etc., can have her affection level collected and converted into usable affection points by the system. The closer the emotional connection, the stronger the feelings, and the more efficient the collection. Chu Jing was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized this meant he was no longer limited to gaining affection points only from his 3 wives. Other women who liked him, even if only with admiration or trust, could become sources of his affection points. His first thought was Wang Qingyao. Although the system had forcibly linked her to him with a task, it had never shown her affection level. Now, he thought briefly, and a new name immediately appeared on the interface. Wang Qingyao, current affection level, 87 points, high trust/hidden feelings. 87 points. Chu Jing was slightly taken aback. He had long known that Wang Qingyao looked at him differently, but he didn't expect her favorability to be so high. Just 1 point away from heartfelt commitment at 100 points. He tried sensing his surroundings and found that Qing'er, the maid on night duty in the neighboring courtyard, also had a favorability score of 67, loyalty/kindness. Even the few maids he briefly interacted with at the banquet in the afternoon, as well as the young maidservant beside Mr. Chun Guanchao, had favorability scores ranging from 0 to 10, slowly gathering points toward the system. Although each individual score was small and could be replaced at any time, the continuous flow was valuable. In just a short time, he collected 200 or 300 favorability points. Adding this to the over 700 points he already had, he was close to 1,000. In the future, if he needed certain skills, he could exchange points at any time or even upgrade them. Chu Jing looked at the shop interface filled with various skills and skill upgrade cards that often required hundreds or thousands of favorability points. Suddenly, he felt that these once unreachable goals now seemed within reach. He withdrew his consciousness and looked down at Li Lingxue, peacefully sleeping in his arms. He also thought of Guo Xiaolon and Lin Zhuro, who were sleeping nearby. His heart felt soft and peaceful. The next morning, Chu Jing had just finished washing up and was about to discuss the details of the trade fair with Wang Qingyao when a hurried knocking came from outside the courtyard. He opened the door to see a middle-aged servant dressed in a gray cotton robe with a fair face, holding a gold-embossed invitation card. His attitude was respectful but tinged with obvious envy. "Excuse me, are you Master Chu Jing of Heyang County?" Chu Jing nodded. "Yes, I am." The servant immediately presented the invitation with both hands. "I am Zhang Songyan, steward from Lord Zhang's residence. On behalf of the old master, I bring this invitation to Master Chu. Please, at the third quarter of the 6th hour today, you are invited to the Songyan Academy to attend the Master-Apprentice ceremony." Today? Chu Jing took the invitation, slightly surprised. Yesterday, Master Zhang said he would choose an auspicious day. The servant smiled broadly, with envy almost overflowing in his eyes. "Yes, sir. The old master said today is a good day." As soon as he returned yesterday, he started preparing, sweeping the academy and arranging the hall overnight. At this point, the servant's expression turned a little strange. He continued, "The old master said that since the great scholar Li Yanhe and his students are also in the capital, it's the perfect time to invite him to the academy to witness the ceremony in person." Chu Jing. He couldn't help but laugh to himself. This wasn't just eagerness, it was pure impatience. Was becoming a disciple really such an urgent matter? After a pause, he said, "Since it's a formal ceremony, I should at least prepare a small gift for my teacher." The servant quickly waved his hands, smiling brightly. "No need, young master. The old master said that your presence is the greatest gift of all. He has already prepared everything else." Lowering his voice, the servant added with genuine admiration, "I've served the old master for over 20 years, and I've never seen him care so much about any student. Young Master Chu, you're truly the first." Chu Jing didn't know what to say for a moment. Beside him, Wang Qingyao suddenly covered her lips and laughed softly, her eyes glimmering with amusement. She stepped forward and said to the servant, "Thank you for coming all this way. Please tell Master Zhang that at the third quarter of the hour of C, I will personally escort young Master Chu to his residence." "Thank you, Miss Wang." The servant nodded repeatedly, overjoyed, and left in high spirits. Chu Jing turned to Wang Qingyao and saw the knowing look on her face. He also noticed Guo Xiaolon, Lin Zhuro, and Li Lingxue watching curiously. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Do you know something about this?" Wang Qingyao smiled and invited them to sit before speaking slowly. "This matter is actually an old story from Qingyuan Prefecture's literary circle," she said, her eyes bright. "Master Zhang and Master Li Yanhe have been close friends for many years, but they've also competed with each other for most of their lives. When they were young, they compared poems and essays. When they grew older, they compared their students. Especially the incident 9 years ago," she paused. "At that time, there was a young scholar in Qingyuan Prefecture named Shen Jinglan. He was only 16 and studied at Master Zhang's Songyan Academy. He achieved great success in the local exams and became famous. Master Zhang had planned to formally take him as a disciple, and Shen Jinglan had already performed the ceremony. But then, Master Li Yanhe returned home for a visit, read Shen Jinglan's essays, and was deeply impressed. He immediately wanted to take him as his own student." Chu Jing listened intently. "And then?" "Then?" Wang Qingyao's smile deepened. "The two old masters argued for 3 whole days at the academy, neither willing to give in. In the end, Shen Jinglan made his own choice. He became Master Li Yanhe's disciple." She gently shook her head and said, "That year, old Zhang was very upset for a long time. Shen Jinglan also worked hard and did well. second in the provincial exam, first in the metropolitan exam, and was chosen as the top scholar in the palace exam. Although he didn't pass the 3 levels at once, it was enough for Mr. Li Yinhe to be proud among his peers. Over the years, this has always been a sore spot for old Zhang. Chu Jing suddenly understood. No wonder Zhang Songnian was so eager to see him yesterday, and why he was in such a rush today. He was afraid. Afraid that his, almost apprentice, would be taken away by that old rival again. After all, the servant just said that Mr. Li Yinhe had also arrived at Qingyao Prefecture. It was just a coincidence. The old master was probably worried that if he was a step too late, Mr. Li Yinhe would snatch the opportunity. Gu Xiaolon looked thoughtful. So, old Zhang is making a big show to create a fact, leaving no room for Mr. Li Yinhe to interfere. Exactly, Wang Qingyao nodded. And I guess, since Mr. Li is in the city, he probably heard the news too. Maybe. She looked at Chu Jing meaningfully. He might also be thinking about taking a disciple. Chu Jing was surprised and shook his head, feeling this was unlikely. After all, although he was shocked yesterday, he hadn't shown off his talents openly. It was unlikely that Mr. Li, the great scholar, would feel the need to compete for him. Wang Qingyao saw him shake his head and knew what he was thinking. She smiled a little and said, "Although your performance isn't as impressive as Shun Jinglan's was back then, your new ideas in the 2 schools are enough to match Shun Jinglan's brilliance." Her voice carried a hint of pride, even she didn't realize. Not to mention, the matter of He County School and your performance at the birthday banquet are just as good as Shun Jinglan's, if not better. So, it's understandable that Mr. Li Yinhe might want to take you as a disciple. Lin Zhiro blinked with a strange look and whispered, "But my husband is already old Zhang's disciple. Can they still compete for him? If the formal apprenticeship ceremony hasn't happened yet, it's not settled." Wang Qingyao sighed softly. Old Zhang must be anxious. However, Gu Xiaolon spoke up at this moment. But with old Zhang making such a big show, even if Mr. Li Yinhe wants to compete, he probably can't do it anymore. Wang Qingyao heard this, but shook her head, her expression a bit strange. That's not entirely true. Shen Jinglan was already considered a disciple of old Zhang at that time. But in the end, he still chose Li Dafu. When she said this, the 3 women showed a hint of disdain, but when they looked at Chu Jing, they quickly hid their expressions. They clearly looked down on Shun Jinglan's character. He was about to become Zhang Songnian's disciple, but in the end, he changed his mind and chose someone else. Such a character is truly disappointing and frustrating. However, the decision was up to Chu Jing, so they couldn't say much. If Chu Jing also chose Li Yinhe, they would show disdain for him too, which would mean they looked down on Chu Jing as well. Chu Jing heard this and frowned. Not to mention that old Zhang has already reached this level. Even if he hadn't, he would never choose Li Yinhe like Shen Jinglan did. A person's integrity is important. He guessed that Shen Jinglan chose Li Yinhe because the latter is in the capital and has more connections. For the sake of career advancement, this talented man betrayed his principles, making Zhang Songnian lose face. Although Chu Jing wouldn't betray his principles, involving Li Dafu makes things more complicated. Plus, old Zhang's big show has made the situation even more complex. Chu Jing now feels stuck. If he goes ahead and becomes Zhang Songnian's disciple, he might offend Li Yinhe and Shen Jinglan. Wouldn't that make Li Yinhe look even more petty and mean for stealing a disciple? Shen Jinglan is known for breaking promises. On the other hand, if he refuses to become Zhang Songnian's disciple, it would humiliate the old man again. Even if the old man doesn't mind, other important figures might not treat him kindly. And even if he attends the ceremony, how will Li Yinhe behave? Plus, although the servants haven't said it openly, Li Dafu's disciple is also there. Could that disciple be Shen Jinglan? Old Zhang's move seems too suspicious. It's likely that, besides not wanting his disciple to be stolen, he also wants to settle an old score. The more Chu Jing thought about it, the more headache he got. What kind of trouble is this? Just trying to become a disciple, and now he's caught in such a mess. This apprenticeship ceremony might turn into a trap, and he even felt that there might be something related to Wang Xianzhua. But now that things have come to this point, what can he do? He can only grit his teeth and face it, reacting quickly, since he has no strong backing right now. Today's master-apprentice ceremony probably won't go smoothly. You, be careful about everything. Wang Qingyao clearly knew something and quietly warned Chu Jing when she saw him frown. Chu Jing nodded. Guo Xiaolon looked worried as she glanced at Chu Jing, then gently held his hand. Lin Jiro and Li Lingxue also understood what was happening and held Chu Jing's arms from the other side, their eyes full of concern. Chu Jing patted their hands to comfort them. Then, Chu Jing returned to his room. Just after changing into a long gown and preparing to leave with the 4 women, a servant hurriedly ran to the courtyard gate, panting as he reported, "Young Master Chu. Miss. Outside. Outside. An old man has come. He says his surname is Li, named Yinhe, and wants to visit young Master Chu." "What?" Chu Jing paused, almost thinking he heard wrong. Wang Qingyao was also stunned, a look of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Guo Xiaolon, Lin Jiro, and Li Lingxue looked at each other. Just now they were talking about this old Mr. Li, and now he's at the door? Chu Jing felt a headache coming on. He hasn't even left the Wang family gate yet, and someone is already coming to visit. Can a renowned scholar, famous all over the world, be a little more reserved? To personally go to someone's house just to take on a disciple, what if he's rejected? Where does his face go? He felt that as an unknown junior. Why should he be able to make someone lower themselves? Is he really going to clash with Zhang Songyan over this? He looked at Wang Qingyao and couldn't help asking, aren't Old Master Zhang and Old Master Li close friends? They competed for Shun Jinglan before, and it was clear they were eager. But now Old Master Zhang has announced he's taking a disciple, and Old Master Li personally shows up to snatch him. Is he really going to take everything from Zhang? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Wang Qingyao's expression stiffened slightly, then a complex, even somewhat awkward, look appeared on her face. She was silent for a while before carefully speaking. This matter. I also heard a few things from the elders in our clan. She looked around and lowered her voice. It is said that when they were young, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li Yinhe both admired a talented young woman. That girl ultimately chose Mr. Zhang, Jing Chu. He understood. This was because his wife never won the competition, felt resentful for most of her life, and now whenever she saw Zhang Songyan's good things, she wanted to take them. It was all about pride. Suddenly, he felt a bit amused. 2 famous scholars, both young, had such a story. One, hated because of love. The other, used to being taken. Their relationship was quite interesting. Never mind. Jing Chu shook his head. Everyone is at the door now. It's not proper not to see them. Let's go meet Mr. Li. Wang Qingyao nodded and led him through the corridor to the main hall of the Wang family. In the hall, an old man sat leisurely as a guest, with a steaming cup of tea beside him. He had white hair and beard, but his face was very rosy and healthy. His spirit was lively, and his eyes deep and bright, showing no sign of old age. Although he was just sitting casually, he exuded a natural aura of respect and authority that made people hesitant to underestimate him. He was the renowned scholar, Li Yinhe, who was as famous as Zhang Songyan. When he heard footsteps, he lifted his eyelids and looked at Jing Chu. That gaze was scrutinizing, curious, and with a hint of admiration, just a little, very reserved. Jing Chu stepped forward and calmly bowed. Junior Jing Chu, greetings to Mr. Li. Wang Qingyao also bowed politely. Li Yinhe nodded slightly, neither standing nor showing any airs. His first words were, Old Zhang went home yesterday and couldn't wait to drum up the whole city to tell everyone he had a good disciple. I heard it so much my ears are sore. So I came to see what kind of person could make him guard his food so carefully. His tone was casual, and when he mentioned Zhang Songyan, he called him Old Zhang, with a closeness and familiarity that was obvious. Jing Chu felt a bit embarrassed by this straightforwardness and said with a bow, Mr. Li, you flatter me. That's just my teacher's kindness. I am inexperienced and not worthy of such praise. Inexperienced. Li Yinhe raised an eyebrow, still calm. Someone who can create 2 new schools of calculation and painting in one day, and make scholars in the city eager to learn from him. If that's inexperienced, then all the scholars in the world should go face the wall. Jing Chu, that I dare not. He chuckled softly, thinking to himself that this old gentleman's words were quite straightforward. Li Yinhe didn't expose his polite evasion. Instead, he shifted the topic with a hint of eager challenge in his eyes. I'm not here for anything else. I heard about your new methods in mathematics and that sketching technique, which seemed quite unique. I also have some knowledge of arithmetic and art, so I wonder if I might learn a thing or two from you. Chu Jing was surprised. He had thought Li Yinha's visit was probably about asking to become his student, and he was prepared to politely decline. But unexpectedly, the other person wanted to spar instead. And when he said this, his tone was honest and sincere, with clear, honest eyes. There was no arrogance or stubbornness about wanting to take the lead. Instead, he looked like a curious child eager to try something new, excited to get started. Suddenly, Chu Jing realized that his previous impression of Mr. Li might have been a bit biased. He composed himself, bowed respectfully, and said, "Mr. Li, if you are interested, I will gladly join in. I am still learning, so if I make any mistakes, I hope you will kindly point them out." Li Yinha nodded with satisfaction, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Calm and humble, confident but not arrogant," he said softly. "You are a promising young person." Then he stopped being polite and directly presented the first problem, a complex arithmetic question involving land measurement and tax conversion. After hearing it, Chu Jing thought for a moment, then took some paper and brush, began calculating, and explained his reasoning using modern algebraic methods. If we use traditional trial and error, it would take many attempts and be very time-consuming. But if we set the unknown as Tianyuan and derive the equations, he kept writing smoothly, forming equations like flowing clouds and water, and gradually worked out the answer. Every step was clear and thorough, principles, methods, variations, all covered. At first, Li Yinha was calmly holding his teacup, expression serene. But as Chu Jing's explanation deepened, he gradually put down his cup, leaned slightly forward, and his eyes grew brighter.